he isn't called the Son then? And why is he called the begotten Son in the
Wait,
New
so he's
Testament?
an angel now too? He's a man, he's an angel, and he's
What's
God.
an angel? What's an angel?
The angels are
Messenger.
ministering spirits that our Heavenly Father created.
Negative. No, it's not. An angel is a messenger.
Okay,
Yeah,
You
yeah.
just
could
said
you
a
could be an
messenger.
angel. Prophets were angels, and there's also divine beings that were called angels. But you
But
could be an angel, which is just a messenger.
but doesn't it say he made him a little bit
No.
lower than the angels?
So let me get this straight. He's a messenger unto himself. He's a priest unto himself, and he is himself. So if you look at that meme that I posted, you know
He
that
is he's a
God
messenger.
sent himself. Go ahead.
He's the messenger for the Father.
It says you made him a
What
little.
do you mean?
It says here you made him a little bit lower than the angels. You crowned him with glory and honor. I wonder who is he talking to if you say you made him a little bit lower and that you crowned him with the glory and honor.
Play.
Who crowned? Did he crown himself? Did he make himself
Play.
lower than the angels? Yes.
Well, let me answer. Well, because there's multiple meanings to those verses. One, right, because it's figuratively talking about Adam. Because the same thing happened with Adam. Adam was given dominion over the whole earth and all creation, all the animals on it before he fell, right? Right, and at the same time, it's talking about Messiah when he was born of a virgin, or he was made a little lower than the angels. Both Adam, the first Adam and the second Adam, Messiah, born of a virgin, were made lower than the angels. Does that mean that Messiah was always lower than the angels? No. You get it?
No, I don't get it. I'm just getting what Hebrews is telling me. Hebrews 2, where it says this salvation was first announced by the Lord, was confirmed to us by those who heard him, and was affirmed by God through signs, wonders, various miracles, and gifts of the Holy Spirit distributed according to his will. For it is not to angels that he has subjected the world to come about which we are speaking, but somewhere it is testified in these words, what is man that you are mindful of him, or the son of man that you care for him? You made him a little lower than the angels, you crowned him with glory and honor, and placed everything under his feet. When God subjected all things to him, he left nothing outside of his control. Yet at present we do not see everything subject to him, but we see Jesus, who was made a little lower than the angels, now crowned with glory and honor because he suffered death, so that by the grace of God he might taste death for everyone. In bringing many sons to glory, it was fitting for God, for whom and through whom all things exist, to make the author of their salvation perfect through suffering. For both the one who sanctifies and those who are sanctified are of the same family. So Jesus is not ashamed to call them brothers. He says, I will proclaim your name to my brothers. I will sing your praises in the assembly. And again, I will put my trust in him. And once again, here am I and the children God has given me. Now since the children have flesh and blood, he too shared in their humanity, so that by his death he might destroy him who holds the power of death, that is the devil, and free those who all their lives were held in slavery by the fear of death. For surely it is not the angels.
So when I say,
1 second, this is the important part. For surely it's not the angels he helps, but the descendants of Abraham. For this reason he had to be made like brothers in every way, so that he might become a merciful and faithful high priest, in service to God, in order to make atonement for the sins of the people. Because he himself suffered when he was tempted, he is able to help those who are being tempted.
okay, so when
Again,
in
clear
Revelations,
separation.
when John is fallen over like he's dead, and Jesus comes to him and puts his hand on his shoulder, and he says, I am the first and the last. And then when the Pharisees came to Jesus and they ask him who he is, and they start claiming all these things, he responds and says, before Abraham, I am. So when he attributes himself to being God, you ignore that? You pick and choose? Is this a buffet? Is the Bible a buffet that you can pick and choose verses?
No.
Or maybe you should read in context and see the entire story of Jesus. Why did he come? Why did
Fresh.
he make himself meek? Do you know what it means to make yourself meek?
Yeah, I know what meek is. It
What
means
is meek?
strength under control. Prouse. Yes. Next
Exactly.
question.
What is he putting under control? His godliness.
How about the Son of God? The power that the Son of God has. Because here's the thing. God is not the author of confusion. So you try to tell a new believer, don't read the scriptures for what they actually say. When it says, for God so loved the world that he gave his only son, don't worry about that. That just means it's God that came down. And so that's kind of code and all throughout the back of the book, right? So, we're not denying that our Messiah is a God right now. We are denying emphatically that they are not the same.
So Jesus became the Son when
He
the
was
Holy
brought
Spirit,
forth.
yes, he was a begotten Son. He became the Son of God.
Begotten
He
means brought
became,
forth. Just saying,
yes,
look it up.
when he became into existence on earth, he became the Son. And that is why when he took on the role of the man, he has a Father in heaven who has always been the Father,
Okay, thank
right?
you. Why are we arguing?
He was the
Yeah.
son before he came to earth, born
Okay.
of a virgin.
Fine. I don't know what he was doing up there, but the fact that he came through a virgin and he is the root and offspring of King David, it was always prophesied that the scepter would be for Judah. So what you're saying is the scriptures in the front of the book and the prophecies are to no avail, and that is not from the line of Judah. So God's from the line of Judah. So you had a problem there. That's why I'm not trying to be snarky, and I apologize for that. That's why and I do apologize. That's why reading the front of the book is vitally important to understand, because that's all Messiah had. And he was walking the instructions out to show people, okay, here, let's get back on task, because he was coming to call out religion, the Pharisees and the Sadducees, right? Because they were propping up the traditions of man above the instructions. So Messiah didn't come to do away with them. He came to show us how to do them. We're not saved by our works. We know that we're followers by our behavior. And that's how he's going to be able to recognize us. And holy, as you I'm sure know, just means to be set apart. We are called to be set apart in this world. So even Christianity, they're called to change their life after they get baptized, right? So that's
In whose name? In whose name?
Messiah's name. Yeah.
In whose name?
Yeah.
What did Jesus say? In whose name?
Well, you're a little
In
low
what
there.
singular name?
Well, we
The
just
Father,
lost you.
Son.
You're a little low for me. He says the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. And then there's also in Acts where it says in just Messiah's name.
Can I be heard? I don't know if I'm coming through clear.
Yep, I hear you.
All right. So if you look at John chapter 8, it's really important to kind of look at that and think about it around verse 14. When the Jews say, you give testimony of yourself, why should we believe you? And he says, not only do I give testimony of me, but my Father also. So if Jesus is God, then he was deceptively trying to trick the Jews that he wasn't God, and using himself as a second witness, which would be deceitful.
Yes.
So either God was trying to trick them into thinking that he was two separate entities, or Yeshua himself considered himself a separate entity from his Father, therefore in alignment with Old Testament law where it requires two or more witnesses to establish a truth, especially in a court case. And where does Yeshua sit right now? At the right hand of the Father?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's a kingdom, right? It's a kingdom. You have the Most High, the King of the earth. and then
Yeah.
he goes ahead, the king of all creation, and then his son carries out the atonement practices and everything.
Mhm.
When
Can y'all bring me up to speak? Can y'all bring me what's the contention?
when you
But
So
always.
she,
Hold on.
when-
What was it,
so she,
place?
Well, the contention was I asked earlier if Jesus was the Father or the Son, and they said he's the Son, but then they did a yeah but, like we talked about, where people double speak.
yeah, so
well,
she's arguing modalism, but denying it at the same time. She's not actually clearly saying who Jesus is.
He's the Messiah. He is the priest forever. He is the Son of God sitting at the right hand of the Most High. Like
Is he
my
God?
friend.
Is Jesus God?
Yeah,
Is
he's
he
also
a
the
God?
creator.
Yes, an
He's
He's
absolute.
the
a
first,
God?
first thing brought forth in creation.
No, I want to hear what she says.
Mhm.
Is Jesus a God? Is Jesus God? God.
No,
Like the God. Big capital G God.
he
You're
is
asking,
God.
is he? Hold on. You're asking, is Jesus the Most High God?
No, I'm just saying, is Jesus God? Is he God?
Do you mean like Elohim, like ruler, like how the son can be referred
Elohim
to
means
as
multiple God.
Elohim?
I'm not talking about persons in the Godhead.
Wants
I'm
me to
just
say,
saying, is
listen, Godhead
Jesus
means divinity. Okay, it's not a council.
God?
But let's get clear on that. Okay,
Is
Godhead
Jesus God?
means
Just answer the question.
no,
Is
Godhead
Jesus
means
Chris, hold
divinity.
on,
he's
Chris.
It's not a
not his
council.
father. He is
Hold
not
on.
his father.
Hold on, Seal. Blaze, go ahead and answer. I mean, because
No,
I
I
know,
did. Yeah, no,
because I
I
know
did.
you want to make some terminology clear.
Yeah, I
which
just wanted to
was
make sure that everybody here knows that Godhead simply means divinity. It's not a council. You can look it up. Fact check me.
Okay, back to my question. Is Jesus God?
He is a God. No, he is not God the Most High. He is not
So
Yahuwah in
you're a
the front of the book.
polytheist? Are you
I
Mormon?
I am a believer in the Most High God Yahuwah, and I'm a follower of his son Yahushua. Because I mean, he was Hebrew. Why Hellenize him? So, and the letter J was, I guess, created 500 years ago. There's no letter J in Latin, Hebrew, Greek.
Okay, that's besides the
Yeah,
point.
but we're
Grizz,
speaking English, so
Grizz,
it's
let me
okay to
ask you
say
a question,
Jesus.
Grizz, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Who do you think Jesus is?
I believe that he is the Son, the King, and God.
He is the Most High.
Wait, he's also the father.
I believe he's God too, but I don't believe he's
You
the
think
Most
he's the
High.
Most High?
No.
Is he
I
the
believe
father?
that the Father is the Most High, and Jesus is there with him, and the Holy Spirit is also sharing in the Godhead. Like the God
Same.
essence, the essence of
Wait,
God being God, they all share it equally.
wait. Quick question. So
Well,
is
hold on.
God sitting?
If
So,
hold on,
so one
clown.
second. Is God sitting to the right hand of God?
Jesus is sitting on the right hand of the Father.
Yeah. So God is sitting on the right hand of God.
So if Jesus
Makes no sense, dude.
is
Come
No,
on,
it
come on.
does.
the Most High, hold on. So if Jesus is the Most High, shared the Godhead, how does he not know when the hour is going to be?
He does. Okay, so when did Jesus say that?
When he was on Earth.
Thank you.
Okay, but he is God. He should have known all this.
Is he
Okay.
and the Father the same person?
Not at all.
Okay, then. Thank you.
Same.
Oh,
We don't
so
believe
there is
that.
a difference, right?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
So what? So
hold
what's
on.
the contention?
Well, here
Blaze? I
because
don't
this is a
understand
contention that
So he read.
The contention is that Blaze
So you
is
are a
saying
polytheist.
Jesus, what Blaze
You
is
call me
saying
one.
is Jesus is a God.
Yeah. So it is. He is.
You
God
can
calls
call
him
me a
God.
polytheist.
Father, the Father calls him God as well.
Amen.
What if?
Yeah.
What
Because
if
they
I?
are God.
No, he doesn't call himself. You are the God. Calls him God.
What if I tell you that I don't think that he is the God or God, but actually he is the Messiah, and he sits on the right hand side on his Father, and he is the image of his Father.
Well, then
Clay,
you're
hold
going
on,
against
hold on,
scriptures
hold on.
because if you
Hold
read
on, hold on.
if you read Hebrew 1, God calls him God.
Yeah.
Yes, because
And-
they share the God essence.
Isaiah as well.
They
Isaiah
share
He's made from his father. That's
same
obvious.
substance.
Yes.
He was never made. It even says that he was not created. Everything came into existence through him and by him, and nothing was made except through him.
I thought he was the first created creature.
It doesn't say that.
It doesn't
It says
say that he's the
he was
first,
the firstborn.
Firstborn. Okay. Born. There you go.
which does
Sorry.
not mean a creation. It's a
No.
title.
Yeah, it means brought forth. It doesn't actually mean he was created from scratch.
Okay,
At
but
the
And
he
end.
was
also
brought
we
forth
have
separate
to
from
look
the
at it.
Father.
We have to look at Isaiah, and we have to see that when Isaiah is talking about the future Messiah, the word that he uses, I forget what the actual Aramaic or Hebrew word is, but that word specifically when it says serve, to serve the Messiah, that word is only applied to God. It is not applied to
agree.
anyone else.
I agree. And I just want to reference Genesis, the first instance that we see Elohim use with plural articles, right? So you have here Genesis chapter 1, verse 26. And said Elohim, let us make man in our image. So right there we have the us, right?
So-
and then
Psalm 82.
and then the next chapter 2:18, and the Lord God said, or Elohim, it is not good that the man should be alone. Let us make for him a helpmeet.
So when the Messiah was baptized, he kind of did it to himself, and he kind of gave
No.
the spirit to
That's
himself.
modalism. That's modalism. That's not the
That's
Trinity.
the Father.
But
Okay, so how do you separate those two things?
exactly.
I don't get it.
It's almost impossible, and this is the problem with the Jews. For the longest time, they were mystified and bewildered by examples in the Torah and the Tanakh, how Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh was communicating with the patriarchs. How could Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh be in the dwelling of Abraham in his tent with Sarah when Sarah laughed, when Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh said that she would get pregnant at her age? That was Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh inside his dwelling. If you look at the Hebrew, it literally says Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh. It doesn't say the word of the Lord. It doesn't say the Melachim, because in that case, it would be more ambiguous who this identity is. But no, the Hebrew straight up says Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh. And Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh spoke to Moshe face to face,
Okay, great.
right?
So
But you
what's the
can't-
intention there?
But
It's
you
the Father,
cannot see
right?
the Father, or else you die. You'd
Exactly.
be obliterated. That's
And
the
this is
point.
the mystery. This is the
Can't look
mystery.
upon the Father.
And John reveals this mystery, and Paul reveals this mystery. John tells us that no man has seen Elohim.
Except for Messiah.
For the only
I mean,
begotten.
Messiah says nobody's seen God except for him. So I mean,
Yeah,
Yes.
and we can.
And then
we can-
when people thought they seen the Father in the Tanakh, when he was communicating with them, it was really the Son.
Yeah, because he's the
No
angel
one-
of the presence. He's the
Yes.
presence.
no one.
Yes.
No one comes to the Father but through me, is what the Messiah says.
well,
so-
Messiah's an angel and he's a God and he's a priest forever.
Yeah,
Wait, now
that's
you're just
very
twisting
weird.
words.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry, but if he was an angel, then
Yes, he is a
wasn't-
messenger of the Father. Yes.
Okay, wow, that is just really like mind blowing. Because here's the thing: if I don't necessarily know that you're wrong, but when I tell somebody that, I really would try to need scripture. So do you guys have any scripture that tells us
What does
so that I
angel
can
mean?
show somebody?
Angel means a
What-
messenger.
Yeah, angel means a messenger.
So he could be an angel. He could be a messenger of the presence of the God.
How is
What's-
it
what's wrong?
Could be,
possible?
but we
How
don't
is it
know that it's
possible
him.
if it says that he was made lower than the angels?
Because
Clay,
he
you
tells
still
you on.
stuck on that?
Have you read Hebrew 1, man?
Dude,
Yeah,
they're simply not listening to a word we said prior. Now they're playing games and they're mocking God.
I'm
That's
literally.
it.
No, he's not mocking. He's not mocking.
Bro, chill out. Elbow just
gonna
got
go to
here.
sleep. I'm not gonna
Dude,
let
just-
myself be. If you want, I mean, this is up on your shoulders if you want to claim this, but this is very much pointing a finger at me in a way that which I don't appreciate at all. And I wish you all
I'm
the
not
best.
pointing a finger. I'm just
I
telling you that
wish
you
you all
are
the best.
mocking
I'm gonna go to sleep now. I've never. That was never my intention. I'm here to learn. But if you already think that about me, then I'm sorry, man. I wish you all the best.
It's not-
Hold on. I think this conversation was going more in the direction of the differences between the two. And Lion brought up a good point of it means brought forth. Would you like to expound on that, Lion?
I just want to make sure before Clay leaves. Clay, that verse, bro, you have to understand that Messiah was not created, or he wasn't born lower than the angels initially, right? You understand that? Like in the beginning, before the foundations of the earth were created, when his name was invoked, that when he was brought forth in the beginning of time, not at his virgin birth, right? But at the beginning of time, that he was made higher than the angels. You understand that, right?
Yes.
Let me
Alright,
read Hebrew 1 to you kind of understand a little bit. Can I read it?
Of course.
Sure.
Yes, no?
Yeah.
Sure.
All right,
Yes.
so Hebrew 1 says, God, who sat at sundry times and in diverse manners spake into time past unto the Father by the prophets, hath in these last days spoken unto us by his Son, whom he hath appointed heir of all things, by whom also he made the world, who being the brightest of his glory and the express image of his person, and upholding all things by the word of his power, when he had by himself purged our sins, sat down on the right hand of the majesty on high, being made so much better than the angels, as he had by inheritance obtained a more excellent name than they. For unto which of the angels said he at any time, Thou art my son? This day I have I begotten thee. And again, I will be to him a father, and he shall be to me a son. And again, when he bringeth in the first begotten into the world, he said, and let all the angels of God worship him. And of the angels he said, and of all the angels he said, who maketh his angels spirits, and his ministers a flame of fire. But unto the Son he said, Thy throne, O God, is forever and ever. A scepter of righteousness is the scepter of thy kingdom. Thou hast loved righteousness and hated iniquity. Therefore, God, even thy God, hath anointed thee with the oil of gladness above thy fellows. And thou, Lord, in the beginning, and said, I said, talking God to him, and thou, Lord, in the beginning hast laid the foundations of the earth, and the heavens are the works of thy hands. They shall perish, but thou remainest, and they shall wax old as though a garment, and as vestures shall thou fold them up, and they shall be changed, but thou art the same, and thy years shall not fail. But to which of the angels said he at any time, Sit on my right hand until I make thy enemies thy footstools? Are they not all ministering spirits, sent forth to minister from them who shall be heirs of salvation? That's how it
Amen.
ends.
See, they are administering spirits. Amen.
So, someone who's really good at talking about the Trinity and the origins of it is this guy called Sam Shimon. He basically only debates Muslims, Unitarians, Modalists, Jehovah's Witnesses, Mormons. This guy is so well versed and clearly has the Holy Spirit in him. I dare anyone, and he basically goes on live streams every night where you can literally just hop in and debate him. You will be destroyed in this topic. This dude's knowledge is insane. He
Why don't you
speaks
bring him
multiple
here?
different languages.
You can
Well, I
bring
don't
him
know
here.
him personally. I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
I can't
I
just
mean,
call him up on the
so
phone. But he, like, I've been watching him, studying,
okay, so you're
even
just
what the
gonna
old
quote
church
Hebrews
fathers
1?
said.
Well, could you explain your interpretation of Hebrews 1 that Elbow just read to us?
There's three
So
persons.
I'm just trying to understand this, right? So according to this, and I thank you for the rebuke that I was wrong, what I said. See, but I'm not trying to mock anything. I if there's lack in my knowledge, I'm willing to accept rebuke and be corrected. In this case, I was falsely or wrong about saying directly that he is not has not the title of God. He indeed has the title of God according to the scripture. I'm just now a man without any mocking intended, and just with generosity, I'm asking, how now can I separate or understand that there is one God that talks about his other God that established all things
So, okay, I'll
as
help you
his
out.
son?
Yes, I'll help you.
See?
So the
Thank you.
Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, they are three persons, one God, right? So they complement each other perfectly in every way, shape, and form. Each one has its own role. So the Holy Spirit has a role, the Father has a role, the Son has a role, and they all play in part to witness to each other. They are a witness unto themselves. Hebrews talks about this. So I think it's Hebrews 5, I think. So if you imagine, in the most simple terms, the Father, he is the lover. Jesus is the loved. The Holy Spirit is the essence of love. So
Well,
they simply share a relation within one another, with one another, being one in essence.
yeah, that sounds beautiful, philosophy. You have no scripture for that, and not only that, when did, this Holy Spirit become its own entity? Because in the front of the book, it's Yah's Spirit over and over and over again. So you have a 3-in-1 situation going here, and because it's Yah's Spirit, and obviously Messiah has a spirit, I have a spirit, you have a spirit, King David has a spirit, Daniel, everybody has a spirit, right? So my spirit's not separate from Blaze. And, I think I don't know who the comfort I'm still trying to work this one out. The comforter, I don't know. Is it Messiah? Because it does say someplace, I forget, I just read it, that, Messiah's spirit. Because I look, there's some scriptures that, like people, if you're gonna take it out of context, I'll give it to you. That's why I don't like to, go verse to verse, but I get sucked into it all the time. I like to say the whole story of why, what was happening, in the garden, right? And so all throughout history, it's all prophesied, in the scriptures, that is, that Messiah was going to come because he was going to be the redeemer, and it wasn't code for the Most High, um, that he was going to come down or take a piece of him and then put it down on earth and then, suck it back up when I don't know, sorry, take it back up, envelop that, man part of him and absorb it because, he is coming back. Messiah is coming back for 1,000-year millennial reign, right? You do agree with that, right? Grizzly?
Quick question.
Oh, he left.
If
How
that's,
convenient.
I have a question. Maybe someone in here can answer that to me. I'm sincere. I'm just to clarify, I don't think that I 100% know everything, and I will never do so. And maybe I will never give justification to the glory of His Majesty, and the level of ways that He thinks and He has established things compared to my low. Dude, I'm just in this flesh, and I have maybe the lowest form of capabilities of thinking, so I will never 100% understand his nature of how he established things. But again, I'm just wondering, if it says you shall not have any other gods before me, how can I give a title where I will hear in my head that there is the Messiah the God and the Father the God, but still it's like, who gave that commandment? That's my question.
Well,
If
hold
I
on.
would just like
Let me just get in here real quick. So Isaiah 44:6 is a good example scripturally where you'll see two Yod He Vav He's at play here. You have other examples like in Genesis. Isaiah 44:6 says, "Thus says Yod He Vav He, the King of Israel, and his Redeemer, Yod He Vav He of hosts." You have two Yod He Vav He's, and you have in the same verse it says, "I am right the first and the last, and besides me there is no Elohim." But when he says that, he's including him and his son.
Yes.
Under the umbrella title of Elohim. But they are different. They are distinct characters. But they both reserve that name, Yod He Vav He. You have Yod He Vav He, the Redeemer, and Yod He Vav He of hosts.
So the way it works is that it's not, it cannot be understood with the capabilities of or with worldly standard of thinking. It is a nature of being that is this creator that is simultaneously having a son as also being the creator.
So think about it like this. Right? So think about it like this. Nobody have ever seen the Most High. Right? You understand that part?
Yes.
He's the intimate he's the practically, well, like the angels, like that says, he's the presence of the Most High. So he's not doing his will. They always do the Most High's will. So whatever he says, it's like when I say when I send my son, whatever my son says goes, right? And let's say if I own a business and I'm gonna go be away, but I left him in charge. Whatever my son says, go. Whatever he says is if I said it, it's exactly the same thing. So I like the Jubilee version of when Moses is in the mountains about to write the thing. It says, and the angel of the presence spake to Moses according to the word of the Lord, saying, write the complete history of the creation, right? And when Jesus was on earth, who did he say he knew him? He knew Moses, right? And practically they had a history because he practically saw God, and that was Jesus.
And that's why when the Pharisees try to stone him, because he says before Abraham was Ehayah.
Okay,
right? And Ehayah is the entity who was speaking to Moshe.
Well, could it also be that Father Abraham saw the line to salvation written in the stars? Before Abraham was, I am. I mean, it was written in the stars of Messiah.
I mean, yeah, that's a possibility. But Yod He Vav He was in his tent, speaking to Sarah too.
I'm just wondering, this is another question. If the Messiah is God, right? Which, according to the scripture so far, is the true title. What does it mean when he says that you can only come to the Father through him? Why would you actually need to come to the Father if you already have the Son? Why is he not enough? That's my why is there this need for having the Messiah as the mediator, but then even though he's already God, I also need that other God, right? I'm not saying this to make any one of you guys currently believe wrong. It's just literally to get I know, even though maybe there is no logic that can explain it. I'm just trying to understand. That's all, I'm not mocking. I'm sincerely asking this question.
Because God, the Most High, is pure righteousness. Nothing. I mean, any type of iniquity, it's pretty much burnt up in front of him, practically.
Yes,
you can't.
I agree, 100%.
So you need an intermediary to bring. I mean, that's pretty much what it says, right? Scripture that he's the intermediary to God. He brings us closest to God.
Well, and they always had in the temple, they had the Levites that would officiate the temple service. And they always had a high priest that would go in once a year for atonement and, make things right again. That's when they also had the goat, they would have the the guilty one. They would have one. They would kill one, sacrifice one, and then they would have a scapegoat that
But
it for Azazel or something.
But again, sorry if I'm annoying you guys, but this is really bugging my mind. If he is the mediator to God, why he has the same sovereignty and the same essence of being the God, how is he simultaneously a mediator to someone that he already fulfills to be? That's I don't get it.
So,
Because you got to study the Larry, did you want to say something?
so the Son.
Yeah, just real quick. When he asked Peter, "Who do you say that I am?" He said, "You are the Messiah, the Son of God." And then Jesus replied, "It was my Father in heaven who revealed this to you." Did he say that it was, me in heaven that revealed this to you? And did he say, "Wait a minute, you forgot, I'm also God"? You forgot about that part. No, he acknowledged that, yeah, he's the Messiah, the Son of God.
See,
And if you think about it, you read the whole book of Matthew, and the whole book, except for the second to the last verse, is making an argument that Yeshua is the Messiah of the line of King David. He's not arguing that he's God himself. He's using genealogy and other arguments that he's the Messiah. What does it say? He who denies that Jesus is the Messiah is Antichrist. Nowhere in there does he say that if you deny Jesus is the Father, you're Antichrist. So it's all about Jesus being the Messiah and the high priest after the order of Melchizedek.
Thank you, Larry. That's exactly what I'm trying to point out.
So-
Like, if
That's on
if he's
whole
not the
nother bag of-
Messiah or the mediator, why is it? Why is it if he has the same attribution as being the God or God? Why then why actually be the Messiah? Like it would
you
take
don't
away the glory of being a Messiah if he already is the fullness of God. If that makes
No,
sense. I mean,
not at all, not at all, because he's actually the hand that formed us. But he's the hand that formed all of creation, and you have a deity that took part in creation, coming down, emptying himself in his humility, right, and continuously pointing back to the Father in his humble self, a servant of servants. All he did was point to the Father. Well, all the Father does is point to his Son, and they're had. They're united, but they're individual deities, right?
I have a question for you. So when we're all born, do you think that our creator has a hand in it as who's going to be our parents?
No, knowledge is
I
not
don't even gonna get
causation.
into that.
Well,
I just wanted to hold on. I wanted to mention something real quick before we move on to that. I think it was Killian earlier. A lot of people believe that the Father has no form, right? That he's everywhere at once. It's like a pantheistic idea. The scriptures are very clear that the Father does have a form, and it's a form that resembles that of Adam, that of a man or Messiah, bipedal in nature, right? And the Father was witnessed by Moshe, because Moshe requested that he wanted a glimpse, and he was able to get a glimpse of the Father's backside, right? And the only reason that he was even able to get a glimpse of his Father's backside, or the Father's backside, the Creator, is because the rock covered him. Well, this rock is all over the Tanakh. In Deuteronomy 32, this rock shows up as Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh himself, the rock of Israel, the Redeemer, right? And then Paul teaches us in Corinthians that this rock is in fact Mashiach.
I'm this whole thing is very overwhelming. I don't really this is really strange, because for me the way I read the Bible is always like you know, like a father-son relationship, and for me, what is so glorifying about the Creator is that He gave us the ability to imitate this relationship. But I don't. I mean, if I truly have the spirit of truth, which I believe because it changed my whole life, for me, it gives me the testimony of the Messiah being the Messiah and being the image of his father. Like I would be here on earth in a fleshly way. I would be the image of the father who produced me, right? Having attributes to him that made me, but I just can't make it up in my mind or make it logical that the Messiah that sits on the right hand of his father's throne is also the same one that is like in the throne with the same title. It's just I doesn't make sense to me. I mean, maybe I need to pray about for revelation, which I'm certainly going to do from now because I'm in a short bit. I need to leave because I need to work tomorrow and it's very late already. But you know, so far this conversation really has not really. The only thing that it gave me is to read more, you know, and pray
So it did
more.
do something.
Yeah.
That's actually perfect then.
Yeah, and just read from the beginning and, you know, continue praying and asking for wisdom and revelation so that you understand the whole story. The Bible is one story broken down in multiple stories, but ultimately it's got a theme. And so, you know, we needed a redeemer.
Is it
You know?
wrong?
So, I mean, just go back into the garden, right? Man sinned because, well, he didn't listen, right? So that was a sin, not listening. He was given clear, or she was given clear instructions, and he was supposed to keep an eye on her, right? So, um, it doesn't make sense that God's gonna come down and say, "I'm gonna walk out my Torah perfectly because nobody else can, and I'm gonna raise up a redeemer. I'm gonna raise myself up to be a redeemer." It just, you know, when you start from the beginning and you look at it like, you know, people in here are going back to Hebrew words and everything like that. Yeah, for sure, do that. Um, it's there. The 3-in-1 situation is not like original. I think it came in like the 3rd century, 4th century.
Well, Blaze,
Even
I don't
if
think a lot of people are. Sorry, real fast. I'll shut up and I'll be done. Blaze, I don't think a lot of people are willing to go to the Old Testament. So you might have to use the New Testament to show people. But if you look at the parable of the vineyard, where the vineyard owner sends his son and they killed him, I think that's, right there, like plain as day. It doesn't get any plainer or more obvious who the parable is about.
Yeah, but then you also have to know. Does somebody else want to say something?
yeah, that the Trinity is definitely corrupt, but the idea of a Godhead is not, right? That there's actually a father-son cooperation that's going on since the beginning of time, and that father-son cooperation is known as Elohim. Like that is them. Elohim plural is the father and son. Inherently, even in the pictographic Hebrew, if you can't take away from the Godhead, because even in the pictographic Hebrew, the way you spell Elohim, the first letter is the Aleph, which is the ox head, the father, right? The chief. And next to the father is the Lamed. The Lamed, the letter L in the Hebrew is the shepherd's staff. So right there in the word El, the singular, for God, you have the Father and the Son.
Well,
There's no separating the Godhead or the Trinity from even the language itself. You can't do it if you
right,
tried.
that just makes no sense. You just totally contradicted yourself. But so, well, what is we never? This is the 3rd time I'm asking about Psalm 82, which I just posted. Who are those people?
That's the divine counsel that Messiah himself, according to the gospel, is rebuking in that psalm.
So it's not
The
any
word
of
of God
the watchers
himself
that
is
came down.
rebuking those divine. Huh?
It's not any of the watchers that came
It,
down.
It's a separate group. Those are
Really?
the principalities that Paul talks about in high places that have dominion over the earth. Like even in the ancient times, all the Mesopotamian religions understood the concept of territorial dominion, and amongst the Hebrews, this was very well understood, and even can be backed up both by the Dead Sea Scrolls in Deuteronomy 32, that references after the fall of Babel that Yahuwah himself appointed an angel over each of the 70 nations, right? And these are this is a separate group of angels after the fall of Babel, after the flood. The ones before the flood received their judgment. Before the flood even came on the earth, they had already been chained and banished to Sheol in everlasting darkness. Every single one of them.
Well, I mean, sounds like a good story, but like, you have scriptures to back that up?
Yeah, it's all. What specific do you want me to back up?
Well, isn't there something in Isaiah too, or like who's gonna die like a man? I mean, like the
I
people
don't.
that rule the world right now, they think that, the Watchers were gods. I'm not saying that like they're equal to the Most High by any means.
Yeah. Before there was any Elohims on earth, there was the Elohim, and the Elohim is the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. It's in the name. It's in the name inherently. So you have the Aleph, which is the ox head, which is the Father. You have the Lamed, which is the Son, the Shepherd, the Good Shepherd, right? And then you have the Hey, which is the Holy Spirit, the breath, right? So right there, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. And then the last letter in Elohim is the Mem Sofit, which actually makes the word plural in its application. The Mem Sofit is what also makes it Echad, as in unified in nature, because it's actually a wave pattern. And that wave pattern is in unity, right? Like sematics or whatever. And what you have is the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit in unity in the word Elohim. And you can squeeze that information just from going to the etymology.
Well, it could be a little Elohim, it could be a little g, and it could be a big one. It doesn't always have to be plural.
Yo, I know Elohim is plural though.
No, it doesn't always have to be plural.
No, I know there's El and Elohai and Eloah, which are singular. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it doesn't say gods in the description that I just posted.
What verse is that?
Psalm 82:6.
Oh, you still on Psalms 826? Yeah. So that I love that chapter. That chapter is an amazing chapter for me. And Michael Heiser, the great Michael Heiser, he has a PDF specifically dedicated to that chapter. I don't know where it's at right now, but
he believed in the Trinity too.
Well, I don't believe in a Trinity like that, but the divine counsel in Psalms 82. What's the problem here?
Well, who is it talking about? I mean, you said that these are
That's the divine counsel, the principalities in high places. That's who he's talking to. That's Messiah himself rebuking those watchers that were supposed to instruct mankind in the uprightness on the earth.
Okay, but and
they did not.
Is my point.
Yeah. Because they were deified. This is very clearly they were deified as Elohim. And even in the scripture themselves, in the Torah itself, Yahuwah refers to these lowercase Elohims as Elohim. And which Messiah himself brings up in the Gospels, how even in the Torah, right?
Where did you get that?
Go ahead.
Sorry, Blaze. Where did you get that from?
Bible Hub. And then
just,
I went to the Hebrew.
Because Elohim is the plural version of Elohai.
Yeah, but it also can just be God or a little g. The big G, and then it could be a little g's.
I mean, it has many different usage meanings: rulers, judges, divine ones, angels, gods.
Yeah. So my
point goddess.
Is, yeah,
godlike one.
So my point is to Lion's claim for in Genesis Elohim. thinking that it was just Messiah with him. But isn't there another scripture or something that it talks about how the angels, the watchers, rejoiced in I forget what,
Yeah,
but
yeah, it's in Job.
creation or something.
It's in Job that the morning stars cheered at the creation of the chief cornerstone.
Yeah, that's what
And
I'm saying. Like,
so you'll have people that will use that verse and try to point that Messiah is a created being and that he was even created after the angels, which is moronic to believe that, because we know that Messiah was brought forth before the angels were even created, and that the angels were created through Messiah. The Messiah himself created the angels. And that chief cornerstone isn't figuratively speaking about Messiah at all. Instead, it's literally speaking about the earth itself has literal foundations, has literal pillars, and a literal chief cornerstone at its foundation.
do you have the scriptures that say that Messiah created the angels, the watchers?
Yeah, everything that exists that we know of, whether in heaven or on earth, was created by the Messiah.
I thought it was
This is
through
consistent
Messiah.
by both John and
through
Paul. Yeah, it was through him.
But could it mean that he was the first brought forth entity, and then God just made everything through that? He back engineered everything, but Messiah was the first brought forth, and he had his maybe Yah had his workers with him, his created angels with him, and they were excited about the fact that Messiah was. I'm just saying it's not really that clear for. I mean, some people, I guess you could go for it, but if I'm explaining that to someone, I need to have it written in stone of like verse for verse, look at it in Hebrew or Greek or whatever. I mean, I'm open to other scriptures as well, but it has to match the Tanakh, in my opinion.
Yeah, John reveals that Messiah created all things. Paul does too.
Through him.
Yeah, but I don't like that's not a disagreement. It was through him.
Yeah, but it doesn't say that he created everything. It says
It
everything
literally does.
through
He is.
him. Okay, then just give me the scriptures and I'll say I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. I got you.
Did you do that just
Oh my
like
gosh.
the fishing net?
That was made me chuckle there.
Use the fishing
Yeah, even in Hebrews 1:10 it says, "And thou, Lord, in the beginning has laid the foundations of the earth, and the heavens are the works of thy hands." This is God talking to Jesus.
Hey, did you break it? Oh my god.
Your place.
Yeah, okay. Could you give me the scripture so I can look it up in Greek?
Yeah, it's on Hebrew 1 and it's 1:10.
Okay, hold on a second. Let's see.
Still big.
Do you ever use Elbow? Do you ever use Bible Hub?
Yeah, I use Bible Hub and Bible Gateway and also the blue letter Bible.org.
Mm-hmm.
Let me know when I can read it. I'll just read some.
Yeah.
So, it's one of the main criteria to be considered God is creative power. Now we could say, well, it's through him, right? And it wasn't actually him at all, right, taking part of creation. But that's not what we see in Scripture. We see it's a cooperative effort between the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit clearly appointed the problem.
I'm going to stop you for a second.
Sure.
Where do you get that the Holy Spirit is separate from Yah?
I'm not. Well, the Scriptures distinguish the Holy Spirit over and over again from the Father.
Blaze in your spirit.
That's another topic, but no, the Holy Spirit is distinguished over and over again from both the Father and the Son. But the Holy Spirit can come forth from both the Father and the Son, because the Son can send forth the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
But besides, I don't want to get into that. But so one of the main criteria to be considered the Creator is your creative power, right? So let us set up a base for who we consider Elohim to see if Yeshua fits that criteria. The most obvious attribute is creative power. Psalms 33:6, by the word of Yahweh were the heavens made, and all the hosts, the angels, right, the hosts of them by the breath of his mouth. Now we could say that, oh, the Jews will say, well, that's just literal. You know, it was by his word, his voice, not the Messiah. No part in that. Okay, fair enough. And John 1, Yohanan, in the beginning was the word, and the word was with Elohim, and the word was Elohim. So he's telling you straight up. Well, people rationalize that to death. They'll be like, oh, that's not what he actually meant. But he continues, the same was in the beginning with Elohim. So how do you have Elohim with Elohim? That doesn't make any sense.
Well,
Well,
hold on a
I
second.
just
In the
explained it. How, well, hold on. I just explained how. But it says here, all things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. And it's referring to the
What does it
Son.
say in the Greek? So, because I can read your John 1 for you. In the beginning was the God, and the God was God, and the God was God. Oh, I'm sorry. In the beginning was the God, and the God was with God, and the God was God. So, I mean, if you're going to use it like that, I mean, you know.
Yeah. So he's telling you that Messiah is God, right? And
Yeah,
then you have
I'm not
Colossians.
denying that he is a God. I'm not denying that.
He's the one who created us. But Colossians 1:15 also doubles down. Paul doubles down what John already wrote 40 years before Paul. And he says here, who is the image of the invisible Elohim. But that word invisible doesn't actually mean that the Father is completely invisible. That word invisible actually implies that he is unseen,
Yeah, I get you.
unseeable. Not that he's like invisible like a ghost necessarily. But anyway, it says, the firstborn of every creature, for by him were all things created. So again, all things were created by him that
Well,
are in heaven
that's a
and that
great
are in earth, visible and invisible, whether they be thrones or dominions or principalities or powers. So the angels themselves, the principalities, were created by him. All things were created by him and for him, and he is before all things, and by him all things consist. And it's referencing the Messiah. So he's more than just a prophet. He's more than an exalted being. He is co-creator.
You just called him Messiah. So, I mean, he's a priest forever, right?
Yeah. He's more
Can I
than
ask?
just
Can I ask a question? If
a
that's
mystic.
okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to be disrespectful, but what do you guys think of like the Hindus, for instance?
Don't they worship many gods?
No, well, what do you think of their Vedas, or I don't know, some other peoples with their book? Do you think they're wrong, or
I haven't studied them personally.
You know that, man. I'm a Hebrew scholar, bro. I study the Torah, bro. The Vedas, they're interesting. The Sumerian tablets are interesting. Native American lore is interesting, but it's not equivalent to the Hebrew text, bro. It's just not even close.
well, I'm just saying that the fact that you think that this is the creator of this place wrote this book is your opinion.
I know.
You get that?
Indeed.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's based on a
Phew.
lot of research, though. It's not just blind faith. Pinpointing who the true God is very hard, and I encourage everybody to at least give it a try. So don't just give up and be like, oh well, there's so many gods. The F with it. That's not the spirit.
No, I was just making it clear that it is just your opinion, and you're totally entitled to it. That's all.
For sure. It's, yeah, our belief.
I can ban people. I'm gonna do this for days. I'm gonna play this game for days, right? And
But so you can't separate God from the shape of the earth and the creation story. Any conversation about the creation of the universe
People
and
do it all the time
cosmology
here.
is incomplete without invoking a creator.
I get it.
Yeah. Hey, I'm surprised that you were in here for
Thank-
that long. Nacho, physics, Dimmock.
What I'm just listening.
Yeah, no,
I
I'm
just get a
surprised
whole
you've been in
different.
here for so long.
Yeah. Well, usually I don't jump in on the religion thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, understandable. And like, a lot of our Lion, a lot of our friends in here that know the shape of the earth and know we're contained in some capacity, they're just working it out. And, in time, Father's either going to draw them to him or something, but I do need to remind myself that it is a belief, like Andy was saying, and
Yeah, that's the only frustrating bit for me, Blaze, is that this thing I don't like the monopolization. To me, like, spirituality is every person's birthright, and I really don't like one particular people's, whoever it is, that say we're the special people, and that really bothers me.
yeah, well,
That's the only thing that really bothers me, to be honest. All the rest of it sounds pretty good. I mean, it's a pretty good framework to live a righteous life, and so
Yeah.
right or wrong, I like how JT sort of explains it, where he says, "Well, I could be wrong, but either way, I still live a good life through it." So I don't think you can argue with that, can you?
Well, I would like to apologize. I don't think that I'm special. I mean, I'm not. Gosh, I hope I don't go around thinking that I'm special, because I'm not. I'm just called to be set apart. That's not necessary. That's not special. I'm just called to be set apart from this world, right? The the finer things, right? So me aspiring to, have a multi-million dollar house and put, that in front of like me studying, you know? So we're just called to not want to go out and to have, pointless sex with just, anybody. And we're that's all. That is all. It's set apart. Is that okay from you? Because the word holy, really, when you go back to the Hebraic word, just means set apart, right? So that doesn't sound pretentious, does it,
Sounds snobby.
Andy?
Like
I'd like to say,
But if
to me,
your book, if your a couple of your books said, okay, in order for you to be a part of this, I need you to do X, Y, and Z, right? So you're going to be set apart. You're going to stand out, and the world's probably not going to like you very much. Is
What
that a
about
bad thing that you're following that book that tells you to be set apart? Am I supposed to be like, oh, you think you're like something else?
well, look, if I was going to write,
what about
I would definitely make it like that, and I would certainly say that it's the truth constantly. That's what I would do if I was looking to make this framework. This is why a lot of the things that I was sharing with you earlier in Livestream too, you're welcome to have a look panel. It's not about the words. You know what I'm saying? So they can't be mistranslated, they can't be misconstrued, they can't be. Do you know what I'm saying? That's why I like it so much. As Rumi said, silence is the language that God speaks, and everything else is a bad translation. That's why I
yeah?
like that.
We have the living word. It's called the living word. And I'm telling you, I'm going on the 7th time reading the Bible. And you sit down with a different frame mind and you're like, I read this thing 6 times. I did not see that. So it's called the living word. And because you're in a different mind frame and you're going to absorb it a little bit. So words are kind of important to me with this.
Well,
When
I
you
mean,
say
words.
when
Oh
you
no.
said set apart, when you said set apart, a better thing to think about it is like an ingredient. Because like if you want to bake a cake or something, it's not that any of the ingredients are more special than the next, but you probably need them to make that thing. So you have each one set apart for what it is, but you need them all.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and our scriptures do tell us to be set apart from the world. Like
actually, one of the ways that the scripture tells us to be set apart and sanctified is by reading his word. You have to rely on the word to be set apart and sanctified, because according to the scriptures, the word is the only thing that we can rely on, because human beings aren't capable of ultimately discerning all truths. Like we as human beings aren't capable of being the arbiters of truth. Instead, we do have to actually resort to a higher authority and you have to appeal to authority. In this case, appeal to the word of God. Because, and this is something that I don't know if a lot of people don't agree with, but the word, it was never done away with. The Torah was never done away with. We need it for sanctification purposes, as in to walk out the walk, so we're not offending the Creator. Because at the end of the day, it's all about offending the Creator, transgressing against hurting His feelings. It's all about what He thinks is okay and what's not okay, and we don't know that ultimately. We weren't given a brand new heart yet, one that's incorruptible.
Well, let me just say this. Look, to me, that stillness that I've experienced is the most peaceful I've ever felt, and I feel there is some connection to the creator of this place, if you will, in that. And I can't really talk about it much more than that, because it's all just then concepts, and it becomes a bit. I'll quickly sound very silly, so I don't want to do that. But the thing is, if you think about a label that we've put on a tree, that word tree, that's not the tree, is it? It's just a label. It's secondary. So primary is that stillness that's inside. Language is a secondary thing. It's a tool that can be used for good and bad. That's the way I see it.
Check it out. Hold on, you guys. When you were talking, man, that's awesome that you said that. What about the synchronicity of that? When you guys were talking about the rock thing or whatever, and you said you saw the person saw the backside, or whoever saw the backside of God, but not the front. That's exactly what you just described without knowing it, Andy. It's the same thing that science does. It's the same things that we all do. We'll never be at the point of impact or contact of things. We aren't that point. But from our perception, we try to understand it. We try to write stuff down. We try to, figure it out. But we're always going to see the ass end. We're never really seeing the butt or the front end. You know what I mean? And so in this book, you do get a lot of things that make sense, and that's all they can do. You know what I mean? They're 100% for what they mean. If you get it. Now, some people don't get stuff. Some people do. There's different ways to say things, and that's just another analogy to say that thing. But it reigns true for every form of life. So yeah, the book's good for certain things. Each one of them are. Just like Andy said, all the different religions, not to shun any of them. I'm sure you could go through all of them and find some great thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to say, is that maybe the creator's revealed himself in all these scriptures. I don't know. What do I know? I'm just some dude on internet, I'm just trying to work it out like you guys. So maybe he's revealed himself in all of them or none of them. So,
So real quick, Larry, to add to what he was saying, just real quick. So the idea that, you can live by just feeling, right? Your moral compass, just by feelings and intuition, right? This idea is actually very Christian idea. They talk about it all the time. It's to walk in the spirit, because they think that now we don't need the word anymore. Now we can just walk in the spirit and just follow our hearts, and the hearts won't lead us astray. Surely our hearts, as long as we pray, our hearts will dictate to us what is truth. Well, scripture actually talks against that. And you have words like Proverbs 6:23, for the commandment or the Torah is a lamp, right? The Torah is light and reproofs of instruction of the way of life. Paul doubles down and says all scripture is given by the Spirit of Yah and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness, that the man of Yah may be perfect, thoroughly furnished unto all good works. The word is how we are. It's how we know how to walk the walk. We didn't see Messiah ourselves. We don't know how he walked.
Well,
right?
we do know how he walked.
By his word.
Well, by the word that he was given, by the doctrine that he was given. I wanted to say this too. Back a couple minutes ago, Lion Via, with the people thinking that the instructions have been done away with. Then why do they need grace? Right? Why do they need unmerited favor for Messiah if the Torah has been done away with, the instructions?
No, I don't see.
Without Holy Scripture, people would be left to rely on their own understanding on how to properly love the Creator, turning the faith into some vague form of worship based solely on feelings and emotions with no objective truth. The Word is the objective truth. It's there so that you have no excuse.
Well, I agree with Meister Eckhart that the words get in the way, as far as I'm concerned. Any concepts that you have in your head will be a barrier to that, as far as I'm concerned.
100%. Like
I can kind of agree with you.
well, it's like when you guys talk about like the way things are written. Also, it brings me back to hieroglyphics. Or you're talking about like Hebrew or whatever, and he says like it's like certain ways, right? Those things are super vague for what they are. If you've never seen a whole bunch of labels and I line up all kinds of labels in front of you and you walk up and see them, you're not going to be able to decipher those. The people who actually sat down, groups of people who designed this thing and made it and put each one for what it is, or the same group, whatever, they made those things. And a lot of stuff went into each different one, like a lot. So, like to say, I see this picture and I can tell you what this picture means when, you know, the picture can mean a million words.
I mean, I can understand what you guys are saying as far as words getting in the way. I guess what I'm thinking is, yeah, they got in the way of the children of Israel, because they didn't want to set apart a day. They wanted to be able to eat whatever they wanted to eat. The words got in the way, and they wanted to be able to worship many gods. The words got in the way. So I get it. I guess it's just the way that the words that you're open to the words, because emptying your mind, I could see how if you had a busy day or whatever and you just want to like chill out, I could see how you'd want to empty your mind a little bit. But for us, we have to hold every thought captive, especially these days, nowadays. I mean, you go to the gym, guys got like short freaking shorts. When did guys start wearing short shorts? And you got like the t-shirts that, barely cover like, I mean, it's like for guys and the girls, oh my gosh, their bodies, like guys have to hold their thoughts captive all the time. I couldn't even imagine being a guy with all the sexualization around now. So I get how some of those words could get in the way.
To respond to DMOC, he brought up language and how people come together and they basically come to a standard conclusion of how to read this language. That's your hypothesis, right? But the evolution of language, bro, linguistics, etymology, remarkable, dude. It just appears in history at one random point. Now you have theories that I think it was Terence McKenna proposed, or his brother Dennis, like the stoned ape hypothesis or the stoned ape theory, that you had like Homo erectus or like these primordial men through the Sahara after they came down from the trees, from being tree dwellers. They started walking bipedally and started eating mushrooms, that anything that they could scavenge, to sustain themselves, and they were eating psychedelic mushrooms that eventually led to speech and language and writing and alphabet. It's in my opinion that the alphabet and language, I mean, that is divine. I mean, human beings clearly aren't just animals. I mean, we have stop signs all over the place, and we are not just an average creature in this realm. That's for sure.
Another thing that I like about it is when you guys say the word, right? I think a lot of people, and I'm not by no means a scholar of any kind of. When I was young, I read stuff. Whatever, it doesn't matter. When you guys say the word, words produce light. Light produces whatever else, or like go. You know what I mean? And like from a word. So if I yelled something and it echoed within itself, that would be a light within itself or a creation. So like sound is the thing that makes a frequency or a form. to give the shape or form to that light. So if there was a secret word or like some kind of frequency you could yell out or mimic, then you could, yeah. And I just think that's cool. Like the idea of a word actually making the light or some other stuff, because it all falls into the idea of how things actually kind of work in a way. Sound, and everything else.
Yeah, I agree. I like that too. I agree with that. And I've often said this, and it sounds really silly, I know, but this place was sang into existence. I've often said that. I believe that more than evolution, that's for sure. But the primary thing is stillness. It's timeless. It's not in this constant vibration. It's not, if you see. So to me, the only way to connect to that is with no thinking, no thoughts, nothing. That's the way I see it. So, and well, that's my experience as well. So that means more to me than any words. But there's where I imagine many won't like it is there is a paradox here, and that part people don't like that kind of paradoxical language. I know. The paradox
Well,
is the paradox is that you needed time to realize that you didn't need time. That's the paradox. In other words, I needed a lot of thinking to realize I don't need thinking. To
yeah.
me, it's like this. To me, it's like this, right? You could have a book. It's the best book in the world about honey. It's 1,000 pages, and it's the most comprehensive book on honey that you've ever seen in your life. All about it. No better book on honey exists. But if I have a jar of honey and I've tasted it, which one of us really knows honey? You've got the book, I've tasted it. That's the way I see it.
Well, that's the difference between wisdom and understanding, right? Or knowledge and understanding. That you can read books, textbooks all day long and be expert and recall, but at the same time not have a good grasp on what it is that you are an expert in. Like people that believe in the heliocentric model, you cross-examine them and you really test them to see if they even realize their own model, and they don't. Most people don't even realize their own model.
What about the idea that to be a transmitter of information the whole time you're like, so right now I'm trying to talk or relay some information to you guys and whatever, and maybe thoughts won't pop in so fresh and fast as I'd like them to while in the moment, right? But as soon as I stop being a portrayer of the information or a transmitter, then I can be a receiver. Does that make sense when you guys keep talking about, well, empty out or whatever, just don't think? You know what I mean?
Yeah, this is why Socrates were always talking about dialogues, because it was totally in the moment. And perhaps it's why they didn't write anything down either, because they knew it'd be turned into something it was never intended to be. Because it's not alive. The moment you write something down, it's dead. It can carry some of that aliveness, maybe, I guess, or it can loosely point at it at best, but it's not alive.
Right. Misinterpretation will always be the thing. You're always looking at the hindsight of anyone else's writing. You're never looking from their point of view, regardless of what you think or not.
That is scriptural too, though. Psalms 46:10. He says, "Be still, and know that I am Yahweh. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted in the earth." Like the idea to just be still and be confident and be firm and just know that everything's going to be okay if you have faith. That's basically what it's all about. Being on the good side, just knowing that you are in good standing with the Creator, and just being in good standing and knowing everything's going to be okay.
And earlier, if I came off as being brash when I was talking with you, Gio, I wasn't trying to be. I have a delay, and yeah, it was my phone was crackling. I was just trying to make sure when to get in. I just wasn't sure. That's all. Sorry.
Aw.
You remind me of one of those guys that Stephen Fry was actually like this. His mind goes too quick for him, and his mouth couldn't keep up with it. He had to have linguistic lessons to actually to learn to speak properly. You remind me about of that Demok a little bit. Like your mind's so quick, whereas mine's kind of slow, really slow now. In fact, I have to
Well,
really
I
stop
mean,
and contemplate things.
well, I mean, that's all. That's I don't even know how to put this. It's all in the perspective, right, of you or the viewer or the eye of the beholder, right? So, like, you'll say, "Hey, man, Demok, my mind's slow," but to me, your mind could be the fastest in the world, but still be to you slow. You know what I mean? So,
Well, look,
I don't
it's like
think,
when you would say
yeah.
you DM. Sorry to interrupt. It's like when you were DMing me the other day, and I thought you dropped out, and you were just like scattergun. You sent me about 30 messages in about 10 seconds. It was like ridiculous.
I'm fast, man. I am fast. I stopped. I was done with what I said. Well, sometimes I don't want you to like mistake the point for certain things, and that's why I'll send something and I'll say, "Do you see what I mean?" And if you don't, then we'll probably dialogue about it. And if you do, then like probably all we'll ever say. But some things, some like when I hear you guys talking in the live, and I can't really get in or anything. So I just feel like, hey, man, I'll just give you my 2 cents, and if you want to add that to the conversation, you can. If you just want to ponder it, you can. Either way. But I just like to give you another idea, or I don't know. It's just some things I think about. I think add to the situation, or. And I don't think it's just yeah. It just depends on what the topic is, what's going down. Sometimes I don't have anything to say depending on the topic. Sometimes I'll be 100 miles a second. A lot of things in this chat also get like switched a little bit. It's, people I see a lot or hear it a lot with myself or other people too. Like the one person will say something and the other person will be like, yeah, and then and then like after 30 minutes or they talk with each other or whatever, they're like, oh, but I meant this, and they're like, what the hell? You know what I mean? And then they start, then they go back on. But yeah, it, it's words, man. They can all be misconstrued. I do like the idea that we can do the paints in the background, but I can't really get in it. So when a lot of the times when you guys are like, come on, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, you're probably just saying the dumbest shit in the world. It's because you can't picture what I'm trying to have you picture. So I don't, you're right. I probably am saying the dumbest shit in the world. There's nothing I can even say to that. But if I could show you what I meant, then you would be like, holy shit, I get it. That's the only way I can put that. So yeah, a lot of times I'd probably do sound scatterbrain because I am talking from a perspective of actually looking at a 3D source in your fucking hand or from like different perspectives of actually being there, like it in my mind. So yeah, and if that like throws people off or the flat thing, I always say the flat thing, the flat hula hoop. That's what I mean. They give us a flat hula hoop for everything. That's their math. But that's all.
Yeah, I love panels like this where I often say there's no one of us is better than all of us, so we can see things from different perspectives and whatnot. And yeah, I think you've out of left field, Demo. I think that everybody sort of gets it. And yeah, even Pete Shea. I mean, I know he's a bit much, but occasionally he drops some gravy, and I'm like, oh shit. But yeah, there's a lot of other stuff there as well.
Hey,
Yeah,
can I
Pete Shea will surprise you.
go ahead? Sorry, I'm gonna ask you something, Dimok, afterwards.
Oh no, I was just saying I agree that Pete Shea does have some. I mean, everybody surprises you at times. Everybody surprises you in the opposite way, and you're like, "Holy shit, I didn't think that's how that would go." And then everybody can surprise you in a surprising way, where you're like, "Man, okay, yeah, they handled that great." So yeah, you get it all.
Hey, so Dimok, can I ask you a question? Or really anybody, but have you ever heard that the moon is a solar powered source? Meaning from the sun, right? Have you ever heard that?
Do you mean it's powered by itself? What are you asking? I don't.
No, the moon is
Oh, the
a
moon, the moon, the moon.
yeah, the moon is a solar powered orb essentially because I've been following this guy for a really long time on the calendar, and I don't know if I'm halfway listening to him sometimes or what, or I'm just learning in different pieces and stuff because, you know, if I could share my screen for a second, um, I might be able to explain it a little better. But it's about, can I do that? I've never really done it before. I mean, I have done it
And
with
who are you asking about? Who's opinion? I
you.
mean, like
You.
me? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right, all right.
Well, because we were talking about that Aristotle, what's his name? The other day I was listening to you. And I like some of your
Oh, Eratosthenes.
yeah, it's Hossenes. I like some of your basic explanations for things because sometimes you make it kind of simple. I'm like, oh, I could understand that. So I was talking to this guy today, and so because I'm trying to learn the celestial clock and calendar, and they have this Excel spreadsheet, and nobody was really telling me how to use it, numbers, and I'm like, oh my gosh, you can't do anything, you're not smart with the numbers, blah blah blah. And so I just kind of like wasn't doing it. But today I talked to him on Skype, and there's this guy, I forget what his name is, but I have it, that he talks about the moon, that it's solar powered. And then he always talked about 180 degrees. Well, he said to me, he held up this ball, and then he said, yeah, like when you shine a light at different angles, at different degrees, that's when you're going to get different light in the moon. And he goes, when it's 180 degrees, the moon from the sun, and I think it might be like, the sun might be up a little higher, maybe a little lower. He said that's where you get your full moon. And I was like, ding 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 ding. Oh my gosh. It made complete sense to me. I mean, if I could show you my screen, I might be able to explain that a little better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, Blaze,
I don't have the right.
doesn't your book say that it's its own light? I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's a lesser light.
But doesn't it say
The
it's
moon
its
is a
own light?
lesser light. How do I do this? Go live?
Yeah, the middle screen, the middle one.
Yeah. Did I get it?
Yeah,
Here,
I
let me
think
get to
yeah,
this.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, this is it. Let me go to it. Hold on. Wait, where is it? Right here. Okay, so can you see it?
Yeah, we can see you scrolling through things.
Okay,
Okay, yeah,
cool.
we see it flat.
Okay,
Yeah,
you see all these different degrees right here around
yeah.
there? Okay. Yeah, so whenever the moon is exactly like this, 180 degrees from the sun as it's setting, um it it is a full moon always. So this is 180 degrees here. Now, okay, so this is the part that gets me all jacked up, right? Can you see this?
Yes.
So this is
November and go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, this is Canada. So I believe the full moon is the new moon. I know that's controversial in here. I don't want to really get into that debate for the sake of it. We're just going to go for this, right? We can debate it later. But um so in Canada, for the it's full 98% right here, at 1:10. Wait, is that 1:10 a.m., right, for Canada. And it's full for 49 minutes? Okay, so then I'm gonna go down here to, Israel, right? So, and it talks about the degrees over here. So this is the part that I get all mixed up over here to the right, that I just go out and observe the moon. But it hit me today because I've been saying that the moon is solar powered and everything because it comes from this one particular source. But um, when he had that bulb, and then he said that you can uh, shine it, and if it was big enough, where was that? If it was big enough, then it would light up that one particular area, like right here. So as it goes by, like right now, the moon is probably, what time is it? It's probably like over here right now. Or maybe like right here at this point. Maybe right here. So the sun's setting over here. I'm probably not making any sense. But what I'm saying is, when
Yeah,
we were
you
talking
are.
about
You're
balls.
talking about the direct path of light, where it would be across a flat surface, or in a flat medium, right directly across from each other at that degree,
Exactly.
in correlation. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah. Well, no, that's basically about all that I have because um I'm still learning this, but it was like, oh my gosh, my friends would be able to really explain this, to me, maybe to others and everything, or even to consider it. Because say the sun is right here, and then the moon. I mean, obviously, I don't really know, but
Well, they
then it
catch up
moves.
also. They
What's
catch
that?
up with each other also.
Yeah, yeah.
They'll catch. Yeah, yeah. Keep going.
Well, yeah, because that the moon, whatever it does, it moves back towards the sun once a month, and that's always the second Sabbath for me. It's the 15th of the Hebrew month, right? So it was 2 weeks ago, and then so next, I think Thursday night, like in the morning, um, is new. It's a full moon. Um, so I mean, I'm just saying demonstratable. If you took a flashlight and an orb and you did it the same degrees as what the sun and the moon do, could you see the effect of the lights in the sky like that? What lights up the moon?
I think so, 100%. I think you would see better. I think you could also reproduce. You could have two balls. You could have a bright light ball that's a ball. I mean, in 2023, we can't make a fucking ball that lights up from all direction. So yeah, get a little ball, have it light up, and another little ball that can reflect or do what you suppose the moon to do.
Mhm,
And you can recreate on that picture that you have right there, the way that is. Like if you put that on your floor, you could recreate, in my opinion, a solar eclipse, a
mhm,
lunar eclipse right
mhm.
above. No
Right.
Earth in the way. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. So you would consider that. And I mean, it comes from the first book of Enoch, but this guy Emmett wrote a book. Bless his heart. He didn't realize what he walked on, but man, did he really pull a lot of the celestial clock and calendar together. It's fantastic. I have that. Um, if anybody wants that, but yeah. So it hit me from the conversation that we were having. What was it, Thursday or Friday? And then today when he did this, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, this looks like it could do it." But I just can't
Yeah.
these degrees.
Well, they're close. They're close to each other. That means you can put them right next to each other. We have no bearing against, like, oh, we got to put them this far away, or no, we could put them where we need them to. Remember,
Right.
this is the model that's just needs to
Yeah, see, this
recreate
is what he
reality. Yeah.
I'm waiting for him to send me the Excel spreadsheet again, and I think I have an idea that I could possibly do it now, and see, these are other people, like Texas, um, South Africa down here,
Oh,
Australia.
I see what you're saying. I see you can actually put the little map on the floor and put them in correlation too. Oh, that's a pretty good idea too. Yeah, that would just fucking 100%ify it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
A
that's what I'm
million
saying.
percent.
That,
Right.
like, it's multiple witnesses, and these are the degrees because, and this is how long, I believe you see this over here. This is how long
Yeah.
the full moon is for everybody, for each person. So it's full for everybody at the same time, but obviously different times, right? Like I don't know how to explain that part. But
Right. It'll go in a cycle for each person in their view.
yes. Yeah,
Yeah, 100%.
exactly. Yeah.
But
And so
remember, when you use the little moon and the sun, you have a couple different type of material moons, like a little white moon that can be reflecting, one that might be able to glow or absorb the light and glow in the dark afterwards, like a glow in the dark object, one that's actually so reflectant, almost like a mirror surface, to where when you, because remember, you want to reproduce those shadows too. So if you can reproduce that, they have the little map right there, reproduce like a solar eclipse, have that little shadow hit like anything with like just a couple little objects sitting down there. You can make it as big as you need, And once you do that, you're sold. You sold me.
well, I mean, I don't know that I'm gonna be able to necessarily do that, but I hear my friend Witsit's coming to town. So and Brian's in Jacksonville. I'm in Florida. So I mean, maybe, I could do something like that.
Yeah, but remember to tell them three or a couple different little types of moons because you need everyone whoever wants to do it. The main thing about trying to say you can mimic a solar eclipse is being able to mimic the shadow that occurs during that said thing to mimic what really happens in reality. I was thinking about doing it because people have been asking me to like do something else. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's it right now. Let me see if there's any more I think that's it. And there's one more shape I wanted to, I think. Sorry if I'm
Yes,
taking.
because your idea is how you have the map right there. I wasn't going to do that. I mean, that's awesome. I was just going to put like a flat square and then put the map, make it like a map, and then do that over that. But what you're doing is awesome too. I like it.
Well, it's not me. That's not me. Emphatically, it's not
Well,
me.
yeah.
I'm just somebody paying attention. And so, here's these degrees. And then he also says that, it's a clock, but, we have to also think that it's not from, well, we have our perspective and then we have the perspective, like in Enoch from like God looking down at the calendar, at the stars, right? So it's a little, he stresses that. So I don't know, but
Backwards.
yeah, a little bit.
You ever seen a tire spin? Like you're in a car driving next to it. I mean, I always bring up this analogy, but I hope people get it. Nothing else I could say. When you see a tire spin, right? And the tire is rotating, your tire's going down the road with you in front of you. The car's leaving you. But when you see the sun hit the rim, it looks like the tire is rotating backwards. Have you ever
Yeah.
noticed that?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I just wanted to bring that to your attention when you said upside down and inverted. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, interesting. See, I think you give great examples. I mean, like kind of simple for the non-technical people, maybe.
Well, sometimes that's what we need. I mean, didn't even Einstein and a lot of the other scholars say if you can't explain it to a 6-year-old, you might as well not bother?
Yeah, well, that's because I mean, I have to keep it simple because it's not duplicatable to do what Witsit does or any of you guys without the people in the real world. You know, I have to keep it simple for the moms, yeah, I don't know, just everybody, realtors,
Well, that's why it's good to have like the Witsit version of whatever, you like, or the terminology and the way you like it brought to you, or the way you like it delivered, or maybe you'll have a Democ here and there,
Mhm.
or
Yeah.
yeah, everybody, all of us, you too. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, not me, but yeah, everybody has their own flavor, and it's so good. Um, it really works. You know, Essie, Dicelo, Jeremy, Geo. I mean, I liked the conversation that we were having before the presentation too about the triangles and stuff. It's so weird. I love the conversation, but a lot of the time I don't necessarily understand it, but I love it. I don't know why. I want to understand it so desperately. I pray for the simple proofs of the shape of the earth. And for me, that's gonna be the celestial clock and calendar. I just know that it's so the opposite of what I've been taught by you guys. What does it matter on the ceiling, what's at the bottom? But that's about the only thing that these psychopaths can't really change.
Well, remember earlier I was talking to the guy and he said, a demonstration of what we see, or like what we see in reality when we do stuff. That's what you should go with. And then he circled back on it, right?
Mhm.
But then I was gonna go to pouring water on a ball and everything that doesn't work right in front of your face, and just see how how many times he was gonna like stutter step, because in reality we never see any, like, no model of a ball, because it's like nothing, like literally.
Right.
Time is huge, and your perception of time and what you believe it is, it makes all the difference in how it, because depending on your cosmological philosophy, right, the rate at which time passes can be relative on your position, so, in the universe. But I don't believe that to be the case. Scripturally, time is constant. Whether you're here in America or you're in some other place in the heavens, that time is actually constant throughout existence.
I think so too. And the
Einstein
idea,
determined. Sorry.
well, I was gonna say earlier about time and whatever, like you can't. There's no forward, like how you record stuff on a videotape, right? Like think about it like that. But the videotape isn't time. It's just like a captured memory or a section of a happening or an action or reaction. It's not really time itself. It's not like back in time. It's not like forward in time. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, Einstein determined that time is relative. In other words, it says here that the rate at which time passes depends on your frame of reference.
You ever had anybody say, "Hey man, time's flying for me today, man. It seems like I just woke up and it's already noon." You know what I mean? And then the other guy goes, "Man, time's going slow for me today." So in that aspect, I mean, maybe, but the idea that that whatever this happening is changes. No, there's no durations. There's no cuts.
So there is a
It's
weird paradox or weird dichotomy, because you could have time hallucinations, or like, well, you might even smoked a doobie, and like you'll feel it, right? Like time dilates, but is that a hallucination?
it's I think it's you. Like, you know how your adrenaline, like during a fight or during something happens, or you might be in danger or something, or maybe during like something going on, you'll notice stuff, and like in your mind, it seems like it's going slow. Like you slow it down time a little bit during the reaction and action of that thing happening, like an accident or something. You know what I mean? Have you ever noticed that?
Yeah, yeah, I have.
Okay. So yeah. So
I don't know
during
what it
that.
is.
Right, right. What I think it is your adrenaline, the liquid in your body, like it's like almost like a helium idea. There's things that, like, when you talk at a high pitch, it's a higher rate of a reaction or induction. You know, the chemical rate during your pump, and like how hot, or like what you do when you fucking your adrenaline comes through, that chemical, right? It heightens your awareness of and perception during that moment and everything. That doesn't mean time changes at all. That just means you speed up your action and reaction time for that duration.
Yeah, and in that way, I could see that being plausible. right? And still not violate the idea that time is also constant throughout all of existence, but still have some sort of like it's malleable in a way where you can alter it, but it's only really through perception, through states of consciousness, because even certain psychedelics might speed up time or slow, who knows? You have no idea.
It goes back to memory. However you good, your memory is your perception or your the amount of whatever you take in, the perception of what you perceive, the retainment of your memory, and that's how it's going to work for you.
But yeah, one of my favorite topics is time. That's why I keep bringing it up, because like I've been following the sun for about 3 years now. I have a sundial. I think the best way to keep track of the movement of the sun and the most empirical way would be through shadows, physical shadows, through an analog method. And you make little dashes at the subsolar point or at solar noon, the zenith, and you mark the shadows every day. And then you wait for one whole year to go by and see how long it takes for the sun to return to the same spot it was the year before, right? And then you track that time, and you track that time for about 7 years or to a decade, so that you can really see and get a handle of what's going on with the sun. And you'll notice some incredible movements. Now, if you understand that we live on a geocentric stationary Earth and that the Earth has never moved, and instead that the sky itself is moving, then you can't possibly reconcile the fact that right now the way that astronomers keep track of time is by using the stars as a backdrop. Well, right off the bat, you're starting off with an assumption that the Earth is moving and that the stars will give you a more stable time frame, but it doesn't. Instead, what we should be doing to track the year is and this is how the ancients would do it, right? They would build megalithic monuments or structures, even temple walls that would line up the horizon, the visible horizon, right? And at the horizon, you would have designated posts at the temple itself, or at the wall of the castle would have specific gates on the wall itself, and these gates were attributed to the same gates that Enoch talks about. He talks about 6 different gates, and each one of those gates points to an area on the horizon, and the sun would bounce back and forth between these 2 specific points on the tropics, right? Where if you have an actual structure that's in the earth, that's on the earth, it's been there for thousands of years, it hasn't moved, that points to a specific solstice, right? The Tropic of Cancer, let's say. The sun bounces back and forth between that physical post. That physical post is more reliable in tracking the year than the stars will ever be. Because you don't have to worry about angular distance. You don't have to worry about reference points and triangulation, because what you have is something that's static. The earth is static. It's immovable. So that shadow that's being casted by the sun is going to be way more reliable than tracking the constellations as they move and drift with stellar parallax. And then you have all these, different tools that they try to observe the luminaries, which are extremely difficult to pinpoint exactly how far they are and where they are, especially when you think about the idea that there's a hemisphere above us, and that these points of these stars that are fixed, to exactly pinpoint where they are, the math is extremely difficult. And then you add the idea that they actually move and they're on a specific precession from year to year, it just complicates things even more. Anyway, that's just where I'm at right now, and I keep trying to talk
What does it matter
about
if you move a little bit?
because it throws the years off a fraction
Why?
of a degree every year.
Based on
The precession of the equinox. But if
well, Oh, I'm reading Genesis 1:14 through 16. And God said, "Let there be lights in the expanse of the heavens to separate the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years, and let them be for lights in the expanse and the heavens to give light upon the earth." And it was so. And God made the two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night, and the stars.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not about, like, the precision
what you are
of the
now.
stars. I'm about when they come around
I added you a
for a
nickname,
calendar,
but
particular calendar.
it's really bad.
The problem with the stars is that they're on a specific procession, right? That where apparently scripturally we have like 6 generations, right? So far we've 13,000 years max, the age of the earth, right? If you look at the constellations,
Wait, where are you
they,
getting that?
what, 6,000 years? You don't
13,000
believe?
years.
Well, 6,000 to 13,000 year max, the age of the earth. I say 13,000 years because that one verse, or there's a couple verses that state that to Elohim a day is 1,000 years, or 1,000 years is as a day. So just to give some flexibility, I would say up to maybe 13,000 years, one per day of creation, plus the 6,000 years that we've lived out since Adam.
Okay.
But yeah, the stars, they're on a precession, right? And this precession is about 1 degree every 72 years. So after 30 degrees, or one constellation is 30 degrees, you have about 2,000 years, right? So if we have 6,000 years of the Earth age, then you're only looking at 3 constellations. There's 12. So for a 360-degree rotation of the stars, it would take 26,000 years according to the current estimates, right? They're on a constant movement that drifts throughout the year. So right now, the year begins at the end of Pisces. We're approaching the age of Aquarius. So with the shifting of the ages, if you attributed any specific feast days or sacred times to the stars, then your sacred times would also drift throughout the year, inevitably,
Yeah.
which would be a problem.
No. So why would it be a problem? He didn't name he named 1 month.
No, the feasts are specific feasts that were fixed to their days of the week.
No, the days of the weeks are not fixed.
Sorry, yeah. So this is where we had to probably differ, but
Well,
it's
I
all
mean,
good.
you have New Moon Day as a set apart day. I mean,
I'll just give you a nickname.
Yeah, there were very specific feasts, literally fixed in time, a specific appointment in time itself that would rotate. It was a secret time that was kept by the priest since the beginning of time. So the specific feast day was the same day, a portion to it since the beginning of time. Same thing with the 7th-day Shabbat. There's a specific time period in existence where it's a portion every 7 days. It's a perpetual cycle that lines up with the luminaries.
I mean,
Joining back into our party.
feel like the New Moon Day. I mean, New Moon Day was a big deal. It was a set apart day to make the new month. It was a rest day. I mean, New Moon Day is throughout all the scriptures. It wasn't just for the priests.
I'm very aware of Rosh Chodesh.
I mean, they had sacrifices for New Moon Day.
What? I just did a glitch. I can go into your face.
I mean, and to offer all burnt off sacrifices unto Yahuwah in the Sabbaths of the new moons and the set feasts by number according to the order commanded unto them continually before Yahuwah. First Chronicles 20. read 31. Anyways, I think we probably Bibled it enough. You and I, we should have a set apart time to discuss our calendars when yeah, I mean, I just want to get it right. I really want to get it right, but I definitely don't see 7 continuous days in the
Yeah,
Bible.
it's pretty insane. I couldn't believe it until I discovered it within the Dead Sea Scrolls. The calendrical scrolls point to our current week. Our current week, our modern day week, is still consistent with the luminaries of 2,300 years ago. So the same cycle that we witnessed 2,300 years ago in the deserts of Qumran, that their priests meticulously recorded the phases of the moon alongside the days of the week. Those phases of the moon still line up with the modern week. The same scrolls that were found in it, they still line up today. So Sunday's still the first day of the week, and Saturday's still the 7th day of the week. Completely unfathomable. I couldn't believe it when I discovered that, because it's against all odds that the week would be preserved.
So
Only
don't you
he
think
could have
that it would
preserved it.
be crazy that the creator would name his days of his week, but he numbered them?
Yeah, they don't have names; they had numbers. Same thing with the months. Yep.
Yeah, so he didn't have a continuous week, but because
No, yeah, he had a perpetual cycle
of course
of
he did.
sevens.
No, it's
That's what
perpetual.
Shabbat actually means. It's a perpetual 7th-day cycle.
Yeah, because
Perpetual covenant.
New Moon Day is day 1. 7 days later, it's the 8th. I mean, you and I are gonna have to talk because we'll have a little you and I will do a little presentation on it.
The Zadakim. I go by the way that the Zadakim kept track of time. The keepers of the covenant.
I go by the creators, Genesis
That's
1,
true.
14 through 16. They use the sun, moon, and the stars.
Oh yeah, no, definitely, no doubt. Torah, Bereshit, Yovelim, the Dead Sea Scrolls. But yeah, according to the priests themselves, though, not any, Jewish rabbi or anything that's been influenced by modern Judaism or even ancient Judaism at that, or any man on YouTube. I literally follow the Zadakim and what they pointed out in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Like that. That's what. So I'm only the messenger. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Likewise. So do you think that the Jews changed the calendar?
Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt about that. Even the idea of a new moon, I don't want to get into it right now, but even the word new moon is a rabbinical. That's a rabbinical word. That doesn't exist in the Hebrew.
Really? Because I can
Really?
show it to you over and over again.
No, yeah, really. I promise you. But it's because of 2,000 years of rabbinical
Restored
tradition.
moon. Restored moon.
Well, hear me out. It's because of 2,000 years of rabbinical tradition since the Pharisees themselves, right? Since the Second Temple period of the Herodian Temple, those Pharisees, right? Because of them, this idea of a new moon came about, and and then you have the Strong's Concordance that compiled the Hebrew and inserted the idea of a new moon, right? But it doesn't mean new moon; it means new month in the Hebrew.
I don't understand. You're equating that with man when God clearly talks about New Moon Day.
Yeah, he talks about the Rosh Chodesh, which is the head of months. That's literally what it means, the head of months. And somehow the head of months has turned into new moon. But the actual word in there is not new and it's not moon. It's head of months.
Okay, so
I'm
you
serious.
don't think head of months is new moon?
No, that's off of a rabbinical calendar.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. It's complicated, but from my research, the Pharisees of that time had no idea of how to run the temple, and they were confused regarding how to keep Moedim like Yom Kippur, and they didn't even know how to keep track of months because even you have writings from Gamaliel and others in the Talmud talking about, they're debating, well, is this the new moon or is that the new moon? Is it the 2% crescent? Is it the 3% crescent? The same arguments that you hear today by the Jews, you can find them self-incriminating themselves in the Talmud. Which you're talking about a priestly class of individuals that should already by now know how to keep Moedim and know how to keep the calendar. I mean, the Zadokites did it for 800 years uninterrupted, no problems. And then all of a sudden you have, what's the new moon? They didn't even know what a new moon was. And that was only around 175 BC, around
wait,
King Antiochus Epiphanes.
what are you saying the moon is for then?
The moon is for Moedims, but the Moedims being referenced, right, in the scriptures isn't specifically just for feast days. It's for longer time cycles, right? Or shanaz in the Hebrew, cycles of time, shanaz, that make up jubilees and shmitas. So the moon will give you data and let you know what shmita you're on in a jubilee.
Do you look for the moon for your Sabbaths?
Yes, specifically for the Yovelim, the jubilees.
No, I asked for your Sabbaths. I didn't ask for the Moed.
No, not the seventh day Shabbat.
Wow, so you use one witness for your calendar? The sun?
No, I use no. Well, first of all, the way that the Zedakim fixed their calendar, they fixed it to the 7th-day Shabbat. The sun, the moon, and the stars are simply second, third, and fourth witnesses.
That's not
so.
what.
So the calendar is actually fixed to a 7th-day Shabbat. That's literally how that's what fixed all of time. The year can only be divided by 7. 364-day years. That's what Enoch precisely states. Yeah, but because of a heliocentric model, they've now concluded the calculations of the years based off the backdrop of the stars. That's going to give you a fraction, and it's going to compound over time. And things have gone astray.
You never did get back to me with an Enoch with the leaders of the stars are the leaders. Remember that? Leaders of what?
No, I don't remember at this moment, but I'm sure it's in Enoch somewhere.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see. It says, and I saw 6 portals in which the sun. Let me see if this is the one. Yeah. And I saw 6 portals in which the sun rises, and 6 portals in which the sun goes down, and the moon rises and goes down in these portals. And the leaders of the stars and those whom they lead, 6 in the east and 6 in the west, and all following each other and accurately corresponding. Also, many windows to the right and to the left of these portals. Oh, that's interesting. I don't really remember the windows. The windows to the right and to the left of the portals. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable. You can actually grid this out. Like, you can actually put up 6 gates on the east and 6 gates on the west. And you stand at a certain position from that gate, and you can see the movement of the sun throughout the year, entering and leaving the gates. And you can have the little windows in between the gates for specific, for the moon. And when you do that, you'll notice a pattern between the sun and the moon, and a specific dance where the sun bounces back and forth between the tropics every year. And in the middle of the horizon would be the equinox point, where the sun's in the middle of the sky. But the stars, like the wandering luminaries, are considered, wandering stars. And those also play a role. How exactly, nobody really knows.
What do you mean wandering?
The planets that deviated from their orbits.
What about the other stars?
Yeah, the other stars are in lockstep. They're all fixed to each other. They have not deviated from their orbits. They remain fixed, stable, and keep their oath. There seems to be something going on with the planets and how many there are. But the most fascinating thing about all of this is that the stars, the only way for them to rationalize that the stars are in lockstep, right, completely fixed to each other in reference, they're not eclipsing each other. You'd think that after thousands of years that the constellations would have already morphed into something else. Virgo would no longer be Virgo. Things would be erratic. Things would be moving in all directions. There's no reason why we have this constant axial rotation, right?
That's stupid.
What did you say?
I don't know.
There's no reason for what?
That we should have an axial rotation the way that we do, right? Not that I believe in an axial spin, but I'm saying that the stars, the way that they spin around us, they're completely fixed.
Of course. They're all moving around the North Star.
How do you know that?
Observations.
testimony
That's been passed down. Unfortunately, that's the only way you can know it.
If two cars are going down the highway and you can't see anything, and they're all both going 60 miles per hour, and you're just looking at the other car, you can't see anything else around it.
Hey,
Wouldn't it,
Damon,
wouldn't it look like none of you are moving?
do you know that the North Star barely moves and Ursa Major and Ursa Minor rotate counterclockwise around the North Star every 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4.9 seconds? Did you know that? You can observe that yourself. Clearly, you can just get a star app if you want. If you can't, I don't know where you are.
Yeah, it's a binary system, so there's two stars there. Is that what you're talking about?
There's more than 2 stars. The Ursa Major and Ursa Minor consist way more than 2 stars each. You know, the Big Dipper, Little Dipper, they go counterclockwise around the north
Yeah,
the North Star, the Polaris.
I misplaced my words. I apologize. Yeah, I
So what do you do with that?
you said something about the North Star, and I didn't hear you jump to the Little Dipper and the Big Dipper. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay because I called them Ursa Major and Ursa Minor.
You know how many stars they say Polaris is?
No. Hi, Jeremy.
Hi. Damon, how many stars is Polaris?
It's 2, isn't it?
They got it at 3 now. It could be 4 tomorrow. Who knows? It's at 3 right now, though.
Oh wow, we just make the shit up anyway. So what's it matter, Jeremy?
Yeah, when you're making up wild sky stories, you could just do whatever the fuck you want. I feel you.
Let's make a nice round 10 fingers, right? We can count it on our fingers and don't have to go to our toes.
Anyway, sorry to interrupt. I don't even know what you guys are talking about.
Nothing. I don't know. I have no idea anymore.
You came in all hot, heavy-handed and shit. And,
what did I do?
You gotta relax. You came in. The first thing I heard you say was like, "That's fucking stupid." Like, bro, relax a little bit. You be coming in crazy all the time.
I did not. I'm relaxed. I'm fine.
Okay.
Thanks, Jeremy. But yeah, we were talking about the lockstep of the stars and how they seem to all be in lockstep with each other. That's fascinating.
Well, I'm curious as to how galaxies are in lockstep. That guy, the guy who didn't have his room clean. I forgot his name. Ma told him to clean his room. Anyways, that dude said the galaxies are also moving in lockstep with the stars.
That's insane, man.
You mean flying out aimlessly out there? I mean, what gives?
No, like they're staying in position. They're staying in angular position with the stars.
Yeah.
Like over time, they're not changing.
It's not entirely true. Certain
Ours-
He
galaxies,
said it would take a lot of time for a galaxy.
Galaxy-
Well, he said the ones he sees.
certain things are being pulled towards each other, right? So it's not
I
necessarily
mean,
everything's expanding, so it's moving outward, but things are coming together too. So it's
that's what things are getting farther apart.
Which is
well, yeah, most things are, yes, but some things are close enough that or
Can we see galaxies? Can we see galaxies deviating from the stars?
Dude, that doesn't sound like some doublespeak, right? It's moving further apart but getting closer together. Like,
dude. Okay,
I'm saying is Damon? Can we see any ones that are deviating from the
imagine if
positions
you
of the
have
stars?
imagine if you have some like little rocks in your hand, right? Like you picked up some gravel from the driveway, right? And it's tight in your hand, right? And then you throw it up in the air. All the rocks are going away from your hand. However, some rocks are going towards each other, right? I mean, really fucking easy shit to understand if you just think about it even for a second.
dude, it's not scattering and getting closer together at the same time, though.
Not everything. No. You're right. Some things are getting closer together, such as the galaxy near us.
If you believe in galaxies, go for it.
Believe galaxies. I don't believe in galaxies. Galaxies exist. I know that there
Okay.
are.
Okay.
Unless when you look at them, you can go, "Oh, that's not really what I'm looking at. That's just some fake thing." Of course, that I'm seeing with my own.
Dude,
How
no,
do you know
you
what
were
reality
told
is?
there
How
were
do you know how to
galaxies.
find your shoes? How do you know
You,
that we're
you
going to
were
work? How do you
told
know
there
you're
were
talking to
galaxies.
somebody right now?
One at a time, guys. It's the audio chaos.
Sorry,
I
but
mean,
dude, you were told that there was galaxies. You didn't fucking observe that yourself, bro.
Oh, whoa. Well, you were told many things in your life, but for some reason you still believe them. Why is that, I wonder?
What do
let's
you
just
think about
stay
the
with the
axis of
galaxies.
evil?
Logic and evidence.
Dude, at
Let's
one
just
time
stay with
I
the.
was told that Santa Claus existed, but okay.
Yeah.
Let's
He
just stay
does.
with the galaxies, though.
Axis of evil.
How
How
do
do
we
you
know
explain that?
how do we know how things what things are real and what things are just imaginary? How do we know that?
Because things that you can test and observe and repeat that test and like tell somebody about that test,
What if
and then they can do it and observe
so
the
just
result.
so just observations isn't quite enough, right? Like you need something more than just observation. Is that what you're saying?
Well, like testable observations, yeah.
What if you observe something in many different ways the same way? Meaning
Okay,
you
run that by me again, though, would you?
something and it still looks the same no matter what way you view it.
Okay, you
What does
cut out.
that mean? It's like we're at the Black Swan site. There's multiple people viewing this from different angles. Does that mean
I'm not
that
doing
is
this.
where it is?
Sorry, bud. You have to go to somebody else.
It's like, okay, are you talking about like the whole like perspective thing with this? Like, I mean, because okay, you could look at a like a soda can, right? It looks like a cylinder from one side. It looks like a circle from one side, and it actually looks like a square or a rectangle from another. Is that like what you're talking about?
Do we just stay with the galaxies, or I don't know where this even is? Is that cool, or is Damon still here? No matter what.
Oh wait, did he dip out? Okay, never mind.
I don't know what he was on about. Just because multiple people view something doesn't mean that's what's actually happening. I don't know.
I don't know, dude, but you can't have something getting further apart but closer together at the same time. That's an oxymoron. That's like they're
No, in their
spreading out
model,
but getting closer together. No.
in their model, though, they do have galaxies. There's galaxies that are set to collide with our galaxy, but overall, the whole universe, there's other ones that are getting farther away. Most of them are getting farther away.
But
In
they'll
their
also
model.
throw out a number that that this has been going on for however many thousands and thousands of years, right? But nobody was there when to test this. Nobody was there to write about this. Nobody was there to do anything with that. It's all fairy tale. It's all not even. But then they want to throw like shade at the Bible, right? That's actually within a timeline of a possible timeline of people writing things down, right? That's backwards. It's retarded, honestly, to me. What's up, Jeremy? How's it going, man?
Good. Did you guys see the whole Venn diagram thing? What's it put forward with the light? You guys see that?
No.
Awesome fucking shit, bro. Yeah, go watch the last part of Widget's the debate with Brian's logic. He pulled out this Venn diagram thing where it's if you got three polarized lenses. If you put two of them in front of each other and you rotate one of them 90 degrees, it'll block all the light. You can't see no light, right? Totally. No, you can't see any light through the two lenses.
Okay.
If you put a third lens in front of it, you can now see the light. What? That's crazy shit, bro.
That is crazy because like the whole idea of the polarized lens is that it's only. Oh shit. That's a trip.
Yeah, it's crazy. I saw it like, I don't know, 10 years ago, but I didn't even blink. I was like, oh, that's neat. And then just went about my way because I wasn't into like all this stuff at that time in my life. But now here we are and seeing it again, it's like, whoa.
Okay, yeah, you're right. I am gonna have to go check that out because that's that's pretty.
Or you could just search it on YouTube. There's probably YouTube clips just of that light thing. Because all Witcher did was play a YouTube clip of it, so. And he explained it a little bit. I'm sure they do in the videos, though. I don't know how you have a photon traveling. You have a photon traveling. Like, yo, if I can't see the light with my eye, how does all of a sudden that third lens see the light? What? That's like crazy, bro. You know what I'm saying? The camera lens, your eyeball, nothing sees the light, but a third lens, all of a sudden, that can see that's getting the photons. The photons are getting to that now, and they weren't getting your eyeball before.
Dude, isn't that the whole argument? Like, is it a particle or a wave or something like that, right? But like that kind of throws both of them out, though, right?
I don't see how
that's still going through it, like two.
Something has to be hitting your eye, or else you wouldn't see any of the experiment at all, or the presentation.
No, you have the two lenses. When you put the two lenses in the right way, it blocks all the light out. You can't see no light through the lenses anymore. Like the camera
Can you
doesn't
see
pick
the
it on
lens?
your eyeball. Yeah, you
Can
can
you
see
see
the
the
lens.
lens?
It's black. Yeah, it's black.
That means you can see light.
No, it's black. There's no light. It's black.
No, that is light. That's exactly light. That's super light.
Black?
Yes,
Black is
sir.
super light?
Yeah, shadows are light, Jeremy. I'm going to teach you something today.
I don't
A shadow
so,
can only be black stuff off the back of your head in a day of a sunny day on the sidewalk is black and dark. That is because of light. I'm sorry.
Because there's no light hitting it.
No,
Well,
you're
so how do
wrong.
you get a shadow? Does you get a shadow from
Because
more
it's
light?
light. It's
Is
light
it more light or
outshining
less light?
itself. Yeah, if you let me say it,
Out.
it's light outshining itself. Can you hear me? Light outshining itself. I'm done.
All right. Anyways, for everyone else that doesn't think that
I'm
shadow.
I'm still not quite understanding that one, dude. Honestly, wait, light.
Yeah, it's
It's
just.
light outshining itself.
Mm,
Yeah, if you're standing there and it's a real sunny day, right? And you're in the way of a real bright light. The light's still surrounding all around you. When you look behind you, the light is still shining on everything. So the light is still there. You're just in the path of it, therefore unilluminating the path of the shape of your body, therefore outshining itself when it goes around you and widens back to where it goes anyway. So it hits you and widens anyway, right? So as it widens, that shadow's created behind you, a bigger shadow because the light widens, and then it goes further out, right? And then it outshines itself. Then it widens after it passed you back to hit itself like the MasterCard design. I'm sorry, that's how it works.
Yeah, I wanted to add. I wish Dicelo was here because he's said before that people confuse luminosity with light, right? And that light can actually be dark. So this idea of like dark matter, there's some truth to that, as because you can have light and it be dark. The reason I say this is because this is also scripturally sound, and I'm not trying to bring the Bible into this, but please just hear me out, right? Because we know that there are scriptures that have enlightened us on the workings of existence. And you have this one verse, Psalms 18:11. It says, "He made darkness his covering, his canopy around him. The dark is his canopy."
what the fuck does that even mean, bro?
Well,
All right,
that's what I'm
just
trying
hold
to
on.
say. That you can have light inside of darkness, and it sounds like a paradox because energy, what light is energy, right? And you can have energy, you can have light, right, in its purest form, and not have luminosity.
We're talking about visible light, right?
Yeah, well, visible light is luminosity. Light itself is a lot more broader, right? The idea of what light is, that's we can get into another philosophical conversation. You would have to invoke philosophy to talk about what light is.
And I almost feel like you'd have to talk about the Bible to talk about all this too. Understanding, because at the beginning when you were like how you're saying that you didn't want to bring how to bring the Bible into it. So many of these conversations, dude, you almost have to.
Because okay, so the creator is light, right? And before there was light, he said, "Let there be light." But he was already here. But yet, in the beginning, there was a void, and darkness was over the deep. But synonymously, you have the creator existing within that darkness, and he is light, right? So there's dichotomies in here, but it doesn't have to be a contradiction. You can have light and it still be dark. Anyways, that's all I had. That's all I'm gonna say.
Bro, I don't know. These two things block out all the visible light. You can't see no visible light. And then you add the third one, and now all of a sudden that third one must be able to see the visible light because now it can pass through it. Shit is crazy. I don't know. That went off the rails a little bit, but this whole Venn diagram thing's nuts. It's called the quantum paradox, I think.
But isn't the idea of the ether? What is ether? Isn't that like light or water? Some say one or the other or both.
Well, okay, so
Not sure about the ether, but I don't think
isn't
you can
ether
have it.
supposed to be like kind of like a thin, like like a medium, right? So like either a, like a thin water or something like that. I don't know. Like a but isn't it just basically like a medium when you talk about ether?
I'm not really sure. I think it's just an amount of resistance of something, yeah. Some type of field, some type of resistance, some type of thing that would like set up set apart another rate or something or just be in the way, yeah.
Well, here, hold on.
But but I don't think there's any paradoxes in reality. I don't think like whatever we see happening, like where you put five lenses in a row, I don't think lenses in front of each other are a paradox.
This shit has got to be some kind of conservation of energy or some kind of fucking. This has got to break some kind of thing if you want to keep. I don't know.
What if it's really, really simple and there's nothing complex about it, Jeremy? What about that?
It's complex, bro. They don't even understand. No one even knows. It's called the diagram paradox.
By who? I don't call it a paradox.
Quantum Venn diagram paradox.
Well, maybe he
That's
should redo it.
That's the actual name.
Dude, I looked up.
Maybe he
Okay,
should
so-
redo it or rewrite it. Maybe it's broke.
Dude, oh my god, this is so funny. I just looked up like two polarized lenses, right? And the first image that pops up is a gigantic polarized face mask.
Well, if you want to look up the thing, the actual name of it is quantum paradox. Quantum Venn diagram paradox.
I'm just saying, you can look in the most brightest of rooms and still see shadows when the whole room's lit up. From where the light hits whatever object, you're going to see a shadow from the source of light. So that means a shadow is a light. You do not get a shadow without light. I don't know who told you guys anything different. I don't know where you heard. Like, look out in reality. Where in the hell are you going to see a pitch black room with shadows? That doesn't make any fucking sense at all. So to say that that shadows aren't created are synonymous or the part of or the very thing of light being blocking a source of itself while outshining itself in the rest of the room or everywhere else around it, right? Because we know it widens. To act like that's some weird phenomena is crazy to me. If I shine a flashlight, it widens from the source out. That means once it hits the wall, it's going to widen on left and right sides behind that wall, and those two parts of light are going to meet. It's just simple.
So, Jeremy, what you're talking about, is it called what Bell's theorem?
But that was just my opinion. You never know. Could be wrong as all get out. But I mean, that's just what I see. That's all. That's all I can do is report what I see. Imagine some kids putting on some lab coats and not comprehending reality 100%. Because I don't know who was born with the blueprint of reality. So, like, when these little kids put on these lab coats and they're like, man, we're going to make this law. We're going to call this a conundrum. We're going to call this a paradigm. We're going to call this a principle. I can only stress this so much. Only because these little kids do not know reality 100% can they only make a half-assed contribution to it, right? So you're going to get the half-ass end of the deal every time, mostly from science, unless it's something we can all stand there and just watch and make our own, you know, for what we see. Anything other than that, and a guy telling you, oh man, this thing's impossible, but watch it happen. Now watch me do this, but that's impossible. It's a paradigm. Huh? It's not supposed to be happening. What do you mean? So the kids didn't understand reality. They told you what they thought at the time, which is great. When are you guys going to be able to get past what some kids in a lab coat told you about what they comprehended at that point in time to say that that's all that you could comprehend forever? It's like saying every guy in a lab coat that put each little law that they sat in a lab and like talked about and got paid for or lobbied, like they made the reality of everything for that. That doesn't make any sense. Or would it make more sense to say they're just trying to tell you what they comprehended about it, and they can be right at the same time as wrong, just like me. But the things that we can do, awesome. So whatever it is that the guy wrote down and whatever he does with the lenses, it's awesome. Can't deny that. Oh, paid NASA's here. The show's getting ready to start.
Well, what's that? What show is about to start?
Paid NASA's here. Paid NASA show. The show's gonna start.
I was hoping you'd be muted because when you're muted, you give great poetry. I miss it.
What'd you say? You love Alexa? I didn't hear you.
When you're muted, you write some very good poetry.
Thank you much. You should hear me style.
No, it's better. It's better when you just write and not don't perform.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll take it. Either way, sounds good. I like your poetry and symmetry and the flow in your performance too. You're very good. And I looked up for that thing, Jeremy. Where did you put it at? How far up? Like, but I know when you're talking though, I'll just look it up. Hold on.
You guys there? Two, test 1, 2.
Sound good.
What's going on, party people?
Tell me, got a rip roaring Saturday night happening here. You guys all sleeping?
No, I'm trying to get the stupid people in live chat riled up, and looks like it's working.
Do that. I got some time to kill. Talk about Witt's assertion that the Michael-Morley test actually did detect directional deviations at different altitudes and at different orientations. Talk about that.
Jeremy.
Why? I don't know anything about that. Why would I speak on something I know nothing about? That would make me sound like a glober.
It make you sound like a concerned citizen.
No, I just told you I'm not going to speak on something I don't know anything about, Xanax. So you could take your Mickelson-Morley apparatus and go somewhere else with it, please. I'm not going to speak on
Like
it.
you have a small chip
maybe
on your
somebody else
shoulder.
will.
It's expected that if you didn't know anything about it, you wouldn't say anything about it. So I wouldn't be implying in any way, shape, or form that you'd want to speak up on it anyway. So what you're saying now is something we already know. So why are you wasting your breath on it? A simple no would have sufficed. In other words, no means no.
I love triggering stupid people. That was a
Well,
triggered
if you want
response. You got real short, like you're angry.
hardly at all.
Why are you so angry? Why are
That
you
was
so angry, man?
That was the least triggered, and I'm not angry. Actually, I'm having a good time with this. It's actually funny.
Xanax,
I
if the
like
result, Xanax, if the results do indeed show the directional difference and also the altitude difference and the connection to the seasons, what do you think? Are you going to concede at that point?
Yeah.
But that would be interesting to see. I don't know based on that information, but if it was evidence that could stand on its own that everyone agreed to, not everyone, but a majority of people agreed to it, or even a number of qualified people agreed to it, I would definitely keep my views. I'd put my views in a suspect mode until I learn more.
Put them in the put them in the penalty box.
Could you have an
Maybe in the penalty,
instrument
maybe
error?
in the penalty box.
Could you have an instrument error that followed that pattern though?
Yeah, the fringe shift was detected. They were expecting a fringe shift. They were looking for a 40% fortune, a 40% fringe shift. However, they did rotate it, and not only did they, and Mitsu wanted to say, how could this happen? How could it always happen in one direction? Well, that would be very easy if there was unequal lengths of the arms. So what they did was they rotated at 90 degrees, and then they added it, and they measured it again, measured the fringe shift, and then they looked at the additive value. So the total deviation of both measurements, so that they could actually rule out that it was anything other than the length of the arms. And so what they found was there was no difference between those two measurements. Now, if you're saying there is a difference, I'd like to see that data. Or if anyone's saying that, I'd like to see that data as well.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, sound good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good to hear about
Could it be?
right?
All right, but could it be an instrument error and be error with the seasons, altitude, and all that?
don't know what errors. He's mentioned this a bunch of times. In fact, that's his go-to argument now. I've heard him over days now bring that up. Yet I have not found anywhere that being said, validated, substantiated at all. He's misinterpreted the Wang paper as being such, but he hasn't given me something where he showed me there's a variance in altitude or in a directional change.
Or
it's been replicated in
Yeah.
many instances, dude. Yeah, have you seen all the whole list of all those papers? It's been
Yeah, but
replicated
that
in
doesn't
many
have any.
different forms.
Not
I
in the
mean,
seasons, not in altitude.
Dayton Miller did over 5 million in all kinds of
5 million
different
what?
environments.
Yeah, but
Interferometry
no one has seen.
test.
Yeah, the spaceship may occur. Like I said, they were looking for, if they were to be following the path of the Earth around the sun, that would be a 0.4 phase shift, 40% change in the phase shift. The accuracy of the instrument, you know, as well as everybody else has been talking about it, is 0.005. So almost 100 times the sensitivity, yet they did not measure the 0.04, the 0.4 at all. They saw it with the exact same number every time. And even when they had error, instrument error could be due to the lengths of the arms being different, because that would give you a fringe shift as well. They did the type of test that would rule out that particular instrument error. They did that as well and found there was no difference between rotating at 90 degrees and the phase shift. So I don't know where this altitude or seasonal change in the data comes from. I definitely am desperately looking to see where that came from and see the data. I can ask you the same thing, Gio. If I find several degreed or seasoned physicists that can give you the reasons why, or the answer that this never did happen, would that change your world outlook?
We don't have a world outlook that's necessarily like hinging on this. So to me, that's a little bit of non-applicable to a degree. But are you saying if you could come up with some explanation for it? Is that what you're saying? On how that works on the globe? Or are you saying that the measurement, or are you claiming the measurements? Are you saying the measurements don't exist? Because I mean, it's already been well documented in terms of that part of it. I haven't tested it myself though, so yeah, ultimately, I'd like to test it myself.
Right. Well, you mentioned well documented, and then you said there was a whole sheet of tests that were performed, and I saw that list, and that list is just the general list of all the Michelson-Morley type reports and papers, etc. They don't all reference this. In fact, I haven't seen the 3 or 4 that I do know about that I looked into, and a few that I glazed over. I never saw anything regarding altitude or seasonal variances in that measurement. So if you have read that paper, since you've referenced it yourself, I want you to forward that paper that group of 20 papers. Why don't you forward that to me, and I'll get to read it as well if you think that's what's in there. Because at this point, no one showed me anything of the sort. The test was resulted in a null result. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Have you looked into Dayton Miller? Have you looked into? Yeah, I'm not just talking about Michelson-Morley. Have you looked into Dayton Miller?
No.
All of his?
No.
Okay, well, that might be where you should start. Yeah.
Have you?
You should probably start. Yeah, you should start there. I mean, he's pretty infamous for doing millions upon millions of actual tests with it, and he was basically the one that was kind of going up against Einstein in a way, because they were trying to like eliminate the Michelson-Morley, and they were trying to replace it with the Einsteinian, takeover in the 1920s. And Dayton Miller was one of the, sort of most prolific experimenters and working with this. And he was directly in relation with Einstein. Have you seen those quotes where Einstein is admitting that if Dayton Miller's results are accurate, that all of relativity would be falsified? So yeah, dude, they knew exactly who he was. I mean, Einstein refers to Dayton Miller in many instances, and Dayton Miller was doing these interferometry tests, and he was not letting it die. He was trying to not let it get taken over by the Einsteinian and all that. So there was all kinds of back and forth, and then there were all these other like critics that were trying to stop his work and trying to limit, or trying to tell him that it was all these other factors, and then he kept adjusting and improving all of the things that like
they said
variables that they would bring up.
They said it was temperature, so he played around with temperature changes and shit, and then gave the results. Yeah, they just couldn't debunk it.
Well, the whole idea about the test, especially the validation of the test, is when they took the instrument error and factored it out by adding them together in both situations. So if there was an instrument error, that it would be factored out. Like, for example, the length of the arms contracted or expanded, or not the same exact length. Remember, we're talking about speed of light. We're talking about speed of light over a relatively short distance. So a small change in that apparatus would make a pretty large change in the fringe shift. And that's they rule it out by making it an additive type of calculation and test for it. They had the fringe shift, that whatever fringe shift they saw in one direction, even if there is a fringe shift, if they add the values together by rotating 90 degrees and it's the same total aggregate value, then they know that there was no difference in the actual answer or result in the test, only a difference in length of the arms.
I mean, I think the big one is seasonal change. Why would this season make a change in the results?
Would it? Yeah, why would it make a change?
That's a good question. That's the question you should be asking.
Well, did they measure a seasonal change? And what was that change that they did measure? Do you know?
I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know. So no one has. Everyone says if they measure a seasonal change, you should doubt all of Einstein's ideas, theories, but yet no one's brought forth this this seasonal change. I would love to see it. I mean, it's very.
Gio just told you this guy was one of Einstein's biggest opponents here.
Yeah, but that's not showing me the result of a seasonal change in that particular data friendship. I know that this.
Is this guy diamond mining or what?
What's the name of the guy again? Miller? Gio?
Dave Miller. Dave Miller.
No, it's not Dave. What's the name? What's this guy's name? Daytona Miller?
Dave Miller.
Gio,
Miller.
there? Gio, don't leave me with these people.
Yeah, it's Dayton. Yeah, Dayton. Dayton Miller. Yeah.
Dave Miller. So Gio's good friends with the guy. In fact, Gio just had him over for dinner last week. Over tea, they were talking about this test.
You're joking, but this is no joke, bro.
Oh, it's a little bit jokey. A little bit. No, I want to read. Can you, if you know, because I don't know, of all those papers on that list that Witzer brings up, of those papers, which I've heard of, I don't know, 20% of them, which one references the seasonal changes?
I'm gonna ask Witzer.
I'm interested in that.
As soon as I see Witzer, I'm
yeah,
gonna
that
ask
would seem like something you should ask Witzer, man, Zanuck.
That's the big one.
Everybody
In my opinion, altitude change is pretty tough for you to explain away too, though.
Because they call that there's a fallacy. It's called argument from baseless assertion. If in fact it is baseless, and if in fact it is assertion, but it is assertion. We don't know where the data is coming from because no one's ever seen it. At least I haven't seen it.
Yeah, that's
it was probably in one of the 20. It was probably in one of the 20 papers you went with.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I'm not
That's
saying it
just
didn't
my
exist or there wasn't that.
You were asking for the data one day with
and then I'm really interested in seeing. I'm interested in seeing that assertion or that data, but I'm also interested in how the physicists have dispelled it or discounted it. I'd be really interested to hear that story too. That would be interesting.
Then you could start parroting that directly to us. I know.
That's your mind fucking me now. No, I really want to. Are they trying to wiggle out of it or just dismiss it? Hand wave dismissal? Or do they really have some logic in their dispelling of that test? Or
No,
data
it
or,
was mostly just it was just suppressed, forgotten about, and then they used World War II to just bulldoze the world, and they just tried to suppress this as much as possible while they just boosted up Einstein relativity, put all their money and resources into the propaganda that they wanted to push. And meanwhile, this just got suppressed. They were even calling them back in like the 1920s and the early 30s. They were calling them like anti-Einsteiners, even though they didn't call themselves that. But they knew that this is exactly what stood to actually falsify and have Einstein's theory be thrown out the window. And even Einstein himself admitted it. But yeah, it really it was suppressed. And I think World War II had a major role to play because once they came out of World War II, they had a new level of power and control, and they could push the pseudoscience and all of the corruption the way that they wanted to, after they had control after World War II, and then
powerful.
NASA and all the control of it.
So World War II was caused by. So I know I'm joking partially, but you're saying World War II was caused by the need to suppress the Michelson-Morley test.
Why do you think they just did the pandemic the last few years, man? Flat Earth was getting popular. Yeah.
Right when Dayton Miller came out with these results, I think there was a quote from Einstein. His reaction to Dayton Miller's thing. I think Einstein's quote was "Nuh-uh."
Wow, Gio, you might actually have something there. I mean, what ended World War II? And we proved Einstein's equation equals mc squared with the atomic bombs.
That's a good point.
Wait, what
I
was
do
the
like
point?
that you waited your turn to get in. That's respect. I respect
I'm impressed.
that. You didn't.
What was the point,
though?
though?
On that. Off to a good start.
We're all getting much better at this, Gio.
Well, some of us are trying.
But what his point was that, in other words, to say that it was the point that they actually did that, make it where Einstein is the one that's being believed. E equals mc squared was the atomic bomb.
Didn't E equals mc squared become validated by the atomic bomb? The fact that they actually
So World War II. World War II validated Einstein, therefore no Einsteinians, anti-Einsteinians.
Oh, by the way, the answer about Daytona Miller, his experiment, is that he was basically thought he was over precise. They reanalyzed the data, found out he's basically in the noise.
Hang on.
Yeah, they're analyzing the noise.
MC squared, right? That equation is energy is equal to mass times the acceleration of the cosmological constant speed of light times 2 times itself.
Actually, there's a
so
couple
how
more
can you go
terms in
2
there.
times the speed of light?
It's not 2 times the speed of light. It's the speed of light squared, which is different.
That's a key point in your understanding
It's
of that
times
particular equation.
itself.
Yeah, it's times itself. Yeah, it's a value.
Like
it doesn't say they're equal. It doesn't. You're thinking that equal sign means
so how
they're
can
the
you
same?
how can you go faster than the speed of light? Let alone squared past the speed of light. That's the amount of energy that would be required, or that's the amount of speed that would be required for mass to be converted to energy.
C squared.
No, that's not.
Speed of light's an assumption.
C squared is not a velocity. Hello, C squared is not a velocity. Sorry.
It's a value. It's a value.
What does C mean? Cosmological constant, guy.
Nope. C is the speed of light.
Speed of light.
Speed of light. Oh.
Squared.
How'd they get that?
I thought you just said it wasn't a velocity.
It's not. C squared is not a velocity. C is a velocity.
C squared is not a
velocity. You make no fucking sense, dude.
You're sorry.
Just ask them how they got the
everything.
speed.
Hold on a second. So wait a minute. Length.
Everything.
Length is length.
You Globers are talking about makes no sense. You guys are basically going off of what other dead people say.
Guys, relax.
Length is a measurement. Length
Yeah,
squared.
everybody relax.
If you square something,
Who is that guy
the
talking
area.
over everybody?
is paid NASA's shield. Just ask him how he got the speed.
Measured it.
How'd you measure the speed of light?
Well, you can look it up if you want.
No, I'm not looking it up, Dick.
The
Wait
history
a
of
minute.
science.
So when
The history of science is interesting, but
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but you
hold
know,
on, so no, hold on. Give me a
come
second.
at
Let me
you
answer
should
that
come up
because
with a better answer than look it up.
Well,
Because if you're gonna just say that it's, you seem to, you seem to know it so well. At least you could bring up some sort of citation or something that you found that
That
gave
the
you
speed of
this
light is
information.
186,000 miles a second. That the speed of
hold
light is
on,
186,000 miles a second. Yeah, we can measure that.
it's definitely it's fair not true because when we tell Sanek something, he said, "Well, can you give me that information?" Right? So we don't tell
I
him to
can
go
give
look
you.
it up, do we?
No,
if
you don't have to say
you're
look it up.
interested in derailing the conversation by demanding that I know how everything was measured.
Not everything. Not everything.
I mean, this is just a derail. I understand you're derailing. You have to derail this conversation to get onto. So you're going to like analyze and see.
That's just what you're doing besides explaining.
Yeah, we're talking about E equals MC squared, and we just want to know the C part. We just want to make sure you know how they got the C part. Okay, how'd they get the speed of light?
You didn't say that. You didn't say you want. Hold on.
Look
You
it
didn't say
up.
you want to know.
Okay.
You didn't say that's how you want to know how they got it. You said that we use E equals MC squared, and we have a value that is double the speed of light. You can't go double the speed of light. That shows
No,
you
no,
don't
not
understand.
double. It's the
Hold on.
speed of light times the
Squared.
speed of light.
Squared. Yes.
Yeah.
Squared. That's a value. It's not the speed of light
Yeah, yeah.
squared.
How'd you
We're not
get
talking about
the value?
nothing. Okay, look. Who are you? I don't think I've heard your voice before. And you're very obnoxious.
Man, I've been here for years.
Well, I don't remember hearing someone as rude as you are.
Fine.
Busting
That's
in.
fine, because you all get stumped with straight lines.
What is your
All
name?
right, let's
Rob,
all
man.
Jeremy,
go
who is
one at a
that?
time.
So I know in the future not to engage.
What are you gonna put him on the list?
Let's
Yes, it's the list. It's the list, buddy.
Man, I've been
Made the list.
trying to get on the list for years. They just ignore me because they don't know what a straight line is.
What's a straight line? Isn't the short distance
We're
a 2
moving
point?
away. You want to move away from how you get the speed of light?
I'm not. No, I'm not moving away from it. I just wanted to know how they got the speed of light, and they won't tell me. They're gonna obfuscate all around it and just say E equals MC squared is proven.
Yep, pretty much is.
Yep. Thank you.
I just posted a 16-minute video.
I'll pass it back to somebody who knows more about the speed of light than I do.
I just posted a 16-minute video that gives you the whole history on how they figured out.
Have you seen it? Have you actually watched this video? Because if I watch this video and it says theory, I'm going to kick your ass.
I'm gonna come back in 16 minutes.
You're not gonna watch this. You don't have a 16-minute attention span.
Correct.
You know what? He's gonna light.
Are you familiar with an individual named Fulcanelli? That was the one that gave Einstein and the other scientists the idea of chain reactions, and that using uranium and other materials, they could cause an action to happen without physical means. It was an alchemical method. The guy's name was Fulcanelli. He said it's dangerous to do because many in antiquity, in past times, many prior alchemists have destroyed themselves and their cities while attempting to do so. And this became splitting the atom.
Do you believe that we've ever split the atom before?
You can't even see an atom.
Do you believe we split the atom?
No, I don't believe it. You can't even see one.
So nuclear power plants don't exist.
Hey, is that
Who's
can't see
asking
an
about
atom.
beliefs? Why do you got to bring a religious faith into it?
How do you split something you can't see?
Well, do you understand? Do you understand that we have split the atom to make nuclear power plants possible, or to make hydrogen bombs actually level cities, good portions of them anyway? So either you do or you don't understand that we split atoms in many different ways.
You can't split an atom. You can't even see an atom.
You don't split atoms. Even fission isn't splitting an atom, Zanuck.
Fission is splitting an atom, yes.
No. Atomic accelerators are splitting atoms. Particle accelerators split atoms.
No, they don't.
Now listen, how
They
does
don't. You're
fission
making
work?
things up.
How does an actinide work?
Fission is the act of splitting an atom.
What are the chemical
Particle
properties?
accelerator. No, you're all over the map. You talked about splitting.
Oh, wait a minute. We're not talking about chemistry
What
here.
are the chemical properties of actinides?
We're not talking about chemistry here. This is nuclear. This is at a level different than chemistry.
And all nuclear fuels
You're
are
mistaken. By
actinides, my friend.
the way, this Fucanelli guy probably didn't exist. He's just a
Look it
composite
up.
character. I have.
Did you look it up?
You're talking about alchemy.
Did you look it
Alchemy
up
is
on your
chemistry.
favorite site? Did you look it up on your favorite site,
Alchemy is
Wikipedia?
chemistry.
Alchemites.
Knows this and
So so you don't know shit about chemistry. You don't know shit about the science that you're talking about.
I don't know shit about chemistry.
Because I just asked you,
I
what
don't know
are
shit
the
about
chemical
chemistry?
properties
That is
of
funny.
actinides?
What's your background in what's your background in chemistry?
Actinides.
Hey guys, hold up.
That's
You guys
anything heavier than haftanium.
What's your,
Rare earth minerals.
what's your background in chemistry?
hold on.
Someone
Hold
just
on a
teach me
second,
something
man.
interesting.
No, this guy
I'm
just
gonna
accused
mute
me of not
you
knowing shit
guys.
about
You're all
chemistry.
talking over each other.
Because you
Okay,
don't.
hold on. Can you guys hear me? I think I'm delayed.
A little bit, but we heard you clearly earlier.
Can you guys go on? Can you go one at a time, please?
What's your background in chemistry?
I want to hear about this Fulcanelli guy.
Hey Joshua, what's your background in chemistry? Come on.
Just
I
imagine,
know enough
guys.
to know that actinides are unstable by nature and decay.
So you don't have a background in chemistry, do you?
I know that much about elements. I know
They all
lanthanides.
decay.
What lanthanides do, they react in the presence of hydrocarbons. Actinides act on the presence of nitrogen, and they start to emit energy. They start glowing, getting hot, like depleted uranium.
That's not chemistry. That's nuclear fission. That's radiation.
That's a big category on the periodic table.
This is a level beyond
Lanthanides,
chemistry.
Yeah,
the
what's that
actinides.
category? Actinides, thank
This
you.
is physics.
On the
This is
periodic
nuclear
table of
physics, not
elements.
chemistry.
He
Yeah,
learned a new
those
word,
specific,
actinide. Next time he's in the sentence.
those
Actinides just
specific
mean the elements on the chain
chemicals
from
are
89 to
actinides, which means
103.
they act.
No, that's
They're
not what actinide means.
actionable. They are reactive, highly reactive.
If I gave you a molecule, could you name it?
Actinides are named after actinium, which is number 89. The lanthanides are named after lethinium, which is number 57. That's all they mean. It's all because you don't. Do you even know the periodic table?
It's the first one, right? Actinium is the first of the actinides, and there's like thorium,
And it's a part of a
neptunium.
group called rare earth minerals or rare earth
Cool.
metals.
Hey, you know what's funny about the
And they're
periodic
unstable.
table? I forget the exact number, but I think it's like out of 112 or whatever, 100 and more than 12 as they've added whatever. Only like 70, 72 or something like that, right? Are you're ever gonna be like around, like you can sail around the world, travel to every state in America, whatever. Like you're only ever gonna be like physically around like 70 elements. Like look to your left, up, down, left, and right, right? You know what I mean? Out of the 112, you're only gonna you're only ever gonna hang out with like 70 of them. The other ones just won't make an appearance in your life. You won't even be close to
Well,
them.
you better hope so, because a lot of them are highly contagious, highly poisonous, highly radioactive to you.
Oh yeah, sure.
So in order to get the speed of light, you need to get, the diameter of the orbit.
It'd just be cool that if like someone you should tell a kid as early as possible, hey, everything around you is made out of 70 ingredients tops.
You get that, Jerry?
It's a combination that makes the difference between that statement and what actually reality is.
Is that right?
Like if I say
Zanny?
if I say C6H12O6, if I say C6H12O6, what does that mean to you?
Xanax.
If you have any clue about chemistry, if I say C6H1206,
So you look something up.
no,
All
I
right.
learned this in 6th grade. I've never forgotten it. Most kids don't. For some reason, the chemist in the room, Joshua, I don't think can tell me what C6H1206.
He doesn't know it's a sugar, does he?
I don't think. Well, you stole his thunder, but maybe. But yeah, it's glucose. It's a glucose molecule. So it's made up of.
So then you kind of avoid the question.
No, it's made up of carbon and hydrogen and oxygen. Now, there's a lot of things made up. There's a lot of things made up of those three.
So what does that have to do with
elements?
atomic weapons? What does that have to do with atomic fusion?
I could ask the same thing of you, and your claim that it's far-fetched to think that everything in the universe, everything we know of, is made up from 77 elements.
It's not far-fetched. It's not far-fetched. You're talking about nuclear power, and I was talking about the elements that provide nuclear power.
You're mixing.
That's what I was doing.
My words up with his.
What are those elements' properties? Like, what is their special ability? They're arranged in a group. They're arranged in a group for one reason. Just like the lanthanides are arranged after lanthanum.
By atomic weight.
It's not necessarily by atomic weight. It has to do with the daughter products. And it has to do with how that element responds to certain things in the environment.
So they're not organized by
lanthanum.
Well,
lanthanum is oftentimes added.
There's like several different layers of organization in its layout, right? There's left to right, but why is there such a huge gap between hydrogen and helium? Why do you go from one side to the other, right? Because it isn't just one and then two next to it. It's like one, skip, places all the way to two on the other side.
Yeah, why is that? You know, it's a very good reason why it's arranged like it is. You know.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's multiple
nobility. Maybe nobility has.
It acts as a halogen, and it acts as a.
There's the noble gases on the right, and of course it's arbitrary, but they chose to go left to right, and just like writing a paper, left to right, then press enter and
all the way to left.
Down the line.
Why are there noble gases? Where did a noble gas? Do you know what one is?
All the way over to the left of the table would be the side where you find all of a special group of metals.
The man-made ones.
All of a special group of metals, all the way to the left side, you find a special group of not man-made metals, but a special group of metals, and these things are called alkali metals. And hydrogen is up at the top. Now, hydrogen is also all the way over to the other side, which is in line with the halogen metals, which means that hydrogen acts as a metallic. And it has properties similar to each one of those groupings. Both it can act as a halogen and can act as an alkalizing agent. Now, on the other side of hydrogen, you have helium, which is a noble metal, which does not react with anything.
Noble metal?
Noble metal?
Not a noble metal.
Noble gases.
Which is it? Not a noble metal.
Noble gases.
So I mean, why are the columns arranged like that? What do they follow? Do you know?
Columns? What are you talking about? Atomic weight?
Oh, come on, Mr. Chemist, you should know this.
So
this is
here's the thing.
Stuff.
Here's the
thing.
Hey
man, stop getting our voices confused, guys. Okay, pay attention to who's talking.
Actinides react with things. They glow. When other things are present, they start glowing more. It starts reacting more, and it starts giving off energy in the form of incandescent and like thermal energy.
No, it's not incandescent.
And neutron.
Incandescent is not.
This is not incandescence. This is radioactivity. They're very different.
Yeah. Not even close. I don't know why you're lumping them together.
What is radioactivity? Explain to me what shrink-off radioactivity is. Then.
Well, seeing how you think it's like
what's shrink-off radiation?
Where to start?
What is shrink-off radiation?
Shrink-off radiation. Yeah, the blue glow you see in nuclear reactors and stuff. Yeah, shrink-off radiation.
Well, what is that?
Do you know, or are you asking me?
That should be ionizing radiation, shouldn't it?
I believe I just asked you the question.
Yeah. Well, I mean, seeing how you think it's incandescence, why do I even bother to tell you?
Hey, man, you don't have to answer the question. I mean, it's okay.
Supposedly,
I do want to hear the answer. I don't know the answer, so will someone tell me? Whoever can
Yeah,
tell me,
supposedly
please.
an electron is getting absorbed by the water, and then the water molecule is giving off this electron in the form of a photon when it
No.
collapses back down.
No, that's not what happens.
That's
What
what
happens is
shrink-off radiation is.
they're traveling faster than the speed of light in the medium, and that radiation you see is emitted by it.
Citation, dude.
Oh, citation! Look it up. Type it in. CHERENKOV. For fuck's sake! What do you mean citation?
Anyways, the vertical column's got the same valence electrons.
That's it. Yes, exactly.
Okay.
It's the electron. It's all according to the electron shells, and the electrons.
Yeah.
Each
Didn't I
shell
just
has a
say
specific
it
number,
gets an electron and the electron leaves?
but the number inside still stays the same.
Didn't I just say that?
Yeah, the number of protons stays the same, so you just get an ion.
Right. Negative.
Is there energy released? Is there energy released when an electron is either absorbed or
Kicked out.
released from an atom?
Yep. And that's that's where the light comes from.
Right. Well, like electromagnetic radiation, it can be in the form of light you can see, or any other kind of radiation that is emitted in the form of energy.
So what were you guys discussing?
I don't even know where this came from. Diverted from something that
I'm
actually
trying to discuss nuclear bombs with you guys, and you guys are all over the place. First of all, we have to understand what the hell the thing's made out of.
Right, like what is the proton you're talking about, and then where do you just get the other thing from that you need?
Talk about the
You
protein,
just drop it
proton,
out of
and the other
nowhere.
thing.
Yeah,
I was asking
about
I don't know.
Is it
Not full his relevance? That sounds like
you
a
needed
fun
neutrons.
Let's talk about those
Ray, that's
protons and those other things too.
helium atom, isn't it? Like a helium nucleus without the electron?
Well, he said you just get an ion from somewhere. He said just get one. Just to go get an old ion, you'd be okay.
Shit, I got a
Hey,
bottle of
doctor.
water and a salt shaker. I can get tons of ions. Will that work?
No, it never
I mean-
works for anybody but the
Question
mindset,
is,
right? You
how
can't-
do you get neutrons? Is where it's at.
Well, see, this Fulcanelli thing that I'm proposing is not. I'm not saying that it's true. I'm just saying it's a theory, and it's a theory that is older than our grandparents. Supposedly, Fulcanelli is the one who showed the process on how to create the atomic bomb through.
Fulcanelli was an
ancient Hermeticism.
alchemist. He knew nothing
Yeah,
of
through
this.
I don't think you know what
Hermeticism.
alchemy is. You know what alchemy is? Do you have any idea what alchemy
Yes, I do know what alchemy
What
is,
is it?
Zanuck.
So what does it mean? Please tell me.
Alchemy comes from the land of Egypt called Chemet. Al-Chemet. It means the black land or the black art. That's where we get
what do
our
they do?
chemistry from. In fact,
Well, no.
it comes entirely from our understanding
For the context
of
for which we're
alkalis
using the term,
and alkaloids and salt.
alchemy has a specific meaning in the context for which you're using the term and the category of people, physicists, engineers. Alchemy has a meaning.
What do you want, Zanuck? Proto-chemistry? Satisfy you?
No.
I mean, what the fuck is the point, Zanuck?
There,
Do you have one?
Yes,
Do you
alchemists were
have
trying to
one,
turn-
or are you just going to
alchemy-
sit there and
alchemists were-
argue?
You asked me 3 times. While you were asking me 3 times, I was trying to answer you, and you wouldn't let me.
Because I already know you're not going to answer the first question. You did not even say that I said this is a theory. I'm not saying that this is true. And you're going, it's back to chemistry again. Zanuck.
I didn't say that at all. You're just mocking. Does that make you feel better about yourself? Something tells me you need to hear yourself talk to make yourself feel better. So I said none of those things.
So do you get helium from protons and all that other stuff, and electrons and neutrons and ions? That's where you get helium from?
No.
Where's helium come from?
Rocks.
Supposedly radium.
Rocks. So if I go rub a rock, it's helium, right?
Where that logic came from, but no, that's not the answer either.
Well, how does it come out of the rock? What do I got to do? Where's the proton in that rock? The electron, the ion.
The proton's at the center of the atom.
Oh my god. Oh, really?
This is how this conversation
Okay, I gotta leave you. I gotta leave you alone, Sonic. After that.
No, don't. You can't leave me. Please don't leave me. Might take advantage of me. Might touch me in that special spot. He doesn't know
What
that.
kind of rock?
He needs you, so your combined IQ is 160.
Ask you a question.
Which kind of rock do I get helium from? Is there a helium rock?
No, there's helium rock.
I believe it's radium, a radium deposit, like some gas pocket that they found in the Colorado mountains.
Some gas pocket. So just some gas. So there's a magic rock called the helium rock that only puts off helium.
If you look it up, most of the helium in the United States comes from one deposit, or not just in the United States, but where most of the helium in the world comes from is from Colorado. How they get it, I don't know. They say it has something to do with radium.
The way it was put, the way I understood it, was from natural gas, a byproduct of natural gas by man. So basically, man started containing the fumes after burning stuff, and lo and behold, there's helium because they captured it.
You get helium from hydrocarbons, or the transformation of hydrocarbons. What's that process? So I sort of haven't heard about that.
So you burn stuff to get them, right? To get it?
No,
hot?
no. Nope.
You don't get helium hot? Helium doesn't need to heat up to get that, to produce it?
Well, you could think about heating up hydrogen very hot, and you could conceivably understand that you could have nuclear fusion, which could create helium, but that's not what you're talking about, nor is what I'm talking about.
Talking about the word hot versus the word cold. It's a 3-letter word. Do you need to get anything hot to produce, create, or see the byproduct of helium happen?
Cold isn't a 3-letter word. Hot is a 3-letter word. Cold is a 4-letter word, and neither one of them has anything to do with what you're talking about. And you're just trying to.
You can go buy a cylinder of helium, man, from Walmart.
So helium just floats around at Walmart. So there's a Walmart rock I can go get, and I don't got to heat the rock up. I don't got to do nothing to it. I just stare at it.
They already squeezed the rock for you, and they bottled it up, man. You can just buy up the bottled shit.
Fresh squeezed. Doesn't have any seeds either.
Yep, freshly squeezed.
So it's nothing to do with natural gas at all. It's just you go pick up a rock and squeeze it.
Well, they squeezed it for you already, so.
Yeah, but squeezing would be adding heat or pressure, correct?
Yeah, I would say so, yes.
So is there any way we can get helium without heat?
I've got no idea. I'm not
It
a
says
helium
it right
chemist,
here.
man.
It says it right here. Radium will decay into both Rn and helium. I can't remember what Rn is. I think it's rayon or radon.
Yeah, but what's decay mean?
So there's two
How do you
byproducts.
decay?
So there's two byproducts of radium, and it's called alpha decay.
Right. In order to get those two, how do you decay?
It also goes through beta decay too. It gets different byproducts, if I'm not mistaken. Right?
Yeah, with beta decay, it loses an electron and it changes the thing, and it changes it to iridium.
Iridium, okay.
Calcium
like an
or
outgassing?
potassium will go into calcium and kick off a lot of electron volts in the process.
So it
Gamma
heats
ray
up.
decay. The only thing that happens with gamma ray is supposedly a photon goes bye-bye.
Well, I don't know
That's
how any
12th
of that
grade
makes any
physics.
sense.
That's
So the
12th grade
guy.
physics. There you go.
So
I'll link you
yeah,
to
no,
it
no,
so
no.
you can
Hold
study
on
it.
a minute, man. Hold on a second. I'm not really worried about that. But listen. So the guys that go get natural gas from the ground, right? You're telling me they go somewhere and get like I'm confused. So natural gas, right? Is from what now?
Usually with natural gas, they drill into the ground. Usually where there's petroleum pockets, they will find natural gas with petroleum pockets. So all the crude oil, there's always natural gas found with it. There's a few instances of oil, the source of oil, where there is no natural gas, like oil sands and oil shales, which is a
What about
shale that's got a high amount of oil content.
what about like 80 tons of methane? Would that be considered a natural type of gas?
Methane is a part of what they call natural gas. Natural gas is a mix of methane and propane, isobutane, a couple of different volatile gases, the lighter of the hydrocarbons, like methane itself.
Well, I mean like poop, you know, like when you poop and you get gas from that. Would that be able to be a byproduct that you could get helium from?
No, that
No.
you get methane out of poop. You're not gonna get helium out of shit.
So
You'd be able to run a generator though off of it easily.
Yeah, totally.
So
bottle up your cow shit and just stick it in the generator, right in the carb.
So you think the only place that natural gas comes from is a special rock? I mean, I'm not getting
No,
what you guys are saying.
What did I
Does it,
absolutely
say?
no,
not.
hold
No,
on,
no,
hold on
no.
a second.
You can run
Does
it.
it come?
You can run it
Does it come
on.
from crude oil, or does it come from a rock, or does it come from the sand that you said? So we're drilling, right? What are we hitting to get the helium? How are we getting this helium? What's the process?
You can run your generator on wood gas, man. You can get a gasifier, run on wood gas, bro.
We don't care about
Gasohol.
generators. I want to know how you generate helium. How does a man go out in the woods or out in the jungle or out in the dirt and get helium? What do I do? Step one.
I
You
think you
have
need
to
some
collect
equipment,
some.
man.
You have to collect some radium.
You got to find a super special rock.
Yeah, good
That's
luck with
weird.
that.
Yeah, or you could just get the drinking water from Florida. Maybe that's why they're so crazy down there.
So you guys think that, I mean, I don't know who thinks this, but so you think that all the world's helium and natural gas is produced by a rock that nobody can find that much of? Or, I mean, I'm not understanding it.
It just comes up from the earth, man. You just bottle it up.
What does?
Natural gas.
So it just comes from like poop or anything else, like leaves,
No,
anything,
it just
right?
comes from rocks, man.
Well, what's the rock made out of? Fallen
Rock.
leaves and dirt and branches and you and me and everything, right? Correct? It's not tons of everything piled up and piled up and piled up on itself. Last time I checked, that's what I thought it was. So then we got piles of dirt, and then all of a sudden one of the dirts turned magical. Just get compressed or conform to a lot of heat and pressure. And then you get different amounts of different dirt because different things have happened to them in that variance of what can happen to them physically, mechanically, chemically.
The naturally occurring helium on Earth, though, comes from different sort of processes deep inside the Earth. Radioactive elements such as uranium and thorium decay and turn into other elements. The byproduct of these reactions are tiny fragments called A particles, which consist of 2 neutrons and 2 protons. These particles pick up electrons from the environment around them and turn into helium. So it's alpha particles. like I was saying.
Yeah, I know, but I don't see how they help me any.
And it's
Because I
safe.
can't see an
And that's
alpha particle. I can't go get an
radium
alpha
puts out.
particle out of air or dirt or a tree.
Go. Dude, you want to know where you find them?
Yeah.
And go to your smoke detector, pull that out, and take the piece of aramecium source out of it. Every smoke detector has aramecium in it. Aramecium is an
That means
American-made thing from the bomb project or whatever, and they use this because it puts out alpha particles, which is what you would need for helium, right? You just need to add
Just build
electrons to
a
it. So
build
put
a
it through an
little vapor
ionizer.
chamber. You build a little vapor chamber, then you can see actually the trails of the particles with your own eyes.
Oh yeah, dry ice and alcohol.
Yep, that's it. Simple, dude. Cheap.
Cloud chamber.
so.
Then you can study it a little bit more.
So
Yep.
dry ice and alcohol are particles of everything and protons.
Yes,
And
And in
yes.
neutrons.
fact,
That's it. That's the bingo. You get. That's it, bro. You nailed it.
So
you can
dry
transmute
ice. Hold on, I didn't
things
nail it. I
into
don't think.
other elements. You can transmute things into other elements while using a certain type of radioactive source, putting out a special type of radiation that will cause a change in the target.
So last time I checked, protons and electrons and neutrons were in everything. Am I right or am I wrong? Yes or no?
That's the story,
Well, they
man.
say everything is made of atoms, but they don't know what atoms are.
Last I heard, they were nucleuses, atoms, particles, protons, neutrons. Right?
Everything we know is through visual.
Don't forget electrons. But yeah, that's the
identity.
Holy Trinity.
Oh, so why wouldn't it all be helium from a banana to a blade of grass?
Banana?
Well,
Yeah,
Banana's
it's
got
a proton.
potassium in it.
No,
Ken,
neutrons and protons, remember? And electrons?
there's Ken Willer says that there's hydrogen and compounds of hydrogen, and every element is just a further compound of hydrogen.
So if that's the case, then helium must be hydrogen also, correct? Just heated up to
Yeah,
a certain extent?
yeah, it's like
100%.
yeah, he would say it's like 1.5 hydrogens, or maybe 2.
Yeah. So I'm trying to teach these guys something, but they're laughing at me.
In
I think that's weird.
fact, you could even put it this way: hydrogen does not come from the name of the sun, but helium does. The name helium means Helios.
Well, that's sad that they did that because I don't believe that at all because we can't produce that here on Earth. You can tell a story like that, but where's your little
So when they
vacuum
said,
with
well,
Helios? Where's your little,
listen.
can I finish? Where's your little vacuum with Helios in it? What am I listening to?
When these globers sit there and say, "Oh yeah," like when Matthew Learns will sit there and say, "Oh, we've been to the sun and we've tested it," but they really haven't because they say it's made out of hydrogen. Yet helium is named after the sun because that's what it's made of.
Yeah, we haven't been to the sun, but we can look at the spectrum of its light.
Yeah,
Well, when you
that's what
produce,
I'm saying. The only thing we know is through vision, through a very thin veil of the electromagnetic spectrum.
when you produce helium, the way to produce it is you create light, right? So after the light begins, then the helium comes, right?
No, you don't just make helium out of thin air. That's why it's in short reserves and it's a precious commodity.
I didn't say anything about thin air. I said when you heat stuff up and you get light, after the light, the helium is the byproduct also with the light, right? It could be one and the same in a way, right?
I don't think light creates helium. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Well, how do you differentiate? So when I light the natural gas up and helium comes from the light, what's going on then?
When you burn natural gas, there's no helium involved. You see the light, the blue flame on your stove, but that has nothing to do with helium.
So what travels up from
Helium
that
does
blue
not burn.
flame? What's traveling up from that flame? Nothing?
Probably carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, water vapor, but no helium.
No, it's probably helium.
Wait, is that just a guess?
No, it's probably helium. at a high rate, at a high frequency, burn at such a degree of temperature that the ignition of light source itself can be almost the rate of helium too, right?
I'm
Helium
going to go.
also.
How
I'm
come
going to go a
no? How
step
come?
further.
Yeah, how come zero chemists would agree with you? Like, if you talk to anybody in chemistry, none of them would say helium is involved in.
Because they haven't made gold out of lead yet.
When you burn gas, right? What happens? You create a
I don't know.
plasma
Maybe,
where you have a cloud
maybe
of superheated ions, right? So superheated ions is what fire is. It's a plasma. It's a physical reaction, not a chemical reaction, even though it is a chemical reaction that causes a physical reaction. And if it's a perfect combustion, then you should only have like
Where do
carbon
you draw the line?
dioxide and water as byproducts.
Where do you draw the line at chemical reaction? Like I've had a conversation before about dissolving something into water isn't a chemical reaction.
It's
Yeah,
not
would
as
you
a
agree with that?
solvation. It's not as a
I mean,
solvation, right? So, like, say you have a bumper that's rusting, that's undergoing chemical change. There's a chemical reaction occurring to where the original
yeah,
starting material changes into a different type of material, an oxide
sure,
forming.
oxidation, whatever, sure.
So putting salt in water and letting it dissolve, that's salivating it. That's putting it in suspension. You're making a solute.
Sure, you're not being clear at all on what I'm actually interested in. I know both of those technical terms. I mean, we could go through the seven classical alchemical
Now,
transformations, but that's not
if
important.
you were to have
What what
salt,
I, what I asked, just to be real clear, just one more time, where do you draw the line at chemical reaction? If
if you
dissolving
put
isn't,
salt,
what's necessary and what's excluded?
I think if the molecule changes, then it's a chemical reaction. But just dissolving salt and water
yeah,
doesn't change the molecules.
If the molecule
exactly. So if
changes,
you take, hold on, if you take water, put salt in water, what you're going to get is salt water. Then you take dilute sulfuric acid, and you drip it into the water slowly because it is exothermic and can run away on you until it gets to a certain suspension ratio. There's going to be an over equilibrium reaction occurring to where the sulfur is going to attack the salt and it's going to liberate the sodium. So you're going to have sodium sulfide and you're going to have hydrochloric acid as a byproduct. Ergo, you've undergone a chemical reaction.
so you're saying that, there's no molecular change from a glass of water and salt to salt water. That on the molecular level, there's still salt in this spot and water in this spot, and they're not. So
Exactly.
you're saying that there's water with salt between its cracks, basically.
No, it's
No, I'm
called a
not saying that.
solution. It's water, and then there are salt molecules inside there.
I mean, you guys
You
understand this
ionize
is like a very tricky area, right?
No, it's
Like,
no,
very
it's
clear in
not.
chemistry.
The
It's like
salt,
first
the
semester chemistry.
salt, the solvent of
well, it's
called
first
water
semester.
will attack the salt molecule and it will
Yes.
liberate the sodium atom and it will liberate the chlorine atom and put it in suspension in the water attached to water molecules and
It'll
floating
it'll
around by
attach to
itself.
it'll
And that's
attach to
called
molecules, but there's
ionic
no molecular
charge.
change.
It's an
Yes.
ionic change. It's not a molecular change.
Yeah, it'll attach to the molecule, but it
That's
isn't
like
a molecular change.
that's like making coffee. That's an extraction. That's not a chemical reaction. Making tea, that's an extraction, not a reaction.
Sure, but there can be bonds being made. I mean, what do you mean when you say it'll attach to the molecule, but there's
That's
not
what
being a bond
happens
being made?
when the chemical reaction is occurring. That's what happens. When you introduce salt in an aqueous environment with sulfuric acid, you get a byproduct of sodium, sodium sulfide, and you get another byproduct of an acid that is like in our stomachs. It's called hydrochloric acid or muriatic acid, and that's an actual change. The molecule has swapped places. The inside the acid itself, there's been a little dance, a chemical romance type thing that has occurred, to where you have the chlorine atom that's dancing around in there, and it happens to take the partner, which is hydrogen, of the so-called sulfur molecule. So the sulfur molecule stacks, so it goes around and it finds this lone body that's very reactive, this alkali called sodium, and it bonds with it. They form a friendship, and then they go and fuck off. So that's what happens is these things that have a friendship, but the friendship's not there, they go to a party, and there's a bunch of energy and mixers and party music going on. Next thing you know, people break up and they find new relationships. That's a chemical equation. That's a chemical reaction, so to say. There's a new group that's formed, a new union, a new bond.
So that was fun. Let me ask you: does salt water have like a chemical formula?
Does what?
Like a molecular formula for salt water.
Na plus Cl minus H2O.
Okay, so is that plus the real divide here, where it's like if you want to call something a chemical, the plus is what would separate it in an equation from another chemical, and so that's why salt water with that plus in its equation, right, isn't just one cohesive thing on in and of itself, right? Like the, I mean, what do you call it? The chemical makeup, the molecular makeup, right? You just say, H, it's just letters and numbers, right? And that's one chemical.
No, it's a language.
Okay, you're missing the point, man. H2O doesn't have a plus in it. I asked you for the chemical makeup of salt water. You said this plus this. And I'm pointing out
because
that
those are what's called
that's what you
ions.
should have been explaining to me. There's this art of teaching thing, man. I think it's a
I'm not a
lost
teacher,
art.
man. I'm not a teacher.
I agree.
I'm under the assumption that people went to school longer than I have.
Guys, have a nice night. Carry on with whatever.
All right. But yeah, usually when things are dissolved into a solution, it breaks down from its base form into its constituent elemental groups in the form of ions. So one will have a positive charge, another one will have a negative charge. So when the solvent is removed, the molecule will go back the way it was. That's why it disappears and then it reforms. Same thing with gold in solution of aqua regia, where it becomes orobotanic acid and you add sodium metabisulfite or some other bisulfitic material that has some sort of reactive metal group on it, like an alkali metal, potassium metal bisulfide, something like that. And what will happen is there's a double replacement reaction that happens to where the gold that is in solution, the gold ions, will get kicked out and will swap places with the sodium or potassium atoms that you have in there, and it'll do this big do-si-do dance and swap out. And next thing you know, you have pure gold falling out of solution, so you can refine it to 4/9 gold. People make chemistry more difficult than it is by coming up with drawings and all of that. Just tell me what the components are, and I can tell you if I can synthesize it. And no, Xanac, I'm not making Xanax.
Let's make a sugar molecule. I give you the recipe. You get out the bowl and mixing spoon, and we'll go to town.
Hey, Xanax, can I ask you a question, man?
Sure.
When you got solid sugar or salt or whatever, a glass of distilled water, and then you make it whatever 80 degree water, and you stir it in and it dissolves. Is there no chemical reaction occurring there, or is there a chemical reaction occurring when you
No
dissolve
chemical
it?
reaction.
There
No
is, or
chemical reaction. There is no chemical reaction.
Okay, and so do you just chalk that up to a physical reaction? Is that how you would put it? What do you call that?
How it's distributed, things going from higher concentration to lower concentration. Along that line, there's no chemical reaction. Because there'd be energy released or needed, required, or not.
Yeah, but what do you call that? If it's not a chemical reaction, even though we got two like chemicals and then they're reacting to each other, what are we going to call that?
Soluble. It's a solution because it's soluble. Eventually, you reach a saturation point.
I don't think Dan, I don't think he was asking you. Just it's not solubility, because that is what we're talking about, solubility. He's like, what causes it, what actually happens in it, and then what is the?
I'm looking for the largest, most general classification here.
I'll give you it's the example of entropy going up.
Listen, I can apply all sorts of terms to it as well, but I'm looking for something to get me as close as it feels like I'm supposed to say chemical reaction. It feels that way, right? Oh, what just happened? Oh, chemicals reacting to each other. You say, oh, that's not technically true. So move me one layer back towards correctness from saying that. What do we call? What do we call the
change of form?
Dissolution. Change of form. Okay, so I mean, I can hold in my breath and push out my cheeks, look like a frog, and that's a change of form as well. I mean,
yes,
there's got to be something more technical, more chemical sounding. I mean, what is it when sugar or salt dissolves in water? What do we call that? What's the closest proper technical term for that? Change of form, obviously, that can mean anything.
High concentration.
Are you just?
We know it's called dissolve, right?
Water?
So let me say this real quick. I will pin this down, and I'll answer it for myself with Google. If you guys don't have the answer, it'd be awesome if you did. But I know that the opposite of dissolve is coagulation, dissolution, and coagulation. So what do both of those terms? What larger umbrella do they both fit under?
What are you talking about?
Coagulation, right? So the dissolved salt turning back into salt crystals?
Yeah, but one's just a solution, salt and water. What do you mean?
Okay, so there's salt crystals. You put them in the water, it dissolves into a solution. Then the solution can cool down or evaporate, and the salt that was in it will coagulate into salt crystals again. Those are the same performances of each other in reverse, so they must be terms under some overarching umbrella of classifying those two processes. So what is that larger umbrella called?
You just described it. I don't know what you're looking for.
Yeah, the name of the umbrella, man. If you don't know, just that's cool. It's fine.
Oats makes umbrellas. I don't know what you mean.
You're being silly, man, because both of those are part of the 7 classical alchemical transformations or processes, right? So I mean, I'm looking for a more updated term, right? Looking for a more updated term.
1200.
Wondering if you know it.
Gold from fucking lead or what?
You're being really silly, man. talking about coagulation and dissolution. Two alchemical processes.
It's just that. It's a solution. You're just
It's just that. It's just dissolution. And coagulation is just coagulation. And there's no term we've invented to group the two.
No, there isn't.
Stop making yourself look so bad, man.
Some just call it butter. Other people call it butter. Either liquid or the cube.
Looking for.
Same
Are
substance.
you like broader category? Like how like in evolution we have families and clades and fucking species and this is that what you're looking for? Okay, never mind then. Fuck it. What do I care?
So, barring the chance that someone comes up with a term that's acceptable to you about how things in a solution have different distributions of matter and concentrations, what would that help you understand, or what would that help you on this topic?
You might want to look up brine, B-R-I-N-E. Maybe that'll help.
And yeah, like when you say coagulation, first of all, that's the wrong term, so you're just wrong there. It's just crystallization. That's the process of making crystals, like from whatever process the chemical solution is, or that it's just crystallization. I don't like coagulation is something like blood does, like when it loses. Never mind. Doesn't matter. Whatever. But, yeah.
What's up?
You missed it, Kosho.
Okay. Did you just call me Kosho? Zanik, can you hear me today, or what's going on?
Hey, bud.
I didn't hear you. Zanik, are you familiar with the QV DP?
No.
What's that?
No. Not familiar.
With the QV
QE debrief?
QVDP.
No. I'm not familiar.
The quantum Venn diagram paradox.
Quantum Venn diagram paradox. Once you, if I've seen it, I don't remember it. If I never saw it, either way, explain it to me.
You have a polarized lens. The light comes through. You can see the light coming through on the other side, right? You take another polarized lens, turn it 90 degrees, you put that in front of it, no photons get through. You can't see none of the
Go
light.
black. Got it.
What's up?
Yes, got it. I understand that very well.
Okay, no photons are getting through, right? You can't see none of the light.
Right.
You put a third lens in front of that, you can see the light. What? It's just crazy, right?
Polarization, especially lenses, are kind of interesting phenomena.
No. What? You never even heard of this 5 seconds ago. It's an interesting phenomenon. That's a paradox.
No, that's a straw man. Say I didn't understand.
Not a
Polarized
straw
lenses.
man.
Yeah.
Wait, do you think I made this
You just said-
paradox up? I didn't
No,
make
you
this
just
up.
said, now it's making a straw man on top of a straw man. You said, do I know this term? I said, no. Then you talked about the polarized lens, and you hold it 90 degrees opposed to another polarized lens. No photons can move through it. However, you put another polarized lens in front of that offset polarized lens, then you can see it. That I heard.
Yeah, and you don't think that's weird? Because if my eyeballs or the camera can't see any photons, how does this third lens see photons?
Well, do you know how do they make a polarized lens, first of all? You know how they do that?
No, I'm not worried about how it works and how they make polarized lenses. I'm worried about if I can't see any photons.
Your
If you
eyes are
can't
not
see-
polarized lenses. If you had polarized lenses for eyes and you got another lens that was polarized and rotated during the orientation of how it's constructed due to polarization of that lens, then you wouldn't be able to see out the lens. You wouldn't get any photons in. But fortunately, we don't have polarized lenses. We don't stack other polarized lenses 90 degrees offset on our polarized lenses because we don't have polarized lenses.
What the hell are you rambling about? If we had polarized, listen
I'm
to
just
me.
repeating.
If you have two of
repeating
these
to you
lenses,
why it's a silly thought. I do
it's
agree
not a
that
silly
it is
thought. It's a
interesting.
real paradox.
It's not a paradox just because two lenses can keep photons from moving through it. A third polarized lens, which acting on the light as it travels through it, will now bend around those two lenses that are offset 90 degrees, and now you're able to see the light. So whatever the bending and offset, what's the term? I can't remember the term of how polarization does that, but whatever that term is, that is undone by a third lens because it bends and counteracts the effect of the first two lapped over each other lenses.
Zanuck, there's two
I have three
lenses.
polarized.
There's two lenses stopping the light from coming through. You can't see the light. Your eyeball can't see it. Camera can't see it. All of a sudden, you put a third lens in front of this. That the back of that lens can now see it and let it come through. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, it would if you understand how a polarized lens works. I have three polarized lenses in front of me right now.
I know, but I understand how the whole idea of the photon works, where it's traveling through the one lens. The second lens blocks it. You can't see any photons coming through. There's no visible light coming through. I can't see it. The camera can't see it, but somehow this polarized lens can see it. How does that make sense with a photon?
That the third lens changes the direction of that light so that you can't see it.
There's no light coming through for the lens to see it. I can't see it. How does that lens see it?
It's diverted away from you. It's blocked via the bending of light due to the polarization. Whoa, and the cross-hatching of the design of the polarization process.
No,
Are you saying that
not.
it's blocked? So how does it unblock so that it's being blocked is what you're asking.
There's nothing to see. When you put the second lens in front of it, tilted 90 degrees, after you do that, there's no visible light getting through. I can't see it. A camera can't see it. Nobody can see it. But all of a sudden, you put this third lens in front of it. That lens can somehow see it now. I love how you think you have an answer for this one. The mainstream people can't even come up with an answer. That's why they call it a paradox.
So I don't think you can see through the third lens. I don't think that actually does work. I'm trying to extend your test example, because if I put two polar lenses together, offset 90, and put a third lens in front of it, I still can't see through it.
No, the third lens lets you see the light now. Now you can see the light. Somehow the back of the light, somehow without the third lens, you can't see. There's no
I
visible
just
light.
did the test. It didn't help me. It didn't help me at all.
What?
I just did the test. I put one lens in front of. I put one sunglass on, and put a polarized lens in front of it, 90 degrees offset. I couldn't see out that one eye. Then I put a third lens on it straight away, and I still couldn't see through it.
You didn't do it right.
What did I do wrong?
You think I made this up? This is a paradox. And just Google search quantum Venn diagram paradox.
Okay. I'll look it up when I get back to the my office. I'm on the road right now.
Yeah.
All I can do is play with 3 polarized sunglasses that I have.
Well, just concentrate on driving. How about don't try to block your eyesight out while you're driving? I don't. It's just a good idea. Probably not a bad idea.
Kind of a bad idea. I agree.
Like in this thing they do. There's two lenses.
Did it.
There's two lenses. You can't see the light no more. Like they're shining light through the back of the lenses. There's no photons getting to your eye anymore. You can't. There's no visible light. You can't detect any light coming through. Somehow, when you put the third lens there, that shit is detecting the light, and now it lets you see it again.
I just did it to my light in my car shining down.
You're not doing it right.
Sunglasses on.
You're not doing it right,
90-degree
bro.
pose. I can't see that light. I put another, and I can't even see even more. Maybe because it's tinted.
You can't see more. You can't see even more. You said.
Still
You said you can't see
see
even
anymore.
before.
I can't see any light. I can't see the light again.
You're not doing it right. You're using like, what do you got? A pair of Oakleys?
Got a pair of Oakleys, pair of Ray-Bans,
AV?
pair of
What are you rocking?
Ray-Ban. What are these? These are Oakleys, and the other ones are the ones with the star X on the side. All 3 are polarized.
Okay, well, I don't know what to tell you. You're not doing it right. Because this is an actual thing.
What's the significance of that? Oh, because it seems kind of peculiar that you can't see a photon through 3 glasses of tinted glasses or untinted glasses that have polarization. That's something that is bent or
the
changed.
fact you can't see,
now suddenly
it's not unusual that 2 of them blocks it out. I'm fine with that. Up until that point, that's all fine. Okay, 2 of them blocked out the photons. The third lens makes it magically reappear. It's like magic, bro. I don't know how you can explain it with a photon. You can't. If my eyeball can't see any photons, if my eyeball can't see any photons, how can the back of the third
that's
lens?
because they're black
photons?
covered photons. They're black
photons.
Black photons, and then the third lens recolors the black photon back to green. Then you can see it again. Photons are still there, but it's colored black.
You can have black photons.
Black photon.
That's a thing.
Could be.
You just made that up, or this is what I was telling Witsit. I was like, you see, these guys get fucking creative with it. Black photons. I'm gonna write that down.
He makes things up. I'm gonna make things up too now. I mean, he's got the same strategy. It sounds really good when you have.
Bro, no one's making things up. You're the only one making things up.
I think they are taking tests and saying that we've measured this interference pattern changing due to weather or altitude. And I'm saying there's black photons to answer your question. to do some further testing on that one. Good one though. I like when you bring new things to the table. It's always exciting.
Geo sent you the link. Geo sent you the link to the Dave Miller thing. It's not veer off topic because this Venn diagram thing is perplexing to say the least. You made up dark photon, or is that a real thing?
Dark boson? I didn't make that one up. Someone else made that one up.
You're saying the two lenses turn it into a dark photon, and the third lens turns it into a regular photon?
I can't wait to get home to look this up. Just so you know.
But did you make the dark photon thing up just for the record?
I did, just for fun.
What the fuck, Xanax? This is no joke. We're deep on this light thing, bro. We're going heavy on light.
You said that earlier. This is no joke. That was exactly 2 hours ago. Was that 2 hours? Was that this morning? I can't remember now. God, we go through topics like, like you know what? I can't say over the air.
You do because you're a scatterbrain and you need to start smoking weed or Adderall or some shit. Focus, my man. Focus.
Smoking Adderall. Smoke some Adderall.
I don't know about that.
I'll freebase it and inject it. Do it all, whatever it takes.
Maybe just like smoke a little weed or something. Get out of here.
Seeing things again. Visions. You having visions? Taking mushrooms again today. Tired. So anyway, that's a cool, interesting paradox. I'll have to look that up. What's the mainstream explanation for that?
Why? So you compare it back to us.
Pardon me?
They have no explanation. They call it a paradox.
Well, no, there's paradoxes with explanations, just like the Earth accelerating and there's no visible acceleration in an object. So there's actually an explanation to this, but you're not going to tell me, are you? You're going to make me look it up for myself.
I don't know it.
Oh, you always have the globers. In fact, remember you told me you're a better glober than most globers are? Which I tend to
most of the time, yeah.
Yeah. So if you really want to be consistent with your lofty appointment of the best glober, you need to find out what the glober's equation is.
I just relearned this. I saw this like 10 years ago or so. This whole polarized lens thing. I saw it like 10 years ago, but I didn't think anything of it. I wasn't into this whole thing that we do now. And then when Mitzi showed, I was like, oh shit, that's fucking awesome like that.
Once you found out there's such a thing, Coriolis 5 years ago, then suddenly you became very curious about the world around you. Makes sense.
And now I have a devastating argument that absolutely demolishes the notion that they're playing the short path because of the Coriolis hell you put me through.
What does the Coriolis tell me?
No, I said the Coriolis hell you put me through.
The Coriolis hell, no. Think of it as one of the most beneficial and mind-expanding experiences you've ever gone through.
Anyways, if the interferometer changes with seasons, would that tell you that that can't be instrument error, right?
If the interferometer changes what?
If the interferometer changes with seasons, can that be explained away with instrumental error?
I wouldn't think so. Oh, it could be. I mean, obviously, anything's possible. But would it be? I don't know how even instrumental error would be related to seasonal change. What happens, or what happens on Earth? Yeah, what happens to our Earth in seasons? Are we rotating it
Why
lower
would seasons throw it off?
Sounds lower. Any magnetic radiation, solar flares, cosmic rays. Anything different? I don't think so. So that would be interesting to see if there was actually a correlation. in the fringe shift and seasons. I haven't heard that one, except for Wizard telling me this. And he's telling us that it is a hard, cold fact truth.
Witsit gave you a whole bunch of papers. Geo sent you the Dayton Miller's link.
Yeah, but those
you haven't
papers
looked
don't.
at any of this.
Yeah, I have.
You haven't even looked at them.
Yes, I know. I know 3 of them, 4 of them. 10%, 15% of them I know. I don't know the rest of them, and I would willing to bet that there is no information on those relating to seasonal changes, accounting for imprometry.
Well, Geo broke you off with the link a little while ago. Did you check out the link Geo tagged you with?
Well, I've been driving for the last 2 hours. I just got back, so I'm going to look at it when I unpack, and I'm being right back at you.
I know you got a lot of homework, so
we'll get this straightened out. We're going to get this straightened out. I guarantee it.
You got a lot of homework. Yeah, you got a lot of homework. I want to see you after class.
You got a tough guy. I'll have my papers first thing in the morning. After I fix the ones my dog ate. After I fix those papers, I will send them on your desk first thing in the morning. Oh my god, people are putting Halloween things up already? Are they insane?
I know the commercials already started on television.
Oh my god.
Halloween TikToks is coming out, all that. Yeah. I bet Pate has an explanation for it.
I'd love to hear it.
Pate.
Nate, has Trality said anything about this topic today?
Pate, you there?
Yeah, Pate would just say look it up. Pate would say look it up. Right? You know, Pate, we got Pate's number. We got him pegged.
Yeah,
well, there he is.
You look things up when you don't understand stuff.
Oh, okay. Have you ever looked up the
right on cue?
Okay, have you ever looked up the QVDP? Pate?
QVDP, right?
Yeah, do you know what that is?
No.
The quantum Venn diagram paradox?
It rolls off your tongue so smoothly. Jeremy, you're amazing.
Thank you. You know what that is, Pate? He's feverishly Googling it right now. Oh, you never heard of it? Well, Zanuck came up with dark photons. I mean, maybe you can try to bedazzle your way out of this.
Oh, that one. Yeah, that's quantum in word.
Yeah.
I've seen that.
Hold on, Zan. Who is hot micing like that? Zan.
Oh.
That's
hung up on.
Yeah, that's a demonstration of quantum there.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, can you explain why we can't see the visible light?
Can I explain it to you?
All of a sudden, I wasn't done with the question, but can you explain why with 2 lenses?
Yeah, because
can you explain why? That's your explanation of that.
Because
I honestly like Zanuck's made up answer was that honestly better, but okay. Zanuck broke us off with dark photons. You think quantum was weird. That's it. I'm just saying, bro. The 2 lenses block the photons. Like you can't see no visible light coming out of that. Like all the photons are blocked. You can't detect no visible light.
Yeah,
but
for some
strange reason, when you have the third one, that fucking third one can magically, the back of it or whatever can obviously detect the photons now where we couldn't detect them before. Is it?
It's not magical, but okay.
It sounds magical. It sounds like some Harry Potter magic stick, Lord of the Rings ass shit.
If you don't understand stuff, then then it it is magic, but it's not really.
Oh, do you understand it, or is quantum weird? My bad. I thought you said quantum was weird and you didn't
It's weird.
understand it, but now you do.
It's weird. You need to understand a little bit of math to understand this one, but okay.
There's no math for this. The math doesn't even work for this.
There is math for this, yes.
Does it?
Yep.
The math works for this. It's all good.
Yep. Yep.
So there's no paradox.
Nope. No.
It's all good. So the reason for this is just math.
We have an observation.
Yeah, we have the observation where we can't see the photons. Then we put this third thing in there. Now we can see the photons. Yep. The reason for that is math.
Oh, the math explains it. Because
math doesn't explain anything. Math describes things.
No, math explains.
Math
is a language of physics.
Math. Bro, you can't explain anything. Explain something to me with math real quick.
1 plus
Just give me something simple.
1 plus 1 equals 2.
It doesn't explain anything, though.
That's 2.
No, it doesn't. It describes what 2 is. 2 is 1 plus 1.
If I have one object and another object, I put them together, I now have 2 objects.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain anything. It just tells you how many objects you have.
Yeah, that explains how
it
many
describes.
objects.
No, it describes how many objects you have.
Same way that language. Same way that English does.
It describes how many objects you have. It doesn't explain why you have 2 objects. The problem is you don't know the difference between describe and explain. That's the problem right now.
Well, then wait, hold on. The same thing. What's the difference?
It's not the same thing.
You're playing words now. Now you're playing word games. See, that's the problem with. So that's why math is a language.
It's not a word game.
That's why math is a language of physics, because math is more concise than English. In English, you can play stuff like, pseudo. You can play stuff with pseudo forces, meaning, pseudo means fake, therefore it's a fake force.
What the hell are you rambling about, dude? Do you know the difference between describe and explain?
Math is a language of physics. If you
it doesn't explain anything.
Math is a language of physics. It explains stuff just as good as English does.
You can't explain anything with math.
Sure, we can. Oh, you can say that.
Explain one thing to me.
1 plus 1 equals 2.
That describes how many things you have. That doesn't explain why you have those things.
It explains that you have 2 things, and you put them together, you suddenly have 2 of them.
It describes how many things you have.
So does English.
Yeah, but English can explain things. You can't explain anything with math.
It's actually better for explaining stuff, because math.
You can't explain a thing with math.
To you, yes, I agree. To you, I can't explain anything with math.
No, 1 plus 1 equals 2 is not an explanation of anything.
Again,
it's just
I can explain stuff with math. I can explain stuff with math, but not to you. I agree.
Are you explaining why 1 plus 1 equals 2? You're just telling me 1 plus 1 equals 2. You're not even explaining why.
Like I said, I can't explain any more than that to you, because that's about the limit of your math knowledge.
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's fair.
It's totally fair. See, math is language of physics, and you guys don't do math, so.
Okay, give me some physics with only math. Don't say no. Don't say no words.
Sure, there are lots of papers with that.
Yeah, break me off with just something. Go ahead.
Break you something? No. See, you don't understand.
Break me off with something.
Might as well be speaking Latin to you.
That's fine. Write it down. Put it in the text chat. So your claim is they have math. You know what? How about just post some math for this Venn diagram thing? Post some math that solves this and makes it not a paradox anymore.
Why should I post stuff that you won't even begin to understand?
I'm going to send it to people. I got Venn diagram people.
You don't know. You don't have Venn diagram people. Stop it.
I have Venn diagram people. Don't worry about it.
So what interests you about this quantum Venn diagram? Why are you interested in it?
It's fucking awesome, because listen to me. You put the 2 lenses, it stops the photons. You can't see no photons come through. No photons come through. I can't detect. My eyeball, the camera, nobody can detect photons coming through. And then all of a sudden this third lens can detect the photons. It's fucking Harry Potter magic stick magical.
No magic in it. It's quantum. Did you watch the diagram I posted from Minute Physics?
This is the math for the Venn diagram. You posted it?
No, this is tensor equations.
Okay, what does it explain? Einstein's tensor equation?
What? If you know.
Yeah, Einstein's tensor field equation? Yeah, but what does it explain now? What is it explaining? Is it describing or explaining? Does it tell us why anything or how anything? Or does it just tell us what's happening? Okay, what's it?
Well, if you knew math, you would be able to read it.
Bro, I can't even read. It's when I click on it, it's a black screen's coming up. So I don't even know what the hell you posted because I can't even see it. All I know is you told me it's Einstein's sensor equation. Just post a Venn diagram thing. Post a math that supposedly solves this Venn diagram. You can't explain anything with that. You can describe a lot of stuff with math. I can tell you how many apples you have. I can't tell you why you have the apples with math or how you have the apples. I can only tell you how many apples you have.
Mind if I interrupt with a previous topic?
What do you got?
Well, people were giving me a bit of a hard time earlier about trying to figure out what the technical term is or what the technical classification is where, let's say salt dissolves into water and then call it what you want, but you know what I mean when I say it undissolves with water. There's different ways that could happen. Like you leave like a glass of salt water out in the sun, the water evaporates and the salt is left behind, and there's just like grains of salt at the bottom of your cup if you left it.
That's how some people. Yeah, some people make salt like that. Some people make salt like that. They'll take ocean water.
Take some ocean water in a cup, leave it out in the sun. You'll just be left with some salt at the bottom of the cup, right? Or another option is you have hot water, right? You get some water up to just some hotter temperature than outside, right? And you dissolve salt into it. You let the water cool down, and we all know hot water can hold more salt dissolved into it than cold water can, right? And so as the water cools, it'll kick out, it'll basically evict it, right? Like you can't live here anymore inside of me. You're kicked out. You're undissolved. And I've learned some technical terms in the past 20 minutes. I've been looking into this because they're giving me such a hard time, and I really wanted to know. And so, there's different terms for those two things, and so okay. So here's what I wanted to show, anyways. I'll post it. This was the best answer I found, and I wanted a review, critique, or whatever on this answer specifically. So, I'll read it. A chemical change involves a formation of new substances through chemical reactions. And I'm sorry, I don't know if I told you what this is rooted in. I did tell you what do we classify? What's the umbrella term that classifies dissolving and whatever you want to call it, undissolving? What's the blanket term that puts both of those into a larger category? I was saying chemical reaction, right? And they're like, no, that's not a chemical reaction. And I was like, what do you mean? When salt dissolves in water? I know the first answer you guys are going to say is, oh, it's a physical reaction, not a chemical reaction. But obviously, any fucking material is a chemical, and so any reaction between them is chemicals reacting with each other. And I was asking them, where do you draw the line? So this was the best answer I found after like 30 minutes of looking. A chemical change involves the formation of a new substance through chemical reactions. The newly formed product have chemical properties that differ from the starting substances. A physical change does not involve any chemical reaction. It only results in a change in appearance, like size and shape. Dissolving a solid in a liquid is a physical and chemical change. That's the "and" is the key word here. Physical and a chemical change, depending on the solid, the solute and the solvent. Consider salt and water. When common salt or sodium chloride dissolves in water, it dissociates into sodium ions and chloride ions. The following chemical reaction occurs. Yada yada in the abbreviated terms, right? New ions are formed that differ from the original compound. The same type of reaction occurs when an ionic substance is dissolved in water. Since the process involves the formation of a new species through a chemical reaction, and here's the conclusion, dissolving salt in water is a chemical reaction. And then it says, on the other hand, when you dissolve sugar into water or coffee, which consists of hydrogen and carbon atoms, it dissolves entirely. What does it say? Sugar dissolves entirely in coffee but does not break down into new species. The sugar molecules disperse completely in coffee but do not change their chemical identity. Therefore, dissolving sugar in coffee or water is not a chemical change, and it's a physical change, but dissolving salt in water is a chemical change or a chemical reaction. So they wanted to make it sound so simple, when literally dissolving is sometimes a chemical reaction and sometimes not. When they wanted to classify dissolving, it's never. It's just physical. And I even brought up salt as my example earlier. And so I just goes to show they don't know what they're talking about. Even the other guy earlier, he didn't want to agree that. He's talking about alchemy. He doesn't even know the 7 alchemical transformations. But see, it's and one guy said, "Oh, this was 5th grade chemistry class. Dissolving isn't a chemical change." Well, this website says that dissolving, it depends on the solvent and the solute, whether it is or isn't. Salt is a chemical reaction when it dissolves. Sugar isn't. It depends what the water does to the ingredients, I guess. I mean that's kind of obvious, right? Because like you drop a little bit of magnesium, like pure magnesium in water, it'll fucking explode, while other things won't, right?
My bad, buddy. I can't really see right now. My whole family's asleep. I'm just waiting for Paige to post his math for the VDQP. Or sorry,
Yeah.
the QVDP.
Yeah, which you won't understand. So I'm not going to bother. Why
It's
should I
fine.
waste my time?
I'm not worried about it. I got people that don't understand it. Don't worry about it.
You don't have any people understand it. Witsit sure as hell doesn't understand it, and he's the smartest flat earther in here, which is
Bro,
saying a
just
lot.
don't worry about who understands it or not. I may figure it out. Don't worry about it. If not, I got people.
You don't have people.
Just post it. Shit.
Yeah, Witsit.
Post
He
it
doesn't
up.
understand shit.
Dude, just post the math so we could go over it, bro. Let's get down to it and stop with all the personal bullshit attacks.
We don't even understand 1 + 1 = 2. You don't think that explains stuff, so why should I waste my time posting math to you?
You don't know
It's not
anything
about-
about the math, bro. You're just making stuff up, dude. Stop making stuff up, bro.
Says the guy who constantly makes stuff up.
Well, okay. Can you explain it and stop changing the subject?
You? No, because
So, do you admit that you don't know?
nobody knows. So what?
Oh, well, you said that. I thought you said that it could be explained.
Yeah, it can be explained.
It can be explained, but nobody knows.
You don't understand much about quantum, do you? Yeah, gotcha.
Immediately diverted.
What you expect to understand quantum? I mean, you don't barely. You think the Earth is flat. You think you're going to
What
understand?
are you
quantum?
guys even fucking talking about? Someone make it clear or
The
bring
quantum
something to
Venn
the
diagram.
table.
How the quantum Venn diagram paradox debunks the photon.
You think the Earth is flat.
Dude, you cut him off
You
while he's trying to
expect
explain something to
understand
me.
quantum mechanics and the
Shut up for a
quantum Venn
sec.
diagram.
Talking about how the quantum Venn diagram paradox debunks the photon.
You think the Earth is flat, and here you are with the quantum Venn diagram. It doesn't debunk the photon.
Or can you explain how it works with the photon?
Can you explain why the Earth is flat?
Why are you changing the subject?
Because you can't explain this. No, stop. You can't explain the simple stuff, and you want to go right to quantum, which is extremely confusing to everybody. But
Why are you freaking out?
You're the only one that's confused. Yeah, you're the.
I'm the only one confused. No, I'm not. I'm the only one who begins to understand quantum. Begins.
Okay. So you said you had some math for this. Just post the math.
I'm
If
not
I
gonna
don't
post
understand
math,
it,
man. You don't understand 1 + 1 = 2, Jeremy. You admitted that. So.
no, I understand it doesn't explain anything.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Math doesn't explain things. It describes
Math
things.
does explain things. Math is a language.
No, it doesn't. It describes things. Jeremy's correct.
Math is the language of physics.
Language describes things.
Language, yes. So is math the language of physics. So.
Okay, so it doesn't explain things. It describes things. But can you explain?
Yes.
Can you just admit that no one can explain the quantum Venn diagram paradox with the photon model?
People can explain it. You don't like it because, yeah, you just don't.
Wait, I mean, I like it. If you could tell me how you explain it, I'd like it.
I like it too. Yeah, I like it. Let's do it.
Well, I'll tell you what. Let's start with some simple stuff. Maybe you could give me some evidence that the Earth is flat, and then I can explain.
No, we're actually currently talking about the quantum
we're
Venn
talking
diagram.
about stuff that's way beyond the Earth being flat, and you don't understand that the Earth isn't flat. So how am I going to? Why should I go into quantum with you when you don't understand the basic stuff? I mean, you need.
Do you really think that you're like
you can't,
convincing someone?
If you
are so scared.
If you went to
You
the
are
racetrack
so
and say,
afraid,
"Hey,
man.
I want to drive that NASCAR around the track,
Dude.
300 miles per hour," and let's say, "Do you have a driver's license?" And you'll say, "No, I've never driven before." They'll say, "Yeah, get lost. Go learn to drive first."
Are you really trying to convince people?
What the hell are you rambling about?
Are you really trying to convince people in here that you like know the answer, but you're just not going to say it or something?
Again, I'm talking quantum to people that are totally unprepared for it.
So you admit that you can't explain the quantum Venn diagram paradox with the photon?
I can't explain that the Earth isn't flat to you. What do you mean you can get the quantum Venn diagram thing?
Brother, just admit you don't know.
You don't know that the Earth isn't flat. Come on, this is ridiculous. You're
like full on imploding, dude.
I'm imploding? Says the guy who thinks the Earth is flat. Right. Yeah, go ahead and laugh. I know, laugh. It's funny, isn't it? Ha ha ha.
What is going on?
I don't know.
Just post the math. We're all into this math Venn diagram
you
thing.
don't know math, Jeremy. You don't know math.
I do know math. I know 1 + 1 = 2.
No, you don't.
1 + 1 = 2. I already knew that. Post the math.
I'm not going to post the math.
Okay, the math admittedly doesn't work, and the photon model can't explain it. This is a well-known fact.
Says Whitsitt, who thinks the Earth is flat. He's an expert in quantum mechanics along with the flat Earth. Interesting.
I don't have to be an expert. I mean, I think that a 10-year-old could understand why the photon model doesn't work. I mean, Jeremy explained it to you. Yeah, Jeremy explained it to you. If you think that light is photons,
light is photons.
Buddy, if you think that light is photons that physically travel from point A to point B,
how does my
dude?
Dude, how does my
Paid, you gotta relax, bro.
Dude, listen, I got a little Hey, I got a laser.
Hold
Bro's
ruler.
like
on a second.
He's
I
like
got a.
sweating at his house. Like he's like freaking out.
I just have muted you. Go ahead,
Hey,
Winston.
guys,
Paige, you can go next.
bring it back to what Paid posted earlier regarding the speed of light.
Real fast,
He
like if
thinks that he posted a video saying that they measured the speed of light with a bunch of assumptions and math equations and looking at stars.
I have a
so real
laser
fast.
measure. I have a laser ruler in my hand. It measures distances very accurately. I can check it with a ruler.
Well, why
How does that work?
are you serving him up an ability to run
How does
away
that
from the
work?
subject? That's
How
what I
does
don't
that work?
understand.
Yeah,
How
I'm
does that?
sorry. It was an earlier point, and
How
he's
does
not.
that
He's
work?
clearly
What's
not
it?
going to give
What's
the information you guys want.
Hello, what's it?
He
How
did
does that
give
work?
me some information,
Hello,
and it's a bunch of jabberwocky.
Earth to Witsit. How does it work? How, if light doesn't travel, how does my laser ruler measure shit?
We're actually not currently going to change the subject. Thank you, though.
No, that's
But
about
Oh, no,
photons.
the
You're asking me
photons.
for proof
Yeah,
of
yeah.
photons.
The
It says proof that
photons
light travels. So
have
it
a
bounces off of stuff.
speed,
It
right?
comes back.
all right, this is just turning into a shit show.
I can do
Yeah,
that.
guys,
I
relax.
can measure the
Paige,
distance to the moon
Paige,
using a similar
relax, bro.
method. No,
All right,
I'm not
relax, man.
relaxing because I'm destroying Witsit here, and he's saying no, like he normally does.
That's what you said. You've been saying that the
I've
whole time. You're
I've been
projecting.
sitting, I've been sitting here asking him how my laser ruler works with no photons, and he can't explain it.
It's calibrated based on the rate of induction. That's
Rate of
typically
induction. What the fuck is that?
Yo,
it's
don't Paige. Go
No,
ahead,
this is
Paige.
just Witsit saying bullshit now.
Just
it's
don't cut
Rate
him
of
off, Paige.
induction.
It's calibrated based off of C, which is like an average based on the magnetic permeability and electric permittivity in a vacuum from Maxwell's equation. Can we actually get back to the quantum Venn diagram paradox, though, because it debunks the photon? If you assume that light is photons that travel from point to point and it's coming through the lens, and then you put another lens at a
It has
90-degree
nothing to do with
angle, and I'm almost done, and you put another lens at a 90-degree angle, it blocks the light out. If you then add a third lens, the light comes back through. It can't be a physical particle called the photon traveling through the lenses because the second one would still be blocking it. So the third one couldn't just bring it back if the second one was still blocking its path.
Which means the video you posted earlier is bunk.
So, Witsit, how does if photons don't work, what's this in rate of induction shit? But yet I
You just
can.
pretend like you didn't hear what I said or something.
I didn't hear what you said because of you monologuing and you muted me, so I just didn't listen. I mean, you don't listen to me. I have a radar. I have a how does a radar gun work? How does a lidar work? When the police measure your speed, was it the rate of induction through the magnetic medium or some such bullshit?
No, it's just all calibrated based off of C, which is based on the magnetic permeability and electric
Light has
permeability. That's literally where C came from, was Maxwell's equations. You don't even know what you're talking about.
That's not where C came from. Light has no effect. Magnets has no effect on light.
Do you want to bet money
Magnets
that
have no
C
effect
came
on light.
from? Why don't you use your best friend Google and find out where C came from?
Magnets has no effect on light.
Did we get
Hello?
C from Maxwell's equations? Yes or no?
Magnets has no effect on light.
Did we get C from
Does
Maxwell's?
magnets have effect on light?
Did we? Dude, light is intrinsically partly the magnetic field.
Partly,
Can
but
you?
excuse me. Do magnets have an effect on light?
You just said no 4 times.
Dude,
I
hey,
know.
can you?
Does magnet have an effect on light?
Buddy,
What's it?
NASA, what's not going to happen is you're just going to keep ignoring the points put on the
The point
table.
here is that does magnetism affect light travel?
Wait up, we got to slow down. So we're trying.
No,
You don't even know. You don't even know where the speed of light came from.
What's it? Do magnets affect light?
Wait up. Where do we get the speed of light?
Where do magnets affect light?
No,
Then why do you always talk about the magnetic permeability of the void, whatever?
you don't even know how to say permeability.
Whatever it
Light
is
is an electromagnetic wave, right?
Yeah, but it's not affected by magnets.
Okay, before we change the subject for the 10th time, do
We're
you
not
know?
changing the subject. You
Hey,
think that light is some sort of
shut up,
magnetic inductance bullshit, and it's
buddy.
not.
Buddy, do you know where C came from?
Do you know that magnets don't affect light?
Dude, this dude said that C didn't come from Maxwell's equations.
Hello. You think that light's affected by magnetism?
Let's just go back to the QF paradox because you don't seem to understand any of this, to be honest.
Well, wait a minute. You still haven't explained how a lidar works or radar, or the
Why?
fact that
No, because
radio
you're
is.
changing. This is a red herring, pal.
No, it's not red herring. You said that light isn't photons, and all these demonstrate that light is photons and travels.
Can you define red herring, Falsey?
He's trying to demonstrate to you how it can't be a photon with the Venn diagram paradox.
Yeah.
But you're not acknowledging it.
Yeah, but I'm showing you how it's with simpler experiments that don't involve quantum or much quantum, that light, it's traveling and bounces off of shit and comes back. That's how we
Wait,
see.
how does something with light not involve quantum? What a clown.
Yeah, it's a clown. Says the guy who can't explain how a laser ruler works.
I already explained.
Yeah, I know the
already
magnetic
explained it.
induction of the permeability of the void and some such
You don't
bullshit.
even, dude. Listen carefully. The speed of light, c, came from Maxwell's equations, which uses the magnetic permeability and electric permittivity inside of a vacuum. That's literally where we got the speed of light from.
So light is affected by magnets now?
This is embarrassing.
It is embarrassing. You think that light's not photons, and I've given you good examples of it is photons, and you just wave it off with Maxwell's equation and the magnetic permeability of the void or whatever the fuck.
No, you asked how they work. I said they are calibrated using C, which is an average. And where we got C from was Maxwell's equations. Do you understand that?
But how does it work though? I mean, I have a magnetic inductance thing, and I shine. I pointed at something, and I can measure a time differential, and I know the distance to that object. How's that work without photons?
Because it uses C, which is an
Uses how?
average rate based
How?
on Maxwell's equation.
How?
So
How does?
hey, where?
You gotta relax, babe.
Yeah. Okay. Where did C come from?
How does it use C?
Where did C come from?
I don't care where C came from at the point in time. I want to know how my laser ruler knows C and how it does this with. Okay, so it knows C. Great, big deal. So now what's it do? I point at something, I press a button, a light comes on, and now it knows the distance of that object. How does that work without photons?
No, it's not sentient. It doesn't know anything. It's
You just told it that
calibrated.
it knows it. It's
No, I didn't. I did not. I said it's calibrated with C. Just stop, bro. Just tap out. This is a bad. You just got destroyed.
It is bad. You're getting destroyed because you're saying that it is calibrated to C, but you can't explain the dynamics. You can't explain the operation of a simple laser ruler without photons.
Why would I need a photon to explain it?
Well, you can't explain it without. How does it
Yes,
know?
I can.
How?
There is no photon. Why would I need a photon to explain C?
We're not explaining C. We're explaining how it knows how far it is from the wall that I just shined it at.
Because there's a typical rate called C that we use to calibrate things, and in the medium of air, it's very accurate. So it's accurate for intents and purposes. The variance is so small that it's good enough for pretty precise measurements.
But how does it measure it, Witsit? How?
It's very simple. It uses the rate of induction that people call the speed of light.
But that doesn't explain how it works, Witsit. All you're saying is that you're just talking circles. We know C, we program it to C, it uses C, but you never say what actually happens when I press the button and the little laser red light lights up.
Yeah, when you press the button, it creates a perturbation in the background, and there's a rate of illumination, and it's the same as the rate of induction back into the original state of the medium prior to the perturbation. And this gives us distances based on the interaction with material. So if you actually knew where C came from, which is why I started with that, then you would understand what I'm saying. But I can assure you that the fact you don't understand what I'm saying
No, you're right. I
is
don't understand
not
what you're
a
saying.
it's
I don't
not a
understand.
rebuttal.
I don't understand what you're saying because what you're saying is bullshit, Witsit, and you know
Hey,
it's bullshit.
where did C come from, Paige?
I don't think he
Again,
knows it.
explain to me how my laser pointer works without some sort of magical rate of induction C. How do we measure it, by the way, and why?
Oh, I told you how we measured it. We measured the magnetic permeability and electric permittivity of a vacuum, and then we used Maxwell's equations with those two variables to get C. And it actually uses classical wave mechanics. You don't
I'm
know
sorry.
anything.
I didn't hear any of that because you muted me. I'm not going to be muted and have you monologue over and just say bullshit.
I've never muted. I don't
For like
mute
5
people.
seconds.
Someone's muting
First
me
of
all
all,
the
you
damn
he
time.
has to be. You have to be muted, otherwise you interrupt every time.
Well, because he talks bullshit, and as soon as he starts saying bullshit, I'm going to tell him he's full talking bullshit.
All right, bro. I'll be honest, bro. You're just kind of a waste of time.
I know I'm a waste of time because I'm not putting up with your shit. You think you have everybody else here coward thinking you actually know.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the quantum Venn diagram paradox and how it debunks the photon. Jeremy, have you got a good answer at all today?
Yo, I told you, bro. Xanax had dark photons.
Yeah, I heard that black photon.
Something about dark photons or something.
Yeah, I told you that they can only Google answers, and the mainstream doesn't have an answer for this, so they're not going to have an answer. They can't think about it themselves. I mean, I guess Zanuck did. He came up with black photons. Dude, NASA tried to BS you so hard. He was like, "It's just quantum. The math explains it." Dude, the math doesn't even work. That's one of the reasons it's called a paradox.
I know. That's why I told him to post the math. I kept telling him, just post it.
Crazy, man. They don't even know where C came from. You know what's even funnier is that the photon, it literally uses a wave equation. The photon model uses a wave equation.
Yeah, because photons act like waves sometimes. That's correct.
No, not sometimes. Every time they quantify the photon, they use a wave equation.
Yeah, yet they act like particles at times too. Interesting.
When?
Oh, when they go okay, let's use the double slit. They go through. They come out as a particle. They go through the slits as a wave and hit the target as a particle.
Well, they don't hit it. No, that's just a reification
No, it's
fallacy.
not
You
a
just
reification fallacy. It's an observable. Little dots appear on the back.
yeah, that's right. Little dots. Little dots appear. A localized interaction on the plate, which is called the photoelectric.
No,
Do you even know what that effect is called?
A dot. The fire
I heard
electrons.
you say it last night. I forgot.
It's
Say it
not
again.
called a
What's it?
dot. No.
electrons
NASA. What's that effect called?
They fire electrons one at a time, go through both slits, and then diffract. But if you watch it, if you measure it, it collapses for some reason.
Hey.
What's
What's that
the
effect called? Oh, I want him to answer. What's the effect called when you get a dot pattern on the plate?
Again, but they fire the particles individually. Then they hit the
See, you see how
hit the
easy it is
target.
to expose that he has no idea what he's talking about?
I'm not going to answer your stupid questions. What's it? Don't patronize me.
They're so stupid that you can't answer them.
Yeah, says the guy who thinks the Earth is flat. Got it.
Okay, the answer is it's called a photoelectric effect.
Ooh, photoelectric effect. I didn't know that. Oh yeah.
I clearly.
Yeah, says the guy who thinks the Earth is flat.
Wow, dude.
Yeah, it is wow. It really is wow that you think the Earth is flat. Yet here you are talking about quantum, which you obviously don't understand at all.
It's the photoelectric effect.
Flat Earth is so stupid. It's pretty bad that the flat earthers having to teach you all this.
The photoelectric effect is what Einstein won his Nobel Prize for, right?
Correct.
And the claim is that the physical particle called the photon, that's massless, travels and hits an atom in the metal plate or a semiconductor metal. And when it hits the atom, it uses some of its energy to dislodge an electron from the atom. And then with the rest of its energy, it morphs into the photon and becomes a photoelectron.
That's fucking dope right there.
Some Super Saiyan shit.
Yeah. The photoelectric effect, yeah.
You know, it's like the
But
only quote unquote evidence they have for the photon. And it can be explained without the photon, obviously. But then we can go back to the quantum Venn diagram paradox, because it actually debunks the photon.
yeah, dude, if you can't detect a photon, how does this other thing, how does this new shit, like that must be able to detect a photon? If no photons are getting through to that area, but you put that thing in that area, now it sees the photons. What the fuck?
Or what about this? What if you do the double slit, but then you put a polarized lens on in front of the slit, and then you put another one in front of the slit, and you turn it 90 degrees, and it blocks out the light? Why is there still a dot on the slit on the plate? Thanks for playing.
What? Yo, that happens?
Well, yeah, it would obviously happen. I've never looked into it actually being done. I don't even know that test has been done. It should be though.
That's what I was. So that's like, dude, they did that shit. Why? That's what needs to be done. I feel like.
Yeah.
Is the photon getting through or not? What the fuck's going on here?
I mean, if we add a third lens, how does the photon get through the second lens?
They need to do it with two lenses and then put the third one in there, yeah, or something. I don't know.
But actually, I can give you Cambridge University's quantum textbook that explains that you can fully predict in detail the double slit without the photon. So you can just use electromagnetic fields and produce a dot pattern with perfect precision prediction. So that's rough.
Yo, that would be awesome to do a double slit with fucking two lenses, 90 degree, one of them 90 degrees. It's fucking crazy. You could have put them before, after, in the middle of the thing. You could do all types of shit with that. It'd be neat to see.
Yeah, I feel like Paige should put an interferometer up his ass and see whether it feels like a proton or a wave.
Obviously, it'd be both.
I think he could really figure it out, bro. You should give it a shot.
There's an article, a paper from Yale called "The Photoelectric Effect Without Photons." Details all of it.
From Yale?
Yeah, it's actually by Willis Lamb, who is a Nobel laureate, and a Lamb shift is named after him, I believe, which is the part of the magnetic field that debunks the particle physics model as well. That's when they have to invoke virtual photons. It's actually on NASA's website from Yale University. It's hilarious. It's in NASA's database.
Paige left. Boo.
Oh yeah, dude, that was a bad outing.
He went to go study.
Yeah, that was the best question was where did C come from? Just kill him with that. That was beautiful.
Yeah, they don't even know.
That was the first time anyone got the number C.
Yeah, from Maxwell. Yeah.
Yeah, I always like that when you can get them to answer the question. Yeah, you guys see all this shit on fire and fucking what the fuck was it? It's damn it. So it's fucking emergency siren sounding off. Level 3 evacuation order has been issued in in Hawaii, I think again. And then there's Garyville, Louisiana. A refinery blew up. And the presidential palace in Sudan was blown up. And the LPG station explodes in Bucharest, Romania. It's just kind of popping off.
Well, fires happen.
Yeah, man. What's fucked up is that weird color blue thing. I don't know if you got. Hey, Jeremy, you seen that? How like the color blue doesn't ignite with this laser frequency, but all these other colors did. You seen that video, Jeremy? Still trying to figure out bread. The motherfucker leave too?
Yeah, check it out. UN uniforms. Guess what color they are.
Oh, damn, kid. I didn't even think about that. Has everybody seen that? Like, has anyone not seen the video of like the laser like being put over these fabrics, and it like lights up these other colors, but it doesn't light up the color blue. This color blue. Has anyone not seen that?
I've seen
No,
it.
I haven't seen it. I've heard about it from you, but I haven't seen it. Can you post it, or should you want to send it to
But
me?
it's just a certain frequency of laser, right? You can like tune the laser to be any color.
Yeah, I'll put the video up that I think I'll see if I got it.
Dude, Matthew, you don't seem to understand the point, brother.
What, the different color lasers can ignite different color papers?
No, that fire doesn't burn things based on color, but lasers burn things based on color.
Right.
And in Hawaii, a lot of blue stuff was left unscathed in the middle of areas that were completely scorched by fire.
So, what does that mean? I mean, what
does that mean? Do you agree that there wouldn't just be a naturally occurring fire that would selectively burn things based on color?
So it was a fire started by high winds blowing down power lines that caught grasses on fire that were dry.
No, hold on. The
drought.
governor said it was climate change. So
Why didn't you answer my question though?
I'm saying that it was a natural fire. It was just structures burning.
Why didn't you answer my question though?
Your question, what? I'm in the middle of answering it.
No, you're not.
It was not ray guns from space.
Why are you not answering my question? Do I have to ask it again? I'll ask it again. Do you agree that a naturally occurring fire wouldn't burn things based on color?
Right, that's true.
Okay, good job. So, why are certain colors not burnt?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if that's true or if it's just statistically unlikely. I mean, do you have evidence that there was that something blue?
Oh, fucking right I do, bro, and I'm working so hard to get it to you right now. Hold on a minute.
Yeah, like blue umbrellas, blue cars, blue plastic containers, more blue cars, blue houses. Why would every single car on the street be burnt to a crisp other than the blue cars?
That's what happened?
Oh my god.
So you're saying that there were space lasers or ray guns that burnt up Hawaii? That it wasn't just a
Hey, yo, did you see? Have you ever heard of when Michio Kaku was talking about how they were affecting the weather with lasers? Have you seen that interview
Yeah, they've done lots of different
from
experiments about how to.
9 years ago? Just saying,
Yeah.
they were okay. Okay, good. All right, give me a minute. I'm gonna post this for you.
Bro, these people are gonna go back into lockdown.
I
think
just
there's
posted
no
the
appetite for-
video. Go check that out. It's a little bit of conspiratorial stuff in the beginning, but then it shows
Wait,
the
I'm looking at
laser
Livestream's text. Where did you post it?
around a bit.
Yeah, it's not in the live stream text.
Yeah.
You might have posted in the wrong place.
Text. I'm in live stream 1. Text.
You see my Mountain Dew.
It's so weird too. 'Cause you're right above me with. Yeah, the Mountain Dew. I'm right below you. Oh, it says sending. Hold on. It says sending. Forgive me, guys. I sent it.
There you go.
There it is. Should be up. You see it?
Yeah, I'll download it and watch it right now. Okay, so she found 2 pictures where there were blue things that didn't get burned.
There were 3 pictures.
3, you're right, 3.
Yeah, what's up? Did you watch the vid?
Yeah, I did. So I saw she had 3 pictures where there were blue things that weren't burned near things that were burned.
Yeah, so like the theory is that like they sent these lasers, and the lasers, they burned. Hold on one second. There you go. What do you call it? So like the lasers seem to have lit up all this other shit, but they possibly may not have lit up or been able to light up things of the color blue. And the rumor is that a lot of people who were in the know potentially, because there was a meeting 2 weeks prior to the Maui fires that they were going to turn Maui into a smart city. So like, and I guess some celebrities and all these people like painted their houses blue, and like a lot of people's houses made it that were blue. I mean, I don't know. I'm not in Maui. I don't fucking know. You know what I mean? But I'll tell you what, lasers in the sky makes more sense. I mean, I guess you're gonna, they also mismanaged a lot of the land. You know what I mean? But like, if I would ask you, like, do you think that it's because of climate change? Do you think that that is a legitimate concern? Do you think that climate change is a legitimate concern?
With things like disasters and air disasters and all that type of stuff, there's probably a constellation of things that causes the probabilities to go higher. So warmer weather with drier grass might be a factor, but also the decision of the power guys not to turn off the power when there were high winds blowing down electrical lines, high winds whip up whip up any type of ignition into a big firestorm. So I think all those are contributing factors. And so I guess I'd apply Occam's razor that like a wildfire could be started by a power line. Why theorize some kind of some kind of laser if the
Well,
other
there was some pictures. There's some pictures that came out of like what looked to be like lights coming from the sky. And I mean, of course, like the fact checkers are all over it, but we don't really believe fact checkers now. They kind of fuck themselves up. Like, but I don't know. It's just interesting because, like, the tech would be there. Like, instead of sending like their arsonists, like they did in Canada, maybe, because I know like a bunch of people got arrested for starting all these fires in Canada already, and I don't know. Instead of doing that, they would just spark it up and start the fire, and then blame it on power wires.
Are you talking about that laser picture like the one that I just posted?
I don't know. Let me see. No, not like that. There's not that particular one. I don't know what that's from. But I've seen some other photos. And also there's pictures in Turkey. There's fires going on, and there was video actually of it, of like lasers in the sky. It's kind of funny. I have a song called Lasers in the Sky, and I actually sing about taking out drug addicts who are trying to drive down the road, like use the lasers in the sky appropriately, please. Like, if we have that technology, can we please use it on this people? You know what I mean?
How about just burn their tires so that they slow down, don't crash, don't want to harm them?
There you go. Right. That's it. Well, not even though, because if they're slow, they're dangerous too, man. I want to get to where I want to go. Fuck them.
Does it matter what color lens you would wear over your eyes to protect from certain color laser lights if you're like a welder or use lasers? So
Yeah,
if you
but
wore a protective, yeah.
if you're in the middle of a fire, those glasses aren't going to help, maybe. But yeah, I guess maybe we could all wear UN blue, like New Perspective said.
No, hold on. Not blue. On this thing I was looking at, it says green protects from this, red will protect from this color, red will protect from blue, blue lens will protect from, I think, red. So, I mean, I'm not 100%, but I think it said that wearing a red lens will protect from the blue or maybe vice versa. But yeah, I just thought that was pretty cool that, like, if you're dealing with certain lasers, you can wear a color lensing, like a pair of glasses or whatever, maybe, whatever. And it'll be the color will actually, go against different colors.
Yeah, I mean, even if like I don't even give a fuck about the science. My point is that it appears there's a potential for these bastards using these lasers to create fires to further push people into, as George Bush said, into the New World Order. I just think
Yeah,
that
but there is something to what you guys are saying. I mean, it just
I
points
just
it
don't
out.
think
Yeah.
right, but I don't know if wearing a I don't even know if wearing a blue jacket's gonna help. I just think holy shit, it's kind of intriguing. That they
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I just it's interesting. It's like, remember, dude, the fucking CIA did MK Ultra programs where they just went into whorehouses and fucking dosed people, and they were like, nah, we're not doing that. Nah, no fucking way. Nah. You know what I mean? And yet people are like, if they did it, they would have been on the news. Well, it was, but just 50 years fucking later. I mean, shit, the fucking government has admitted that the CIA had a hand in killing JFK.
Well, I mean, what did he say? He said so many things in that speech, right? Like things you guys were talking about earlier, things you're talking about now. The very word secrecy is repugnant in an open and free society. We do control the weather. Those things exactly in that speech. Yeah.
Yeah, you ever look at hey, Matthew, I'll trip you out, bro. You want to, watch
Okay.
Watch the Zapruder film.
I've seen it.
Okay, tell me
I've been
Jackie
there too.
Okay, well, tell me Jackie Onassis didn't blow his brains out.
She didn't.
Okay, well, there you go. But yeah, I'd say look at the footage a little differently on occasion. It tripped me out, because if you look at it, it's like you've seen the footage where the CIA guys call off the guys off the back of the truck, back of the car.
Yeah. So, what? I mean,
Well, it's
the single
just
shooter.
interesting. What's that?
The single shooter from the book depository makes no sense to me.
Makes no sense to you?
Makes the most sense.
Are you familiar with
ballistic
Bill
solid.
Hicks? Are you familiar with Bill Hicks?
No.
No? Back into the left. Back into the left. Yo, you need to listen, bro, watch it right now. Watch Bill Hicks on JFK. It's fucking hilarious. Regardless if you're a conspiracy theorist and you think Oswald was working with the Russians, sure. Okay. But go check out the Bill Hicks bit. It's fucking awesome, man. It's funny.
Higgs or Hicks?
Hicks. Oh, you don't know who Bill Hicks is, bro? You should go down the rabbit hole of Bill Hicks and watch his comedy, bro. Dude, he's got this one bit where he's like, I'm sitting in this Waffle House. And he goes, the fucking waitress comes up. She goes, what you reading for? And he goes, It's like, he goes, not what am I reading? You know what I mean? What am I reading for? And he was like, I've never been asked that before. And he's like, probably
Maybe so that I don't.
probably so I don't wind up as a waitress at the Waffle House, It's fucking great, dude. Bill Hicks, man, he's a fucking genius. Check him out. Some people propose that he's Alex Jones. I want to punch those people in the face personally, but that's another story for down the line, Matthew. But still, check out Bill Hicks, man. And Oswald killed fucking JFK, man. Come on, bro. The magic bullet theory. Hold on, let me get this right. Let me get this right, Matthew. You accept the magic bullet theory. Is that right?
There were several bullets. There were several shots, but it all makes sense to me.
Fair enough, man. God bless you.
Using modern ballistics and stuff. I saw a documentary on it once. I can't remember if it was National Geographic or who.
Was it a National Geographic documentary?
Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot more to the matter. I'd highly recommend, and I would please emphasize, go look up, dig a little deeper on that one, and go check out the Bill Hicks one. It's fucking, at least it's funny as hell, man. Bill Hicks is awesome. See, like that's what amazes me, brother. It amazes me that like you would find your way here to flat Earth somehow. I know you're not a flat Earth and the rest of it, but like, and not know about like Bill Hicks's comedy bit.
Yeah, I haven't heard
That's
that.
what I tell you. And this is what until you understand like this whole background of information that has come out over the last like 20 years and specifically online, etc., because we've never had access to so much information before. You could never understand why I feel the way I do about flat Earth if you don't understand. Like, do you know what Operation Northwoods is?
No.
Oh, dude. Dude. Okay, no, Operation Northwoods. See, like, this is the kind of shit that, brother, you will never understand someone like myself until you know about these historic events that took place in reality, dude. Like Operation Northwoods, they wanted to blow up a plane of American students. The United States, McNamara, was going to blow up a plane of United States athletes so that they could blame it on Cuba so they could invade. And JFK stopped it. Look up Operation Northwoods, man. Like, you would never think your government could do these things until you've seen that the fucking government has tried to do these things, dude. When I tell you that, like,
Okay, so fair enough. The government does crappy things. What does this have to do with the shape of the Earth?
fucking, it's got to do with the idea that these same group of people have ripped you out of your own direct experience in the fact that you would never, ever, ever, ever feel that you're spinning, but yet you would go on for half an hour to try to justify to me why I wouldn't feel that I'm spinning on a ball.
Yeah,
You think that you're,
it's physics, not a government story. It's just physics.
well, it's government issued physics, just like it's government issued propaganda or government issued fact that Oswald killed Kennedy. And
Yeah,
until
but
you,
I'm saying physics is pretty straightforward, and it's taught the same under all governments and all universities
and
across the world.
Matthew, I get you. This just proves my point. You will never understand us. You will never understand the flat earther until you go through the litany of other shit. And when you tell me that, oh, what's that got to do with this? Well, it's got a lot to do with it. And like I just said, you'll never understand us until you understand and digest some of this information.
So
And
I
if you
need
don't want,
I need to understand your disbelief of these other government
you,
things to understand why you think the Earth is flat.
well, you
That's
would
an example.
understand the legitimacy of my distrust towards institutions that you so dearly cling to and call quote unquote physics.
Yeah, I'm fine with people distrusting institutions, but
Right, but you don't even know why we do. And I'm trying to like bring you up to speed. And like there's a lot of reasons why we do. And a lot of those reasons have to do with historical events in the past. And that's why when those of us who were savvy to those ideas these last years, like flat earth was like a philosophical fucking gold mine because we've realized that they do lie about all these other things, and therefore, based on consistency, they would lie about these other particular things that you think are quote unquote physics. You know what I mean? Like, but you'll never, you can't ever get it until you ever go and study. Like, even if you were just trying to sociologically study me as like, oh, a flat earther. Why does a flat earther think he's? Well, you would never actually come to a conclusion, a proper conclusion anyway, if you didn't understand the litany of evidence that we have that shows that these corrupt institutions have been lying to us. Like, for instance, like, do you know where the first statistical use of the first use of computers was statistics? Do you know where it was first used?
I know computers are, most inventions are typically used for the military, and the first
Right.
first programmable computers were for World War II code breaking or something like that.
And well, actually, do you know the actual first place they were used and who made them?
Well, so yeah, in England, there's that story called The Imitation Game where it talks about the first use of a programmable computer by Alan Turing. Depends on which one you're talking about.
Well, the first practical use, because the first, I mean, I'm sure maybe you can bring up some other instances of things like this, but one of the first practical uses of machines doing statistics was used by Hitler in Auschwitz, and that's what the tattoos of the Jewish people were. Those tattoos were the numbers that were used in the statistical machines that were created by the company that would become IBM. And so the first use was to figure out, okay, like, you know, they would calculate the age, you know, and all these things were relevant in their statistical use of computing. So like one of the first uses of computing was to figure out what a prisoner was in the camps in Germany.
Yeah, I guess I don't understand. Like, how is assigning them a number? What does that have to do with their stats? I thought they just assign numbers chronologically.
Right. That's because you don't understand. Like, you haven't studied this before, and you're trying to justify it real quick right now. Like,
No, I was unaware that Hitler had computers. I thought.
Yeah, Hitler. That's what those numbers were used for. Like, the numbers were because there were so many people, they had them listed as those numbers either correlated. I don't know the exact whatever, but either for that individual, that number was an ID number, and they had it statistically made up so that they could always draw upon that number to go see the pertinent information about that individual. And that was the first use of it. And it happened to be in like Auschwitz, Dachau, and other places in Germany during Hitler's reign. And in fact, like Ford and all those guys, like, have you ever seen like the Coca-Cola swastika? Do you know about Fanta Orange, for instance?
No.
You probably don't know any of this, do you?
No.
Yeah, like Fanta, so like Coca-Cola couldn't, once wartime, see, before the war was considered, like, U.S. entered the war, Coca-Cola actually has a swastika that they were using to sell Coca-Cola in Nazi Germany. And so you can actually look up the image, Coca-Cola swastika. It'll come up right for you. And they used that. And then after they entered the war, they could no longer do business with Nazi Germany because it would have been a violation of the war. So they created the drink Fanta Orange. And that was the Coca-Cola's drink for the Nazis, so they could continue doing business in Germany. And then eventually Paperclip happened, where they took all the Nazi scientists from over there and brought them to the U.S. and created your beloved NASA. And you could try to justify that, apologize for it or whatever, but that's a fact. So like I said, until you grasp or get your head around and stop trying to apologize for these facts, you know what I mean? Like, you're never going to
So you're describing a constellation of reasons why people like you distrust the government. Fair enough. Why, distrust NASA because, it started with a lot of Nazis and all that type of stuff. And all those would be probably fine, legitimate reasons for distrusting the government, and that's okay. I'm saying that I think that the question about the shape of the Earth, you don't have to look at what the government says; just do your own research.
Right? Do you believe the Himawari images?
Is that's the Japanese?
Well, yeah, it's like satellites. My point is that, like, you're taking imagery from institutions that were started by fucking SS soldiers. And then you're going to apologize about, no, they weren't really SS soldiers. They were just bright minds that were, but you're going to just apologize like whatever. And I don't mean to whatever, but I know it. It's the normie reaction. And it's the normie reaction only because of your ignorance about the matter and your naivety. And in one sense, I'm at the point where, like, I don't even give a fuck. Like, when
judging an idea based on who says it is the definition of the genetic fallacy. You should judge an idea based on whether it's true or not based on who said it.
Right, but there's also the old adage of consider the source, right?
Yes, that's
right, and that's where we're at.
We're genetic fallacy.
Well, I would dare say at times it's worthwhile considering, especially when you're going to try to rip me out of my first, like. And here's the best part: no matter how hard you try to tell me that, you're spinning and you just can't feel it because of whatever, like, once the penny drops for somebody that is not spinning, like, it's like nobody gives a fuck, dude, about your fucking apology, or not yours, but like the general apology about it. because like I know I'm not spinning. In fact, any information that you're going to give me about the spin or the sphericity of the Earth has zero effect on my life. So you're arguing about an issue that has zero effect on 100% of the world's fucking population, and you're doing it from a point of hubris, and you're doing it from a point of naivety. Like you're naive, you're ignorant, misinformed, and then full of hubris about it.
So
Like, dude, do you
saying
understand? Hold on 1 second, real quick. Do you understand like what type of like that's so offensive to me? It's so offensive to me and to all of us. Like, how do you not know what operation? How like no disrespect, and I don't mean to. I say it rhetorically. How old are you, and how do you not know about Operation Northwoods, bro? What the fuck, dude? Are you living on? Well, no, seriously.
it
Just
is
say- well, right.
irrelevant to the shape of the Earth.
Man,
The shape of the Earth is okay. Let's go back to 200 years ago.
Can someone else take over? I got to be a little
200
quiet
years
over here.
ago, this government
You've been having a great talk with him, but I've had this talk with him before. Like this talk with Matthew has been had at least a dozen times, and
Yeah,
he's
and you
still
guys
dead
don't
as
get
he
it.
was the first time. And he doesn't research these things. He doesn't care about all these ancillary stories and history and how it coincides. He literally is like, just the shape of the Earth math, shape the Earth. It's just, you're just wasting your breath, dude.
The government has them.
Okay, so to answer a question he had earlier about not feeling saying that we don't feel the Earth spin is the same as saying that I don't see
Here he
Wi-Fi
goes.
signals.
There you go,
Dude,
man.
Matthew, it is pretty sad that you don't even know what Operation Northwoods is.
Why does that matter about the shape of the Earth? What is that's?
No, it's just the fact that like if you don't know stuff like Operation Northwoods, you may not be prepared for the conversation about the Earth.
I might not be prepared for conspiracy theories about the shape of the Earth. That's true. But I'm
No,
talking
just
about
like just for critical thought. Like, well, what's the
Hey, real quick. What's a fucking conspiracy, bro? You're trying to get me to believe something that you have no evidence for, dude. That's a
It's funny.
conspiracy.
He's
you were
trying.
Hold
talking
on,
about
real quick. You're the fucking conspiracy theorist, dude. There's no evidence for what the fuck you're talking about as far as in my or any other motherfucker's like innate general experience about life. You're the conspiracy theorist, dude. You
I thought
believe
you
some
were saying
shit
the
that,
government's
well,
lying
hold on
to
1
us.
second. 1 second. You're a conspiracy theorist. 100% of the people on Earth do not detect or feel or sense or whatever about the motion of the Earth, and you're going to go and make up some conspiracy that we live on a ball, we're floating through space, and actually what you don't understand is, and what you're too stupid to understand is that we're actually part of a big, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, dude, you're a conspiracy theorist, and I'm not. That's a fact, bro. 100% of people on Earth know that they're not, like, don't detect, there's no evidence for anything that they're spinning, yet you're convinced that you're spinning. You're the conspiracy theorist, dude.
100% of the Earth have never seen Wi-Fi signals coming out of their phone.
But, bro, we
And
have evidence
by the
because we
way,
use our
the
phones.
evidence, but the evidence is there. You stop saying there's no evidence just because you don't like it, and a lot of people don't understand it. There is a lot of evidence. The
Right.
Foucault pendulum, as we ad nauseum bring up, is evidence. You don't
I
like
talked
it.
about my fucking innate first experience, my freaking empirical, what I feel.
What I
100% of
just
people,
said.
like, look at you conspiring to try to get me to fucking believe that I'm spinning
I'm not
based on
conspiring.
some
You're not using logic.
Hold on. You're going to try to pull up some bullshit about a pendulum? You're a
You're not
conspiracy
using
theorist.
logic. We have not that
The
is
irony.
ancient.
The irony.
Hold on. There's no irony. Just take a step back for a second. All right, tough guy. Just relax and listen. There's evidence.
Hey, yo, go get your
Focus
mask,
pendulum.
Xanac. Hold on, put your mask
Stop.
on first, Xanac.
I don't take a mask. I don't use masks.
Put your
Listen.
mask on, dude.
Hey,
Before you have
tough
this
guy. Listen.
conversation
Hey,
with me, go
quiet.
get your mask and put your fucking
Take a
I
step
just got
back.
a shot
Take
sticker on.
a step back and down. I'm going to say two things. Foucault pendulum is ancient. It's ancient news. All right. You may not understand how it works. You may. I'm not sure. But there's other technology, hundreds of years newer, like the 3-ring laser gyroscope that depends on the
You
Earth's
sound like a conspiracy
curvature.
theorist.
And
You just don't,
why do you
Xanac,
feel
you just
compelled?
don't
Why do you feel
understand.
compelled? Why do
I'm
you?
just saying, you don't understand. You're not smart enough to understand that you've been tricked. That's all, bud. You're a conspiracy theorist. You're just one of those stupid, conspiracy theories guys trying to convince that, oh, look at my pendulum. Oh, you must be spinning and don't believe what you actually experience. Oh, you guys are fucking the actual conspiracy theorists. You're so fucking lame, too. But
Issa,
except
do
for
you?
you, Zip. Well,
Let me ask
actually, I
you a
like you
question,
guys.
Issa.
I don't mean to be a dick.
Issa, do you believe that there are Wi-Fi signals coming out of your phone, even though you don't experience them?
Dude, what are you talking about? Of course I
I'm
experience it. I fucking have a router, and if I go
no.
too far
Yeah,
away,
no.
hold
That's
on,
it's
no, shut the fuck up. I go fucking a little too far away from my router, and I can't get the fucking thing. If I get a little bit closer, then it fucking reaches my phone and it works. That's evidence, bro.
right.
Right.
That,
So
yeah.
what the
So
fuck
you're
are you talking
using
about? There's no evidence for the fucking rotation of the Earth that anyone ever experiences. And
Yeah, so
only
I'm-
thing you're gonna point me to, the only thing you're gonna point me to, is some fucking hearsay, some fucking experiment, some experiment. You sound like what you think a flat earther sounds like, talking about like Operation Northwoods and tying it into the shape of the Earth. As ridiculous as you think that sounds, I think, and I feel more certain about the fact that you are the fucking conspiracy theorist, and you're coming up with this crackpot bullshit that's been funded by a bunch of Nazis, and you're trying to sell it to me. And you're fucking. The worst part is, this has no effect on you. You've just taken up the banner for the conspiracy because you believe it so fucking hard. And you really are naive about half the information I'm talking about, whereas I know about all the bullshit you're bringing. So if I know more about the subject than you, who the fuck is just making, you're tying shit together you don't even understand yourself.
yeah. Operation
Stay out of
Paperclip
it
or
for a
whatever
second.
has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
You can't even
It's
remember the name of
Witsit,
the
can you take over
operation.
for me? I'm a little busy. Forgive me.
Yeah, it's Operation Northwoods, dude. The point is that you tried to dismiss it as a conspiracy theory.
Right,
That's
right.
crazy, and you admit you don't even know what it is. So all you're doing is showing that you're just. I mean, I don't want to be mean, but you're like, that's retarded, right?
No,
Like,
it was the source, based on the source, because you guys were bringing it
the
up. I
source is the U.S.
automatically assumed.
government, dude. The source is the U.S. government.
Right. So let's go back 200 years, and we can forget all about the U.S. government and look at the
200
evidence.
years? No, buddy.
300. Fine.
Buddy.
Sun
You
still sets.
claimed it was a crazy conspiracy theory, but you don't even know what it is.
Right.
How does that not make you ignorant?
I'm ignorant about all of these government things and all of the stories about what the government did or did not do. I
But you don't even know
maintain
what it is, though.
that's orthogonal to the question of whether the
No.
Earth is
Stop changing the
flat or
subject.
not.
How can you claim it's a crazy conspiracy theory that isn't true?
Based on the source, based on the fact that you guys are bringing it up, that would be my default. To
Really,
assume
do you know what a genetic fallacy is?
Yes, it's the genetic fallacy.
Define it.
Discounting something based on just where the source comes from, like saying that NASA's wrong because it's made up of a bunch of Nazis.
So literally what you just did.
Right.
Right. So you agree it's fallacious and thus retarded.
It is. It's not retarded. It's just a quick heuristic for if I haven't looked up something.
Okay. Yeah. So Operation Northwoods is the U.S. government declassified documents showing that they proposed an operation to fake a false flag from Cuba and kill American citizens and then blame it on Cuba so they could trick the American public into going and fighting a war against Cuba.
Yeah, that sounds evil. I'm against.
Okay, that's a real life declassified thing that was proposed within the U.S. military.
Okay, I'll buy it. Sure.
There's nothing to buy. It's just so like, don't you feel kind of goofy for gaslighting people
Hold
about
on, real quick. Hold on. Get back to the issue though. It's like this, though, Matthew. If they were going to kill U.S. citizens to handle a political agenda, do you think they might do other things?
They might.
And
Yes.
what's worse than killing people? Witsit, go on.
Misleading children into a worldview of nihilism?
Yeah.
Telling everyone that everything's the exact opposite of what they experience, and they can't trust any of their actual empirical observations, and that they need some authority to tell them that everything's the opposite.
Yeah, all those would be bad things.
Yeah, that's what happens though. You believe everything is the opposite of what we experience.
Yeah, I believe that Wi-Fi signals exist even though we don't see them.
No, you don't have to see them. You can physically detect them.
Right, you can physically detect the spin of the Earth without sensing them with your human
No, you
self.
can't. No, you can't.
That's just what Zanuck was saying. He was showing an
No.
example.
How do you physically detect the spin of the Earth?
Ring lasers and Foucault's pendulums.
But the ring lasers debunk the spin of the Earth.
One question, real quick. What's the difference between a
No, they
pendulum
do.
and a plum?
You're not. Wait. Don't let him. We can't. He's made a statement there, bold. How does it debunk the spin of the Earth?
Because
How does a ring laser gyroscope?
they change with altitude.
No, they don't.
Do you want to bet $5,000?
Show me a ring
Do you want to
laser
bet
gyroscope.
$5,000? Do you want to bet $5,000?
That, of course, will sense a different rate of rotation because it's going to be at a different altitude. It could have a different curvature rate of the Earth when it's moving over it.
Okay, now I want everyone to keep up with what time it is so we can clip the fact that Zanuck just said that. So you do realize that it has to stay the same based on latitude, and it
Only if
cannot
it's sitting on the
change.
ground.
Buddy.
It's not sitting. It's not, buddy. It's not sitting on the ground. We're in airplanes, and they will detect a different rate. You have
It's about the angle.
You have yes, an angular velocity.
Yeah, does the angle change as I increase altitude?
Does what angle change?
To the spin of the Earth underneath you.
The angle of the angular velocity of the Earth does not change at all.
Okay, look at you. So you just contradicted yourself.
I didn't. So here you go, mincing ideas and misunderstanding the context of the words that are being used. We're not
This is a
talking about.
perfect opportunity
We're
to
talking
show
about the
how
rate of.
stupid the Globers are.
Let me finish the thought.
No,
So let me go back and forth. Yeah.
No. Does any other baller in here want to step in real fast and correct Zanuck? Or do you all agree with him? Does a ring laser gyro change? Does a ring laser gyro change as you increase altitude, but keep the same latitude on a spinning globe? Yes or no?
Well, you just set up the qualifications for this question. Are we in a balloon or an airplane? We look at the rate of change of its attitude, its reference to the sun. I mean, there's a lot of things going on as it changes. It has a different rate of curvature higher up than it would on the surface. However, the angular velocity of the Earth beneath it will always be the same. We only measure the angular rate of curvature, the angular rate of rotation on the surface. If we had a higher elevation, that angular rotation does not change.
Okay. Hey, so then it wouldn't change with elevation.
It doesn't change with elevation. You said before altitude, implying a jet would detect. And I don't think jets hover over a spot.
What about on a mountain? Like if you go up a mountain,
it changes on a mountain. So do you guys concede that if it changes on a mountain, then it debunks the claim it's from a globe rotating? You guys don't even understand the basic mechanics of your belief system.
You are the one, of all the people to say something of that, it's amazing and hysterical that you're saying it because you didn't even understand how the Foucault pendulum worked. You thought because it was on the North
Now
Pole.
he's changing the subject I'm
it's
going to mute
rich.
you.
It's
All right,
rich.
you're going to get muted. Here's the deal, Zanuck. If you start just changing the subject and getting all ranty and like freaking out, we're not doing that. Okay?
I know, but you just said you guys.
We're not talking about the pendulum. Stop changing the subject.
You were the first one that didn't understand how it worked anyway.
Okay, listen. If you do it, you've been warned now. So if you do it multiple times, you're gonna force me to mute you. We don't have to deal with that. Okay, this isn't your room. So we're talking about the ring laser gyro.
Yeah, look at the mental gymnastics you guys have to do to make your claim. Look at all the shit you got to lean on.
There's no mental gymnastics. We have a 3 ring laser gyroscope, which has a sagging effect.
I don't even give a fuck about your. How about this? Go fuck your ring laser gyroscope. It's never gonna prove that I'm fucking.
You kiss your mother with that mouth?
Well, not anymore, bro. But the point is, fucking, like you're conspiracy theorists. You're leaning on interferometry, fucking focal pendulums, and a bunch of other bullshit to prove something that none of us directly experience. So I tell you what, even if you're right, go fuck yourself because it's a group of people with a bunch
illogical.
information that is you. How about this?
As
How about this? Hold on. No. What is me spinning or not spinning? Right? Because like I live in a world where, let's say, I say, go fuck yourself with your globe and your whatever. It's not going to change my day. Like even if I became like, there's no reason for me to give a shit. It doesn't
then why do
affect
you?
my day to day life. Like your interferometry and all that shit is just what you tell yourself to make your believe the government.
No,
Make
it's what we
yourself
use
believe
to
the.
keep safe.
Dude,
It's
have
what
you
we
ever
use.
thought, let's tell you, Zanuck, have you ever considered that you might be like an uneducated North Korean and you think Kim Jong Un created that haircut? Because
Is
that's
it
what you guys sound
possible?
like to me. You sound like a bunch of North Koreans that have been locked in.
Your world doesn't depend. See, you
Get
cannot
angry
go.
about it.
You
Get
can't
angry
go
about
more
it.
than you. I'm not
You're
getting angry.
North
I'm not
Korean, bro.
angry. Just shut up
You're
for a
North
second.
Korean.
Just shut, Isa. Listen to me.
Yeah,
Listen,
you sound like an
Isa.
angry
Isa.
North
Hear my
Korean.
words, Isa. Stop it.
Sound like
Listen
an
to me
angry
for a
North
second.
Korean, bro.
Just listen to me. Stop talking. Let me get a
No.
sentence out because you haven't been able to do that since I got on here. Just
I don't
stop.
owe that to you, bro.
Stop. I'll tell you
You're a
why it's important
conspiracy
to me
theorist
and
nut
not
job, bro.
important to you.
I don't owe that to you.
As an AV, Isa, you gotta stop, man.
I'll
It
do
just
whatever the
sounds so
fuck I want,
lousy.
Zanuck. I'll talk right
Dude,
over you. I'll fucking talk
you
about
can't.
fucking.
You
I'll
can't
make
be a
up little
jerk here.
Christmas stories.
They're not
over
supposed
you.
to let you be a jerk here.
I'll
You're being a
mute you.
jerk. You're
I
being
have
an
the
asshole.
potential to do that, but I'm not. I'm just
No,
gonna sit here and
you
keep
are.
on
You
talking
are.
just to
Dude,
piss you off a little bit
dude,
and
you're
just
not
make the
pissing me off.
point that
You're just
you're a
making this whole
conspiracy
discussion.
theorist. You're a conspiracy theorist, all right, bro. That's all. You don't
Look,
have any
I can't.
grounds.
Look, you guys gotta do me a favor. I can't be loud to moderate or something.
Yeah, forgive me. I'm going to stop too. Xanax just annoys me. But the point is, my only concern, Xanax cooked already. My thing is Matthew. Matthew, you don't even know this information. Xanax does and then tries to justify it. My thing is like, dude, if they're willing to kill people in Operation Northwoods, what makes you think they aren't willing to deceive people, dude? All right, I'm done.
Yes,
I just think
Xanax,
it's funny. The ring laser gyro debunks the claim that the Earth is spinning because it
doesn't.
changes with elevation.
The fact that it changes at sea level, we all agree that it changes and it comports with at any latitude the rotational rate of the claimed spin of the Earth, near 15 degrees per hour,
All right.
all over the Earth.
You're given 15. I want you to know you're given 15
Can I just
seconds.
finish?
No,
Can I just
I'm
finish the
gonna no.
goddamn
Listen,
sentence?
no. Listen,
Can I?
Zanuck. Here's
See, you're
no
not letting
Zanuck.
me finish the sentence.
Zanuck, please
Unbelievable.
stop. Zanuck, listen. Here's the rules. Okay. You're gonna be given a 15-second cap. I'm not gonna go over 15 seconds either. When I make a specific point, you have to make a specific point back. You're not going to do this monologue where you make 50 claims. Okay? So I
There's
just said
one claim.
that it. Stop interrupting me, please. I just said that it changed with elevation. You responded with it changes with latitude and it remains 15 degrees all over the earth. That is blatantly not the point that I made. I'm not going to suffer the 2 minutes. If you pretend and respond to it, debunks the role because it changes with elevation. Dude, like all is red herring crosses.
No. We see a 50-degree rotational rate everywhere on the Earth with through laser gyroscope. Aviators in the airline business use this device to make sure that the device is working properly to verify that rate of rotation. We also, for ICE's information, if you don't need this information, but I would use it. I use. God, if I make one sentence through without being interrupted, I would be amazed. He mentioned several things that he does not care about, and as aviators, we do care about these kind of things. It makes sense, and we need to know that some object in our line of sight, level to us, is going to be a problem for us as we get closer to it, based on Earth rate curve. We need to know that. If you don't know it, you'll be flying into a canyon with mountains surrounding you, thinking you can make it out because you're at a certain altitude, level with a mountain in front of you, and it won't be level in front of you as you get closer, and you might not be able to turn around. So it's important to know that the Earth is not flat.
Okay, so He avoided the point again, and this is because he can't actually rebut it, and that's why he got super quiet. Everyone should think about Zanuck, who's well aware of a lot of the details of these arguments, has been in here for years, all the time. He can't even respond to the actual point, and I'm just going to repeat it. The ring laser gyro actually debunks the globe model because it changes with elevation.
Now it's your turn to provide the evidence for which it changes with elevation. How much does it change? What's the stats? What's the data?
Okay. I actually dropped you a list of papers just yesterday. You for sure haven't read them, but would you like to? No, you haven't.
Yes,
Would
I
you
have.
like to?
Those are in general.
Would you like to admit that if it changes with elevation, it debunks the claim that is a globe's rotation?
Tell me how it changes, because there could be some changes at elevation that a three-ring laser gyroscope can detect.
Like what?
I'm just saying there could be some other facets of its detection that could be altered at elevation. I haven't
Like
thought
what?
enough about it. I can think of a couple right off the top of my head, but let me just ask the question generally. There could be others. So what if it is something that pertains to an elevation change of a longer radius?
How's a longer radius going to change the angle of motion of the globe underneath you?
One particular axis of rotation. Axis of rotation is going to be altered because that change will be less dramatic for every moment in time.
This is why I was trying to say you guys don't even understand the mechanics
There you
of
go
your
again.
own.
We do understand. I
Why
understand better
are
than you
you
do.
interrupting me?
We
You don't even
we talked to Michael Moreland.
Buddy, stop scattergunning. So you have to have the same amount of precession at the same latitude, regardless of elevation. If the precession is caused by the rotation of a globe, this is basic mechanics within your own model.
Do you understand how a focal pendulum measures this rate of rotation differently than the Sagnac effect? At the surface of the Earth,
Immediately diverted
hold on.
to
Well, I
the
want to
pendulum.
get a point. See, let me finish the sentence. I want to get a point of common agreement so that we can move forward in this. Because right now you're saying to me, you're hiding data in a barrage of scattergun papers. Do you think I should have read all of them by now? I know of 3 or 4 of those. 10% of them I probably have read. Other ones I've heard of but I have not read, and some I haven't never seen. But you seem to think that there's data in all of them that pertain to Michelson-Morley being affected by weather, seasonality, and altitude. I disagree that that is actually real data that has been agreed to or verified by anybody. You seem to lean on that with all even your arguments with that with Brian's flat Earth or Brian's data. You kept on. Your only argument was this assertion that these things are true. You have not provided the evidence. You talk about it incessantly, but you have not provided anything other than a list of papers and told us to go look for it in those documents. Even the 3-page document you gave me by Wang does not really describe or talk about in detail your claims.
Okay, so Wing's paper actually details the detection of linear motion with the interferometer. But notice how he wants to play both sides of the fence, and he wants to claim that there's no evidence that this happens as his rebuttal, while simultaneously pretending that it would change on a globe. So answer the question directly. Would the precession of a gyro change with elevation if you maintained the same latitude on a rotating globe? Yes or no?
Now we're talking about something completely different.
Would
gyro. 'Cause now you're talking about a gyro. Now, a 3-ring laser gyro operates differently than a typical rotating spinning gyro. Which one are we talking about?
another diversion attempt? So we're
No,
clearly
I'm trying to ask for clarity. There's nothing
we've
wrong with that.
clearly been talking about the ring laser gyro the entire time, and in
No, I
fact,
know,
when
but
you invoked it as evidence the Earth is rotating, I said actually it debunks the globe because the precession changes with elevation. So again, the question is, would the precession?
They don't call it a
Listen
precession.
carefully, man. Would the precession? Well, what's it called then?
It's called a fringe shift.
Oh
Why are you
my
laughing?
god!
Why are you laughing?
What causes the fringe shift?
You're shooting light at a target that actually moves before it actually can hit it.
Okay, and as it moves, is there a precession?
That's not what precession means.
Okay, so would the readings from a ring laser
Precession,
gyroscope?
like in a gyroscope, would
Oh
be
my
the
god!
torque that is at a right angle to the axis of rotation. We don't have this axis of rotation relationship of precession as you're calling it. I mean, if you're going to use these terms, use them properly,
Really?
because I
Okay.
don't know what you're actually saying.
Okay, you said the ring laser gyroscope proves the Earth is rotating. So explain specifically what happens in the gyroscope and how it proves that the Earth is a globe that rotates.
Because it has 3 axes, these fiber optic cables. The light travels through them and is also reflected off mirrors. You have a target and a mirror and reflection matched up with all the 2 other axes that will be out of place if the Earth is rotating, and it will equate to a 15 degree per hour movement. This movement
Why will
is
it be
the
out of
mirror,
place?
because the mirror was in a spot aiming for it, and because the Earth rotated very slightly over that period of time that the lasers were being emitted. It will now have a fringe shift. That fringe shift will equal the rate of rotation of the Earth, no matter which direction, because all 3 of them will be adding to the data that is acquired to verify that there was rotation, no matter what way the airplane's pointed. It's not like the gyrus. It's not like the Foucault pendulum where you get a rate of precession, using the word correctly, on the North Pole once every 24 hours, and infinite at the equator, and different values in between it in every different latitude, thus depicting the latitude that you're actually at, performing the test with a Foucault pendulum. This does not occur. It is not even similar to a 3-ring laser gyroscope or other laser gyroscopes.
Okay, so will the fringe shift of the ring laser gyro change with elevation while maintaining latitude if the cause of the fringe shift is a rotating globe? Yes or no?
Yes.
Why will it change with elevation?
Because the rate of change is different. You have to input your altitude to know what the rotation rate would be.
Oh, so
This
the
is based
rotation
on
rate changes with elevation?
it will show a value to detect a different rate of rotation. It will detect a different fringe shift that will be equated to the altitude,
Why?
because it'll be a different rate than at the surface.
You just said it
Because
was the same rotational rate, though.
the fringe shift is different. The rate is the
Why?
same
Why?
because you have a larger circle. There's less angle with every moment in time. Every distance it moves, every time that is elapsed, will have a different angle change. So a different fringe shift. So it'll be different as you go higher.
Why is the angle change? I thought it was the same rotational rate.
It is the same. It's like you're not listening. The
Oh my
rotational,
god,
the angle,
dude.
the angle
This is
rotation is the same.
hilarious.
The angle. Listen carefully. The angle of rotation is the same. The angular velocity is the same. The angle of movement would be different. If I have 1 second of time and I am at the surface of a 3,950 mile radius, would that angle that physical angle that a mirror would change be different than if I am 10 miles out over one
No,
second?
the friend
Yes
shift
or
would
no?
be
Yes or
caused.
no? Yes or no? I'm just asking a simple question.
Because
Yeah,
the
well, then you're
friend
wrong.
shift.
You're wrong because it would be. You're not listening. You haven't.
Buddy, stop interrupting me when I go to respond to you. So, the friend shift is supposedly caused by the rate of rotation of a globe. So, just to clarify, are you saying that if we take a ring laser gyro to a higher elevation and it doesn't detect a different friend shift, then that would debunk the claim it's a rotating globe?
There's always going to be changes at any time you move that position of the detector due to the reasons I just got telling you. If you change
You
one of
didn't
the
answer the
variables,
question.
yes, I am. If you're changing one of the variables, you will see a change in that friend shift, and it will equate to an angular rotation. That's how it's calculating the angle of rotation, the angular velocity, calculating that by knowing the radius and by knowing how far it is away from the center of axis of rotation.
So if the friend shift changed with elevation, you claim that's predicted by the globe model. Therefore, are you saying that if the friend shift did not change with elevation, that it would debunk the globe model?
Depends on which friend shift you're measuring. I told you there's three axes you're looking at. So one of them is going to change. You saying if all three do not change? Yeah,
Are you claiming
that's still you got a problem. You got an error in your measurement.
Are you claiming different ones change with elevation?
Different ones, some don't change and some do change. That's why they have three ring laser. That's why that's why the three axis of rotation is needed. That's why there's a three ring laser gyroscope, so it can determine yaw, pitch, and roll.
And you're claiming a different one changes with elevation?
Well, wouldn't it make sense that it does?
No.
Why not? If I'm at the surface and the rate in the radius is 3,950 miles, and I go out 10 miles more, or 100 miles more, 1,000 miles more, 5,000 miles more, in 1 second, would that one mirror have moved a further distance from the laser if I shot it at a laser and now that it's moved based on this positional change or the
I'm
rate
going
of
to keep
rotation?
asking my question over and over until you answer it directly. Are you stating that if the friend shift didn't change with elevation, then it would debunk the globe?
No, I don't know which axis you're looking at. Depends on the axis.
Okay, which axis changes at the surface at sea level, and which axis changes with elevation?
Everyone would have the exact same rate of change based on the angular velocity.
So they would all change the same?
No, some aren't going to change at all.
Which one's gonna change it?
One's that's pointing in direction of travel.
Which one's gonna change at sea level?
Compared with what? Altitude?
Which one's gonna change at sea level?
The one that would be affected by a larger radius for every unit of time that has been. Yes.
Which one's gonna change at sea
I'm telling you,
level?
which one, wherever's pointing, which one's changed at sea level? The one that is pointing in the direction of travel.
Which one's
Angular
that?
direction of travel. The angular direction of travel.
Which one's that?
Well, if you're on the equator, the one that's pointing west or east.
Okay, what if you're not at the equator?
It becomes a little more complicated. Then you have multiple inputs from all three.
Okay, here's a fact, okay? According to the globe model, if you take a ring laser gyro, you're gonna get the same friend shift if you maintain latitude. It doesn't matter if you change elevation. That is a fact. That's why not one baller is going to jump in and defend you right now.
The three ring laser gyroscope detects the angular velocity at any latitude. Yes. At all latitudes. Yes. It's always the same. Yes.
Okay, it's always the same. It's
Yes,
basic mechanics.
It's always the
Okay.
same. The friend shift may be different maybe. I'm saying it is. I'm saying maybe different
No,
at
no,
different
no,
altitudes.
no. The fringe shift has to be the same on the globe model.
Now, if it's made up of multiple axes of rotation, again,
See
it's
if
not
you
the
can get
focal
any other
pendulum.
baller. Is there any other baller here that can give their input? See if any other baller will stamp this right now, because I want it on record.
What have I said? What have I actually said?
You're
You've asked me
claiming
the
that
question twice. You said
you're claiming that the fringe shift.
if I can show it changes, does it debunk the globe? And if it doesn't see a friendship, does it debunk it? You asked me both ways.
That's right, because you're trying to have your cake and eat it
You're
too.
playing both ends against the middle because you don't like being pigeonholed into a truth.
No,
The
you're
truth is,
projecting. It's because you're trying to claim both at the same time.
I'm not projecting.
You're trying to claim both at the same time.
Because overall, we know we can measure the Earth with these 3-ring laser gyroscope and geocompasses and also to other ways of measuring focal pendulum. We can measure exactly what latitude we're at and the angular velocity of the Earth. We know this. Now you're trying to nail it down to one axis that is measured of a Sagnet effect to tell me what angular velocity we are rotating at.
Yeah, let's just get it on the record. Okay. So, does the ring laser gyro measure a different fringe shift on a rotating globe at different elevations? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Because
So,
the fringe shift is made up of all 3 axes, not just one. Let's just talk about one. Let's talk like a Michelson-Morley test at any latitude.
wait. Can you cite your claim, please? Because you're just objectively wrong.
Why don't you cite yours? You've been saying it for days now.
I already did. I cited it.
No, you didn't. You had a barrage of 20 papers. Some of them we are all familiar with, and some of them I haven't seen before. And you said that the Michelson-Morley test was validated to not show the null result at different altitudes and in different seasons and different weather conditions. So I
Alright,
have
I
yet
think
to see
we should just
you've been leaning
I'm
on that
done, dude.
for days now. Why don't you produce that citation?
Okay,
Go
real
ahead,
fast.
produce it.
Okay, I'm on my phone, right, and I'm in my sister's apartment. I can't be loud, and I'm just gonna point out that Zanuck just claimed that the ring laser gyro will read differently at the same latitude, but different elevations on a rotating globe. Okay, just so the room knows, that's objectively not true.
Did I say one fringe shift? All fringe shifts together combined. Some will be different than others at a different altitude.
No, bro, because
the net result. This is how they figure out how fast the Earth is rotating, by the net result of all 3 of the lasers.
Is the angular velocity the same?
The angular velocity will always be the same. Yes.
So the angular motion is the same.
The angular motion is the same.
Despite elevation.
Despite elevation.
Is the ring laser gyro detecting angular motion?
Yes, it is.
So why would it not be the same?
There's 3 fringe shifters you have to measure and add up. It has to know all 3, otherwise it can't make a decision what has happened.
So you just said that the angular motion stays the same.
Angular velocity stays the
same. That the ring laser gyro measures angular motion, but that the measurement would change.
Each of the measurements would change. No matter where you were in the Earth, it will be a mix of all 3 measurements.
They only change based on latitude because of the angle. Dude.
You're not hearing what I'm saying. There are
I'm done.
3
I'm done.
axes.
I'm done. I got what I needed. You're on the record. You're on the record. It's a hilarious, dude.
This is another example of you reading things till you're blue in the face and then not being able to understand what is actually being said.
Then just cite any accredited university stating that the ring laser gyro has different measurements.
You've already said that they've measured. You've already said that the Michelson-Morley has measured different results, different fringe shifts depending on weather, altitude, and seasonality.
Yes,
so you've
but
already
the globe model,
now you show
the globe model doesn't have an explanation for that. They, like all the papers that acknowledge it, have to invoke an ether.
no one
Duh.
has acknowledged that. All tests of the Michelson Morley have shown that there is no difference in this total cumulative fringe shift additive result, meaning that they could have instrumental error, meaning one limb of this Michelson Morley device could be longer than the other, because we're talking about an extremely a necessity for extremely accurate length of measure of travel for this laser. So what they do is they rotate it 90 degrees, the test, add the results, they get a cumulative error, and then add it for the two tests, one rotated, one not rotated. Then they see if those results are the same, and they are the same. So no one's seen a variance in that. You say someone has seen it. I haven't read anywhere that they've ever seen it. It's always been no result. And the more accurate this instrument, the more accurate those results have been. You've been making this up, leaning on it, and telling everybody this is the truth. Even your argument with Brian's logic, you leaned on that. Changes on altitude, change on seasonality, and you made it sound like it's the truth and it's a fact, but it's not. Nobody agrees with you on that. Nobody.
Yuri Galev, 2001. Ethereal wind in experience of millimetric radio waves propagation. I dropped the paper for you, the picture right there. It's got the actual name of the paper. Again, it is Yuri Galev, 2001. They used millimetric radio wave precision. Now he wanted me to name the specific paper. There it is. Of course, what's hilarious is that you were just wrong, and that in the globe model, it has to stay the same at the same latitude. Duh.
I said the angular rotation is the same at all latitudes. I agree to that. I told you that.
So the final fringe shift recorded has to be the same.
The total phase shift of all three axes would determine what the rotational rate is, and it is the same for any measurement that's been done on the Earth.
So if it changes with elevation, then it would debunk the globe model's claim.
Yes, it would debunk the globe.
Good job, David. 2001, Yuri Galev, ethereal wind and experience of millimetric radio waves propagation.
You find some outlying Ken Wheeler type. I don't know who these people are that this particular one you've outlined. I haven't heard of him, and I haven't read it. You know, if I read it, I might feel differently about it. But it sounds like you either may have misinterpreted what has been said in the paper, or he is someone that does not have the data to support his claim that there is an ether wind, because no result has been verified by most everybody who's ever done anything related to the Michelson-Morley tests.
Okay, he literally provides all the data. You've never read it. You're just trying to hand wave dismiss it.
No,
And
I'll read
even
it.
funnier,
Which one is it?
You when it all started, I said, no, the ring laser gyro debunks the globe model because it changes with elevation. You said, no, it doesn't. Then you said, yes, it does. Then you said, no, it doesn't. And you said, yes, it does. And now you're back to, no, it doesn't change. Okay. So everyone heard all that. It's all recorded. I dropped the paper. There's many papers right there. He did it again the next year. Yeah, this is rough for you. So just to clarify and end this conversation, because it's painfully redundant, you agree that if the fringe shift changes with elevation at the same latitude, then it debunks the globe. Yeah. Yeah. When in doubt, just stop responding.
No, you had me on mute, asswipe.
I don't mute people.
Well, whoever was, maybe it's Geo then. I was muted, so that wasn't me.
My
Not
bad. I didn't know. I don't care. I'm disengaging now.
what is, I know. What is the
Yeah,
paper?
I'm just.
Can you stop being this way? Which is the paper? I'm going to read the one you want me to read, which says this clearly. You said he's read several papers on this topic. What was the guy's
Gary
name?
Godlev, 2001. I've said the name 5
Oh,
times.
Garland. Okay, so he's got ether, wind, and experience element. Okay, got it. Those two I'm going to read. Okay,
And just to clarify one final time, if the friend shift recorded changes with elevation at the same latitude, then it debunks the globe model.
You keep on confusing and conflating what I said with the friend shift. Friend shift of one axis can change as you go higher, but the other friend shifts will also change as well. The cumulative net result of those friend shifts will determine the rotational rate. And the rotational rate will be 15 degrees per hour no matter where you are in the earth.
But two of them always stay the same.
Why two of them?
Because they're not in the axis of rotation.
Are any of them on the axis of rotation?
The horizontal.
The horizontal one is.
Yeah, bruh.
No,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
not.
Yes, it is.
No, because it could be pointing north and south.
Okay, but we're obviously we're talking about the one that's pointed in the direction of alleged rotation.
It might not always be pointed in the direction of travel.
All right,
That's what I'm
so
saying.
you're
That's why there's
just
three of them.
grasping for straws.
No, I'm not
So
grasping. Dude, I'm trying to help you understand how this thing works. You're not
stop
taking my
projecting.
help. I'm giving you the lifeline. You're not taking it.
But just can we just answer the question?
No, I know what question's for you.
If the total result, if the reading from the gyro changes with elevation at the same latitude, does it debunk the globe? Yes or no?
If that cumulative result of all three axes, all the data from that particular device, might not only be, it could be the full code pendulum, it could be the 3-ring laser gyro, it could be a laser gyro in general, or it could be another device. It could be just a standard gyro. That if it does not detect a 15 degree per hour rotation, then yes, the Earth would not be rotating.
Okay, it has to stay the same at all elevations.
Correct.
Okay, cool. So if these tests are legit and it shows that it changes with elevation, it debunks the globe.
It might if they do. It's a big if, right?
Okay,
Is it
that's
possible?
cool.
Is it possible that the Earth does not rotate? Sure, it's possible.
No, that's what the evidence objectively shows. It's been empirically measured.
No, it doesn't. Focal pendulum doesn't. Now, you remember, we keep on bringing this up because you kept on saying, you Globers don't understand this and that. You were the first one that came up with the complete harebrained understanding of how focal pendulum works. Maybe it's changed since then. I think it did. But you got to realize that you've learned a lot. You now know how the globe people have explained this to you. You didn't understand it first. Now you understand it. It's over. It was over before it started. Come on.
You're really going to pretend that you were teaching somebody else something tonight?
He knows I was, and he won't admit it.
Oh,
Maybe
come
he
on.
will.
You're kidding
He's a
me.
man, he'll admit it.
Like all of us haven't looked into all of the information that you
Okay.
guys go by.
Okay, Mr. Southwest. Yeah, he learned how to focal pendulum work. He thought that because if I was up on the North Pole, that the swinging pendulum would rotate just even if it wasn't swinging. He said it's very clearly. It's recorded.
Oh my God,
We have
that's not
evidence
what
of
I
it.
said. That's not
Yes,
what
you
I
did.
said.
It's not. It would still process
You're
even if it
still
wasn't
lying
swinging.
about this.
No, so really, tell me what you said then.
I said that due to establishment of an independent frame of reference, that there would be a slight displacement even if you didn't swing it, because there would be a vibrational displacement due to the independent frame of reference, but that it wouldn't be that great. This is a fact, bro.
No, you didn't say that, but you're saying it now, and I'll even take that
No,
answer again.
I said it back
Wrong.
then. I said it back
You didn't.
then.
You didn't say anything. You never mentioned the word vibration. But
Do
even if you did,
you want to? Wait.
you said yes.
Do you want to bet on
I
it?
will make a bet. Yes, I will bet you that you didn't say
Okay.
vibration.
Okay. Do you have an idea of when we did the conversation?
Well, I'll dig it up. But you didn't say vibration. You did say what you did say was independent frame of reference.
Okay, so if I said there would be a vibrational displacement and I clarified that you were straw manning me thin, you're gonna give me $5,000.
$5,000.
Yeah, because I'm tired
Are
of
you
lying.
smoking crack again?
So if I'm lying, I'll give you
$5,000.
$5,000. If I'm lying, I'll give you $5,000.
No, you
Right?
don't have $5,000. Let's just say that. Okay,
I
I'll
don't
send you.
need it. I don't need the $5,000.
I don't need the $5,000 either. I'll send you a gift
No, I'm
card
saying
to
like I don't even have to have $5,000
Oh, because you're so
because I
right.
know for a
No,
fact that this
no,
happened.
you never said vibration, but you did say
Dude,
independent.
what?
Just stop it. Would you please stop it? You're like a little petulant little child. Stop it. You did say independent frame of reference, and you said if that pendulum wasn't even rotating back and forth, it would still be because the independent frame of reference would have to be rotating with the spin of the Earth.
All
It
right,
would
bro.
be rotating also.
All right, here's the deal, man. We've had this conversation a dozen times.
Anyway, that's not how it works.
You always bring up the pendulum whenever you get dunked on with something else, and you tell this story about how Witset's so stupid that I had to teach him how the pendulum worked because he didn't understand the basics, and then you proceed to strawman me as if I said you would see the same procession if you didn't move it at all. And I specifically didn't say that. I specifically corrected it over 10 times. And then here you are, still saying it. So if you would just like to be honest, stop saying it because it isn't true. If you keep saying it, I'm just going to stop engaging with you altogether.
Yeah, okay. So I don't want to misrepresent what you said. I know what I heard, and if I got you wrong, I would apologize. But what you're saying now, you say you've established an independent frame of reference, the same term you used back then. Now, if I have a focal pendulum that's not spinning, is not swinging back and forth, not spinning, not swinging back and forth, just hanging. What would there be any precession of that medallion, a flat plate gold medallion hanging by it's the end, hanging from this huge tower, and it's all set on a tripod on the North Pole, directly in the North Pole? Would there be a precession of the medallion? Would it actually start rotating?
It would move around. Would it be a specific rotation? Nah. That wouldn't be like a perfect rotation because there'd be vibrational displacement. Due to the independent frame of reference, it would be very difficult to predict exactly what it would do. It would be based on a variance of factors. It would be such a
No.
minute change.
Okay, let
I've
me
said,
phrase it.
I'm not, this is
Let me phrase it differently.
I'm disengaging. Zanuck, I'm
Don't
disengaging.
disengage because you know I'm going to get you.
But no, you're not.
You will.
It's
You can't meet
2:45
the
in the
challenge, can you? I'm going to
no,
have
it's
3 questions.
2:45 it's 2:45 in the morning. Okay,
All right,
I'm
you
not
got
gonna keep
give
on
me
talking.
that.
Let's stop. If the next time we talk, if you haven't read the papers, I'm not gonna listen to your opinion about the precession of the gyro or the interferometry. Okay, you want to say it's not precession? It is intrinsically precession. That's the mechanics behind it. If you want to claim that I'm wrong, you need to read the papers. Okay, you don't need to jump in every time and then say, "Oh, I haven't read the papers yet, but I know what they say. I read most of them. Well, I haven't read them.
I
Well, I've
didn't
read
say any of
10% of
that.
them."
Now you're doing what you're saying I did to you. I said I read a couple of them, and I know of a few of them, and there's a bunch of them I don't know. I know about 10%. I even give you a value, which is about 2 or 3 out of that group, and I heard of a couple others, and I have no idea what the rest of them have say.
Are you going to read the papers, Zanuck?
I'll read that one. Yes.
Okay. So we're
Read
going to
the
put a
length
pause on
that
the
you
car.
gave me.
We're
Everything
going
you
to
give
put
me,
a
I read, as
pause.
long as it's not a friggin' 100-page novel.
We should put a pause on the conversation because we were in agreement after the painfully redundant conversation that if it changes with elevation while maintaining latitude, it debunks the globe. So now you need to read the paper.
Okay.
Cool.
And I just want to know if you think that there would be a precession of the medallion that's hanging at the North Pole if it's not swinging.
I already answered that.
Was there yes or no?
No.
So now it's no. And if it was
It's
swinging,
been no.
there would
It's been
be.
no the whole time.
Well, it really wasn't. But if it's swinging, would there be a precession?
Yes.
I urge you to go back to your original discussion with me.
Okay,
last
cool.
week.
It's just okay, whatever, dude. Please,
Right.
please do. And if you want to take the $5,000 bet, go for it.
All right.
Okay.
You clearly, you clearly said there'd be a position.
If I clearly said it, then there's a $5,000 bet on the table.
Okay. Well, I don't want your money. I want you to
Okay, yeah. Okay.
remember.
That's convenient. That's convenient.
All right. Yeah. All right.
All
I'm
right.
going to go read your paper.
That's what's up. Sorry to the room for that.
You couldn't pay me to talk to him. I could not take money for that. It's too painful.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going to crash. I love you guys.
See ya.
Peace.
Everyone who's a glober that comes in these servers is a flat earther. Every single one of you.
They just don't know it yet.
Well, not only do they just don't know it yet, but they are here participating and flat earthing.
So who would you talk to, Riggs, if you got paid?
If I got paid,
Like you'd have to get paid to talk to the person. Who would it be?
I'd get paid to talk to the person.
Hey, I hate to interrupt real quick, but I just posted the three polarizer paradox.
Okay.
Jeremy aligned it as two lenses, 9 degrees opposed, and you add a third lens. There's actually a lens in between that's a 45-degree angle, which bends the light back, so some light does escape. So even he gets these things wrong, and Jeremy was jumping on the bandwagon with that one as well. Got it wrong. Didn't understand the concepts. This happens incessantly, Riggs. That's why I'm here.
Oh,
To talk about these confused ideas
okay.
and concepts.
To keep us sharp, right, Zanuck?
Keep all of this sharp.
You're like a wet
I
stone,
knew there was
right?
this three polarizer paradox. I didn't know how it works. Now it makes a lot of sense. You got how polarized light works and how polarized glasses work. Why they work in one plane. How they actually construct the lenses. But if you have a lens that's polarized and you have one at 90 degrees, well, you don't see photons. Have a hard time getting through. Not perfect, but basically makes it difficult for photons to move through it. You put a lens in between at a 45, it bends one way, bends back, and then bends back the other way. You get some leakage, and there's then some light that gets through. Different than what Jeremy laid out, where you have two lenses block, and then suddenly you put another lens on top of it, and magically the photons reappear. They were mocking anybody who talked
Photons.
about that earlier.
Photons.
They were mocking. They're mocking like you are. But now they make sense that you're really taking a 9. You're not taking a 90 degree. You're taking 45 with one, and then another 45 with the other, and then
Hey,
there's some
where do you collect the photons in your eyes? Where do they go?
into your retina.
Yeah, you got these little photon sacs
Photon
in your
receptor.
eyeballs.
Photon receptor.
They're actually photon bursts.
A receptor. So it's the completion of a circuit, or is it collecting something?
It's collecting something.
Really? Collecting what?
Energy.
So there's a ball of energy that's physical.
Ball.
And
Where
it
do you get ball?
slaps your eye.
Where's the ball of energy? It's physical.
I
where's
don't
that
know.
ball?
I'm not saying there is.
I didn't say there was either. So you're laughing at some some
You know,
fabricated
is that how
idea.
Superman does his laser eyes? He like releases the energy that's built up in the sacks.
Not built up. It's
Yeah,
actually
that's where I
absorbed.
store my
The
photons.
light is
I
absorbed
store them
by
in the
by
sacks.
your retina. The light is absorbed by the retina,
Mm,
and then it is then
tasty.
converted into signals to your brain. It tells you what colors and what objects you're seeing.
Okay.
You don't
What
get
percentage? To answer your question, I wouldn't accept money to just talk to somebody, but also in this case, you couldn't pay me to talk to this man.
interesting that you just spoke to me, so and no one paid you too.
Yeah. Yep.
You got you there, Riggs. He got you there.
Yep. No, you totally got me. You could not pay me to hold a conversation with this man for any length of time.
Yeah, we did have a late time, and you did have a conversation. So then
You got you again, man. It was seconds.
Well, maybe I just don't have
You want to try for 3?
Bitcoin wallet.
You want to try
You
for
can't
3?
pay me.
Can't pay.
Fair enough. You got you, Zanuck.
Got
What
him.
do you say to that?
I wouldn't pay him though. Talk to me. Some
No,
people
you can't pay him. You literally can't.
I charge. I
could
speak
get
to
a
people.
Bitcoin wallet,
They pay
and then
me.
you could pay
They
me.
pay me to speak to them. If you don't want me to speak to you, then I won't speak to you. If you do, if I do,
I
and I
want a
want to charge
refund.
you, I'll charge you, and you're going to pay me.
I want a refund.
I don't give
You're
refunds.
gonna charge him, but you don't have
I'm
his
just going
personal
to bill
info.
you for talking to me. Wouldn't that be nice? I'll just bill you for speaking to me.
How are you gonna send him a bill?
Well, I could just automate it, right? There's got to be a way.
Well, it wouldn't be a legal contract because there's no consideration that I've enjoyed. So
It doesn't matter.
it does matter for a contract to be valid. There has to be consideration on both sides.
I didn't say it had to be valid, but you could get a bunch of bills.
You got me that time.
That would be pretty funny.
I do
actually.
get you. I do get you a lot.
Man, wouldn't that be a headache if you just sent a bunch of bills to someone?
No,
and you took them to court for it?
no.
No,
It's
like you took them
automated.
to court for it and they just like wasted their time and stuff like that. That'd be some form of torture.
Well, if I had money, I would send lawyers at people. If I had a bunch of money, I would just casually, send a bunch of 100 lawsuits to this guy or whatever. There's actually a couple people in this server I would send lawsuits to. A lot of them.
A lot of lawsuits or a lot of people?
You can interpret that however you like.
You didn't answer my question though. Like, who's at the cusp of who, that you're only willing to tolerate them if you're actually getting paid to?
Oh, okay. So you're trying to drive a wedge. Okay. Yeah,
No,
I didn't know
mean
that
like
was the question, really.
I don't mean from this community. I mean just if you had
Yeah. I know
guys
what you mean. I get it now. I just didn't know that was on the table. Let me think. Wow. No. Nope.
I'm thinking maybe Greta Thunberg or something.
No, man. Honestly, I think, I just couldn't do it. I wouldn't accept money to have a conversation with somebody. Even if they were annoying or the most, anti me or whatever. I wouldn't.
Doesn't it matter the amount of money?
No.
If you're getting paid $1 million a minute for talking to some.
No.
You never have to worry about.
I'm weird, man.
Financially free. You're completely off.
Straight out of principle, I will not agree to the most absurd payments. I wouldn't. Just out of principle, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. And I know that's the opposite for some people. They're like, oh yeah, I would take $1 million to just sit at a table for 10 minutes with this dude or whatever. But just out of principle, I would not do it. You can't
What's
buy
the
me.
principle?
Well, it depends on what the stance is, right?
You don't have to agree or anything. It's you could disagree. You could vehemently disagree with whatever it is.
But then that's not really a challenge. I mean, you're just saying accept money to hang out.
Yeah, but you don't want to hang out with this person. That's the point,
Well, no, what I'm saying is that if it's to the point where you have to pay me, there's usually some kind of ethical or some conflict, right?
No, that's not necessary. I'm just saying, who do you think that you won't be able to stand that it requires payment for you to actually spend time with them? No ethical kind of issues.
I mean, Xanax up there, honestly.
No, you can't. Zanuck can't pay you. Remember?
No, dude, I didn't come back to the server for 6 months because I got tired of hearing Xanax. I really just don't want nothing to do with it.
That's Zanuck. What'd you do to the guy, man?
No, he didn't do anything. I just, I listen and I get tired of listening. Yeah, sorry. I don't know how to answer this. It doesn't seem like a difficult question,
Don't
but
worry about it.
it's just not for me. Yeah, I'm highly driven by principle. So, if there is some kind of conflict or something I don't want to support or associate with, then I probably just will not do so. If it's just hanging out with some podcast guy or something, pay me money. I just don't understand the complexity of the question if it doesn't fucking matter who I'm sitting with. There has to be some kind of bite, or it doesn't really make sense to ask the question.
No, it's I wouldn't sit with Bill Gates unless I was getting paid.
Really? Oh, I would sit with Bill Gates.
Why the hell would you sit with Bill Gates, man?
Because I would prepare beforehand, and I would talk about the family history, and I would talk about eugenics and a lot of the stuff that you usually just talk about behind closed doors. And I would do so candidly. I wouldn't act like it's some kind of secret. And then I imagine we would respond back and forth in code for a little bit and get the point across, and then move about our day. To the people who know what's going on, they got the smirk waiting for you. They're happy to smirk at you. It's not a big deal. You're just not in the club. That's all. You're just not in the club. And if you recognize you're not in the club and you just meet them eye to eye, and you're like, yeah, I'm not in the club. Yeah, I know you guys are doing this, and I know you're doing that. That was really interesting how you pulled this off, and blah blah blah. And I know you're working with the military, and it could be a fruitful discussion. That'd be fun. They might even spare me just because I was so entertaining. Houston, we have a problem. I mean, the greatest fear they have, right? If you're one of these controllers, you know, one of the family members that are controlling the world, their greatest fear is that you want to come after them for everything that they've done and lied about. Because how it works in the real world is that if they don't lie to you, then you actually learn how to be self-sufficient and everything makes sense. But if they do lie to you, then you're confused and they can be there to hold your hand and provide you resources, right? And close the gap. That's all government is. The government is there to control your mind because you allow it. And they're there to be persistent. And the best way to be persistent is to cause chaos so that you always have a reason to need government. And there's just this revolving door of chaos, turmoil, debt, conflict, propaganda. Everybody's worried about this war, that war, resources, the economy, blah, blah, blah. It's all driven by the government because they need you to need them. And that's why the government's a big cartel. It's a big mafia. It's an in club. Dude, they don't care if there's conflict. When there's conflict, their ratings go up. It's really that simple. What else do we want to talk about? What else do we want to talk about tonight? Hey, by the way, it's good to see you, Smurf. I don't know if you were gone for a while or if I've just not been around, but I saw you earlier today, and it's good to see you. I saw you got your travel on. You've been traveling, and that's exciting. Maybe we'll meet up sometime if you ever make it out this way.
Oh, hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, buddy. What's up? Yeah, I'm surprised everyone, dude, it's Saturday. Everyone's out already.
Oh, I had to push a few buttons. Hey, buddy, yeah, I gotta come visit you and all the cool people, man. Yeah.
Careful, careful, man. I might hack you. Might hack
Sure.
your mainframe.
Okay. Hey, I have weed. We'll travel. We'll just put weed in it. The mainframe. Analog attack.
Yeah, it's legal over here, man. It's recreational.
Cool. Just make sure you've got enough.
Yeah, I think they've got whole ounces for like $100. It's like
Oh, nice.
not too bad.
Yeah. Well, anyway, been having a blast cruising.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Nice.
Some great people out here. Yeah, I can just keep on cruising. You know,
You gonna cruise
the world.
forever?
Yeah, you know, the world is like a big motherboard. Now, there's a lot of, you know, like, who do you think is laying in the Himalayas? So, what I mean is there's a lot of stuff on the motherboard. It's like petrified. You know what I'm saying? We're on like a big motherboard. Oh, it's Electric City. You know, get it?
Yeah. I think it's cool, man. The comparisons of a
Yeah.
of a city to a motherboard, all the different components.
And you know, it works like a the electrical. It all works like a piano. If you ask me, I'm just trying to simplify it. You know, if you think it's like a big piano, the electrical grid, and then the cell towers are like speakers or drums, or you know, maybe they're like violins, but they look like drums. I mean, they might function like
Maybe they're like violins.
something like. But imagine we're at the bottom of the sea. You know, we're underwater. So we got these ground vehicles that work at the bottom of the sea, and that's really how the physics work. Because, I mean, we're in a gradient, you know, a lower pressure gradient on this plane, and so we cruise around at the bottom of the sea like a fish in water. You know, we're like, what's the air? And well, anyway, so there's been a civilian submersible that tried to go underwater. I mean, it was already underwater, but there was it found a lake. This dude found a lake, and he tried to go into the lake, and he bounced out of it, and it rippled across the. You know, so there's like levels of density within levels of density. You know, and so there's like lakes within lakes. You know, and most people don't know that because most people don't have a submarine. But what I was saying is, you know, we're like fish at the bottom of the sea that can like walk around, you know, like bottom walkers. I just made that up. We're like bottom walkers.
That's the thing though, man. Like there's layers. Like the whole Earth is a bunch of layer cakes.
Yeah. Oh yes. Yeah. Like a
So
cake.
we're just here one layer.
You got to eat our ways out.
There you go. Get hungry.
You know, I put this Himalayan salt on my food, and I was listening on the other channel last night, and I fell asleep. But they were talking about titans and the blood of titans in the Himalayan mountains, and yeah, I'm probably eating petrified titan blood as I put the Himalayan.
That's why it's so salty.
I put it on my breakfast burritos, right on the outside of them. But you know, it makes them get fluffy and bigger and solid. You know, it's amazing. I think there's a conspiracy to keep the salt out of the food, so I just put it on the outside of the. So I'm like sprinkled the blood of titans on my breakfast burritos, and they're great. Yeah, let me tell you.
There you go. Hey, I started using Celtic sea salt. Huge improvement. Huge improvement. I would recommend it over
I gotta add that to my collection.
Himalayan,
I've got the iodized sea salt, and I got the Himalaya. I don't have the Celtic sea salt. I gotta add that.
Dude,
to my
yeah,
food.
get the Celtic sea salt. That's the that's the jam right there.
Do that the next time I'm out. I'm gonna grab me some. The next time I'm in a store.
Just so you know, man, there's been a shortage everywhere. So I had to order mine online.
I haven't seen them in a while.
Yeah, dude, they've been sold out at all my stores, and I ordered some online, and it took like a month to get here. So it's been a problem.
Yeah, it could be a synchronicity or a coincidence, but a lot of times we talk about things and then they're sold out. Like I was talking on here about the astrological cell salts, and they got sold out. But you know, they're not sold out anymore, but they were. I mean, you know, example, you know, stuff like that. So I've been drinking the pine needle oil, eating the cell salts, which are, it says on the box, it's like a dozen things that are like vitamins for your cells. So So anyway, that's cool. I saw in a video from like ODD or somebody like him. I mixed him up with. He's really cool. But anyway, in the video, I feel bad mixing people up, but it said that the cell salts are found throughout the different meats, like in sheep, like in lamb or sheep and goats. I
Yeah.
don't know what they all are, but anyway, so I eat these cell salts. But I'd grab me some Celtic salt if I saw it. But yeah, and then I'm eating these Himalayan salts and on my breakfast burritos. But yeah, I feel great. I mean, I think I'm in better shape than I used to be, or in the past. Well, I was alcoholic, but anyway. But yeah, these salts, I was missing some bone in half of a knuckle, and then I ate these in my hand, and I ate these salts, and a few days later, I noticed that I wasn't missing that bone anymore, and I was like, "Whoa, that it's like looks normal." That's weird. It's weird how normal my hand looks after eating the salt. I mean, I was a chunk of my bone missing in my hand. About 3 days, 3 or 4, I think 3 days later, of eating a bunch of cell salts, I noticed my hand regenerated like a chameleon, and I was like, "Wow!" I've been missing some bone in my hand since I was about 12 years old, and so hey, maybe I just didn't have everything I needed. I guess it's kind of embarrassing. But yeah, whatever. It's kind of embarrassing, but worst things are when people talk about the worm pill. That's really weird. But hey, I just brought it up. But anyway, hey, I'm just talking, but it's great to talk with you, Riggs.
Always,
Yeah,
always, brother.
yeah. I'm out here in the beautiful mountains. I'm like 1,000 feet elevation. So I imagine, like I was saying earlier, like we're at the bottom of the sea. So I climbed up a little higher away from the bottom of the sea because I was just by the Atlantic Ocean, by the beach, Virginia Beach. But now I'm in this real beautiful West Virginia. So, you know, if you really
Yeah.
were to like zoom out, I never stopped as a child and watched the SpongeBob show, but increasingly that's getting in my head. I'm thinking about, I mean, there's a lot of TV shows we haven't seen, but we know of them, and it keeps coming to mind like SpongeBob because the reason I mention that is because we've been lied to a lot about everything in academia with the people that own the Ghislaine Maxwell's father that owns the publishing company for the Common Core, for the Macmillan Publishing that bought that other one, that so the people that like traffic the children, they also like make the textbooks for the children, and they have this super convoluted, overly sophisticated cartoon fantasy world that anyway, it's a lot simpler when you just think of the physics in the term of water. So I was thinking a lot about SpongeBob. I was saying just in my mind, it just simplify. These people have deceived us for generations through the television, and it's weird, that tells lies to your vision. Anyway, there's nothing new under the sun. There's descriptions similar that resemble television in the Bible, like they broadcast whatever. Anyway, there's a bunch of they make us believe they've faked all their history. The publishing company centralized, and these people from they went around and established missions or something, and then universities, and they made up everything on this globe. And I was talking about the foundation of it is the globe cartoon model, and anyway, now I wouldn't be too surprised if we found we were residing within a snow globe or something. It's like a bit play on words anyway. But the thing is, the sea is level and it's flatter than a pancake because it's mostly water. It's because it's mostly water and the water is level, so it's flatter than a pancake. The known world that we're aware of, but within a greater structure probably because it's got air pressure. So everything that is solid is condensed to a low vibration. Now, everything is made of this fluid awareness that with structured, you got the distilled water is like the unstructured water, and then it takes form on things and it gets structured, and with multi-surface dimensional geometry and convergence. I'm just smoked a lot of weed, and I'm just trying to say that they lied to me in school. And I think a lot about like SpongeBob and how I never saw the show, but I'm at the bottom of the sea, and I can cruise around in my underwater car. Like I saw a meme, yeah, these are real funny. The toad dude is hilarious. I stole him from the globheads. But anyway, so anyway, so I'm like think a lot about water to simplify the physics of things, and everything is water based, because they even say that we're made of mostly water, but they lied about everything. Even that they do the they say you're a carbon based life form, but you're made of mostly water. So anyway, all the elements seem to be different forms of water, and elemental. Well, everything is mental. We're in a dream world, like a multiplayer. Was what somebody decentralized their consciousness into a bunch of people, and the Indians call them Brahmin, and then we've got
Well,
other
I think
terms.
that's part of what the God consciousness is, though. Honestly,
Yeah,
I think we're all just like little seeds of the whole, the greater.
yeah, brah, I agree. In Hawaii, they don't say bro. Everybody says brah, and it sounds weird if you don't know that, but everybody that lived in Hawaii knows that. So but like yeah, brah. They switch
I
the
mean,
O
I
out
say
with an
that shit
A,
all the time anyway.
like Brahmin. Yeah, everyone in Hawaii knows that. Hey, brah. They say there's a lot of other funny terms. They speak pidgin speak, which is like a mix of Portuguese and everything and Asian. And so, pardon me. So, they say things like "Are you pal?" That's like Hawaiian for "Are you finished with work?" And aloha. That's a good one. That's one of my favorite words. Is you know. So I was in Iraq, and like there's like this platoon leader would be like "Aloha." It just reminded me. My mind would associate surfing, and it's funny. But anyway, I was saying, brah, the Hindus call him Brahmin. Yeah, like you were saying about you were talking about the divided awareness or something. When they speak of the devil, I think of D is divide and L is electric, and well, anyway, the body is the devil, because what's going on is the body creates seems to be designed or engineered for this purpose. But anyway, the body creates this illusion that it's separate from the whole. And if I call it an illusion of individuality, and we're like walking brain cells in amniotic fluids. You know what I'm saying? Like we're kind of like fish that can instead of swimming, we walk on the bottom of the sea. And, and that's what I'm trying to say. The bottom of the sea seems to be probably within a body. I wouldn't be surprised if this is like a magic school bus ride. And I'm not sure if the world is a petrified or putrefied or both.
It's
Dodo
alive,
bird.
bro.
Yeah.
The
It could be
whole
alive.
thing
Or I could be
is
an egg
alive.
also. Yeah, check
We're
this out.
inside of some kind of egg of some sort.
Yes. See, look what I just I'm uploading. It's a dodo bird egg. I mean, okay, that's well, seriously. Look, they say our minds are small compared to the Lord's, and also we like grasshoppers and stuff. And okay, what if we're like little tiny people in a petrified dodo bird egg, and the Himalayan fine salts is the petrified dodo birds, the chickling's blood, and we're like so tiny comparatively to the titanic chickling inside this petrified or frozen, could be a frozen egg left in a freezer. Seriously, more plausible than the moon landing. And I'm not, it is more plausible than the moon landing that we're trapped in the egg in a freezer. I'm not joking. Because it is more plausible than the moon landing. If you compare what I just said, sounds so out there. To compare that to the moon landing, yeah. What I'm saying is, yeah, maybe we're in an egg in a freezer. No, it could be something totally different, but it could be that. I mean, look at that thing there. See, can you see that? It looks like now that thing could have been a chickling inside of an egg, and here we are, like Now it's just decomposed. It's decomprised itself into various life forms, and you know what I'm saying? No, we would just be a fractal resonance of one piece of it, perhaps like it's sperm or a brain cell or something. And we're like, how there's like a bird shape within the mind. There's a lot of these. When they look like hieroglyphs, they show these ancient, and it shows like a bird and all these different symbols. We might be like in the well, anyway, the rest of the body could be like the various life forms could have, because I read in the Bible how somewhere in the Bible there's a passage about a man who he talks about. I mean, well, it's written how he'll be in a grave and his skin will, I'm paraphrasing, but his skin will separate into worms. And it makes me think of what the hell are these? As the direct inverse of evolution is the opposite of evolution, is that actual, but they do agree on a common ancestor. I mean, these two concepts. I'm saying rather than evolution, everything in the beginning they split the atom. Adam and Eve. Well, maybe Adam and Eve was a dodo bird chickling. I mean, I know that sounds funny. I'm just looking at this map, and maybe that's not so. That the land could be missing on the map, and it may just resemble a bird, and but it's better than the moon landing. Now, it may be a man, or the terrain might have shifted around, but regardless, I think it's biological. And Adam and Eve, like, was some sort of biological, more advanced. Like we're simpler. Like, but Adam and Eve was super advanced, and they split Adam into the world. And if you recombined Adam, the world, you would have that. So Adam. So what I mean is like it could have been an egg. Like we could have been in some sort of egg. Could have been a human, or I'm looking. The pattern I'm looking at on this map shows at least the land I'm aware of. It resembles a bird, but anyway, I didn't make that map, and I got to get me a ship. I'm just talking, I can keep going on, but I smoked a lot of, but hey, I can of herb here, but I can get me a ship, and I can like circumnavigate or like double check everything. If I had a sea craft, hey y'all, can y'all hear me? I've been talking a while, but I'm just talking, but I could double check that this thing is really a dodo bird, like it looks like. Or it may be a different shape if I really get on my ship and double check this thing. I just don't happen to have one. I really would. Other people it's a pipe dream. There's people that come on here with a lot of money and they don't do anything. A lot of them are globheads. But I'm just saying, if I had the resources, I would be out there like, double checking all these maps. And so, I mean, I don't want to be critical of others, but it doesn't apply to me. Like, hey, why don't y'all do? People are critical. Like, why don't you do something? Well, I'm like, I would actually. I just can't. At this, I mean, in the future, I will. When I'm wealthier someday, when I have a ship, a boat. I'm the HMS Mary Jane. Like, I'm an American, but I mean, I just think it's funny, HMS Mary Jane. For some reason, Anyway, so I just like the name of that. I mean, I don't think I'll fly any flag. I don't believe in any of that stuff. But I'll be out there in the sea, double checking, the map, and that it's, on the Mary Jane, and that's what I would call the ship. I'm just talking. It's like 3 a.m, but I don't know if you're still there, Riggs. But I'm just saying, I
I
don't know about
am.
this map. Hey, what do you think
I
about
just
that?
didn't. I didn't know what to respond to. You had like 10 different rants.
Yeah. Well, I'm just here with
All
Mary
good shit
Jane.
though. All good
Thank you.
shit.
Wouldn't be surprised if we're in like a frozen egg. Could have been petrified. Hey,
We
what do you
could be.
think?
We could be inside of a boiling egg. All right.
Oh, dude, lava lamp. What if we're in an egg and a lava lamp?
Possible.
Yeah, a bubble, a dream bubble, and a lava lamp. Terrarium physics. Dude, I think what if we're in a fishbowl, like a terrarium, and it's a scary thing to think about, but it's also kind of trippy. You know those terrariums, right? Where they have like a plant growing in it, and it's totally sealed. Like we all seen that photograph of the old dude with the terrarium from the 70s. What if we're in such a terrarium, and it works like a mixture of dream and water and physics? It's all, you know, we're like a big dream bubble in a you know, Hillary says we got to break the glass ceiling. You know, what if that's like the terrarium edge, and we have this like dream in it, you know, like we're trapped in it, like a crystal ball in somebody's wizard's tower.
Checks out.
Yeah, makes more sense than the moon landing, if you ask me. Which I think is probably just a convergence point of energy, the sun and the moon both. Now I can't confirm that, and there's other possibilities. I even entertain the possibility the sun is made of salt. Seriously, levitating with hydrogen. I entertain a lot of things, but I think most probably it's a convergence point of energy, the sun and the moon both. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, you know, what more probable than other? What do you think?
I think it could be a big ball of salt, possibly.
Yeah, more probable than the moon landing, though. All of these, the sun being a ball
Well,
of salt.
anything is more
Yes.
probable than the moon.
Yes, everything
That's
I
kind of
said,
it.
which sounds ridiculous, is way more realistic than that. And most normies believe that. So you know how silly is what I'm saying if you look at it in perspective like that. I mean, it's a lot less silly than what most people believe. Most people believe that you got some aluminum foil and some curtain rods, and you can get up some propane tanks and blast off to this floating rock in the sky. You know, or whatever, dude. I don't know. It's just silly. I got a photo of this thing. Give me a moment. I gotta upload this.
Yeah, I don't even know how to search for this picture that we're talking about right now. I've been trying to like nail the search. I know how to find it on Google, but I don't know how to find it in my
Hey, look.
phone.
Hey, they believe this. They believe this. And I'm talking about we could be in a terrarium, in a wizard's tower, or in a frozen egg, you know, we could be in a body, we could be in you know, a greater, you know, I'm calling from your it's a great one. That's funny. Anyway, yeah, I gotta save this. So I got real questions. What's up?
Salt is life.
Yeah,
Because they try to say that we get energy from sugar. That couldn't be further from the truth. It's like, well, if that's the case, then why is it so toxic? You know?
Yeah, right.
They
And
try
also
to
levitation.
they try to say that. Go ahead.
Saying you're right. Or levitation requires salt, not sugar. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, they try the CDC and all of them, quote unquote, government agencies or corporations or whatever you want to call them, like the CDC and all them. They try to say that the maximum recommended dosage of sodium is between 4 and 8 grams. Like 4 grams, that's really low. We need a lot more than that daily.
I eat more. I don't know how to phrase this. I eat a lot of salt. I probably eat more salt than anybody.
Well, more
so I've proven
importantly,
it won't hurt you.
natural salt, not refined salt. Refined salt is toxic, just like anything else that's refined. Refined sugar, refined Coke, you know?
Yeah.
Like you chew the coca leaves. That's actually therapeutic.
Yeah. I'd like to try that someday. But yeah, you know, I always avoid the table salt. Almost now. Yeah.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
I got sea salt and Himalayan salt. Gotta find
Yeah.
me some
I
Celtic
love
salt.
Himalayan salt.
Yeah, I
Good
think it's
stuff.
petrified Titan blood. You know, it makes the most sense. A lot more sense than this floating tweaker shack landing on the moon. This that Himalayan salt is petrified Titan blood. You know, I think that's very
Interesting.
plausible. Yeah, I feel pretty good about that idea when I eat it. I mean, I enjoy that idea. I think it could be you know, I haven't proved. You know, yeah. Who is laying in them Himalayas? I'm joking. I mean, in my mind, I have, you know, I call it Adam. I say that's Adam there laying. I don't know. I'm kind of speculating, but anyway, them Himalayan mountains.
Yeah, you ever think about how salty the oceans are? Like, dude, that's a lot of salt. Just to salt that much water. It's an insane amount of water.
Think about the body, okay? In the human body, we have cerebral, like the vertebrae, and we have this fluid that, you know, it could be kind of like, you know, because I think in the brain or something, they have this like a blood, which is I mean to say it's more pure than regular blood. The blood throughout your rest of your body in the central area is more pure. And I was thinking about the geography. Now in the ocean, you get the sea salt, which looks very like white, or it's all consistent. Then you have the Himalayan, which is like very different colors and stuff, and so I am associating that with blood of the Titans. And now when you have the ocean, could be the more central fluids, like in the body, like in the vertebrae. You know, it's a more pure blood than it's more filtered or something. It's more pure than the blood throughout the limbs and the hands and stuff. So maybe like the sea salt is from like the central part of some sort of greater. We might be in a little bubble, like a cell. I think the earth might be, well, the earth is anagram for heart. We could be in a heart cell. Now matrix is Latin for womb, but I think earth, anyway, I think we might be in a cell, and possibly, and there's one awareness decentralized into a bunch of people inside a microbiological cell. In the center of it, it has like our body has this like vortex toroidal thing where, or with, anyway, you know, with geometry and stuff, we have this body or something, and which is like a projection, because we're in it. It's a pressurized environment, and water is incompressible. So, but as far as we know, but something out somehow, you know, beyond our understanding, they compressed this environment, even though water is not compressed. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, we can't compress water, or our machinery breaks, but we have 14.7 air. And I'm a bit confused. I'm just talking. If you let me talk a lot, I'll eventually get myself stuck in the mud or confused. You know, now, but I was talking about air pressure and you know, I often ask myself a lot of things. How does it all work? And well, anyway, you might be in a cell, and now there could be different fluids, and these fluids get petrified, crystallized, and mineralized, or something. You know. Okay, now I'm getting now the Master Shield is coming after me. That means I'm onto something. Cool.
I mean,
You know.
they try to say that the pressure at sea level is 14.7 psi, but how is that pressure if that's what we base everything off of? Wouldn't that be zero?
Yes. Yeah.
You know, it just seems like everything that we're being told.
Yeah.
It just seems like everything that we're being told, like the official narrative, it's all bullshit.
Yes,
all of it.
Actually, you know, I get confused because there's so much to unlearn.
Yeah.
What you said made a lot of sense. Maybe the air pressure is actually zero. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Because
Thank you.
if
That
that's what we're
simplifies
basing everything off of, then how is that 14.7 psi? And what is a psi? It just, I don't know. You know,
pounds per square inch. But you're right. What is it's arbitrary? They're
Dude,
you know, there's
these
so much
numbers.
to unlearn. Yeah.
Look, okay. I need to say this, but these number systems are yes, they are their conception. They're arbitrary, but they are made. Many of them are made around like the 666. Like they're made in such a way that if you calculate something, they'll use the measure so that it's 666, and that's the breakdown. And literally, there's like no other reasons that I could think of. I mean, there could be an excuse. There could be like, oh, well, it's this much, whatever. Like, but ultimately speaking, there's a reason these numbers pop up. Okay, it's because they wanted these numbers to pop up on the regular, because they designed the arbitrary system of how you quantify each, little part of their system.
You know,
that's why
I
the inch.
think you're onto
the
something,
fucking-
because if we look at the whole heliocentric model, the number 666 pop up constantly. That is no coincidence, you know.
Well,
It's
and
everywhere.
they came up with those standards, like the new standards, like in the late 1800s, and all of those people are Freemasons and occultists at the same time. I promise you, if you go look at that shit, they at around the same time, one of the guys who helped create the standards, he was doing lots of research on light and refraction. Go fucking figure. And I'm pretty sure he had something to do with making sure that things calculated a certain way. I got to get this dude's name, but dude, I haven't looked into this in like 3 years. It was really interesting. Yeah, definitely go back into the late 1800s. I forget when. I think it was like 80s or 1880s or something like that. They were introducing the new standard to compete with the metric system, and
Right.
it gets wild. It gets wild, guys.
Yeah. Isaac Newton, is he a Freemason? Albert Einstein, is he a Freemason?
Yeah, they probably are.
It might
Very
be.
likely. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything.
Or,
That's just conspiracy talk.
If they even exist, those characters, they're handled by Masons, probably. I mean, yeah, the whole thing is, Masonic.
You know,
Kinda like-
how realistic could it be that many of these people are just characters in a story we've been told?
I mean, I don't mean to say things with certainty. It just seems like really obvious. They kind of put their symbolism everywhere,
Like Eratosthenes, to me, this guy doesn't seem like a real guy. The story doesn't really make a lot of sense.
I agree.
There's
I
not
don't
a lot
believe
of history about the
he's not
guy.
real. He don't exist.
That guy appears to be someone who was just kind of like put
Santa
in
Claus.
the story.
Like another
Yeah.
Santa Claus sort of character, just made up. Yeah. People passionately defend these cartoon characters that they've never met before. It was written by others; they weren't there, and they believe they like regurgitate, spread. Oh, but what about Eratosthenes? However, I'm like, you don't know if that dude even existed, man. He probably did not exist. He probably is made up.
Exactly.
People take him very seriously,
Right. Instead of doing tests ourselves and coming to our own conclusions, a lot of people just regurgitate all this garbage because, they're the specialists, they're the scientists, And it's being taught in colleges and universities. Well, who controls over 90% of all the colleges and universities?
probably the Catholic Church. I don't know. I mean, they started them. I was guessing. Am I right? I was just guessing. Who controls it? Well, who built the universities? Well, I think it started with those missionaries, and it evolved into universities. That's how I think that worked.
Didn't the Rothschild not Rothschild, Rockefeller, John D. Rockefeller, he's the one who started the Rockefeller University, and that's the pharmaceutical industry as we know it. I kind of feel like that's what got the snowball rolling downhill,
Yeah, I think you're right. I've heard of that also. But anyway, I'm just saying we know Ghislaine Maxwell's father is the publisher for the children's textbooks. I mean, he owns the Macmillan Publishing Company. So well, I mean to say the people that traffic the children are writing the check the children's textbooks, or nothing to see there. But anyway, I
And
know that may be a bit off. Well, I'm just talking about how all the textbooks are full of lies, and it
yeah,
doesn't make
like
sense.
for instance, I think human trafficking is a distraction from quote unquote U.S. citizens are actually being trafficked. We are being trafficked
Yeah, interesting.
by the that trust law of 1666. I forget what it's called. Well, how it's like maritime or admiralty law, where they state that we're dead or lost at sea,
Yeah.
and it all stems from there.
Yeah, I think you're right. They're trying to use this necromancy thing on everybody. Now, I don't. I think it all works if people believe in it. I mean, you're talking about the difference between a natural living man and the straw man on paper, the corporate fictitious entity that
Exactly.
the symbols on paper, scribbles on parchment, or I'm just saying you got the living man, you got the biological breathing man, and then you got the patterns on paper in a file cabinet. Now, so
Right.
two different things. But I think it only has power if we believe in it. Like that. I mean, now really, I think there's with the physics of things. I mean, I think we could be like in a dream world, sort of. I could go on about beliefs and physics and power and electricity, but and perspectives. And I don't know, but I'm just saying regarding the straw man thing. I think it has great power as an influence over the minds of many people, but I don't think there's any super. I mean, that's sharing my opinion. I doubt there's really any. No, I call them necromancers. I'm saying supernatural or paranormal. You know, I call them necromancers, though. These people with wear the black robes, the judges and stuff. They got the black robes like necromancers. You know what I'm saying? And they're like they raise the dead with the straw man fictitious. But that I think it's all just like what they're doing is react like it's like a play. They're like acting in a play. You know what I mean? In these legal
Right.
rooms. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think it only has power because we give it to influence our decisions and stuff.
Right.
There's like a dude I know that, or we know him, but he threw away everything. He burned all his documents, and but I don't think the documents have power over anybody. They're just potential like evidence to be used against you. In a theater, like a play. They wear costumes and stuff, like with the robes and
Yeah.
I
It's
don't
always
think there's
black.
any real magic. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
all
The judge is
illusory.
always wearing black robe, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And I've been told that the judge
play.
is not the judge. The judge is actually the jury. And by being silent, we're coalescing and agreeing to it by silence. And if we don't stand up for our rights and tell them specifically, like for instance, you're in court over some tickets like speeding or something that's not like you didn't kill somebody, like it's not a judicial
no
issue.
victims.
Yeah,
Nobody's
there's
been
no crime involved. Well, one thing we could potentially say is
no damage.
You ask them, what is the social security number? What is that? And did you know the quote unquote judge cannot lie? I'm pretty sure he can't lie. And he has to answer you and say that we are the beneficiary and they are the trustees. Well, basically you ask them, well, am I the beneficiary? And he has to answer yes. But you got to ask them 3 times and not deviate, because they're going to try their hardest to tell you or try to get you to deviate away from that. But you have to stick to it.
That's funny.
Am I the
Yeah, that's
beneficiary? Am I the beneficiary? Like the Wizard of Oz.
That's funny.
or Beetlejuice, right? Beetlejuice, and then boom, that's it. You point at everybody, and it's like, well, you're a trustee, you're a trustee. You point at everybody in the courtroom, you're a trustee, I'm the beneficiary, and you just say like one or two other sentences. There's like 3 sentences total. You tell them, like, if the first one doesn't get through, and they reschedule the court date, you throw them the other sentence and you just stick to it 3 times. You just walk out of there. You just walk out.
Yeah.
Because the judge will be like, oh, well, give me a minute. I'm going to take a break. And once the judge walks out, you walk out. Done.
Yeah, you may know these ways in the mechanics of their linguistical construct of how they do this theater. You might know these bypasses or shortcuts. You know what I'm saying? They have like a mechanism to their theater that you're talking about. Like they do their
Yeah.
motions and stuff. Yeah, you might have like a cheat code or something. Yeah.
Right.
It's
Well,
all a
I'm
system.
just now learning all of this, like the specific details, just the other day. So
Yeah, the
I'm
globe
still
is at the
learning.
foundation. At the bottom of all this legal stuff is the globe. The globe is the foundation of scientism.
Exactly.
And the legal world is a subcategory of the scientific belief system. I got a link here. It's funny. Hold on, somewhere.
Because that's what all these distractions are all about, to distract us from learning the law. Like, for instance, if you're in America, it's probably best to read the IRS book. Read the whole thing. You gotta know it 100%, because these people, they are the masters of the crossword puzzle game. If you don't know it, that could be bad news. It's
Yeah,
like all or
it does
nothing, you know
seem
what I mean?
very, very logical to review that book. Yeah. Hey, look, I posted. You may have seen it. I just wanted to share this. This dude is the director of chemistry at the Johns Hopkins University. Also, he's the director of the history of science at the Johns Hopkins University. He's visiting this other. I don't know what that is, but he's speaking. He's a guest speaker somewhere, and the director of the history of science at JHU, he says the globe is the foundation, or yeah, something like that. The globe is the foundation of their. He explains it's a religion, and I listened to the whole thing, and yeah, it's kind of funny. A couple of times he mentions that the globe, So the legal world is like within that world, and I think like the globe is at the bottom of this whole thing, and it's fake. It's all made up.
Right.
It's
Just another distraction to
Yeah.
get us thinking
Yeah,
about
it's all
other
made up.
things. That's all it is. And to make us think that we're this insignificant speck flying through space going a million, 10, hundreds of millions of miles an hour, whatever it is. The
Yeah,
Big
because
Bang and,
the child traffickers, they are whatever. That I've just mentioned that. It's ironic. Of course, they are the people publishing the textbooks, but yeah, they want us to feel useless or insignificant, powerless. They want us
exactly.
to feel powerless, and so yeah, and that's pretty much what education is. Look at the architecture. You send a human there to that building and look at it. It looks exactly the same as a prison or a jail. And then what do you think goes on in there? Or they got these bells ringing, like they're training them like Pavlovian dogs. Think of how many times the bell rang in a child and it's always disorienting, and it's child abuse. They have these sensitive ears, and they ring this really loud bell every 30 or 45 minutes, whatever. I forgot how long classes are, and then they've just settled in there, got a briefing. It really, realistically, as an adult looking back on it, there's not much time there for maybe a lengthy briefing or a couple or something like that. They just settled in there, and then they got to pick up their stuff and go. They just, really, in reality, you meet with people and you greet each other and say hello. I mean, that's a class is not. It's a joke. They just got there, and then they got to get up and go to the next, and it's like a Pavlovian with the bell ringing thing, and they get rewarded for repeating stuff, and not figuring out or knowing any. They don't learn any practical. Not they don't know how to use tools. They spend roughly a couple of decades. I'm sorry, it's 12 K through 12, and then all that other additional stuff has become normal, most expected. Uh, College, and so anyway, but they spend over a decade going to this jail, and they don't know how to use tools. They have no idea how to use a socket wrench, and so it's really handicapped or disadvantaged. They fill their mind with cartoon junk, and the people are profiting. That people are profiting to put the junk in their minds. They are also on the side. They're selling children, which is I'm not. That may not be relevant, but I think it is kind of like the backgrounds of these people. Anyway, never mind that though. But they're filling their minds with junk, and these people they can't do anything other than maybe work at Target and be like stock shelves at Target. That what I'm saying? And
They have,
education is like a joke. And
yeah.
at the foundation of it's the globe. At the bottom of it all is this globe, which can't be proven or falsified or measured. It's it's just ridiculous. The whole thing is it's like the foundation of society, or this society. It seems to be ignorance and poverty, and knowledge is power, and ignorance is the cause of sin. And in contrast, we may be in like a terrarium, and these people are thriving somehow off of the ignorance and poverty. In contrast, they're thriving off of the suffering of people based on the globe, by putting the globe in their heads. Basically, they're globulating them, by globbing people into they're dumbing people down, man. Like idiocracy is like a reality, and I think they injected people with like the juices that make them dumb, and so then the whatever, a weak population, especially a sick and dependent on medical infrastructure, is an easily controllable and managed population. If they're sick and stupid, and they believe in all this cartoon nonsense, like it's all ridiculous. The entire heliocentric thing, like you're on the outside of a spherical thing with sticky water, just it's all ridiculous. The negative to the power of Tor, whatever, the many zeros, and who gave you I was talking earlier about the people behind who brought us this garbage. I was just talking about education. Yeah. I mean, they spend over a decade, K through 12. They spend over a decade going to this prison architecture, getting this bell rang at them, and they're shuffling to different classes over and over, and they can't use a socket wrench. They don't know how to wire a room like electrically, or they don't know how anything works, and everything they were told is bullshit. Like the globe, it's all a lie. They made it all up, and it's just a daycare, and it's child abuse, and then they inject them with stuff that makes them dumber, and they just keep doing it for generations, and they sit them in front of this box that makes them dumber too, puts them in a hypnotic trance state, the TV set. And so and then nowadays they got the cell phone tower right by this jail. I mean, school. They put the cell phone tower by the school, and they put the computers on their. Everybody's got a laptop. And imagine there's dozens of laptops in one room, and then there's dozens of rooms full of. So there's hundreds of laptops in this building with the cell phone tower right next to it, and so they're all sterilized, which means they have AIDS. Or I mean, to varying degree, they have varying degrees of that's what's going on. I mean, that's what radiation does. It sterilizes everything. I mean, I'm just saying.
Pretty much.
It causes people to be infertile. which is, the more infertile you are, the more you have AIDS. Or, I mean, it's the same difference.
It's
The
just
more you
like
have
what we
AIDS, the more,
call dis-ease,
yeah,
right?
yes.
It's majority of it is chemical and radiation poisoning.
Yes, and that's what I'm just trailing off, and that's basically, what I was saying is they're doing that to the children, chemical and radiant, both combined. They're injecting the chemicals that have the heavy metal stuff, and then they're blasting them with radiation. And now they got the black goo in them. They got it from the graphene, from the carbon. From the coal. They got it out, derived it from coal. I watched these scientists bragging about it on YouTube. These university scientists. I was talking about earlier how they're just a bunch of compartmentalized Target employees, basically. And so, but they got the black goo now. Before that, it was just, with that, like heavy metal and stuff and parasites. And well, now they got the black goo. And anyway, they're blasting them with even more radiation. And they're getting more sterilized, or that mean they have AIDS. It's the same. I mean, that's why the horse sterilizer shots is the only pharmaceutical product that parallels the schedule of the vaccine boosters. Is just Pfizer's horse sterilizer with a dart gun. That's because it wear off every so many months. The black goo. The
Ivermectin?
body does get the I was talking about no. I was talking about horse sterilized, not that.
Oh, sterilized. Yeah.
Pfizer has a different product with a dart gun and so the booster shot schedule matches no other. That's the only medical product that closely matches the booster schedule. They're being injected with horse sterilizer is what I'm trying to say. They're being injected with horse sterilizer, and that is comprised of, well, I'm not exactly sure, but we can, that perhaps, well, that's, the schedule parallels that. So anyway, they're basically, okay, that's why the head of Pfizer is a veterinarian, because what he's doing is he's sterilizing all the schmucks that fell for the, it's just like idiocracy, and so this is what academia or education does, is it guides you like a Judas goat or something. It guides you like what it does academia, to be like a Target employee, and a Target employee is just what I'm calling it. It's like a model citizen. I could call it that. What they do is mold you into a model citizen, which is basically, a Target employee. And what that is a highly injected and radiated, sterilized, AIDS-ridden, weak slave, basically, whose imagination has been, chemically lobotomized, removed. Well, anyway, all this, I believe, can be reversed with knowledge. You see that ignorance is the cause of sin, or sine waves. But anyway, I could go on. I'm just talking, but I was just saying that marijuana is good for your health. But I'm just talking. But these days they're poisoning everybody. Well, I was just talking about how academia is a bunch of lies. They spend over a decade going through it, and they can't figure out a socket wrench or how to wire something at
Right.
all, anything. They can't
It's
even use a
because
can opener.
everything they're being told is flipped upside down. So
Literally.
when they're presented with actual scientific data, like something that's true, well, they see it upside down and they're like, whoa, that makes no sense. And they get defensive and argumentative and everything.
You're funny. Yeah.
It's upside down.
See reality and
Yeah.
through their
Completely
filter.
flipped. That's
they
how
gotta do
propaganda
mental
works, right? And they repeat
mental
it
gymnastics
over and over. That's how propaganda works. It's just 180 degree.
That's what
It's a mirror.
What education is.
It's all mirrored. It's like flipped.
That's what education is. It's nothing but propaganda.
Like looking in a mirror, right? What's on the left is on the right. What's on the right, it's on the left. It's completely flipped.
I'm talking about education everywhere in the known world, as far as I'm aware. I don't consider myself polarized. I think that the world as we know it is heavily corrupt. I'm not into the red versus blue team thing. I
Right.
noticed the blue team, their numbers. I don't trust the number. I don't trust any of the numbers. But if they're anywhere remotely near accurate, they say 98% of the Democrats took the cooties shot. Now only 48% of the red team took the cooties shot. Now I didn't believe in the cooties or the cooties shot, and I didn't have an issue with either.
Same.
Yeah. But anyway, the blue team drank the Kool-Aid, and so that Trump character to me is like a used car sales, for the pharmaceutical industry. He's like a salesman. But he said we were going to be winning so hard, and you remember that? He was joking. We'll be winning
Yeah.
too hard. Well, anyway, it looks like the blue team drank the Kool-Aid and half the red team drank the Kool-Aid. And I don't identify with either. I don't, resonate with politics. I don't track that. Politics is like a big series of episodes of like a real, or well, I won't call it a reality, but it's like a TV show.
It is. It's a big soap opera.
Yeah, there you go. It's like a soap
100%.
opera.
Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, it's a soap opera full of ugly people that probably washed up Hollywood actors, and I'm serious. I'm not. I mean, I'm joking, but I'm honestly, I think they're a bunch of washed up Hollywood actors, and I'm serious. New Perspective's been comparing it, and I'm not sure about some of them, but I think he's right about at least most of. And I'm just saying I'm not sure. Maybe he's right about all of them, but he's been doing. I mean, other people have done that. I've seen it on the internet. But yeah, I mean, just a lot of these politicians, they probably previously were like celebrities, including musicians, possibly. But a lot of them were probably like TV and movie stars, and they got ugly. They got ugly and changed their hairdo or their hairstyle or something. People, and they changed their name. And they're a politician, and what I mean, I don't know who's doing this. Somebody's picking up the phone, calling central casting, and getting like, "Hey, we need a Dr. Fauci, or we need which I guess is Italian for scythe." I heard that his name. I don't speak Italian, but I was saying I heard his name means scythe, but I believe it. I mean, it probably does. I mean, it probably does. But anyway, I didn't bother double checking that. But anyway. I wouldn't be surprised. All the world's a stage with these people. I was saying they run these people right off a cliff with their propaganda. They fed them a bunch of lies through academia or education, and then the television, and then they persuaded them to basically jump off a bridge by taking the AIDS shot. They all got AIDS. They warned everybody through that. And I guess I mean I wouldn't give them that credit, but in the entertainment, they had that, everybody has AIDS. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Everybody has AIDS. AIDS is AIDS, AIDS, AIDS.
Yeah. It's been stuck in my head increasingly recently because of, that's what they did is
Yeah, you're
they
right.
rolled
Because
that out.
I don't believe AIDS is sexually transmitted. I believe that is an
By the
injection.
syringe.
Yeah.
It's like the AIDS.
It was a war against
treatment.
the homosexuals.
They tested it. Yeah, they
It's-
tested it on them at first, and now
Yeah.
it's widely spread. I mean,
Right.
they just spread it to everyone that would they could trick into taking it. But yeah, they first
Have you
tested
looked
it
at
on the homos.
Have you looked at the side effects of AIDS and the side effects of the jabbing McJabbington?
Oh yeah, the big.
Yeah.
I think it's I think AIDS is basically when somebody is sterilized, and then they're also injected with additional things like parasites and heavy metals. But those things may cause sterilization. I think it's very difficult or challenging to sterilize someone and permanently. It's not that easy. They keep injecting people with various chemicals and they still keep having children. And I think what's going on is they make them a lot less fertile. But I mean, people of the past, like a century or so ago, were probably a lot more fertile. They were in a lot less sexualized environment. What they've done is they hypersexualize things and
Yep.
they're doing that so people are not valuing this fluid, which allows them to resonate with a higher intelligence. But what's going on is they're mindlessly spilling this fluid, and then and then also they're being injected with these chemicals that sterilize that these various like they say the graphene oxide sticks, it concentrates more so in the reproductive area than other areas, more so than other areas. I think secondarily it concentrates in the heart a lot, but it gets in the whole body, But I was saying but that the body seems to cleanse it out over time. So I was saying with time, people still look. I was trying to say they're chemically and poisoning. I think it's all about the war on Doke. When I talk about stuff like this, he's like, it's all about the war on people. And I think, yeah, AIDS, we're talking about, yeah, they gave everybody AIDS. And what is AIDS? Well, I think it's basically a condition where you're sterilized. That's AIDS. And so everybody who took the cootie shot, well, that was the point. I'm not saying they all, well, if they got the real thing, they're temporarily sterilized. And then, if they survive, the body eventually cleanses it out. So that's why they had to keep extending and prolonging and saying, oh, there's another variant or another mutation, or the HZ5X-23 variant. I just decided I'm not good at making up stuff, but you can't make this stuff up because they already did. And what I'm saying is they made up this cartoon stuff, like they took an orange and they like stuck plastic in it and ran it through Photoshop, and they said, this is your scary, the cooties. They put the cooties on the screen. They illustrated the cooties with, they call them science communicators, and they at the CDC, and they were interviewed, and they bragged that you can type this in. Was it the Science magazine? Anyway, they said, yeah, we're science communicators, and we just illustrate the concept of the cooties. And so anyway, they saw the cooties on the screen, and my whole family took the cootie shots, and they got children, like they all took the shots too. They were bragging. I overheard one of my brothers on the phone with my mother, and he was saying, oh yeah, and he's talking about these new children. I don't know how many he has, but he's like, oh yeah, they got all the shots, and he was bragging, and they were both on a similar wavelength, like, oh, that's great, and they give these children like over 80 shots now or something, around 80.
It's a
Around
lot.
80 shots, yeah, the
Yeah.
newborn children. And it's what is comprised, it's the parents, they just don't want to think. They were conditioned and rewarded that, hey, think. They don't like thinking. So they whatever, it's the science. What is this stuff?
Well,
It's a bunch of poisons. That's
right.
what it is.
Well,
And it
I'll
kills
tell
the
you.
soul. It's bad for the soul. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll tell you how all the jabs got started. Like,
Oh, really?
take for instance when the U.S. government sprayed DDT across America in the 1950s, and they told everybody, "Hey, eradicate all insects. Insects are bad." It was like a war against the insects. Complete lunacy. And they had products you could roll it on, you could spray it in your house, you can paint with it. Like they had all different forms of it.
That
Powder,
stuff, we found
sprinkle
out
it on
that it
the
hurts
bottom of the threshold of your front door, and the people would come in there with huge paint sprayers attached to a big tank in a truck. They'd roll up before a house, just before a house was built. Like they put up the walls and they spray the whole inside of it with DDT.
Wow.
And they sprayed it across America, with chemtrails, and everybody got a disease. Well, take a guess what that disease was, what they called it.
Is it that was before my time, but I got a few
Polio.
guesses. I was gonna say that. I really
Polio.
was. That was
And what
I
they
should have just
did
said it.
is they stopped spraying DDT when they rolled out the polio, jabs, and then Lo and behold, polio went away, and they were like, "Oh, well, the jab fixed the problem."
That makes sense.
Rinse and
That makes
repeat.
sense. I believe it.
Yeah, and rinse and repeat. The first
Yeah.
radio broadcast, people, I forget what that was. Some plague. A lot of people died.
Oh,
They
yeah,
provide a vaccine, and then
Spanish flu. Yes.
yeah,
Right.
Spanish flu, 1912 or 13, or
Similar
wait,
parallel. Yes. And
somewhere
before
around
that,
there.
yeah, that was it. No, I mean that was it. Yeah, they rolled out the electrical infrastructure. Now they're doing the 5G.
Right.
Yeah.
And now we all know what that's called.
Yeah. We know they couldn't prove that they failed to prove how to transmit the contagion back then, but it paralleled. Yeah, they tried to transmit the cooties and they failed to transmit it. They, with the swabs in the nose, they couldn't do it. And they, I read about that. But anyway, it's like federal
Yeah.
grant or something, and like, okay, look, they still can't do it. They've never been able to prove it. What do you call that? A pathogenic cartoon, like the cartoon models thing.
Oh,
Okay, so
sure.
I found way back, like in the beginning of this, early on, a few months into this, I found the PTR test panel document, page 39. There's no quantifiable isolate. Basically, they have no physical sample. Okay, so they try to use big words to confuse people that can't comprehend what this mean. What is it? Yeah, no, there's no physical sample. So they tried to hide it in this document with big words, but they conceded on their website, on the CDC and the FDA, both hosted this document. Both those and federal websites conceded they have no physical sample of the cooties.
Yep.
So they ran it through a genetic. I'm sorry, I meant to say a simulation, and the simulation guessed that it may have because we don't have a physical sample. It may have 33 A's as the genetic sequence, and so comparatively, the other things they never proved to be pathogenic or whatever. In the past, they said they had viruses had thousands or is it tens or hundreds of or tens of thousands of genetic sequence. This has 33 A's, even though they're all fake. It's all fake. This was kind of rushed or something. Or what this particular thing was, I think they've been testing and trying to sterilize people for generation, or have been for generate. Or basically, when I keep saying that, it'd be more accurate to say they've been decreasing the fertility of people, which I
Right.
think directly causes disease. I think the more fertile you are, the less disease, the better. And I think your body
Definitely.
naturally, the body naturally is in a fertile state and regenerate. I think it's rejuvenative. Like but what happens is through these injections and other exposure to toxic, or basically these injections and other, you could talk about radiation and parasite, but these things are, it seems to temporarily, could be for years, but temporarily cause all these various diseases are a result of a decrease of fertility, is what I'm speculating, which is not normal. I think maybe we could live forever if we stop taking these. They keep finding different ways to decrease our fertility.
Oh,
What if
you're onto something
we
because
might be able to live forever, if they weren't doing this. They keep finding different ways to poison us, and radiation is another one too. There's different way they're putting stuff in the water, they're putting stuff in the food, they're putting stuff in everything.
oh yeah, fluoride, it's a big one.
Everywhere, even in the air. They're even dumping stuff in the air.
So
I mean, it's getting ridiculous.
I heard from someone, I forget who it was, they were saying that fluoride allows metals and toxins through the blood-brain barrier.
Wow.
So by them putting metals in the food, water, it's everywhere in the air, chemtrails.
Yeah.
That by drinking fluoridated water and using fluoridated toothpaste, it allows those toxins through the blood-brain barrier and ends up in your brain. It's like,
And
metals in your brain, which is electrical, Works on electricity. I mean,
that stuff wiggling around like a bunch of razors.
they can't be good.
They're like a bunch of sharp razor blades just wiggling around with radio when the
Oh, the
song
graphene.
changes on the when the song changes on the radio, it's like the motion of these razor blades in the brain. Just saying.
Yeah, because I should say the black goo because that's one of those
Oh yeah,
forbidden
that's the
words,
latest
right?
one. Yeah.
The
Yeah,
black
yeah.
goo. Have you seen that stuff dance when
Yeah.
it's being exposed to
Yeah, I saw a lot
electromagnetic
of video.
radiation? And it
Super
looks,
spooky stuff.
and it's kind of
Yeah,
similar to like putting water on a speaker, and
it's a
depending on what
sterilizer.
frequency you
It'll
play, it'll change its shape.
yeah, like somatics. Yeah, it's a sterilizer. It concentrates in the reproductive area primarily. I mean, more so than other areas. Yeah.
But this all stems with the idea that germ theory saying that there's these pathogens, viruses, and germs you can get from the outside world. But I have yet to find a peer-reviewed study or any study that proves that that's the case. You take 1,000 people, stick them all in a room, and get few tens of people who are sick.
They've never proved.
They've never proven that they could get sick by exchanging bodily fluids like coughing and stuff like that.
That's right.
Can't be proven. So that falls back on Louis Pasteur. He was basically the biologist that won the battle, right? He proposed germ theory, and then you had what's his name?
Yeah, you're right. I forgot. Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
Louis Pasteur, and then you
Pasteur.
had Antoine
That's right.
Béchamp.
Béchamp.
Yeah, he proposed
Know how to say
it's
his
all about the terrain. It's all about the
Yeah, he's
bodily
right.
fluids in your body and how pure they are of toxins, metals, acidity, and all that stuff.
That makes sense. Yeah.
That's it. That's all it is. It's really that simple. All about
Yeah,
what you eat,
pardon
what
me,
you drink, what you think, what you believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of
Pardon me. I'm
people
just hitting the
don't.
water pipe here.
Like, I don't think a lot of people
Yeah, I think
realize
all
how
disease is
devastating it
mental,
is
but all reality is
to have
elemental.
negative
What I mean
thoughts,
is
like
we're
getting mad and
dreamers in
yelling.
this big dream bubble. But yeah, there's dream materials, and there's a bigger dreamer. There's like a collective dream awareness or something. Anyway, you don't want to eat them dream poisons. You know, I mean, I'm kind of mixing up physics and stuff with. Well, anyway. Hey, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
I got disconnected, or I don't know if you noticed that. I had to restart the. So I'm on a hotel Wi-Fi, but I always use
Damn.
a VPN. I always change my IP address, but I'm on a hotel Wi-Fi. Sorry, I was just like going on about how fake and bullshit everything is. I don't know if where I got disconnected, but you know what I'm saying. I don't really have anything important to say. Hey, you there, man?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what I was just. I don't know if I just what you all were just saying. I just reconnected, but I was basically saying the globe is at the center of this belief system, where it's an unhealthy and toxic system where they encourage people to take in these injections and they're poisoned, and the globe is at the center of all this. That's all I'm saying. I posted a video from the director of the history of science. If you, this is, I'm just trying to explain this. He explains it better about this specific, not all that other stuff I said, but the globe being the foundation of science, and that is what I'm saying. I mean, he explains that well. All that other stuff is just my opinion. I mean, you know what I'm saying. I mean, it's true though. They're injecting people with poisons and putting cell towers by them. It's like a jail, and then they're basically sterilizing. This is a mass sterilization campaign, is what we just saw. Basically, yeah. Well, I'm just, I mean, in my opinion, basically, it's kind of obvious, right? I warned everybody.
Definitely.
I told everybody not to take it, and well, anyway, I'm here on the internet just because the reason I'm online is because most people I know, no matter how much I share with them information or not, whatever it is, they still took the cootie shot and make fun of me. They still believe in the moon landing and all. I know that's why the only reason I'm on here is because, you know what I was saying. It's like we call them NPCs. So anyway, I just visited somebody from the internet here, and he's really hilarious. But yeah, I should visit each of y'all someday, the cool people. But I was saying that you know, I'm just on. I can't believe these people believe all this shit. Like, I'm part of my French. Sorry, I can't believe they believe all this stuff, like the moon landing, and
I can believe it.
blows my mind. What I mean,
You know why?
we see it. I
Because I believed it myself.
believed it also until I was told an alternate, until I was exposed and found an alternate. You know, yeah, I did believe it when there was no other. As a child, nobody told me like maybe it's flat or maybe it's fake or I found out in my 20s, in my early or mid 20s, that the moon landing's possibly fake and the Earth is flat.
Same.
But yeah, all I had to do was hear about it, and then I looked it up myself. These normies, I tell them in detail a lot of information, and it's like they can't hold on to information, they can't contemplate or visualize anything. I think they've been chemically dumbed down and basically, it's not normal to have these various medical conditions. But I mean, they have normalized it. I mean, what happened is the majority of the population is on pharmaceuticals, and most of those are painkiller. Is it what was it? I forgot what the term is that makes people lightheaded. Anyway, what I was trying to say, the majority of the adult population is on a lot of prescription pharmaceutical. Probably the majority of the entire the children now. I mean, but I was saying that's not normal. It's because they're sterilizing people. See, you see what I mean is when a
Right.
man is not sterilized, or a person, when a human being is not sterilized, their body naturally repairs itself I mean, those two that's the same process. It's the
Right.
same, and they disrupt that process, and then
Right.
they have to get all the various poisons that treat those side effects will cause other side effects. But
Exactly.
they
I
lose
mean,
the momentum of repair and rejuvenation from being chemically sterilized, basically to get real direct. They're being given AIDS. That's what AIDS seems to be.
right.
Is being
Would you say that to be healthy, all that is a balance and
oh
finding an
yeah.
equilibrium?
The body, there's
That's all
different
it is.
there's three main energy points of the body, and there's many areas of the body, and if most of the body is doing well, it'll carry the weight of the rest of the body. So long as most of your body's in balance, you'll be healthy and repair and rejuvenate. But the issue is people are varying degrees of sterility and infertility, which is inversely varying degrees of AIDS, is what I'm trying to say. Sorry about I didn't go to college, so it's difficult. I never took a college level English class, so I don't speak yet very efficiently. I got to improve. But I was saying, I'm trying to say that yeah, if you just stay away from the science injections, overall, you don't have to have an optimal everything. The body compensates in different areas and takes care of it. It repairs and rejuvenates itself naturally, and this is what they're always fighting us against. The war on people. Is a friend of mine says that a lot.
Yeah.
You know, he calls it the war on people, and it's all about that. You just got to, you know, you basically fear is what they're doing. They use fear, which is like interference, and hurts. You know, the Wi-Fi hurt. It makes it hurt. What happens is they inject things, these conductive materials that cause the radiation, the radar to hurt you, and they
Right.
call that Hertz cycles, and it's interference and Hertz and what. Anyway, they got people in fear. They got them
Yep.
in that state.
Pretty
And they
much.
did it chemically. They injected them with this stuff, but the body keeps getting it out. But here's the thing, in the middle of this, before the body gets the stuff out, they go to the doctor and get more poisons, like more
Yep.
injections and stuff. And so that's why they're dying. So, or getting all these variant. And so anyway, you know,
Pretty
seems
much.
like the key to good health is to not go to the doctor. You know,
Exactly.
yeah. Now, you know, of course, there's an exception for like a motorcycle accident. You need a surgeon to control bleeding or stitch something together. Which you know, or now there's of course exceptional, you know, circumstance. But
As far
overall,
as I'm
generally,
concerned, that's the only
avoid the
reason
doctor.
why hospitals should exist is
Yes.
the emergency room. The emergency
Yeah.
room, they can save a life.
Yes.
They can do miracles
I have
and
respect for that sort of
giving
stuff.
birth.
Yes.
Right. I respect them.
Yeah.
But
But I'll tell you,
everything else,
yeah,
like
everything else is poison.
I say stay the hell
For
out of the
profit.
hospital because they
Yeah,
make them
that's
super clean, and by them
Yeah.
scrubbing everything down with bleach or whatever, they basically
Yeah.
get rid of all bacteria, and that is what makes us sick. You know, it's this whole
the
germ
germs are
theory
the janitors.
propaganda that's on all the commercials or all the TV stations. It's everywhere. Oh, there's germs everywhere. You get Clorox or whatever, and Lysol, and wipe everything down constantly. It's
The
like
germs
that's
break it
how
down.
you get sick. That's
The
not
germs.
natural, man.
Yeah, I'm saying that when you put a bunch of chemicals somewhere, the germs will break down the chemicals, and they create a cycle where they create like they use a bunch of cleaning chemicals, and then
Yep.
then these super, they call them super bugs. But
Right.
anyway, these germs are actually not really that. They're only up. What happens is they just shit everywhere, but they break down and transmute things, and they're really like janitors, and a forest is constantly self-cleaning. It's like it's alive, you know. It's kind of like a
Yeah,
magic
it
school
is.
bus ride. But
Yeah.
what I mean, what they're doing in these hospitals though is they're these big waves of chemicals and superbugs and stuff. And when you got a bunch of AIDS patients, they're heavily sensitive to these chemicals and well, anyway, I'm just trying to say they're going to the doctor and complaining that they don't feel well and they have a dis-ease, so they're injected with a bunch of things that cause it's a cycle. It's a cycle.
You got it,
So
man.
the
You
key
got
is
it.
to not go.
Yeah.
You just have to never go to the doctor unless it's really super important. You got to be ready. If you do
Unless
go,
unless
you
it's
got
a
to be
life or
super
death
clever.
situation,
Yeah,
the
be very
hospitals
clever.
are trying to kill you.
Yeah, slowly. They give you this. They inject the slow
That's
kill into
it.
people.
Because
And the key to good
you
health
were
is to
worth
not
more
participate.
dead than you are alive.
They
This
get
all
paid.
goes
You're
back
right.
to
They get
admiralty
yes,
and
yes. They get paid
maritime
a
law.
lot. They
Yeah.
get paid a lot to try to keep people
Yeah.
alive and basically kill them. They get paid a
Yeah.
lot to execute people,
That's all there is
and
to
they
it.
do
It's
it
that
with the
simple.
slow kill.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's no money in being healthy. Just look at the pharmaceutical industries.
Yeah.
Trillions of dollars profiting off of your sickness.
Well, I'll tell you, there's
That's
one
all there is to
exception.
it.
There can be money found in selling marijuana. I don't encourage that. I just
Well,
thought of an
here's the thing.
exception to what you said.
Cannabis is
Money
the
and
most healthy plant there is.
yes,
It has
as far as
everything in our diet that we need. Omega 3, 6, 9, mega macronutrients, vitamins, minerals, all of it in one plant.
I know it's
Yes.
got terpenes.
It's got it all. I actually uploaded a book on library genesis not too long ago that talks about the endocannabinoid system in our body, which is in our brain, our heart, it's everywhere. It regulates our body temperature, our blood rate.
I have
It
the
regulates
best.
everything.
Whenever I get they test me, I always have the lowest. They tell me that I have the lowest blood pressure. It's in the 70s. I keep forgetting the second number, but it's also really super low. And this dude asks me, "What sort of Olympic athlete are you?" Well, you've got the lowest blood pressure I've ever seen.
Well,
And,
look.
and I smoke a lot of weed. I mean, I
Well,
think
look.
that's what it is. That's why
Cannabis is more medicinal in its raw state when it's still alive on the plant.
Oh, I didn't know that. Makes
Because,
sense, though.
like, for instance, you take the THC,
All
for
about the
instance,
fresh
it's
oil.
THC acid and it's a live, unadulterated state. But once we heat it and cure it and smoke it, vaporize it, cook with it,
It's
whatever,
not as healthy.
it converts from THC acid to just THC because the acid is what they call a carboxyl group.
What I'm
And
sure
that's
this is
that's
also
why they call it decarboxylation. Because D meaning remove. Remove carboxyl group. So
And
it's
that
like
thing
it's
that
like
was
cooking your
removed is
food, right? Like
yeah.
it's
Oh yeah.
a completely different taste,
Yeah.
texture,
The
everything. It's
raw
the same thing.
plant has this you're saying it's denatured? Is that the term?
Decarboxylized.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So that
Carboxyl
has
group, carboxylize. See, D remove.
that thing that carboxyl thing is good. Well, sorry, I'm baked. I mean to say that eating it raw is yeah. It's about that
But look,
fresh
check it.
oil, that essence of whatever that is. It's good
Check it
for
out. You could eat your body weight in cannabis flowers, and it would be like you eating a bowl of spinach.
Cool.
You don't get
wanna do
high, but you just did the healthiest thing you could do. You know,
Yeah, I've
just
been
make
putting it
sure
in my
you get enough oil every day, enough sodium, and enough dark greens like cannabis.
I've got a lot of weed. I could just start
Dark
eating.
greens, man, that's where it's at.
Yeah, I should just start eating the stuff. I've been drinking it in a hot tea, but
Yeah,
I think I'm just
if
gonna
you
start.
ever come across a grow, yeah, pluck them right off the plant.
Yeah. Hey, I was just saying though that it's become really obvious. It's super healthy, but I don't know all these. Still learning all the specifics of how amazing the plant is. Well, yeah, and I've had a rough lifestyle. I was an alcoholic for several years, and I've eaten a lot of bad things. But I smoke so much weed, and they say I have the best um, vitals signs, and I don't have any. Now I'm not aware that I have a bizarre or strange, those weird disease conditions that normies have. Well, I credit my good well-being, thank God, to of course the higher power, but also marijuana. I mean, I don't, I like to, if I could diagnose myself as a overall, um, the marijuana has been. I would credit marijuana of keeping me alive. I was saying earlier I was an alcoholic, but I also smoked weed, and I think if I didn't do that, the alcohol would have killed me. But the marijuana, because there was a point where I stopped eating food for about a month. I was just drinking red wine. I'd wake up and just drink a couple bottles and pass out. But I did smoke weed, and I think the weed kept me alive. I didn't try to get too personal, but I was
No,
saying I
yeah,
think
right.
marijuana actually kept me alive. Like I stopped eating food for a while, and I was just drinking wine, but I kept smoking. I think
Yeah, I
smoking
get it.
weed and only organic, I only smoke organic tobacco, and I mix that, but which they don't want us smoking that, which is anti-parasitical, and it cleans the lungs of. Now they like ruining things. They put heavy metals and stuff in most tobacco, but it's like they do to the county water and the food. They're treating people like bugs, spraying insecticide on it, basically spraying the air.
Pretty much.
But basically, but I was saying the I was talking about how amazing marijuana is, but I forgot what, because I'm baked. But I was talking about, um, oh yeah, they don't want people you smoking to pure organic tobacco because it's anti-parasitical, and it's as I saw a scientific paper. The toxicity level of nicotine is the equivalent of caffeine, and so if it's just tobacco, it's as bad for you as coffee, which is not that bad. It's
Yeah,
coffee's
it's
really not
just
that bad for
it's just
you.
what
It is
plants
highly
have
anti-parasitic.
adapted for a survival strategy
Yeah,
to
yeah,
kill insects which have a very
exactly,
low body mass.
precisely,
So it
precisely.
would basically kill their central nervous system.
I think it does something like
So
that. Yeah,
yeah, so they just twitch out and suffocate to death,
something like that, I guess.
I
But for a
think.
human, but also
But we're
we're more we have a greater multi-layered complex. A lot of things that kill bugs don't kill people, like
Well,
tobacco.
it's
You know,
all in dosage. Dosage
yeah.
is everything. See, our body mass is
That's a
multiple
good point.
times more. It's just
Oh,
like
that's a great point.
exponential. You look at the weight of a
Yeah.
bug and the weight of us.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point.
We're gonna be able to endure a lot more before it affects us like it affects them.
Yeah, that's one factor. Also, yeah, I think of the opposite of evolution. I don't think a fly becomes a man. I think the opposite. In the Bible, how a man his skin separates into worms. It was a passage in there. I was saying, so we're a more complete creature, and so we're of course more resilient than a small split off demon, like a bug is a bug is a tiny what I mean by let me phrase this better. A bug is a simpler, less complex, and so it doesn't have all the protective filters and measures of a man. It's a simpler thing, and
Right.
it's a lot more susceptible it can be easy. Bugs are a lot easier to kill than a man. A man, they use more advanced methods to kill a man, like propaganda and chemical injections and radiation, and but bugs, you just step on. I don't know, I mean, bug. They're treating us like bugs, though.
Yeah,
You know,
they just
they don't
poison the
want us to.
environment. That's the name
Yeah,
of the
they don't.
game. Poison the
If you,
environment and the airwaves.
yeah, if you notice this, then you're crazy. They act like they socially ostracize you if you're aware that you're being treated like a bug. You know, hey, we're being treated like bugs. Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist.
It
You
blows
know,
my mind that people who are around my age in my mid 30s that they don't believe in chemtrails. It's like, do you not
oh yeah,
remember the early 90s and just staring at the
yeah,
sky?
you're right.
Like
There's a big difference from a
the line,
contrail and a
the
chemtrail.
sky back then to how the sky looks today, it's completely different. I was like, I don't remember a bunch of lines staying in the sky for hours because I
Yeah,
would
you're
play
right.
on the trampoline in the backyard and just stare at the sky for hours at a time during the
No,
summer.
you're
I don't
100%
remember
right
like
that.
even earlier than that. In the '80s, you'd see like gray exhaust like out of the planes. Do you remember like the early
That was
'80s
before my
airports
time.
and
Yeah, it was
yeah?
before my time. The 80s was a blur. I'm a
I hear you.
1985 kid.
Good to hear you.
I
I'll
know,
be right
but
back.
it did happen. Like you know, it's interesting.
I'll be back in a minute.
Gray exhaust, huh?
I
Well,
yeah,
I've
like
heard they put a bunch of toxins in the fuel so that when it burns, it just goes right out the exhaust of the turbine, you know? They just add it to the fuel as well.
my point is they've been switching it up, and they've switched it up since
Well, the
yeah
test to see what happens. They'll do one thing for a while, see how we respond. I mean, just look at, you know, the pandemic that we just had. That's another test for what's to come. There's going to be round 2. I mean, Bill Gates said it right there next to his wife with his shit-eating grin right after he said it. It was like the most evil smile I've ever seen after he said that. Oh, round 2's coming. Oh, I listen to him. What he says happens. Like, he's not bullshitting. He's putting it right in her face. He's not trying to hide it or nothing. I pay attention to Bill Gates. And I would advise everyone else to pay attention to what he says as well. But this
different way
shouldn't be
around
all
it.
like fear mongering, like, oh, be afraid. But all I'm going to say is I feel like we should all learn the law, admiralty and maritime law, and to be self sufficient. I think we just need to, you know, not be reliant on government as much. Just an idea.
Okay, this is a glorified Eminem. Huh.
Hmm?
Oh yeah, I'm back.
Yeah, welcome back.
Cool.
Because people who are in a state of fear constantly that believe in all this nonsense, they're all like, oh, the government, they're gonna swat us, they're gonna raid us, they're gonna do this, throw us in jail, prison, and all this horrible stuff. And I'm just like, it's really not that bad. Like, I mean, if we're gonna sit here and be afraid of them, well, we're already in jail, right? So when they throw us in jail, well, that's just a smaller room.
It's cooperative jail.
Yeah. It's like, what's the difference? It's like, I'm not afraid to go to jail. That's the
The difference is they have to pay to feed and house you and stuff. they become a. They have to take care of you. That's the difference.
But here's the thing: once we learn admiralty law and maritime law, we don't go to jail.
Yeah,
But we
you
have to
think you're
learn
right.
it 100%. We got to know what
because
we're talking about.
it is a machine. Like it's got a. So you can find the tools to disassemble it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all consent by not saying anything, by not speaking up and being like, I'm a man. That's it.
That's
It's saying
yeah.
I'm a
That's the
man.
key.
I'm not a fictitious whatever they want to call it. It's like I don't associate with that. You don't give them your name. You don't give them nothing. You just ask them, "What's my social security number? Am I a beneficiary?" So if I'm the beneficiary, doesn't that make you the trustee? Right? And then you could say like 2 other sentences and just walk right out out of court. Just walk right out.
I'm sure there's other cheat codes also.
Oh yeah. Same thing with getting pulled over. Eventually they'll figure it out and they won't even pull you over anymore. Because
It's
they
a
know
man-made system.
if they say some bullshit like you were what do they call that? Not resisting, but when you don't cooperate with the police, or I forget what they call that. It's some bullshit charge.
Oh, obstructing.
Obstruction. Yes, thank you. They love to pull that one. Oh, you're obstructing by not handing over your driver's license. It's like, well, that's a piece of plastic. I'm a man, and you just slap your arm and go, I'm right here while you're slapping your arm. This is me. You can talk to me. So they could just be like, oh, we're going to throw you in jail for obstruction. So you just go with it. You use a driver's license. You know, you have a license plate. You go with the flow, but what you do is you set them up for failure. You stick them in a corner because you know the law, you know your rights. See? And then they end up getting sued for millions of dollars.
Yeah, I was thinking of that. Yeah.
I
It's
mean,
one way of going
this
about
is all speculation. I haven't tried it myself. I'm just now learning all this. I mean, I had an idea like 10 years ago, but I never went down that avenue. I got distracted, just like they want us to.
I try to stay out of trouble, but at the same time, I try to learn how does it work, like you're doing.
Right.
I try to avoid conflict, but at the same time, I wonder these things you're talking about. Like, well, if I was or had to, yeah, what are all these cheat codes? Yeah,
Yeah, I'm gonna figure it out. I'm telling you, I'm working on
that's
it.
cool.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
figure it out, and if you're interested, I can send some information your way or whatever.
I would send to you and I figure it out. It's a man-made system and it can be
Yeah.
figured out. It's like any other machine, and they try to lord over us with I think it's called pledging, and fear and color of law.
Yeah. Color of law.
I think of
That's it.
society like an organism, and the way they're it's how you had a multi-personnel organism, and the way that they're running it is through fear. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm a man. I'm not that name and whatever. I'm not that scribble on a piece of paper.
Right.
So anyway, what's the topic?
We're just talking on baked. We're talking about the law and how fake society is. We're just talking about whatever.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. How you doing, buddy?
Am I your buddy?
I don't know, but how are you? Is it?
I'm doing all right anyway.
Cool.
I'm good.
This guy. What's
That
up,
guy.
man?
Yeah, it's all good.
So yeah, what it comes down to is buying some land somewhere.
Yeah.
Where land's really cheap, and just get a community together with all like-minded people. Come on. And when someone
You can also
gets
just
out of
move to an
line,
area.
we could just go back to the old times. If someone does something really bad, we either stone them to death, or
Oh, the
they take the gate. They have a
Yeah.
choice.
You could just hang out with the Amish. I think they're going to
Right?
inherit a lot of. I think the Amish are the future. I've seen some graphs. I'm not joking. Seriously, they're breeding like wild. Well, the Amish they don't take these cootie shots. They don't have TV sets. They totally ignored it the whole last few years. They just did business as usual. I think the Amish are gonna they're not into cell phones and all that stuff. You know, they may put towers everywhere, but and that's not healthy. That's very bad. But other than that, they have a really healthy lifestyle as far as I'm aware. What I know, I don't know any Amish people. I never spoken with one. So, but I think they're going to take over someday by just being themselves. I mean, we're just, the modern society is profiting at its own destruction. The modern world is destroying itself, and the Amish are just being them. They're just out there just being Amish. And I think they're going to someday there be what's left. You know, most
What's
people
the
will be Amish
premise of
someday
why you think that they'll end up being more
because
powerful than us?
because they have extremely high breeding rate. Like I'd say, an average of like 8 kids or something, and they
So,
don't take these injections.
so like Chinese people and Indian people have larger populations.
I was just thinking about America because I'm sorry. Everything I said, I was thinking about. I'm an American. I wasn't thinking about the rest of the world. Well, even though I might have said that, I'm sorry. I'm kind of baked over here, and I'm talking about America. We're all okay in in America. The modern people, a lot of people took these injections, and before the latest round, most people have been taking them for generations, and they're not healthy. So the Amish people have.
Are you just saying things?
No, this is all true. You can look this up. There's a lot of data that substantiates what I'm saying. The Amish
Okay,
have
that's
like a
cool.
less than 1% vaccination rate. Less than 1%.
All
They
right,
have a
hold on.
huge breeding rate. I think they're taking. I mean, I think it's interesting. I don't know any Amish people, but I think like 50 years from now, the average American will be Amish due to the numbers and stuff and the graphs and everything.
Okay, okay.
It's kind of funny. Yeah, I don't know any
No, no,
Amish
no.
people,
Yeah,
but I think
um,
look at their breeding rates and look at their. They don't have a vaccination. They don't have
is
one.
there is there any chance that
Uh-huh.
you could talk about something that is not about, you know, people's cultures or whatever?
I'm just talking about whatever. Why did
Yeah,
you take the cootie shot? Did you take the
yeah, you
shots?
know, like a debate
Hey,
about people's cultures is kind of
hey,
like,
hey,
it's like a rabbit hole, right?
hey, did you take the injections?
What objections?
Did you take the injections?
What objections?
Injection.
Yeah. Did you get the cootie shot?
Uh, my health is none of your importance.
I'm just wondering. I didn't
Well,
take it. I
know,
did not take it.
when I
That's
talk
what
to
I'm saying. It's
people,
like, why
I
are we
just
doing
speak
this?
truth.
He
I
took
leave
it.
out emotion and
Took it.
personal stuff. I
Yeah.
just leave that out of the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, it's just.
I just
Can
talk
we get
about
a?
facts and ideas, you know?
You can just tell he
Yeah,
took it.
but hang on a second. Yeah, that's right. It's kind of like, can I get a mod here, kind of thing. Like,
See, look, I'm right. It's kind of obvious.
What?
He took it. That's why he's so upset.
Get a
I'm not
mod
upset.
here?
I would just rather have the conversation be more towards thoughts and ideas rather than my health.
But what's the
Yeah.
factual correlation between taking a jab and procreation?
Because it
Let's,
gives you
let's
AIDS. Because it sterilizes people. That's why they did it. Because they're trying to lower the population. And everyone that
okay.
took that has a real live hot shot has AIDS.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. This is
we
ridiculous.
could
We're gonna need a mod here.
we could just turn people's volumes down to where we can still hear them talking, but we can't hear what they're saying. That way we don't talk over them, you know? That is a possibility.
Or we could just talk over him.
There we go. All right. What were you saying, Smurf?
Hey,
Taco
that's hilarious.
Vermi, like Taco Vermi. That'd be sweet handle. Taco Vermi. Thanks.
Anyways.
Hey, I was just talking about how just whatever. I was just saying that it's a war on people. Okay, so that the foundation of this is the globe, right? So as I showed earlier, the director of the history of science at Johns Hopkins University, who's also the director of chemistry, explained that the globe model is the foundation of scientism, which is a religion. Okay, so it's the religion of science. You know, anyway, that's from the leading, most advanced biomedical research university in the world, Johns Hopkins University, the director of science. Posted the video here. So anyway, what I was trying to say is the people that have that belief, they all drank the Kool-Aid. You know.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
What flavor Kool-Aid?
Well, everybody's got AIDS.
It's AIDS flavored Kool-Aid.
Everybody has
I got
AIDS.
that ouchie.
AIDS,
The
AIDS,
Fauci
AIDS,
ouchie.
AIDS.
It's the rainbow brown. It's brown Kool-Aid. Don't drink the brown Kool-Aid, everybody.
You know, okay, all of this stuff is interconnected. That how the body functions, right? It's not only the rejuvenative and repair system. This Kundalini system, like which I see in the center of the caduceus thing. They have this Kundalini thing is what they're trying to hide from the West, you know, and it's basically this reproductive system that the graphene oxide that's in all of the cootie shots, it concentrates in the reproductive area, and what happens is this fluid, it also it's the cerebral fluid that so what they're
Which
doing is
fluid?
dumbing
What
people down.
what do you call that fluid?
Well,
What do you
not
call it?
sure. There's different. What you see when a man and a woman, there's an
A
alchemical.
type of cerebral fluid, then, right?
What I'm saying is that's a sacred fluid that a man gives to a woman, and that comes from it comes
Jizz.
down the spine from the brain.
You're
And
talking
this,
about jizz?
I'm
You're talking
talking
about like
about what I'm saying is when people are sterilized, they're dumber. Is what my point is, they're roughly, I think, 3 times dumber.
This
Seriously.
reminds me of the movie.
It's like the
I'm serious.
Grinch when his heart it grew 3 times the size that it was, but it's the other way around.
Yeah. No,
Have you ever seen the movie Idiocracy where they drink
We're living
Gatorade
it.
and
Yes.
the electrolytes? That's where we are right now.
Exactly. The cootie shot is the Gatorade. Yes.
I
The
think there's more
science.
cootie shots beyond that, but okay.
It's not a movie, it's a documentary.
I'm talking about, the science. They're drinking the science.
100%. It's definitely a
Rondo
documentary
or whatever
of
it's
the
called.
future.
What was it called? What they were?
Yeah, it's called Idiocracy. Have you not seen it? It's a Mike Judge movie.
I see it every day
Brondo? What was
when
it
I walk
called? What
outside.
they were giving the plants, and they're like water.
Yeah.
You mean from the toilet?
It's hilarious.
Brondo. Is that what it's called?
Yeah. I don't know.
The electrolytes.
It's like a
It's got
Powerade.
electrolytes.
Well, I see it every day when I step outside, man.
You see electrolytes?
No, Idiocracy.
I think this cancel culture and the gay agenda is out of control.
Well, that's a different story. So, just so you
Rondo.
guys know, I'm hanging out with a buddy of mine, and he's just kind of engaging in with conversation. Also,
Did he take the shot?
it doesn't matter.
The thirst mutilator.
Quit it with that shit.
It's got electrolytes.
I think I'm just going to ask everybody.
Plants crave him.
Yeah, but if you inject hydrochloroquine into your,
No, I don't want to do that either. I don't like injecting anything.
Hydro what?
I don't even know how to say it. So
I just like to smoke weed, buddy.
Say it again.
hydroponics.
Hydroponic?
I'm all
No, that's a
for
different way of
hydroponics.
growing. But I
Yeah,
think you mean,
all about that.
Oh,
Yeah, that's it.
hydrochloroquine.
Yeah,
Chloroquine.
close enough. That's a good one. Hydrochloroquine. I like. No, I don't take ivermectin, any of that stuff, man. I just take natural based stuff. A lot of it, though. I take a lot of natural based stuff. I
Or
got a collection.
What do you have?
called
What do you have a collection of? Actually,
Oh,
it's called
anti-parasite.
hydroxychloroquine. That's
Yeah, I
it.
got
do you have a
stuff
collection
that'll.
of?
I
Do
I
you have
got
a
stuff.
collection of like skulls or anything cool?
No, I just have stuff that'll take the AIDS out of your body. Yeah, I got
Okay, so
stuff you
you're
can eat that'll pull out all the conductive material and kill all the
okay. Well, I
parasites
have AIDS in
of
my
all the
body,
toxins. Yes, I
you
know.
gotta
I know
know
what
your
you.
you gotta know your audience here.
What? Yeah, I know what you can do about your AIDS to reverse it and
But
get
I
it out
don't
of
have
you.
AIDS. You're presupposing I have AIDS. I don't have AIDS.
Magic Johnson
Well,
found the fucking
everyone
solution
who
to
took the
AIDS.
cootie shot has AIDS, but then you have to take
Nano
zeolite
AIDS.
powder and pine needle oil.
Are you sure you don't have a collection of skulls instead of?
Johnson found the
Not
solution
yet.
to AIDS. It's called
Maybe
old
someday.
age.
You said zeolite?
Yeah, zeolite powder.
Minerals
Oh,
that
zeolite.
contain
Yes.
mainly aluminum and silicon?
No,
What?
zeolites are from volcanic ash. Yeah,
Yeah,
they have the
zeolite powder.
highest amount of surface area of any material that you can
Yeah, the
ingest.
geometry grabs. Yeah, it's better than charcoal. Yeah, the geometry pulls all the
It'll
conductive
that
stuff
shit.
out.
It's like a chainsaw.
It's like activated charcoal.
Volcanic minerals?
Steroids. It's electrically activated and it has nano
Reverses AIDS.
particulates.
It
But does
also
it have
reverses
electrolytes?
autism and
Yeah,
Alzheimer's. And
it's like
dementia.
a bane to autism. It
Well,
just
I need all of that. No.
breaks Batman's back.
It's
Like,
cheap. It's on
yeah,
Amazon. Yeah, it's real
it's like a
cheap.
pro wrestler move. Yeah,
It's called
zeolites.
yeah, but that's why you don't know about it because it doesn't cost $15 million. That's why you
I
haven't heard
wonder
about it on TV.
I wonder if that could be used for water filters instead of the carbon. You know, 'cause
That's
that's
an
usually
interesting idea. I haven't heard of that. That sounds like a cool idea.
because they
Yeah.
usually
You could
use
add like
coconut shells, I think. And they
you could
call
add
it
like a filtration layer of like
I'm curious
natural
about.
minerals
You
like
might be a
I'm
millionaire
curious.
now.
clays.
I'm curious about what
Different
Nacho
clays.
has to say about this.
He's brilliant. Nacho is one of the most brilliant people here.
That's why I'm curious to hear what he says.
We always are.
Is Nacho Libre?
No, it's not Nacho Libre. It's Nacho Physics.
Yeah, how did
Nacho man.
So
I
Demontis
want to
grabbed.
be a nacho man.
I don't want to disturb that. That was great.
I
can't wait. I can't wait till you guys talk about something worth thinking about. Just me.
What do you like to contemplate about?
No, I'm here to listen to something that is worth listening to.
Yeah, but
and
I
then
just want to know.
then participate.
But I just want
That's
to
just
know
like your
when you
opinion, man.
That's your problem.
Hey, when you're sitting in your home or your car and you're contemplating, what do you think about in your leisure time? What do you wonder about?
How am I going to pay my rent?
Yeah,
When you're plating.
I'm wondering what the fuck you're talking about.
Like when you're doing all your plating, all your plating, you're contemplating.
Do you do a lot of contemplating in the doctor's waiting room?
Yeah.
Waiting for your next cootie
No,
shot.
I bet he doesn't.
Yeah, but it seems like you're really worried about AIDS.
Well, they just injected more than half the population with it. It's sort of happening. Sort of a current event.
Was half the population really dumb enough to take that? I don't believe in
I'm not sure.
statistics.
Why
Yeah,
are
I'm
you
not really sure.
stuck? Why are you stuck on that?
Why are you
Can
so
you,
sensitive
not
about it?
move on?
Right?
Are you incapable of moving on?
Let's move on. It's like crashing
So,
back
it's
to
too
the
funny.
ground.
But it's too funny.
I don't care what people put in their bodies. Let's just move on here.
I don't really care either, but I mean, it's sort
It's
of the
funny to
biggest
talk
event
about.
of the last century.
It's kind of a
I,
big deal.
Yeah.
I like all these unknown things. They're
Are
pretty
you
fun.
just trying to trigger everybody or what?
Well,
Can you
more than
Well, getting triggered, that's a decision. That's on you.
They claim the majority of the population has injected into their bloodstream something, and well, we call it the science. But I think it's an eventful. It's kind of a big deal.
Yeah. It's the Gates tracker.
I'm
It
glad.
is.
I'm glad
Yeah.
people took it.
They have Bluetooth. Yes,
'Cause
there's an app
if
you can get.
if people can't think for themselves and come to the conclusion that maybe the government isn't on our side, like let them take the clot shot.
Do you mean to
Please,
say the
by all
government
means.
doesn't? Do you mean to say that they don't care about our health? Really?
Big Pharma takes care of your health.
Yeah, man, and they make trillions of dollars to secure your health. There's money in you being healthy, my friend. Don't you forget it.
Yeah.
That's
Goldman
sarcasm, by
Sachs.
the way.
Go big pharma. Go big pharma.
Remember, I got that article somewhere. Goldman Sachs. It's so funny. Is it profitable to to actually cure people?
It's not.
They're giving it away for free, though. Why
I'm just
wouldn't you
curious
take
if
it?
there's anybody here that can actually have a conversation about something that's not stupid.
Yeah, but maybe this guy's perception of that is not stupid. There might be some truth in what he's actually saying. So
That is a possibility.
Yeah.
But none of us are here to convince anybody one way or another. We're just
like to
throwing
smoke
ideas out there. And whether or not someone thinks or feels a certain way, well, that's a decision, isn't it?
We are all
you're
here for
totally
different
right.
reasons.
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah. We all have different minds, and we're all here like brain cells in a brain. I just like to smoke weed.
Yellow submarine, sort of.
Yeah. It's great to be here. These are the sort of
Don't
things
you
I
think
talk
that
about.
marijuana makes you stupid and lazy?
No, on the contrary. I think it makes me higher, but I'll never be as high as the most high. But by high, I mean high vibration, and see, they say that the high chakra point of the crown chakra is 963 hertz cycles. I haven't measured it myself, but what I mean is you want to think higher level, higher thoughts. Think of
So
concepts and ideas
recently,
rather than people. Go ahead.
so recently, one of my friends was giving me advice about investing, and then he told me that I should invest in this cannabis fed cattle stock, and the stakes have never been higher.
Cool. I'm interested. I might invest. Yeah, well, I'm into cryptocurrency. I mean, more interested in that if I had money. But it's wise to have a diverse portfolio, and that sounds like a cool idea.
I think it's because actually, cash rules everything around me. Stream, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
Money is just symbols.
It's everything around.
Are you that focused on not listening to what my friend said?
I did listen. He sees
Did he
money
say that
everywhere.
stakes could never be higher?
I got the joke. I just didn't laugh.
Did you? Okay, good.
The question is, do you get high after eating it?
You should do it before.
No, you don't. What the? No. What? All you're doing is just you're a baiter. I'm not challenging you as a person or anything. Yeah, I'm just like your conversation topic seem a little bit like,
You know, when I talk, I just talk about the facts and just throw ideas out there.
Which facts are you talking about then?
Or just ideas.
There you go. Let's talk about ideas.
This is like a TED Talk.
TED Talk. TED Talk. Go ahead.
It's like
What's your TED Talk?
No, it's the off-market TED Talk. It's Fred Talk.
Yeah, let's TED Talk it out, man.
I like that spread talk.
Spread talk?
This is
Spread talk.
Hey, this guy needs to like fucking trademark that.
It's like an
I can't-
OnlyFans thing, like spread talk.
I can't believe Jerry Springer died. What a sad day.
The ex-mayor of Cincinnati.
Jerry.
Hasn't he been dead for
We
a
need
minute?
him, man.
Lawyer
We need him
job.
more than ever. Right now.
Hasn't-
Right here with us. Right now.
Thanks for your final
There you go.
thought.
Jerry.
So in what so what sense are you bringing that topic up?
And take care of yourself and each other.
Yes.
Take a
yes,
guess.
right. Or it's either that or Uncle Steve's gonna get you. He's gonna sit your ass back down.
Steve broke out, had his own fucking show, man.
Dude, Steve, that dude is a freaking tank. Like, holy
Yeah, I don't
shit.
want to fucking run it, Steve in a dark alley. Like if
I
you're
don't-
not doing
yeah.
that, he would. If I did, he'd be like, "Hey man, what are you doing here?
What
Yeah.
are you doing in a
ride?
dark alley?
Do you need a ride or anything?" Like,
I like
But what are
Ricky
you?
Lake.
But what are
yeah,
you
Ricky
doing in a
Lake.
dark alley?
Ricky Lake. That's some Ricky Lake shit right there, man.
Like, yeah, who is Jerry Springer without Steve? You know.
Yeah, I'm not gonna mess somebody who can't wipe their own asshole. I'm sorry, it's not happening.
Jerry Springer wouldn't be
Giuliani
Jerry Springer
without
if it wasn't for
Bernard
Ricky
Herrick,
Lake.
you know?
You know that, right?
But what about Beetlejuice from
The
Howard
point is,
Stern?
you need a bald guy. You know, behind every powerful man,
Marty
there's a bald
Povich.
guy.
Rub his head for good luck, and it squeaks.
Who's the father? Who's the father?
You are not the father.
Who's not the father?
Dude,
I don't
Mandela
want to say, but
totally
like,
happened.
you know,
I'm not
Maury
echoing
Povich
it,
has
huh?
a bald guy behind him, fucking making shit happen.
Am I echoing?
Hey, buddy, I hear ya. Hey, Chepa.
Hey, I'm not echoing, am I?
Sunshine. Hi,
How you
Sunshine.
doing? Hey, how you doing? I should make my name Sunshine here too, eh?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, what keyboard do you have? Holy shit. Clack, clack, clack.
Me? Sorry, well, I'll turn it off. I'll turn on automatic thing. I can do
Oh
it.
my god.
No. I just have to click the thing. The reason I have it turned off, the auto sense, is so that I can play music because I play like stuff you can't.
Oh, you're
put
all
on
good.
box.
Great to see you, Sunshine.
I'm just messing with you.
That's a cool name.
Yeah.
Your other name was fine too, but hey, whatever.
I
like
find it's
Sunshine.
easier to say,
Cool.
and then there's no confusion. People are like, "Oh, Zeeper, Keeper,
Well, I
Cheaper."
guessed it right. I thought it was Chepa.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's like Czech Republic. Most people get it.
That's what I thought. Yeah. Hey,
It's
but
just
cool.
the Czech Republic is a bygone era.
Checkers
It's
and
like
Connect
now it's
4 and
called
are
like
better
a,
at everything.
instead of Czechoslovakia, it's now Czech Republic. Now it's going to be some other shit name. I don't know.
That's one of them. I'd like to be a tourist someday. Australia,
Hey.
also.
You know, I figured out a way to analyze the stars. Would you like to see this rising Kundalini energy in the spirit in the sky?
Hell yeah. That sounds cool.
Well, if I get a few people on the stream, then I'll explain to you how this Kundalini energy works with the crown chakra in the sky and Mars as well. Very interesting at the moment.
Hey, cool.
So anyway,
No. This guy's talking right now. Let me finish.
right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Get to a point.
This here is something that you can view from the ground. This is the ground here. And see how you bend it, how it goes all fish-eyed like that? This shows you that it's just a celestial sphere. It's just from one point to outwards to everywhere else. It's just measurement. This is not flat Earth, round Earth. This is nothing to do with it. This is just to do with what you see in the sky and what we can tell from astrology looking at it.
Hey,
Cancer
real
is all
quick,
about
what is this? Is this a website?
Stellarium.
Stellarium?
Look
So if
at-
I just Google that, I can pull this up?
You can pull this up yourself. Look at it here. So you go to this website here, stellariumweb.org. That's all it is. And you put your well, hang on. Yeah, no,
Hey,
this is
shite
cool.
mic. You have a shite mic right there. It's all muffly.
Okay, so I'll show you this one here. So Venus is the heart chakra. Cancer is to do with the crown chakra. But before that, we'll go over here and we'll show you
Continuing
what's
with your muffly shite mic.
Is my microphone bad still?
Yeah, I can hear you fine though. It's not as clear as others, but go on. Yeah,
What if
Venus is the heart chakra.
Hang on, is that a bit better now? Is it better now?
Yeah, I hear you fine. Yeah.
Okay, so
Venus
listen
is
to
the heart
this. Okay, so yes, this was the big war exercise with America. Australia sent a battleship. America's got warships, so everything's a bit shit, right? So here, right. So the moon went through Scorpio, right, during that military exercise, the start of the military exercise. It went through Libra. Libra is about justice, and this is the base of the spine through here. This is the Divine Mother, and it's to do with the middle of the spine. And Mars is at war with this at the moment, with people's alignment to things. Mercury is about the mind, and Leo is the Lion King, this base of the throat, this projection into the mind and into the here. But this Kundalini energy, this rising Kundalini energy, so much to do with it. As time goes on, Mercury's in retrograde. It's coming. Mars is going descending, the Divine Mother, but Mercury, as you'll see, is in retrograde. Mercury's coming back around. It will come back around to meet the Sun in the Divine Mother at the same time as it meets Mars. See that right there? Boom, in Libra.
Hey, cool.
He's a fast talker. I'm trying to keep up.
Have you ever had a wet dream?
This is about justice, and this is going to be a lot of interesting things. These people make decisions based on this sort of stuff, not on fucking birthdays or fucking days of the year, on astrological alignments and important dates to do with that.
So what chakra is in control when I have a wet dream?
Your ass.
That's a really good question.
Your
Your
face.
sacral chakra.
What's
Your
the
sacral chakra.
difference?
Your nut chakra, I would assume.
Was that Jupiter or Uranus?
That's to do with Mercury, actually, to do with mercurial spirits, and to do with Venus, the heart, right? And this, as the heart goes into the divine mother here, you'll see that the moon is also in Leo. Ooh. Oh, no, okay, so it's becoming a new moon. As it becomes a darker new moon, sun, and what's the other thing? Mars in Libra. Interesting. That's towards November. And then you'll look at 21st of December, like in 2021. You've got some interesting things going on here. Mercury, Sun, and Mars moving through Ophiuchus. This is the changing of the age. This is Pluto going into Aquarius from Pisces.
Now, how do you use this information in your life?
I use it to know what's coming up. I had a lot of weird energies with all these women contacting me at the same time. I didn't know what the fuck was going on. Looked at the stars and went, oh, that's right.
Do you have any concrete
Venus and Cancer.
examples?
Yes. Do you know KJV? Okay, well, let's not talk about it.
Anyways.
Pluto. So Pluto is
Carry on.
Say Saturn, yeah. Saturn direct in Aquarius. Direct in the middle. Fucking Starlink.
Starlink?
Yes. That's a legit question for my friend. Are you willing to dive into that?
What's the question?
There's Neptune.
So
Way over there.
the age of Aquarius, right? You find that water spirits will love this new age. It's less of this fishing for shit, people trying to rip each other off. We're more about water spirits. You have to remember to have fun, right? The dolphin remembers to have fun in the water, right? It's a delta delphini. It's a dream period, right? And you also have this. It's a workhorse. We have gamma at the front, very active mind. Delta, a dream state at the front. We're realizing we're speaking the dream. Beta, we realize beta, mind state, back of the mind from Pisces, right? And with all this kit alpha, we're kitted out with all this information, and it's a workhorse. If you've had enough, you've had enough. Be hum. Homam.
Is there a way that you could? Is there a way you
Makab.
could summarize that?
Alganib, right? I'll show you in a minute. I'll show you. Zaldabari. Lambda. Lambda is very important. It's which direction and how, what ratio. Matar. P Pegasi, right? Lambda Pegasi. The iota Pegasi. Kappa Pegasi. So Kappa. Look at this. Sagitta. We're pointing at the Sagitta because look, it's not a sham. It's a beta mindset. Beta Sagittae. Delta Sagittae. We're dreaming of which way it is. How do we look at things? Gamma. Eta Sagittae. We have this. There's Canis Major and Canis Minor we have to be aware of somewhere here. So the Cygnus, the two birds, this Cygnus across here, and it's leading to this camel. We could get into all this astrology, but what matters mostly is the water spirits here and what it's pointing to, going back into the bird, the Aquila, which is the lambda of the Aquila, the delta, the dream spirit, the zeta on this side, zeta epsilon, Aquilae, eta, theta. Eta, theta, very important. Altair is the closest, 16 light years away. It's pretty much one of the closest. So it's westward Altair.
I honestly, I'm sorry if I sound like an idiot right now, but I originally asked if there was any concrete examples as to how you use this verbatim that you're spitting here, and like a concrete example as to how you use this to help you navigate through your human experience.
Oh, I was just showing. I'll go back to it. See, this is the spine. This is the spine here. This is the Kundalini rising spirit energy. This is the base of the spine here. Kundalini rising energy through here, descending through the spine.
That's cool.
As it descends through the spine, a fucus, right? This is the 13th sign, and this battle with Aquarius and Sagittarius being the center of the galaxy. Aquila, the bird overseeing this water spirit energy, Aquarius, it all ties in. These two birds are Cygnus. And this alpha variant of these wolf packs and different things that are going on with these fighting. The Polish bird, and we also have the rising sea bird like Cygnus. Kappa, the list, iota and Kappa leads to something. Dragon, right? I'm a dragon. There's a rising of cardinal fire spirit through here too. See this linking? Cardinal fire. Pegasi.
Oh, that's cool.
Opposite Venus. Venus, Pegasi. See here, P Pegasi.
It's like a
Kappa Pegasi. So Kappa here, Kappa there. Kappa. It runs through the bird. We talk about Josephus and all this coming of the age, but we're not going to go into too much to talk about there with these Andromeda and this one here, these amygdala, lacerations of the heart. No.
Lizard?
Well, first you must turn the heart to stone before you can try to lacerate it, because you have to get through these challenges. 40 days of fasting first. 40 days and 40 nights of fasting, all up. You must fast.
40 days of not eating anything?
And 40 nights of staying awake and not eating, and coffee, stuff like this. It can help. Dude, I've lost 35 pounds, 16 kilos, and it's dude, look, you want to look at me? Look how ripped I am. I'm not unhealthy. Like, I've lost so much fat from my gut, right?
We're looking good, buddy.
Not unhealthy. That's after losing 16 kilos. Like water, you have to have salt. Cut carbs, you have to increase salt. Carry around something like this. Get like half a gram at a time, put it on your tongue, let it soak in.
Yeah, that sounds like good advice.
That means that when you drink small amounts of water after that, it'll filter toxins. If you don't eat the salt and you just guzzle heaps of water, it'll come out clear and won't do fuck all.
Do you lift weights or do you strength train at all?
I'm going to be getting really, really into all that here. First off, it's the body weight stuff, and I want to be doing extreme stuff. So I mean, like standing up against the wall doing handstands, and then pushing myself off the ground doing jumps like that, and doing these chin ups, but catching myself from the bar and stuff like that. So I want to be doing lots of body weight stuff, and then get into the boxing and all the rest of the weight training.
So therein lies the problem, because I'm a strength coach, and when people get into fasting and doing all that stuff, they lose about 40 pounds. But out of those 40 pounds, 20 pounds is fat mass, and 20 pounds is muscle mass. And when you start burning through muscle, you're going to slow down your metabolism, and you're actually doing more harm than good.
100%.
You have to make sure that you eat enough fats.
The issue with fasting is we're not getting enough nutrition. When we don't get enough nutrition, our body starts getting it from our bone marrow. And that's what you call starvation. That is true starvation.
The reason that nutrition in the cells is locked up in all the fats is because your liver packages triglycerides into little HDL and little cholesterol things that carry nutrients around the body. That gets all blocked up. Now that mine's functioning better. I have a serrapeptase, a proteolytic enzyme, breaks down all the scar tissue, helps all the proteins in my body. I know I'm wasting a little bit of muscle, but the thing about it is I'm increasing my metabolism at this stage with the coffee and eating enough fats. So you realize that if you eat enough fats, you have enough nutrients for your body to sustain itself and to detox.
Where did you get this information from? From a doctor or?
A doctor, yeah, sports nutrition science. You have more fats than carbs.
What is
or
it
you
called?
Have no carbs. Dr. Mason, Paul Mason.
That sounds like some jumbo right there, bro.
Basically, what you want to do is you want to cut down on your vegetables and your seed oils. The seed oils are omega 6s. So you want to have high omega 3s, and easy way to tell is those are the fats that go solid, like your coconut oil, like your ghee, your butter. These things go solid at room temperature. Eat more of those, and your high nutritional animal fats, they will keep your body more. You'll get more calories from that, and you won't have as much load on your. I had dysbiosis of the gut. I had to have less food and stop the cancer and all that. So now
you could eat as healthy as you want, get all the great nutrition that you want. But if you do not strength train and preserve musculature, you're deteriorating your
I know.
metabolism.
That's what's happening at the moment. I need to walk and do more of this strength training. I'll come back to you in a week and I'll tell you how I'm going.
Have you ever heard of Dr. Robert O. Young?
No, who's he? What's he do?
He talks about an alkaline diet where we eat 75% alkaline foods versus 25% acidic foods. And what he hypothesizes is that fat is actually the body storing the acidic byproduct waste away from the body as like it's like a godsend. Like people think, fat is so bad for us, but really it's saving our life by locking it away from our vital organs and our blood.
Have you guys what this is? The whole alkaline diet, right? The only thing about the whole alkaline diet is more water carrying capacity, and what it is it's just more water, like watermelon and celery. There's high water containing cellular membranes, really good for the body. With
has anybody in
well.
here ever seen the TV show Alone?
No.
It's like a survival show.
You need cruciferous vegetables and green leafy vegetables for your phytates.
So nobody's seen that TV show Alone?
No. Naked and Afraid?
Yeah, it's like imagine if like somebody took you and put you in, you
I
know,
could do it. I could
Alaska,
fucking do it.
Alaska, somewhere in the middle of like nowhere, and they give
As
you a
long as it's not,
boat.
as long as it's not cold, I could do it. If you put me in the jungle anywhere, if it's not cold, I can do it.
Okay, so let's imagine that you have all 4 seasons and you need to survive.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to be capable of not having to depend on the luxury that we have as modern people? And
Okay, I'll give you an example, right?
And how
Put-
long will you be able to survive for?
Okay, I'll give you an example, right? Put me there naked, give me nothing. Come back in a year, and I'll feed. I'll give you a feed for the night.
You're probably
I
going to
bet
be
you'll
dead
survive.
after 6 months.
Nah, I bet
Okay,
you'll make
this
I'll
is
give you
this
in a
is the
year. In a
last
year's
thing I'm
time,
gonna say. This is the
put
last
me
thing
off
I'm
there,
gonna say
Christmas. Come back. I'll give you a banquet,
Dr.
mate.
Robert Young. Okay, it's gonna be an analogy of like a swimming pool, for instance. Let's say you have an in-ground swimming pool, water's crystal clear. You go on vacation for a month and don't have the pool guy maintaining it, right? So you come back and the water's green, full of algae and bacteria and mold. You can't see through the water and you're like, damn, what happened? It's like, well, the water was alkaline and it became acidic, right? So the fungus, the mold, and the bacteria that's in all water, all life forms, including us, they proliferate in an acidic environment. They overgrow.
Can I tell you what
So
that comes
the
from?
idea is to eat a more alkaline diet so that they stay in numbers because
Yeah,
these
but
bad actors,
This
I mean,
this primarily comes from acids and sugars breaking down in the carbohydrates breaking down in the small intestine and creating rot in the small intestine. Go ahead.
But just imagine how many unhealthy people exist in America and can survive for 60, 70
right.
years. And they don't have an alkaline diet. They have a fucking shitty diet, but they're able to exist for such a long time eating the shit that is deteriorating people slowly. So how
I
does that
mean,
make alkaline? I could smoke cigarettes and smoke crack for fucking 60 years and still be able to survive for 60, 70 years.
well,
Doing the
is it
is that
really black
alkaline?
and white though?
Is it
I mean,
alkaline?
to finish what I was saying, like it's called sodium hypochlorite, or in other words, pole shock, which has got a pH of 10.4. You throw that in the water, stir it around in a few days, it's crystal clear. So the analogy kind of fits plants, oceans, and everything else. They have a very delicate alkaline pH level. The oceans are 8.4. Our interstitial fluid, which is the fancy word for the fluid around the cells that is not our blood. Because
This
the
guy's
blood
drunk.
only makes up a small amount of the liquid in our body. So it's maintained at 8.4. When we overexercise, lactic acid is off the charts, and everybody who has cancer has high lactic acid. So the idea is to eat more, to get our bodily fluids more alkaline, so that the fungus, the mold, and the bacteria, they stay in numbers. They don't overgrow, because when they overgrow, they are expressed as dis-ease. And the other side of the coin is it's what you eat, what you drink, what you think, what you believe. You know, chemical and radiation poisoning. If you stay away from all the garbage and you maintain your bodily fluids to an alkaline pH, if your urine is 7.2 or higher, you will stay healthy. If you take litmus paper or pH paper and test your urine like you would a swimming pool or the ocean or the plant soil liquid, I forget the name of it, but all life forms have a specific pH level that they are
Interstitial.
healthy at. And if you test it first thing in the morning and you're below 7.2, you may not be sick now or next week, next month, next year, but if we keep that
Slowly.
up, it's going to catch up to us. It's like bioaccumulative, right? Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. Yo, this kid is fire. Whoever this person is that's talking right now, you're candela, fire.
The oceans, life,
Yeah, but
8.4.
you just talked about a pool, and a pool is something that requires external attention. The beauty about us as human beings is that, did you notice how last night before you went to bed you were breathing, then you went to bed and you continued breathing, and you went through that and you didn't die, and then you woke up the next day and you're still breathing. When was the last time that you thought about breathing? You don't think about that shit. Did you notice how you just sent blood to your left foot? No, you don't think about that stuff. And that's called homeostasis. And as soon as you start
Exactly.
disrupting your homeostasis and you disrupt it enough, eventually your DNA is going to execute strategies to eliminate you as an organism, because DNA cannot survive in this organism. And if you're making shitty choices, and maybe you could make shitty choices because the Homo sapien is the most adaptable species in existence. And you could be living in a fucking cockroach ridden environment where you're eating fucking cinnamon toast crunch every day and a bunch of Coca-Cola and ice cream, and you'll still be able to survive. And homeostasis will adapt to that, but that's nothing to compare to a external environment like a swimming pool, because you're a human, and
Well,
we're
that was
adapted.
just an analogy to prove a point of what
I
happens
get, I get what
to
you're,
the
and I don't
fungus,
mean,
the mold, and the
yeah,
bacteria.
yeah,
Yeah,
you're right, you're
I
right.
wouldn't
I
look
get,
too much into that. But yeah, we're constantly eliminating acidic byproducts through urination, respiration, by breathing out carbon dioxide. That's acidic. Uh, Sweating, we sweat out urine. Defecate. Those 4 different methods. We
yeah,
constantly
but the,
getting
but
rid
the,
of
the, but
acidity,
the
and our
major,
body like homeostasis. That's a very good point. Our body must maintain the blood pH between 7.365 and around 7.4. It is that tight of a tolerance. If it doesn't get maintained there, we're in bad shape. Same thing with the interstitial fluid of 8.4. It's all homeostasis. The body will do everything it can to maintain that balance. This is all just a bunch of words for keep the body in balance. It's really that simple. That's all it is.
homeostasis,
Equilibrium. Yes, sir.
allostasis.
And by not maintaining that balance, it puts more stress in the body. It's like we don't grow old, we mold, right? So if we maintain that balance and not stress the body, because the stomach's main job is to produce sodium bicarbonate, which we call baking soda. It's called the alkaline tide, or whatever you want to call it. That goes into the bloodstream and maintains the pH balance of our body. So when we eat a bunch of acidic garbage, like people love vinegar and eating high sugar fruits, sugar is like acidic. I mean, there's nothing wrong with sugar. It's just, everything in moderation, like anything else, right? So if we overtax our body with acidity, the body has to produce more sodium bicarbonate in the stomach, push it into the interstitial fluids to maintain our balance, and that stresses our body, and that can cause problems. It might not be today or tomorrow or this year or next year, but it might eventually catch up to us.
Yeah, but I know people that have spent their entire life thinking about making healthy choices, and all of a sudden that same person gets cancer and they get eliminated. And they're like, bro, I went to fucking Whole Foods and I made all these great choices, but now I'm gonna die and I need to go through chemo. So
Ew. Chemo. You know, my cousin has diabetes, and he wouldn't listen to a word of it. He's just, nope. I was like, whatever. What can you do? Taking insulin shots, type 2 diabetes. He's had it
Does
for
he have a
several years now.
does he have a high body fat percentage?
No, he's extremely skinny. He's losing weight big time.
No. So maybe it's a hereditary thing.
Could be.
Maybe it's high body fat.
Yeah, there is a genetic predisposition. It's rare, but that is possible.
Absolutely, because
But I mean, he is in his mid 40s, you know, like, that's interesting. Anyway, I didn't want to get off and bunch of negative crap.
no, this is positive as fuck, bro. Like this is real.
Because now I'm thinking about him, and anyway. I don't know. Maybe everything that I just said is complete bullshit. Like, don't do anything I say, because that has to do with our health, and everybody should take care of their own health of what they believe or what they think they should do. I'm just throwing ideas out there. I'll throw that disclaimer out there.
Yeah, so like I'm Colombian, right? And like the highest presence of diabetes and coronary heart disease exists in South and Central America. And it has a lot to do with the way that we eat. We eat a lot of like greasy ass foods, chorizos and chicharrones and like fucking pastelitos and all that shit. And
Yummy.
it has a lot to do with our culture and our identity revolving around what we, pleasure ourselves when it comes to the foods that, we've been raised on. But those things essentially are fucking killing us. And a lot of times people just don't know what they don't know. Like, yo, this stuff is not good for you, bro. Like, you need to be more alkaline.
Yeah, when I went to the dentist, you know what he told me? He's like, stay away from food in packages. And that resonated with me. I was like, he might be onto something.
One of the things that I got on my bucket list is to go in and live in the Amazon for like fucking 3 months with these indigenous guys and just learn how they survive and maybe be able to pass that over to my future people and show them how to do shit outside of just going to the supermarket and accepting everything just being given to them.
Yes, that's awesome, man. That's what I've always wanted to do. Just never had the courage to get a community together. Trying to learn law, like what we were talking about earlier, to make it happen. The foundation of it. So the government can stop harassing us. If you can just do our own thing and go back to our indigenous ways.
So the government is stopping you?
The government harasses me and just about everybody else I know.
So like they're telling you can't go out there and hunt for your own food and
no, I mean like you get pulled over for not wearing a seatbelt. It's the little things. But
yeah, but that's modern day bullshit. Like I'm talking about like there's certain necessities that we have as human beings. We got to eat. We need shelter. We need to be able to survive all types of seasons. Um,
Right.
and can you do that without fucking you know, the supermarket or you know the pharmacy? Do you have any home remedies to get over that cold or the diarrhea? Funny story, real quickly. I used to live in China and I had chronic diarrhea for like fucking 2 or 3 weeks.
2 or 3
And I
what? Your
like two
mic's
or three
kind of.
weeks, 2 or 3
Oh,
weeks.
okay. Yeah.
I was peeing out of my butt. And like I went to the doctor, they gave me this medicine, that medicine, and nothing fucking worked. And then I was with this girl that I was with at the time, and one day her grandma started laughing at me, and she's like, "Okay," and then she's like, "Hey," uh, uh, she got this like Chinese white rice wine called Muay Thai or Motai, and then she had hawthorn berries that were fermented. She like just threw these berries into this wine, and she's like, "Go ahead, I'm gonna give you a bowl of this wine, and then eat a few of these berries." And then I fucking took that, drank the fucking bowl, ate the berries, and it was like somebody put a cork in my butt, and diarrhea was gone instantaneously. Like I was like, "What the fuck just happened, bro?" But there's a lot of magic that exists in our societies, and you know, do we have the ability to figure these things out? And that's why I mentioned the whole thing about going and chilling in the Amazon and learning from these people that are really connected to the earth, and know how to use the environment to help us. And I don't think that normal people have the ability to figure this shit out on their own because we're so manipulated by modern day society and everything is put in front of us very easily.
How old are you? Your 20s, 30s,
40.
40s? Well, it's never too late to learn, man. I mean, shoot, I'll be knocking on 40 here pretty soon, so I better get out, I better shit or get off the pot, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but there's people that could go their entire life and never learn or evolve. They
All right. Well,
become
does anyone want to know anything more about this astrology thing? I'm about to go.
nah.
If you got some material you want to throw my way, you know.
I'll give you one last piece of the puzzle. Just before we get to the 21st of December this year, Ophiuchi 51. So big that'll be more 53. Zeta Ophiuchi. This is going off. This is irrelevant. Yed posterior. Right, we're going to the posterior. Kappa Ophiuchi. This is the wrestle. This is to do with the basal ganglia. But this is the cerebrum connection to this stomach and the rear regions of the lower spine. And Nous Serpentis, this is the part I was going to wanted to show you. Nous Serpentis, Z Serpentis, Omicron Serpentis. This will come back to these. Eta Serpentis, Alia. So this points back into the bird again. All right, recycling energies, male, female. So there's new Tor Ophiuchi. Now, what I'd like some homework for you guys, if you could find one that's called Lambda Serpentis, or Lambda Ophiuchi. If you could find something like that, I'd be kind of interested in going into. Oh, here we go. Oh, sorry, I found it. So this is the Lambda. We have to zoom right in. Lambda Ophiuchi C. So this is the one. 168 light years, basically.
It means celestial longitude? I didn't know that. Lambda? Anyways.
They're in a lot of them, and they'll point to places. So here we have a secret thing that's pointing somewhere, but they're not. The lines aren't on. So we turn all the lines off. We turn all the artwork off. We zoom out. And we go, what are the brightest stars nearest to this? Right? We see a triangle forming here. Okay, but we have these two spigots here branching out. So we have this going around this way, and then this one kind of spiraling out this way somewhere. The Shuba. So this is going to Scorpio. We have to come back to this one, I think.
Do you have any predictions for the future, like Nostradamus does?
Mars going into Scorpio like this, going through Scorpio. I would say be careful towards the end of the year. If there's no war, big time conflict by next year or by February next year, we're all clear sailing. We're all good. Okay.
Was that last part? Your mic broke up.
If there's no major conflicts before the end of the year or before February next year, then we're clear sailing and we can be confident and everything's going to be stable and we should work on ourselves, not worry about the world too much. And the thing is, if you want to prepare for this time and you want to prepare early, now is the time to do it, because you go back to today, right? And we're looking at Venus in the heart, Venus in Cancer. Cancer is about the mind and about the feeling with the mind, but then the heart is about thinking with the heart, feeling with the mind. Jupiter in Aries, very big air, very big energy. Here we go, Scorpio. So Cancer. Venus in Cancer, very big energy for heart people and for Cancer people. Sun in Leo. Leo is the Lion King. This presents energy to the mind, and the Kundalini energy returns it to the body. The Divine Mother, the warring spirit of Mars, the war with the Divine Mother, and the feeling unsure of who to settle with. I have all these women that have long-term relationships, but fuck the ex. She went off and did her own thing. There's multiple things I could do, but I just got to go with my heart, not my mind. Go with my heart, and I'll feel that out later with the mind.
I mean, our heart is a brain in and of itself.
Is there a way that I could? They are heart neurons. There are neurons in the heart. So if you fast for 40 days, 40 nights, you feel the neurons in the heart, and if they're actually beating and stuff. So you can put your hand on it like an ECG, your hand all the way across the heart, and you feel it beating in different ways, and just relax. Breathe out, breathe out, breathe deeply, and breathe out. Slow the body down, and you feel with those neurons. You try to feel or think with those. Try to push energy into it and try to straighten the spine, extend out and feel the kidneys. Breathe out and then lift up in, and then go breathe and then breathe out, right? And then just let the body relax into that. And those neurons will start to activate. You start to, for momentarily, you can have visions and stuff. Think with the heart and feel with the mind. I had a satori because of it. It was very good.
Good stuff.
All right, I must be going, chaps. Very good talking to you.
Good talking with you. Have a good
Farewell.
night, morning, wherever you're from.
Farewell, be well. And if you can't be good at what you're doing. Bye.
Bro, did you really understand anything Homeboy was talking about?
A little bit over my head, because I haven't really looked into astronomy. So yeah.
I think it's astrology.
Or astrology. I always get those mixed up. They sound too much alike. No, astrology, that's like your sign, isn't it?
Yeah, like zodiac.
Yeah.
Jupiter's flipping over Mars, and your Saturn is complaining about Uranus.
I'm Pisces.
Is there a specific zodiac that you've attracted in your romantic existence?
I have not actually.
Yeah, for me, it's always been Scorpio, Pisces.
Oh, you mean like in your own zodiac or a different one?
No, I'm talking about like there's certain types of
Oh,
zodiac
I see what you're saying.
that I've attracted in my experience in my life, and it happens to be Pisces, Scorpio, Sagittarius.
Well, I would have to say it would be Virgo.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to live in China, and they have like the fucking 12 animals and all that stuff. But for me, the zodiacs really make sense. Like, more they really, you know, I can find certain patterns that I just don't find in other beliefs.
Whereabouts in China did you live?
Pretty much everywhere: Beijing, Shanghai, Qingdao, Shenzhen, Hong Kong, Xi'an. I was all over the fucking place. I lived there for about 10 years.
Which was the best place?
Shanghai, Hong Kong. Why would you want me on your bootleg? Because you suck. Because I suck. Oh, no.
Yeah, most foreigners who go to China for the first time are going to get diarrhea, and it's normally when you're eating like lots and lots of street food, you know.
Oh yeah.
Especially eat those baozi, right? You know those Tianjin baozi. You
This
know
guy
they're
knows
full,
it.
they're full of like the jiu cai, you know, the Chinese garlic chives.
Yeah.
Those steam buns, and you eat those every day because it's like so easy. You just pay the money, and then they give you a whole bag of them, and you scoff them back. You don't. There's no waiting. It's faster than a drive-through, man.
Yeah, bro. Man, I got diarrhea for like the first couple months over there. And then
Yeah.
the most shocking thing was when I needed to take a shit, and I got to Beijing first time. I couldn't speak a drop of Chinese, and then I walk into a bathroom and I open up the bathroom stall, and the toilet was on the floor, and I was like, oh, their urinals are on the floor. And then I look outside and I was like, wait, there's fucking urinals over there. Wait, these motherfuckers want me to shit on this?
Yeah, and it's so difficult to get used to it, like, because your belt gets in the way, and it's like, what the fuck?
Bro, I
And
feel
you
like I'm
find
gonna
out
fall.
you
Like,
find out that all Chinese must be so flexible because, like, to squat like that, fuck, man, sore knees.
yeah, yeah,
And
So
you
it's
don't know if
basically
you
a
should face
hole
the
in the
back of
ground,
the
right?
toilet. Yeah,
literally.
and you don't know if you should face the back of the toilet or the door. Which way do you stand?
Yeah, and then you're driving on the highway, and you're in the middle of like nowhere, China, and you're on like this fucking rest stop area, and you need to take a shit, and now you're taking a shit, and there's no bathroom stalls, and homeboy next to you is sitting right next to you, and he's like, "Hey, where are you from?" And I'm like, "Bro, stop fucking talking to me. I'm trying to fucking take a shit here."
What
No,
the
well,
fuck?
normally they have these concrete, like these concrete block toilets with a tin roof on them, and it's just like a drain,
This
right?
guy's
And no
been
doors.
there.
Yeah.
Jesus. There's no like flushing at all. It doesn't like run water. It's just a hole.
It's a
No, they
hole,
have a
bro.
tap outside. They have a tap outside so you can wash your hands.
No. But there, you're right. There's no fucking like
It doesn't flush water down it.
irrigation
Yeah.
system. You're just
No plumbing. It's just a drain.
It's a fucking hole.
That has to smell like straight up asshole.
Oh, absolutely. And it
Yeah.
usually smells like
like even in
rotten.
the mall,
It smells like
like even
rotten
you go to
potatoes.
like even if you go to a fancy mall like in the middle of Shanghai and you go like you know where the toilets are because you can smell them, man.
It
Interesting.
smells like rotten potatoes. It's a weird smell. But now, after having lived in Asia for so long, I wanna when I start bawling, I'm gonna create a fucking squatty potty because it's the best way to shit, bro. Like your colon gets aligned perfectly, and it's just like it just comes out. Like there's many times where I've taken a shit in my westernized toilet and I keep wiping and wiping and I'm like, bro, did I finish fucking taking a shit or not? Like, but in Asia, when you squat like that, bro, it's fucking great. But again, it comes to a mobility issue. Can you squat to that degree? Like, you gotta like fucking train to be able to squat and shit in a fucking squatty potty. It's not something that you just do. Like,
It's like a dog taking a shit.
Yeah, but
Just
don't get it
curl up.
wrong. It's like, that's his level of lifestyle that he was living when he was in China. I mean, if you live a different lifestyle, you're never going to have to use one of those toilets. And in fact, the faucets are all gold plated. It depends. It's like you either live that lifestyle or another one. You can choose. It's not. It's it's
No. I know really like stupid rich, like beyond, like you have no idea how rich these people are. They rather shit like that. And I rather shit like that, bro. Like if you have control over your body, it's biomechanically, it's the way to do it, bro.
I think you might have
Talking about the conversation.
you might have met people with like new money. They've just sold a coal mine or something. And
Nah,
they've never had money before.
any of these people that are trying to shit on a westernized toilet, they're like fucking new money. They're trying to sell their identity. They want to become something else beyond. They don't want to be Chinese anymore. They're trying to be 50 Cent, fucking Tupac, or Beyonce, or Taylor Swift. It's cool to use a toilet. Legit. Bro, when you squat properly, or you get a little chair and put it under your feet and you align your colon, like biomechanically, it just comes out, bro. Like, well, you gotta go uphill, like face uphill. Your coccyx and your sacrum are vertical. Right when some goes and go, guy.
Their toilets flush so nice and smooth as well. It's like just the shape of those, like the sit down toilets in China. You flush those, and it doesn't take long to flush. They just spin around like a cyclone, and they're gone with no sound.
Yeah, it's basically a palm bob with your coccyx and your anus. Interesting thing is that after the pandemic hit here in America, it was really hard to get toilet paper. And then I had to make a serious decision, and I was like, you know what? Fuck toilet paper. And then I invested in a bidet. Bro, the best investment ever made is getting a bidet. Like, I use one roll of toilet paper in 3 weeks. Like, that doesn't sound good. Bidet, I
That's
don't
where
have
it's at. Because
a
when you
bidet.
only use toilet paper, it's like trying to wipe a marker dry. It just keeps
Yeah, well,
going and going
in
and going.
Thailand, wherever you go in Thailand, anybody's house, they all have a hose with a thumb pressure, like a button on the end, and it sprays like a shower rose, and that's what they use in Thailand. And toilet paper is only used for drying.
This guy knows things. He knows
Yeah.
bidet.
And
Yeah.
you'd be surprised how many people use toilet paper dry without wetting it first. It's like getting shit on your arm and then just wiping it with toilet paper and going along with your day like nothing ever happened. Right? It's like, what?
Who's gonna get? You're not gonna get. Hang on. That the
bidet,
physics don't work there. How the fuck do you get shit on your arm, man? What are you doing?
No, I'm just making a point. If we get shit in our arm, we don't just wipe it off with dry toilet paper and just go along with our day and not rinse it off first, you know. But if it's your ass, they'll just wipe it dry with toilet paper and just go along their day like nothing's ever happened with a
I've
shitty
gotten shit
butthole.
on my finger, but I've never gotten it on my arm.
Well, my daughter used to work in a rest home here, and she used to come home and tell so many stories. Like she'd go into the toilets and the walls and the mirrors and the door handle just be like covered in shit. It's fucking every day.
Ugh.
In an old people's home, you know. Fuck.
They're losing it.
But
That's
yeah,
disgusting.
like with a bidet, like I use my bidet and I am clean as a fucking whistle. Like I don't need to think about like I'm gonna walk away and get swamp ass and I'm gonna get this little shitty, oh fuck, I gotta go wipe again. With a bidet, it's clean as a whistle. There's no fucking question. And I'm using toilet paper, like Homeboy said, just to pat it dry.
Yeah, but hang on, let me ask you this. Does it seem like a little bit of excessive water?
Yeah, when you use a bidet the right way, your butt sucks, sucks in the water, and then it goes.
Say what?
Beatboxing.
Hold on.
My ass is beatboxing, bro. Straight up.
The water is going into your asshole?
Like a flushable leg?
Hold on. You're telling me that you shoot the water into your butthole?
Yes.
That's what he's saying. If you do it right.
If you do it right, bro.
No fucking way.
You'll definitely avoid like hemorrhoids and like all sorts of complications down there, and you won't have to go to the doctor for surgery.
If you're getting hemorrhoids by doing that, you might be doing something else.
Yeah, it's
Is that normal? Is that really how they do it?
I already had hemorrhoids. Bro, that's how I do it, and it fucking works. I don't have a shitty asshole ever. Ever. I suck it in, shoot it out.
I had a girlfriend that could do that with her gem.
Oh. So
My one of my favorite places to go to is Shenzhen. It's quite a nice place. It's got very good air quality.
Say what?
Shenzhen, I think that's a really nice place to live. It's got good air quality.
I don't think anywhere in China has good air quality, but definitely Shenzhen is trying to be like Hong Kong. But bro, if you've ever been on the subway, the Laohu station from Shenzhen,
Is that the one that goes from Shenzhen to Hong Kong?
yes, Laohu station, and then you go from China, and then you get off of that same train and you enter Hong Kong, you immediately realize a magnificent difference between China and Hong Kong. Hong Kong is like almost probably much more advanced than even our standards as Americans.
Yeah,
like,
but the pollution is way higher in Hong Kong.
than Shenzhen. Oh yeah,
yeah.
you're right because of the population and the amount of. Okay, in that sense, yes. But from a civilization and culture perspective, it's a whole fucking different type of.
Man, when I was in Shanghai like 20 years ago, like you'd come home after a day in the rain, and I literally, I'm not kidding you, I had fucking holes in my clothing, man, and I had burn marks on my skin. And then you have a shower, and the water at that time, I've heard they've cleaned it up, but like it was acidic. The water was like dries your skin out so bad. It was like acidic water.
Shanghai is like the epitome of fucking civilization in China. Like, if there's anywhere that got it right, that's the only place. Like, Shenzhen doesn't even touch a pubic hair on China. But I mean, the whole country is polluted. It's the guinea pig of manufacturing for the entire planet.
But it's like anywhere, if you know the lingo and you're happy with the culture and you're satisfied with the the cost of living and all of those things, and you can speak the lingo is the main thing. I mean, you can transfer that whole idea onto anywhere in the world. It doesn't have to be. I mean, that's why you have the freedom to learn and gain knowledge, and it's like if you're interested in certain things, then that's the direction it's going to take you, I guess. But like,
Oh, for sure. Like when
almost like where you lay your hat, isn't it?
yeah, it's like access to an entire legion of people that you would have never had access to because you can communicate with them.
Yeah, I used to find it like really amusing. I'd go to university and I'd speak to the foreigners there in Chinese, and there'd be like 100, 200 foreigners all together, non-native speakers all speaking Chinese together. It's weird. You just drop your German, you drop your Japanese, you drop your English. Everybody drops their own language and they're all coming together and just speaking Chinese, and not a single Chinese person there. And that's interesting.
I remember I used to be in Starbucks and I would be trying to hit on some chick and I couldn't speak Chinese and I would sit there with a dictionary and literally translate my game with a fucking dictionary and then take her home and smash like with a dictionary, bro. Like now Google Translate, you could literally like speak in your language and then pick the language that you wanted to speak out in and it'll do it for you. But back in the day, bro, like I used to sit with a dictionary. Where are you from, homie? The guy that lives in China.
Yeah, I'm from New Zealand.
Nice. Kiwis. Yeah, for some reason when I was in Asia, a lot of people thought I was Samoan.
Where are you from? Like Hawaii or somewhere?
I'm from New York.
New
Are
York,
you
New York.
a Caucasian New Yorker?
Yeah, I'm Colombian American, so I'm Colombian
Colombian. Oh,
material.
that's why they probably thought you were from like Samoa.
Yep. So I'm
I never would
Colombian
have.
material.
I never would have guessed that you were a New Yorker. A lot of
Yeah,
times they come off a little aggressive.
I've
It's
traveled to so
like the
many different
culture
places.
there or something.
Yeah, I've traveled to so many different places. I've traveled to like over 20 different countries. Like, I never realized what it was to be an American until I traveled to all these different countries. And every country that I've ever been to has seen things in a different way. And I was like, fuck, bro, like,
Yeah.
damn, that's a different perspective. And like, it wasn't to say that they were wrong. It was like, fuck, my whole life I've been living in this like tunnel vision that was fabricated and like shit, this is not like a wrong way to look at things. And I was raised in the hood, like I used to go from 0 to 100 real quick. And the more that I traveled, the more I started to become more relaxed and not so offended by bullshit. I appreciate people from different places, and I learn from them. But after having traveled to all these different countries, I started to realize more and more that I am an American. I'm not Colombian. I'm not fucking all these other things that I thought I was. I am American, and I appreciate and I love my country. I will bow down on the ground and kiss the ground in my territory and say thank you for letting me be born in this territory. And I respect and I honor and pay homage to all my ancestors that brought me here. No disrespect to anybody else and where they come from or say that I'm better or less than them, but I fucking love America after having had the experience to experience different realities.
Amen, brother. I mean, as much as people like to dog on America, it's not that bad, you know. It's just you get what? How do I word this? I forget it. Like something along the lines of it's how you take it, right? It's like it's not what happens, it's how we respond. Or damn it, I'm bad at words.
No, I get
You
where
get
you're
what I'm
going
trying to
with it.
say?
I get it totally. And I appreciate where I come from, but I also appreciate all these different places that I've observed, and their beliefs and their ideologies, and appreciate having had the opportunity to have access to see things from their perspective. Like, fuck, man, that's beautiful. And I was a fucking ignorant idiot before, and now I'm still an idiot, but not completely ignorant to the reality that exists.
Now, you're not an idiot. Give yourself more credit there, bro.
Nah, I'm a fucking idiot, like a lot of times, but I'm humble and I'm curious, and I'm not afraid to say that I fucked up or shit. Damn, I never saw it this way before. Like when I went to Israel,
Oh, you've been to Israel?
I've been to Israel. I used to work for the United Nations, and this one dude invited me to a party, and I was like, hell yeah, let's go to a party. And I noticed that all the guys dressed in tight ass clothes, and every time that the dudes said hello to each other, they would kiss each other like lips on the cheek and shit. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on here, bro? This is weird. And
Not
then
really.
I learned that that's how they say hello in Israel.
Dude, I love cultures. That's
Yeah.
what makes us human. Could you imagine if we all had the same culture and lived the same life? Can you imagine how boring that would be? And speak the same with no accent, because no one would have an accent because we'd all speak the same.
Yeah,
Realize
it's
how
like
boring life would be?
it's like Dr. Seuss. I don't know if you've ever heard of Dr. Seuss and the star-bellied Sneetches. It's kind of how I see it. But yeah, I was offended when Homeboy tried to kiss me and shit, and I was like, I would have fucking knocked him out where I was raised. But then I realized, oh, he wasn't actually trying to do that in that way. But
It
I
wasn't
immediately,
sexual. It was just like
yeah, I
their
was like,
culture.
hey,
It's
but
just what they
I'm
do.
I'm
Yeah.
from New York, and when we say hello, shake my hand. Don't try to kiss me, bro. Um, but at least I realized that. And in Turkey, when guys say hello, they touch foreheads. What the fuck? I was like, what are
Interesting.
you doing? Yeah. So
Well,
I
I
mean,
mean, to be healthy, it's all about love. As cliche as that sounds, that is extremely important to hug people often. To this whole idea of like, oh, I'm not gay, you know, the whole bro, like, you know, that whole like, I'm a bro, like, I'm not going to kiss another dude or hug him, or, you know, you stay away from me. We'll just shake hands or fist bump or whatever. But like, no, man, like hugging other people, loving other people, kissing other people, that is extremely important. That is what keeps us healthy. It's like the opposite of getting all mad and upset, because I have a feeling a lot of people don't understand how devastating that is to the body to get all flared up and aggressive, and some people will call it passionate, as if they have like a really strong idea and they start raising their voice. They're like, "Oh, I'm passionate. I think very strongly about this idea or thing or whatever." But really, that is releasing toxins into the blood. That is toxifying our body.
I feel like
And
there's
that
a
is
certain level
way
of toxic masculinity
that
where
is way
you
more
need a
toxic
man.
than eating a bunch of garbage. It's like 20 times more toxic. Like, for instance, a heart attack a lot of times is a thought attack.
Can be assholes. That's not.
And
Chicks can
people
be
drop
assholes.
dead all the time. Boom. Dead.
There's no such thing as toxic masculinity.
Oh, I agree.
Oh, definitely.
It is emphasized that you're too masculine. You're not supposed to share your emotions. You need to be a man, pay the rent. You need to pay for the date every fucking time. You need to, do this and that. And it's like it's embedded into our psyche, and we're not allowed to be emotional. It's like I'm chilling with my bro, and I can't tell him I had a bad day. You gotta man up. Don't let people know your emotions.
Yeah, but the other side of that is like testosterone. Testosterone is not bad. It's like what makes the male body.
Women have
It's
testosterone.
Yeah,
It's just
but we
less
all
of it.
have
I mean, yeah,
testosterone and estrogen in our bodies.
right.
We all do. But
They're both
we
equally as
suppress the
important.
shit out of it, and
Oh,
we're
yeah.
not allowed to express that. And as soon as you start expressing it, you're a bitch.
Are you
Yeah.
trying to
That's
express
because
your estrogen right now with your feelings and
Yeah.
bullshit like that?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not
Good.
afraid to
Good
do
for
that.
you.
I'm not afraid to do
Yeah.
well, that's what the man wants. They want us to be oppressed. They want us to be not happy. They want us to just be in our own little bubble, right? Just like seclude ourselves off from other people. But isn't all life a frequency, a vibration that we're all sharing together, right? And to deny that is denying to be human, right?
It's a human existence.
It's all an experience, right? I mean, isn't that what life is all about? The experience.
Have you ever heard of Plato?
In what regard?
There's a story that was written called The Allegory of the Cave.
Go on.
So there's 4 levels of awareness. The first level of awareness is the unconscious incompetent. The second level of awareness is the conscious incompetent. The third level of awareness is the conscious competent. And the fourth level of awareness is the unconscious competent. And as human beings, we all will go through these different levels in the different realms and roles that we play in our life. And in the allegory of the cave, it's you're living in a cave, you're chained up against the wall, and your whole life in front of you, you've seen these shadow puppets, and there's people behind you creating these little fucking figures, and your whole life for you, those figures is reality. But that's not reality. It's somebody fucking with your head. And that's being the unconscious incompetent. You have no idea that you don't even know. But the people behind you that are creating those figures are the ones that realize that they don't know. So they're the conscious incompetent, but they're fucking with you like politicians. And then some people are like, nah, man, this is not everything. This is not existence. This is not reality. And they start questioning and they try to get out of the cave and they start thinking about this and that. And then they try to think their way out of the bullshit. They become the conscious competent. I gotta do this, I gotta do that, I gotta think this, I gotta be alkaline, I gotta eat fucking vegetables, I gotta all these fucking paradigms that we need to shift. And eventually some of these people are capable of escaping from the cave. And when they leave the cave, they see the sun, the moon, the stars, and they're like, holy shit, there's all this reality. And eventually they become the unconscious competent where they don't need to think anymore. It just happens and they're able to just flow. Um,
I love it. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm kind of like you, man. It's like I spent a good 7 years in China. I've been all over. I've been to lots of countries too, and I feel the same about New Zealand. It's like no matter how much of a good experience I have in all these places, and I have like flashbacks and memories, and just like it'd be good to see this and touch this and go there and do that. But at the end of the day, where you're familiar with, I mean, even if you were born in Ethiopia and you traveled the world, you would still have this longing for, where you actually were birthed, where you came from. That's your roots. So that's why even a lot of these billionaires that go around the world and they get rich, they end up like longing for their roots. And then they dig into their family tree and all of that sort of stuff. It's sort of where you're from.
Good point. Because someone made another point just yesterday talking about, which is something I never really thought about or heard about before, was that we should be eating food from where we live and not outsource it to from other countries or any other areas.
Yeah, but I think I heard that as well, and I think what I got from it is that you should just eat whatever's in season. So it doesn't matter where you are or where you're from, it's where you are at that time. You should be eating in season.
Right. That makes sense.
You shouldn't be like eating stuff that's imported. Well, you can. I mean, there's no problem with doing that, like eating stuff that's not in season from where you are, but you need to eat the majority of your food from what's in season, and you will be more in tune with the vibe where you are.
I like it.
So, as when in Rome, do as they do.
or also observe what they do in Rome if it's different from what you do and be like, oh shit, I never even saw it that way. That's valid. Thank you. I'm gonna go back to where I came from and pay homage to my ancestors. But I'm gonna accept the lessons that I learned in these environments and use it for my progression.
You know what I wish I had is a recording studio like my uncle has, and he has like a computer where he can like produce music and he can blend it. He has bands, that come into his studio, and he can do anything, magic, like all the different effects. And I'd love to be able to just do a simple one, is get all of the best recording talks that has ever happened on this channel, like really in depth, like and stood Terence McKenna style like music, but some really enjoyable music with these talks in the background. And I tell you, there's some conversations that go on. I mean, if you're into music, you like to listen to the details, and some of these conversations with a bit of music behind it, 5 hours of it blasting in your coffee shop or your restaurant or wherever, people are going to be subliminally listening to that conversation in the background with a bit of jazz, and it's gonna come across totally different. Like, you try and tell someone about the flat Earth with just talking, but it's going to be so different if you have it in a form of like really enjoyable music and the lyrics are just us talking.
I really appreciate that you love music. I'm a hardcore hip hop head, and I like to rap. Um, is it possible that I could spit a song for you guys?
Let's hear it.
Is everybody else okay? Because I don't want to do something that nobody else wants to hear.
Bump it out, man. There's no like regulations here for that type of thing.
So this is called Rise Above the Virus, and it goes like this. Conquering mountains takes the heart of a lion. You gotta be warrior minded. For what you believe in, you're not afraid of trying. Constantly reminded of the empire you're destined for designing. Never settle for a penny, because that's all that life will give you. Within the flick of your fingers, the life that you envision can come within existence. All it takes is a little bit of patience, diligence, and cultivation. Application of this formulation can place you within approximation of the destination that you was made for. Shoot for the moon and land upon the stars. So fuck it, shoot for the stars and land upon the moon, whatever it is you want to do. But first, you must rise above the virus that infects the minds of the miners who end up getting blind with their eyes open widely. Darkness easily swallows the smartest. The world is an enormous mosh pit. Either you are rich or a poor man, beautiful or ugly, seductive, ignorant or funny, battle of the brains and the pretty faces, and everything else that's left is considered a waste or incoherent. Everybody's running through this life. It's a jungle. Some people make it and others just got dumb luck, while most just sell their souls to a culture full of vultures who are hoping you golden. And as soon as that moment lies within their focus and they see you on the ground with blood, sweat, and tears, feeling hopeless, they walk right up to you like crocodiles and smile and start to poking. Open your eyes and focus. There's a bunch of fake cats that are trying to pull your brakes back. Watch that shit,
Yeah, banging.
Nice.
Yeah, you'd give Tupac a run for his money, man.
I don't know what you said, but it was good. Oh man, that means a lot, guys. I hope it meant something to you because when I created it, it meant something to me.
No, that's awesome, man. You should develop that further. Don't give up.
Never give up. Never surrender.
You don't need to you don't need to develop it. Just produce it. You'll be winning. That's all you need to do. Put it out there. Record it. Get like a jazz style. Get like a lo-fi and a hi-fi and like a lounge style. You could do all sorts of backdrops to that.
Hey man, if you ever wanted to make your own recording studio or listening studio, I got some resources. Yeah, resources to throw your way.
I honestly just like to freestyle. I like to just come off the top and like fucking. I'm into ciphers and like somebody starts beatboxing, and then all of a sudden another guy starts rapping, and I pick up where he left off, and then the other guy picks up, and it's just that's what I do. But sometimes I'll write shit out, and that was one of those things that I wrote out. Um,
Do you
Yeah,
like
if you
Anderson Paak? Do you like Anderson Paak and the Free Nationals?
I really love Anderson Paak's voice. I think that he's fucking incredible. But on the same note, I also like Earth Gang and JID, Coast Contra. Um, they're all on the same wavelength, and they're just fucking unbelievable. Toby Nwigwe is another motherfucker that's just wow.
It's amazing how many musicians and people that have got some talent that come to this channel. It's just amazing if you all got together.
I'm just honored and flabbergasted for you to even say that I have any level of talent. I just I'm just a regular dude, like, but I appreciate that. Means a lot. And if my words meant something to you, fuck man, that's fucking great, bro.
look, man,
Yeah,
you
well,
you got
it's always
something there.
handy.
You
It's
got
always
something
handy to
there.
have. Yeah, he's got
Yeah.
the gift of the gab, right? But like, it's handy to have all of that, but to do it off the cuff, your brain's got to be working in such a way that it's only spitting out like what you actually mean. It's like the truth is coming out because it's a split second decision what you're going to say next. In fact, you have to organize your speech to what you're going to be singing to match the next verse, and it's all coming from the heart, right?
Absolutely. So like I'm kind of like a salesman. Um and freestyling has helped me develop a sort of elliptical thinking where whatever's coming out of my mouth in that particular moment, I'm like already three thoughts ahead of that, and I'm thinking a bunch of other options. And freestyling has really helped me in my career. Um, so
And sometimes you must surprise yourself with what comes out next. It's like,
yeah, bro, for real.
and then when you pull it off, it's like I pulled that off, and it just like melded so perfectly.
So like I'm a strength coach. I used to live in New York, and uh, one day one of my buddies told me you should sell a 48 pack, and I was like, hell no, that's not even possible. And then I went and I freestyled my way into this interaction with this one person, and I sold them 48 sessions at $200 an hour, and I shut the fuck up. And all of a sudden, they were like, "Okay, I'll get the 48 pack," and they sent me like almost 9 grand on my Venmo, and I was like, "Holy shit, this shit just fucking happened!" And that was a result of my ability to freestyle. But I'm not selling shit when I deliver value, um, and I could really touch a person's essence and really show them what it is that they're missing in their life. And that's how hip hop has helped me.
We have a window washer guy, and he goes around all of the shops on Main Street, on High Street, and washes their windows. He's this black American guy, and he wears like the tightest, like those lycra pants, like super short, and like a tank top, but a real tight one. and he's got all the gear to wash the windows. He's got like all the top gear, you know, but he does it all by hand from the ground, right? Like just the shop windows, and then it's like all the shopkeepers, they love him because he's just they think he's really hot and sexy and stuff, and he does freestyle rapping as he's doing it, and he's like listening to his like headphones, and they like people pay him, you know, $100 to wash the front of their shop, the windows, when they could just pay this other dude down the road like $15. You know, so like he is so busy, he's non-stop washing windows all day. He's like that dude on that movie, the one where he caught the fish in his ass. What was that? He's like that dude. You know, what was that movie called? And he was like doing he was a hairdresser, and he was doing all the women that came into the hairdressing salon. The fuck was that movie called? Yeah, he's kind of like that, like the stud, the stud window. He was making more than a lawyer. I'm telling you, in a day's work, because like washing windows is not just in the morning thing; it's just all day long, you know. And there's hundreds and hundreds of shops, and he's just 5 minutes for each one, and 5 minutes, bang! It's just like banging it. And it's like getting so much money for washing windows, and it's because he's got like something a little bit extra, you know, to his talent. He's stepped up his game, you know. He's like he's the master of his trade for sure.
So when I lived in China, I came back and I thought I was the hottest shit. I could speak fluent Mandarin Chinese. I could read. I could write. And then I came back to the States and I couldn't get a fucking job for the life of me. I went to Massachusetts and everything over there is like biochemistry, fucking pharmaceutical, and that's not what I did. So I couldn't get a job. And I was really depressed. And then I was like, what the fuck am I going to do? And then one day I was watching this movie called The Social Network. Have you guys seen that movie?
What's the name of it?
The Social Network, about Facebook.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've seen it.
Did y'all guys watch that movie at all?
Yep.
So there was a scene in the movie where the lawyers and the twins are drilling Mark Zuckerberg, and they're like, "Do you remember on March 19th you sent this email, blah blah blah?" And then he's looking out the window and he pauses for a moment, and then he's like, "It's raining," and the lawyer's like, "Do I have your attention?" And then he pauses for another 10 seconds, and he's like, "No, you do not have my attention. You only have 10% of my attention. 90% of my attention is focused on the creation of my idea. And if you want to sit on this guy's shoulders and call yourself tall, I don't fucking have time for that. Nobody in this room has the intellectual capacity to even conceive what it is that I'm capable of conceiving." And at that moment, everybody just shut the fuck up. And what that moment taught me, especially here in America where I'm from, is if you want to be successful, what is your skill? What is it that you can do that when you open your mouth, people just shut the fuck up? And it's not because you're a cocky, arrogant douchebag. It's because you could literally change a person's existence with your ideas. So that helped me realize what it is that I needed to do in my life. And at a certain point in everybody's existence, we all need to accept and identify and figure out what is your skill? What is it that you can do that when you wake up, it's like fucking Super Saiyan Hadouken, like, you know, you don't even have to think about it. You wake up and it's you just make love to every single thought that you create. And for
Yeah,
me,
you know Mark Zuckerberg is a dumb, right? He's just
No.
the face of it.
that's not my point.
I know it's not, but you know, have you heard of LifeLog?
Yeah, but he's a billionaire.
Well, yeah, well, so. But have you heard of LifeLog? Okay, so LifeLog was a DARPA program, and it was closed on like February, I don't know, like 2nd or something like that, of like 1990. I can't remember. But on the exact same day, Facebook was like, uh, and so the thing for LifeLog was it was meant to basically like chronicle or record every person's life from birth to death, and the government can't do that, right? Like legally, so they cut it. It was a DARPA program, legit on record, and then Facebook happened the same fucking day.
But why didn't MySpace?
I don't know. I don't know.
My Facebook.
I don't know. I don't know. Saying what happened, not why did something else happen. Jen, look at that. LifeLog. Yeah.
Yeah, they
Zuckerberg
kind
is
of
fucking
they kind of
fun.
buy each other out, don't they? They're sort of like they get the monopoly, and they just like they have enough money, and then when a competitor comes along, they just either get rid of them or they buy them out.
Yeah, oh yeah. Guess what? Everybody's in their garage with their fucking computers and shit. Are you shitting me? Fuck off.
So Mark Zuckerberg had $1 million or billions of dollars.
No.
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 Did Steve Jobs also have a bunch of money?
Steve Jobs? I don't know. But I don't believe the bullshit about hanging out in your garage and making up thing.
Bill Gates was just
This is different. Don't try to conflate like the
he had a
LifeLog. Who did?
You're cutting out, man. Cutting out.
Zuckerberg doesn't have skill. As LifeLog was basically handed over from DARPA to Zuckerberg, and it became called Facebook.
Why not MySpace?
What?
Why not MySpace?
Your mic's fucked up.
I don't know why. Maybe the MySpace guy wasn't willing to play ball. I don't know. It's all speculation.
Sound like you're talking underwater.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is it my connection or are you breaking up?
Oh, we're probably a little too far away from the mic. Do you guys know about LifeLog?
No.
Okay, well, look up LifeLog, LIFELOG, DARPA, Facebook. It'll give you all that.
Baby spook.
Yeah, the same day that DARPA terminated that LifeLog project, Facebook became an entity.
Oh, Facebook. I thought you said baby spook.
Yeah, Facebook.
Facebook. Okay. Yeah, that's more than a coincidence, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying.
So you're saying that Mark Zuckerberg's skill had nothing to do with his ability to be adopted by really rich people.
I don't even know that context of it. But like you're trying to put context on it that I don't understand.
The point that I was trying to make earlier is that what is your skill? What is it that you could do that when you open your mouth, people listen? And for some reason, MySpace didn't get that attention, but this kid got that attention.
Well, maybe it's only speculation. Well, I'm just saying this is what happened.
It
chronologically.
could be because he was born on a certain time at a certain day in a certain year and from a certain lineage, maybe.
It has to do with astrology.
Well, it's speculation.
No, they're all related, aren't they? They're like cousins.
So basically, nothing is possible other than what is already predetermined.
Well, I mean, DARPA had a thing called LifeLock, and then it turned into what we now know as Facebook. Chronologically, reasons behind it, or I
At the
don't know.
right place at the right time, then?
No, like Mark Zuckerberg wasn't going like, "Hey, give me this contract." He's just like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying fact. I don't know situations. I don't know.
So, Sugar Cookie versus HubSpot.
Huh? And
Why is Sugar Cookie and HubSpot?
well, because I don't know.
Did DARPA have anything to do with that?
Probably. I wouldn't doubt it.
It's illegal. That's illegal in this country. Like to have one company and posing as two different companies, and they're the same company selling the same shit, and then they create their own price war between each other, and it looks like they're separated, but they're actually the same thing at the top.
Coca-Cola and Pepsi.
It's more like Dasani and
Aquafina.
but yes. Dasani and Aquafina.
Well, because there's a monopoly law in the States that doesn't allow you to have a certain
Totally
percentage
different.
of
Totally different.
market, right? And then so the way that they get away with it, so that they don't have a high, like more than 58% of the market share, they split their company into two, and that cuts their shares down, like of the monopoly law.
It's not even close to what I was talking about like
And what you're trying to
DARPA.
get to, nothing to do
What he's
with
saying.
what I was talking about.
It's right.
I'm just trying to say that what is your skill? What is it that you could completely exploit your full human capacity
Mhm.
and actually enjoy, wake
Mhm.
up, and lucratively be compensated for your contribution to humanity?
That's a fucking great question.
That was the effect that
You'd have to start with looking after yourself, and after you've looked after yourself enough, the next goal is to look after everybody else.
Oh,
And
this man
and
is spitting.
pass it
called
out, pass it on, right?
the virtue of selfishness. You can't give to somebody else until you learn how to give to yourself.
That's the one, brother, because otherwise you'd be disabled, and it's like that's why you have to put the mask on first if the plane's going down, right? You know, Back in Black hit the sack. I'm being to know, glad to be back. Said I'm getting loose from the noose that's kept me hanging about. Said I'm looking at the sky, it's just getting me high, and I wonder why, because I'm back in black.
Are you quoting AC/DC?
Yeah, man.
I thought it was freestyle. That just sounded.
No, that's AC/DC.
Wow, that was
black.
I was like, yo,
Right? It is,
he's
isn't
been
it?
in a cipher right now.
Nah, that'd be amazing if that was off the cuff. But you know, it's one of those things you remember, like the when you were a 12-year-old kid, you could still remember that porno fucking sex line number 00121397666868.
Holy shit, he's not lying. He literally.
Yeah, it's like it's like
You want to hear it again? You want to hear it again? It's 00121397666868.
I like this dude. This dude is yo. Who is this dude? In New Zealand. That's New Zealand. I'm gonna call him New Zealand. Yo, that kid is fire, bro. I like this kid. My MC name is Noiprox, which is the word scorpion written backwards.
Well, my uncle did the moonwalk 1 year before Michael Jackson, and it was on the national news when Michael Jackson died, remembering his life and everyone that had some influence or was influenced by Michael Jackson. And my uncle got shown for doing the moonwalk 1 year before him, but my uncle did the moonwalk backwards.
But imagine if Michael Jackson happened to be in New Zealand one day and happened to see your uncle doing that shit, and he's like, I'm a
It's
fucking
impossible.
hate that.
Hang on, time out.
How is that
Hang on.
impossible? Maybe
Hang on.
he was in New
I'll tell you
Zealand.
what. I'll tell you what's
Maybe he
impossible.
was in New Zealand and he saw his uncle do
Hang
that
on.
shit, and then
I'll
he's
tell
like,
you.
"Yo, I'm gonna do that shit."
I'll tell you what's impossible. It's impossible to do the moonwalk backwards. It's not
Oh
moonwalk.
yeah, I've got a video you can look up on YouTube, and you'll see him doing it.
Doing the moonwalk backwards?
Yeah, you look at the band called Split Ends.
Going
So
forwards then.
split as in split in half, and ends, ENZ, 2 words. And then you search the title of the song called, what's it called? One Step Ahead. And in that original's like official video, you'll see when he gets off the keyboard and they all come together, all the band members come together and start dancing. Like you'll see him doing the moonwalk backwards.
Oh, it's Sam.
One step ahead of you. You know Crowded House? That's the band after Split Ends.
Yo, what's your name, homie?
Carlos.
Carlos.
Carlos. Uno madre sale incinchato, bello.
Oh, this sugar cookie and my friend is just talking to you on my account. He's not I haven't given him the server yet, so just saying.
Well, if you want to speak some Chinese and show everyone your talent, I can also speak fluent Mandarin.
那你跟我说普通话，我很想听你这个口音是怎么样呢？
我没有什么任何的口音，因为我在这边学的太长时间了。我的那个口气很流利的。
妈呀，你这个人就像一个中国人，你说话完全不像一个老外。
我一点口音都没有。
哇靠！妈呀，这个人真的一点儿都不像一个外国人在跟我说普通话。这个人就是一个中国人。
Well, your Chinese level is not too bad, man.
Holy shit! What the fuck were you guys saying?
Bro, this motherfucker speaks, bro.
That's apparently like.
I think we could actually, you and me, we could actually have a full conversation in Chinese. I think your Chinese is good enough to, like, I mean, all it is for you now is maybe work on your tones just a little bit. But the main thing, I guess, with every language is just the vocabulary, like all those difficult words, because like even in English, you don't know all the words, right?
Bro, I remember when I was in Beijing or in Qingdao, and I would get in the taxi, and most of those taxi drivers would listen to something called Pingshu. You ever heard of that? The Chinese storytelling.
Yeah, they have the same thing in Thailand, but in Thailand they will talk about ghosts, and in China it's just like these stories. It's just like random.
So there was this one guy. His name was Shan Tian Feng, and my goal was like, yo, if I could ever speak Chinese, I want to speak like this guy. And he would tell stories like. 今天我要跟你说张学良的故事. Like, yo, this motherfucker. For me, that was like the epitome of like, yo, I want to
Yeah.
sound
Like,
Well, there's a famous.
kind of like, is it, would it be the equivalent of, I don't know, what's that video game?
I don't even
I
know.
don't know, but there's this famous American in China. His name, I don't know his English name. I know his Chinese name is called Da Shan, and he
Oh yeah,
teaches
he's the
English.
Canadian guy.
Oh yeah, Canadian, and he speaks like his accents, like you can still tell that he's a foreigner,
Canadian.
but his vocabulary is really well, like he's really knowledgeable on the vocabulary, so he can actually have quite a lot of intelligent sort of conversations, dialogue, and that's why he became famous from teaching English. So now he's a multimillionaire, just from
He
teaching
got
English, and then
accepted by the Chinese DARPA program at the right time. I'm sorry. Yeah, but there's a couple of foreigners out there that speak fucking.
But
Actually,
honestly, I mean, no matter, like, I speak Chinese fluently, and I appreciate everything about like what I've understood. But like, I think I enjoy Thai culture and Thai language maybe just as a tiny bit more.
bro, my favorite country in the planet that I've been to was Thailand. Uh, and yo, like, wow. And I didn't even need to speak the language. In China, like, in certain areas, like, if you don't speak the language, it's going to be hard for you to fucking get around. But in Thailand, you
Yeah.
could
Well, that's why I
any
learned to speak Thai as well. And knowing how to speak Thai language, I tell you, it goes a long way with your, your satisfaction of living every day, not just being a foreigner. And
a falong,
eh?
a falong.
Yeah, farang, farang.
Yeah,
Do you know how they say pumpkin in Thai language?
I don't know.
Fuck tong.
Dumb. Yo, have you been to Laos?
Yeah. Been to Laos, Burma, well, Myanmar.
No, that's not Laos. That's Myanmar is Myanmar, but Laos, there's a place called Long Bien.
Is
Wow.
that near? Is that near to the border?
It's about like 3 or 4 hours from the border. It's like in the middle of the jungle. There's a river, and you float down the river, and every like fucking 100 meters, they throw a life vest at you, and you go and get all types of fucking drinks or mushrooms or uh, so it was fucking unbelievable, really cheap. Actually, when I got to Laos, I lost my bank card, and I was in the middle of Long Bien.
Sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah, it was a nightmare. Then I was in a hotel, and I saw a guy reading a book in Chinese, and I walked up to him, and I'm like, 你是中国人? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, where are you from? He's like, I'm from Shanghai. And I'm like, oh shit, me too. I'm from Shanghai. And then he happened to live like 5 minutes from where I was living. And then I told him about my situation, and he's like, "Yo, I'll lend you $1,000 right now." And he lent me $1,000, and then he's like, "Just pay me back when you get back to Shanghai," because I was able to speak Chinese. So
And you give him 2,000, I bet you.
no, I just gave him a grand, and I treated him like a king. I was actually on the Good Morning America.
What?
Hi.
What?
I was like the white guy that spoke Chinese. And
You're not a white guy.
Like, I guess.
Sounds like a local celebrity.
Should have the Good Morning America of Shanghai.
Chinese name is Dai.
Oh yeah, what's my Chinese name? Two feathers?
Hong Bingan.
Hong Bingan.
Yeah.
Cool. I can dig
Well,
it.
my Chinese name means healthy scholar.
Jian Kang de Shifu Lao Shi.
It's it's Kang Ru Kang. Kang means Jian Kang de Kang, and Ru uh Ru is Ru Jia de Ru. Ru Jia means scholar.
Oh shit. Yo, this motherfucker is
So, and my surname in Chinese is Li, and that's a really popular family name.
My
Li
surname
Kang.
is Cookie.
I said Tang, which is sugar. Bingan means cookie.
So Mr. Sugar.
Sugar Daddy. Sugar Daddy.
Nope. Two different things. Well,
yeah, but when you're in a hotel and they slip those cards under your door like every 10 minutes and it's got some phone number on there and
Yo, this
that's when you
motherfucker
become
is
sugar
cookie.
daddy.
Yo, how old are you, bro?
49.
Holy shit, you sound like you're fucking 30. You got a young ass voice.
New Zealand.
Young at heart.
Holy shit, bro. You speak fucking incredible Chinese, my G. Holy crap, bro. Wow.
Well, you should see that. You should taste the Thai food that I cook because I'm a Thai chef.
My nigga. Yo, I need this guy's contact. Can I get your contact after this somehow through my boy?
Yeah, just DM me, bro.
All right. And I want to make some music with you because you were talking some music shit earlier.
Well, we have a lot of musicians on this channel. How long have you been here?
I literally just got introduced today.
Wow, you got a lot to. So you're a flat earther?
I don't adhere to any of that. The only thing I adhere to is how can I ameliorate my existence and the existence of the people around me. That's the only thing I'm concerned with.
What's your
Yeah, let me sum it up real quick. Don't associate me as Sugar Cookie with my friend here and whatever kind of notion you have that goes along with that.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but like you have to have like an opinion because you know the reality of the world that you live in is all about location. You have to know where you are, right? Like that's why.
Yeah, but like I've gone on an airplane and I've traveled to over 20 different countries. For me to be able to logically say that the terrain that plane flew in was completely flat or circular, I don't have the educational logic to be able to say yes or no. All I can say is that I experienced what I experienced. People told me
Well, there's a
about.
totally different culture, right? Flying in an airplane or going on a boat. Like there's a history in the Navy, you know, in America especially, with like people that have been sailing and they come back, and you can see the different tattoos that they have on the markings of tattoos. They all have like a different meaning, like a compass that would mean you passed the the equator and you came back, and then you come back from another place, you get an anchor, that you get a dragon because you served in China. You know, there's all sorts of tattoos. It's like a culture, and I think there's evidence of like where you've been, you know, to show But with like flying in an airplane, there's no such culture.
Yeah, because I can't even comprehend what the fuck just happened. I'm on this vessel made out of like aluminum, whatever, and I'm flying through the sky. And my ancestors had no fucking idea that that was even a possibility, but I'm experiencing it. Do I understand what's happening? No, but I'm fucking grateful that I'm able to fly. I remember when I was raised in the 90s, they used to make these commercials about one day in the future there's going to be a telephone where there's going to be a video and you could talk to somebody on the other side. And now I have the technology in my fucking pocket. Now I'm on Discord talking to this guy from New Zealand, and I'm over here in fucking Kansas, and like we're talking right now. And 15, 20 years ago, that wasn't even a fucking possibility, but it's happening right now. So for me to even understand or conceive whether the world is flat or not, like, I don't have time for that. The only thing I have time for is how am I gonna enhance the existence of my possibilities? Because I'm not from Ireland, but I want my money to be Dublin.
Sometimes when you have to get on with life and you've got things to do, there's no time for that type of contemplation. But I think there is a time and a place for that for that type of thought, And I think here is where it happens. I mean, you can talk about the ins and outs of society and all of the those what do you call it, the small things, but like at the end of the day, you need to be grounded, and I don't know if you can be grounded if you're living in a lie.
I don't even know how to respond to that. But the only thing that we can accept is what we accept. And a lot of times, the things that we accept is the things that we perceive. And a lot of times, these are things that are put in front of our vision, and it's up to us to accept, to listen, or not. Um, and that's our choice. I could be some like full blown Aryan guy, and my mom is a fucking ambassador from my country, but I was born in Saudi Arabia, and I'm wearing a turban. I speak the halal, 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 halal. For me, that is reality. That's what I perceive as true. That's my roots. That's where I pay homage to. But does that necessarily mean that that's the essence of my being? I wanted to ask a question: is being a flat earther or a non-flat earther the requisite in order to be a part of this community?
No, but it's the understanding that there is opposition to different ideas, and that's where we coalesce and have a think tank on uh, our our philosophies, because everybody's got a different philosophy. So it's more like a philosophy channel, and everybody's welcome as long as they as long as there's no victim.
Can I read something for you? That I wrote the other day?
Is it a poem?
I don't know if it's a poem, but it was just like a stream of consciousness that I had the other day. Um, and I feel like it relates to what we were talking about right now. But if you're not okay with it, I totally accept. Is it okay?
Everything's okay here, man. Yeah, the pause was a sign for you to begin.
Hard rule. If someone isn't providing a supportive role in your life, get them out of your life. If they're destructive and you keep them, you're your own problem. I've made a lot of mistakes in my life. I'm a recovering alcoholic and drug addict. I've got fucking anger issues. I'm thin skinned. I hold major resentments. I've got a big ego while simultaneously having a low self worth. I get high from when people perceive other people really like me. I get high when women perceive me and they're interested in me. When somebody doesn't believe me when I'm telling the truth, it infuriates me to an unbelievable level. When somebody doubts my intentions when they're pure, I lose my shit. I am an excessive counterpuncher in life, which is part of having a victim mindset. Somebody does a small wrong, and I try to repeatedly assault them maximally for the rest of my life. It's kind of like somebody keys my car and I throw a Molotov cocktail through their living room window every Tuesday for the rest of our lives. When I am living in this victim mindset, it sets me up to believe that I am entitled to my shitty mood and behaviors. That's bullshit, though. Life is a constant process of having a choice. Do you take this moment to be an opportunity to make things better for yourself or the people you've got in your presence? Or do you continue to sit in your own poop soup? I'm trying to figure out what I really like and where I find some purpose. I'm trying to figure out where I'm being a shithead. I need to get away from some anchors to free myself, to allow myself to move towards being a better version of myself. I've got a good idea of what it feels like to be supported by people now. I've got a good idea what it feels like to be around people who rot my insides.
I've got the brains and balls to be aware of that concept and do something about it going forward. For now, I have a goal and I have a focus. I don't want or need too many people in my life. I don't want a fancy house, wardrobe, vacation, or restaurant. I just want to follow a training plan, eat the food in my structured diet, educate myself in exercise science, and work the 12 steps in my program and not let any leeches in my life. It's on me having a victim mindset that I let those leeches in, by the way. Every problem that I've ever had in my life is my fault, my entitled, privileged victim self. Thank you for listening.
I'm just processing that. That's yeah, wow. That's a lot of message to take in, right?
It is. Um, and it was a flow of consciousness that I had the other day, and I had to put it down. Um, and I understand it's my story, uh, but that's what history is. It's his story.
So have you been interested in the Tartaria and the mud flood stuff? What
Say
about
what?
no forests on flat Earth? What about the fake moon landings?
I can't believe in something that I've never been exposed to.
What if you were exposed to it and it wasn't true?
Um, then it's up to me to realize the reality he's outside.
Raise the feeling, touching your toes again within 3 weeks.
So where are you living now? Kansas?
Yeah. So do you believe in the whole flat Earth thing? Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't believe in the flat Earth thing. I just totally disbelieve in the heliocentric model.
He what?
I disbelieve the heliocentric model.
I'm sorry if I sound like an idiot. I don't know what heliocentric means.
So in our situation, the model that you provided of where you live is that we're spinning around the sun. But with the flat Earth belief is that
Wait,
we're
hang
not
on one sec.
moving.
Hang on one second. I gotta bounce. My friend is talking to you. Yeah. So it's yeah, it's Earth Awakening server, whatever. Yeah, yeah. So you just gotta
Hey,
connect it
homie,
outside of that.
it was a real pleasure to speak to you and to all the other incredible people that were here earlier. I hope I didn't offend anybody. I think there's a lot of greatness that exists in here, and I was honored to be a part of this.
Sugar Gakkai. It's like it's like Namyo Renge Kyo.
No, yeah, no. This is this okay. So I gotta bounce out. What happened was my friend was here talking with you the whole time, and he hasn't been introduced to the server before. So, Anyway,
Oh, right.
yeah. So I got to bounce out. Hopefully, he'll be able to check back in. I told him it's Earth Awakenings.
Nice.
Peace out.
It's
Good
always
combo.
good to hear.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
See ya.
Pureness of heart. Good intentions.